This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 New Game. New Life. The so-called life is just a relatively advanced game. Yi Xian is not interested in this game, and is addicted to online games all day long. I feel a little uncomfortable if I quit first, he said, controlling the characters in the game to build a bonfire and save the progress. You have to live day and night for 3 days. Be careful of sudden death. As expected of the best in the entire server. There was a sound coming from the headset, but the sound gradually faded in Yi Xian's ears. He closed his eyes and felt the rare tranquility. Binding successful. Suddenly, Yi Xian woke up, looking confused, and found that he was in a strange place. He glanced around. Where is this? A bonfire in front of me was emitting light, and an unknown bird chirped faintly in the distance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest boss system. Hunting players will receive rewards. Tip: you have been marked as a boss. Yi Xian was even more confused. He had traveled to the game and became a boss? His sleeve was suddenly pulled. Master, touch your head. Looking over. It was the pet I raised in the game. The elf Lowly, who was only as high as my waist. Looking forward to it. That? Yi Xian subconsciously put his hand up and rubbed it gently. The touch is extremely real. Exactly like that of an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Natasha squinted her eyes and looked very happy. Thank you, Master. Intimacy with Natasha increased. Really travel through time? Yi Xian was still a little unbelievable. He hugged Natasha directly, but found that it was as if she had no bones and could not be a projection. Master? Natasha was at a loss, but did not struggle. Ha ha. He became the red name after being the first to log out in the whole server? Brothers, kill him to get the equipment. Suddenly, a team came from a distance. 2 magicians and a warrior. Yi Xian glanced away. You can get rewards by hunting players? Tip: the other players you see are how the players look in reality. That's not important. What's important is how can I use my skills without the keyboard? Yi Xian didn't say anything. Hugged Natasha and ran away. Damn it! Didn't he go to sleep? Why run away instead of killing us? Why do you care so much? Chase! Why chase? Of course we have to chase him if he runs away. Not long after, Yi Xian was chased madly, and more people gathered behind him. He looked at Natasha in his arms. Quick! Attack them! But Natasha has no weapons. Natasha blinked her big eyes. Her bright eyes filled with disappointment. I have no choice but to give it a try. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and turned around to stop. Why did you stop? Don't act rashly yet. Proud fire dragon. Wreak havoc. As the players also stopped, Yi Xian opened one hand and said this with a red face, feeling extremely ashamed. But in an instant, a burning fire dragon flew out from above his head and headed straight for the players. The players looked confused. Eye-level magic? Isn't he a warrior? They wanted to run, but it was too late. They all died under the fire dragon and turned into ashes. Congratulations. Experience Pill X1. Congratulations on getting the secret short bow. Congratulations on getting it. Tip: check the rewards obtained in your backpack. Backpack? Yi Xian turned around and saw that he didn't have a backpack either. He tried to think about the backpack silently in his mind. In an instant, a translucent panel appeared in front of him. It was the backpack panel in the game, and all the things he had just obtained were inside. Master, touch your head. Natasha is very clingy. Even though she is being held, she still wants to have her head touched. Yi Xian ignored her, but took out the experience pill from his backpack and ate it. In an instant, golden light flashed around him. Host upgrade. Current level, 65. Acquire warrior skills. Overlord will not be controlled, but will still be damaged. Intimacy with Natasha decreased. Yi Xian was thinking about the system, and was a little baffled when he heard that the intimacy level had dropped. Master doesn't like Natasha anymore. Huh? Natasha cried loudly in her arms, feeling extremely sad. Yi Xian was stunned for a while before he realized. How could it be? I will always like you. Strangely enough, I didn't see her crying while I was playing games, etc. The so-called life is just a relatively advanced game. Then, wouldn't it be that I changed the game and got a brand new life? Thinking of this, he silently held Natasha in his arms. As an orphan, he did not do well in the college entrance examination, so he hid in the house and played games all day long to escape society and everything else. Maybe for you, This place is more suitable for you. Master, don't throw Natasha away. Okay? Natasha had tears in her eyes. Of course not. Because you are my only family. Yixian exhaled. And after finishing speaking, his heart suddenly became enlightened. Natasha wiped away her tears. The master is also Natasha's only family. I'll give you this bow first. Yixian took out the secret short bow from his backpack. It was a weapon suitable for elves and came with magic attacks. Thank you, master. Natasha put away the short bow. The intimacy with Natasha is greatly improved. Let's go. There seems to be a town nearby. Yixian looked around. As a pioneer of this game, he was at the very edge of the map that had been discovered. Since you are the boss, of course you have to do things that a boss should do. Soon, they arrived outside the town. The townspeople here ran out one after another. There are bandits. Please help. Brother, please save our town. A girl found Yixian and cried. Okay, you leave first. Yixian wanted to say that he was a bad person, but he couldn't bear the trouble of his conscience. Master is a great hero. He will definitely help you. Natasha jumped to the ground, her eyes filled with admiration. Let's go in. Yixian was a little embarrassed by the praise and took her directly into the village. At this time, the village was full of bandits, who burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. Yixian twisted his neck and said loudly, My most loyal soldiers, come out! After he finished speaking, 4 figures slowly emerged from the ground in 4 directions around him. They were 4 generals wearing armor, lasting 15 minutes. Go and kill the bandits, Yixian said, pulling out the sword from his waist, protecting Natasha while saving the townspeople from danger. Not long after, more than 40 bandits were all dead. The town is full of devastation. But fortunately, there are not many casualties, and it will be restored to its original appearance in a few days. The townspeople knelt down to Yixian. Thank you so much, my benefactor. Let me just say that my master is a great hero. Right. Natasha put away her short bow and stepped forward to hug Yixian's arm, extremely determined. Excuse me, is there any big city nearby? Yixian asked the mayor of Xiangzi town. 30 kilometers to the east. There is a big city. The mayor was an old man, and he pointed to the east when he heard this. Chapter 2 This is not normal. Hero, please accept these gifts of thanks. Just as he was about to leave, several villagers gathered around him. It still doesn't work. You can keep it for yourself. Seeing that it was just some agricultural products, Yixian subconsciously refused. You don't ask for anything in return. You are truly a hero. What a hero! The favorable relationship with Huaishi Township has increased. He left the village and headed east, killing a few wild boars on the way before arriving outside the big city. Master, won't you put me away? Natasha looked inside curiously. Usually at this time, it will be put into the pet pocket, because pets are not allowed to enter the city. No, I will never take you away again. Yixian raised his hand and rubbed her head, then led her towards the big city. Dear adventurers, welcome to Wangle City. Xinchi hopes you will be happy. A pleasant voice came. Special NPC? What's your mission here? Yixian looked over and found that she was a girl with animal ears and cat ears. She was half a head shorter than him. She was very beautiful and had fair and tender skin. Xinchi smiled and said, I have a letter here that has not been sent for many years. I also ask adventurers to help me, although the journey will be extremely difficult. But, jump over. This is, jump over. Yixian discovered that instructions could be spoken directly with his mouth. Soon, he got a letter that needed to be delivered to the blacksmith shop in the city. Isn't it extremely difficult? Natasha looked confused. It's like this. Just get used to it. Yixian shrugged, put the letter into his backpack, and then walked around behind Xinchi, curious in his heart. NPC. It seems that he has no independent consciousness. He is just a mission machine with no emotions. Xinchi tilted her head. Adventurer, where are you? Are you playing hide and seek with me? I'm behind you. Silly girl. Yixian reached out and grabbed her chin and face from behind. Xinchi feels very confused. Hey, we must have been the first ones here. There's a specific mission here. What mission? Massacre the city. Suddenly, a team of 10 people came over. They were talking and laughing, each with their own profession. Dear adventurer, welcome to Wangle City. Xinchi hopes, Xinchi said, but her words paused and her pupils tightened. Kill all the residents here. Okay. Another one. I saw that the people in the team began to kill the residents here wantonly. To them, the residents here are just codes. Even if they are killed, they will be regenerated quickly. Shinji looked puzzled. Aren't you adventurers? Shouldn't you be here to save us? Hey, this NPC's lines are quite unique. Does the man behind him look familiar to you? There is only one elf girl in the whole game. Damn it. She is the best in the whole server? Gather quickly. Soon, 10 people gathered together, staring at Yixin, trembling involuntarily. Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person anyway. Yixin twisted his neck and drew out his sword. You are all bad people. Natasha drew her long bow and aimed it at a game player. Looking upright, one of the players said, We are from the Cry alone. True love is invincible, guild. Don't think that because you are number 1 in the server, we are afraid of you. Proud fire dragon. Wreak havoc. Yixin lazily said more and released the fire dragon. In an instant, the fire dragon burning with flames rushed towards him. Mamma mia! No. The equipment I just upgraded will break. Soon, the 10-man team was wiped out with one move. This is the horror of being number 1 in the entire server. Congratulations on getting it. Upgrade Pill X1. Congratulations on getting the awakening potion. Dear adventurers, welcome, Shinji said with a smile, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. Master, she seems very pitiful. But why is she still smiling? Natasha had put away her short bow and tilted her head in confusion. Looking cute, Yixin took out the awakening potion. Because she lacks this. Awakening potions allow NPCs to have autonomous consciousness and no longer stick to the settings of a string of codes. Has the survivor's letter been delivered? Shinji's voice was trembling, but she was still smiling, and her smile was heartbreaking. Go and deliver it yourself. Yixin raised his hand and pinched her mouth open, then drank the awakening potion. Shinji stood there, her eyes filled with confusion. Yixin saw this. Are you stupid? Why did the adventurers kill the residents? Why? Shinji suddenly burst into tears and put her hands on her chest, feeling that her heart hurt. There is no reason. I just want to complete the task. Yixin picked up Natasha and walked into the city. Why don't you come together? I don't mind having another beautiful girl in the team. I should welcome adventurers here. Issue missions. And let them save us. Shinji squatted down silently, tears still flowing. Yixin took out the previous letter from his backpack and said, Before that, why not go to the blacksmith shop? But there are no adventurers coming now. Okay. Shinji looked at the letter in her hand and took a step, not knowing what she was thinking. How does it feel to walk? Yixin chuckled, knowing that this was her first time walking. Shinji walked awkwardly. It feels weird. Adventurer, will you kill us too? No. I'm not from the same group as them. After Yixin finished speaking, he entered the store nearby. Welcome. What do you want to buy? The lady boss here was cleaning the glass and asked with a smile. Let me see who should be rich. Right? Yixin whispered, rummaged in his backpack and took out a gold coin. In this world, there are 3 currencies. Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins. 1 silver coin was equivalent to 100 copper coins, and 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. Change it to recovery medicine and anti-fatigue medicine. Yixin pressed the gold coins on the counter. Here you go. The landlady accepted the gold coins, reached behind her and took out 50 bottles of recovery medicine and 5 bottles of anti-fatigue medicine. Shinji, who was peeking behind, was confused. Is this reasonable? Yixin put everything into his backpack. This will ensure safety. Restoration potion. Restores 30% health and 30% mana. Anti-fatigue drugs. Relieve the body's fatigue state. Quick. Help me. I'm dying. Suddenly, a voice came, and a gamer with scars all over his body walked into the store. Oh my god. Shinji couldn't help but cover her mouth. Quick. Give me a piece of bread. The player gave 40 copper coins and put his hand on the counter. The waitress gave out a piece of bread. Welcome to visit next time. I almost died. Damn it. The player ate the bread, and the injuries on his body disappeared instantly. Suddenly he found Yixin and turned around and ran away quickly as if he saw a ghost. This is not normal. Shinji's face was filled with astonishment. Chapter 3. Each mountain is higher than the other. There are more and more players here. Yixin took the short bow from Natasha, walked out of the store, and aimed at the player's back. Don't shoot. the player yelled, but was shot through the heart by an arrow. It hurts my heart. Old man. Congratulations on getting the Orpha Thunder bead. This thing is interesting. Maybe it can be used. Yi Xian looked at the bead in his hand. This thing could turn an area 100 meters in diameter into a minefield, and was as powerful as a fire dragon. Returning the short bow, he looked at Xinchi. Beauty. Follow me to the blacksmith shop. Oh. Xinchi nodded weakly. Soon. We arrived at the blacksmith shop. Bang. Bang. The blacksmith shop owner is making a long sword. Boss. Here is a letter from you. Xinchi took out the letter and gave it. Suddenly, the hammer in the shop owner's hand fell to the ground, and he took the letter. After many years, I finally got it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xinchi's eyes were red. It must be hard to wait. Right. This is the Violent Wind Ring that I spent 20 years carefully crafting. It has a movement speed of plus 8%. It is the only one in the world. I give it to you. The shop owner gave the ring with seriousness in his eyes. Xinchi took the ring and secretly said that she must keep it well. Yi Xian saw this. Hey, old man. I also have to hand in a task. After he said that, he snatched the letter from him. Do you know it's very rude of you to do this? Xinchi was furious when she saw this. After so many years, I have finally arrived. The shop owner looked at the letter and was very excited. What? Xinchi was confused. Yi Xian gave the letter. Skip. This is what I spent 20 years on. Jump over. Good luck, adventurer. The shop owner said, turned around and continued to make the sword. In Yi Xian's hand, there was an extra ring, which was the storm ring. There must be something wrong. I'm dreaming. Yes, I'm dreaming. Xinchi raised her hand and grabbed her ear, staring at the so-called only one ring in the world. When did you sleep? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders and asked. Xinchi choked for words. I have a family, and I go back to sleep every day. Really? Then where is your home? What does it look like? Yi Xian heard this and continued to ask. Xinchi's eyes were blank. My home? Mine. However, that is just a code setting. She has no so-called home at all. So how can she know what it looks like? No. Don't cry. Yi Xian saw her eyes getting wet with tears and felt a little at a loss. What a beautiful girl. It's a pity she's just an NPC, came the voice. Who are you? Yi Xian turned his eyes and looked over, covering his eyes, and found that the person's body was covered in golden light, which was extremely dazzling. The man said, if you work, you won't change your name. If you sit down, you won't change your surname. I have a lot of money. It turned out to be a legendary Krypton Gold player. No wonder. Yi Xian rubbed his eyes and thought to himself that the special effects were really annoying. I heard that you were the best in the whole server. Hey, why did you change your name to red? Isn't this the color of the monster? Xian Duo took out a pure gold staff. So, you want to kill me? When Yi Xian saw this, he vaguely guessed something. Xian Duo immediately said, yes, feel the power of money. After he finished speaking, he raised his pure gold staff high and was about to release the magic, but was pierced through the heart by a long sword from behind. In this game, the rich man is the father, and I am the grandfather. The sword was slowly withdrawn, and a man wearing only underwear appeared. Xian Duo collapsed to the ground, with a look of horror on his face. You can actually make me fall to the ground near death. You? Who are you? Listen up. I'm here to cheat. Cheating player? Yi Xian was watching the show and couldn't help shaking his head, secretly thinking that every mountain is higher than the next. Ha! Number one in the entire server? The cheating player looked at him. I heard that you have been a fan of this game since it was released. Your equipment is at its best, and your pet is an official gift. If you only have one, if it kills you. At this point, he did not continue, but sneered. Being killed usually has two consequences. The equipment is damaged or the pet is lost. Are you coming for me? Yi Xian thought for a moment. Of course. After I kill you, I will start selling cheats. I can kill the first cheat in the entire server instantly, the cheating player said, rushing straight towards him. Xian Duo said at this time, I'll destroy the balance of the game. Wait for the Su group to sanction you. At this time, in the real world, the Su group, in the chairman's office. Boss, there are 3 anomalies in Area A3. They are NPCs that keep calling, players cheating, and players becoming bosses for no reason. The secretary pushed open the door and walked in, holding relevant materials in his hand. Has the first batch of equipment come out? The chairman is a middle-aged uncle with a slight beard. Come out. You mean? Secret Technique asked tentatively. The chairman nodded. Use those equipment to send people in to handle it, and use it to promote it. Yes, boss. The Secret Technique responded, then turned and left. The so-called device is something similar to VR, which allows users to be immersed in the game world, but it will be much more real. At the same time, within the game world. Are you the one who calls cheaters? Come on. Show me how arrogant you are. Yi Xian stepped on the cheater and cheered. You cheated? You used NPCs as shields. The cheating player yelled. Just now, Yi Xian cleverly used the game feature of certain NPCs do not need to be harmed to use the blacksmith shop boss as a shield. Xinji pinched herself on the side. It hurt so much. Obviously, this is not a dream. Blacksmith actually possesses peerless martial arts and will not be harmed. This is awesome. Do you have the nerve to criticize me? Yi Xian didn't know what Nanizi was thinking, but he stepped on the hanging player's head and blew it open. Congratulations on getting the hypnotic spray. Holy shit, Yi Xian looked at the spray in his hand and was stunned for a while. Master, what is this? Natasha came closer, blinking her big eyes as if she could talk. Yi Xian quickly put away the spray. It's nothing. Children, don't look at it. Brother, from today on, you are my eldest brother. By the way, brother, are you cheating too? Xian Duo was still lying on the ground, in a dying state, unable to move unless he committed suicide or was rescued. Why do you say that? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Because you can pick up NPCs as shields and bring pets into the city, Xian Duo said, suddenly looking shocked. He turned and laughed. Awesome. So awesome. What happened? Yi Xian was very puzzled. Brother, look at the official website. They say it allows players to be immersed in the game world. It is being broadcast live. And there is also the daughter of the Su family who is making an appearance for the first time, Xian Duo said excitedly. Is that so? Hearing this, Yi Xian became thoughtful. Chapter 4 Methods of Proof. A 3-area Wangle City? Suddenly, Xian Duo yelled. Believe it or not, I'll kill you on the spot? Yi Xian was startled and almost kicked him over. Hearing this, Xian Duo quickly said, Brother, dear brother, please don't. Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Yi Xian was a little surprised. The daughter of the Su family has chosen our city to test the new gameplay, and we will see her soon, Xian Duo said, almost salivating. Is it that beautiful? Seeing him like this, Yi Xian was speechless for a while. Xian Duo nodded. It's similar to the NPC behind you, but he's a real person, so he can't touch it, he said, pointing to Xinji. Are those really human beings that exist in the real world? Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. Xinji is an absolute beauty, but this is a game world and cannot be taken seriously for players. But according to what he meant, the appearance of Su family Qianjian is comparable to Xinji? Of course. I just saw him live on the official website. Ha. If I could touch your hand, I would have no regrets in this life. As Qian Duo said, he spent 1,000 RMB to buy a bottle of resurrection potion and resurrected with full blood on the spot. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched, as expected of a Krypton Gold player. But aren't you afraid that I will kill you again? Brother! Stop it! Brother! Xian Duo wanted to put on a handsome look, but he almost knelt down when he heard this. Then give me a bottle of resurrection potion, Yi Xian tried. Minimum 10 bottles. Hearing this, Xian Duo bought 10 bottles and threw them on the ground. Yi Xian quickly put it into his backpack. As expected of the money, it's really a lot of money. This is a prop that can only be bought by RMB, and usually only a few players will use it. After all, it is too expensive and not very practical. As long as you don't kill me. Brother. Xian Duo patted his chest, looking a little scared. Unexpectedly, after I invested so much money, even if I couldn't beat the cheats, I couldn't beat the players. I had to pretend to be a grandson if I wanted to survive. How sad. When will the daughter of the Su family you mentioned arrive? Yi Xian couldn't help but be curious and wanted to meet her. It should be soon. It's on. It's online, Xian Duo said, walking out of the blacksmith shop and looking in the direction of the city gate. There, 3 people slowly appeared out of thin air. 1 woman and 2 men. The woman is the daughter of the Su family, and the man is a staff member. Xian Duo roared. It turns out to be what it looks like in reality? This is awesome! He was watching the live broadcast from the perspective of the daughter of the Su family. Even though he was separated from the screen, he could still feel the immersive feeling. It's really beautiful. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders and nodded slightly. He was the best among the best in terms of figure and appearance. Intimacy with Natasha decreased. A sudden notification sound came from the system, which made him a little confused. Looking over, the petite Natasha was looking at herself resentfully. Master. What? What's wrong? Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he went over to hold her in his arms. Master is drooling when he looks at this girl, Natasha whispered. Don't worry about the details. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Suddenly, a voice came. Oh, first in the whole server. You didn't expect it. I'm here again. Today, I will prove it to myself. The cheating player has been found to have locked his real-life location. A voice like the sound of nature came, making people intoxicated. Su Zong? The cheating player looked over, extremely shocked, turned around and ran away. I saw the eldest lady of the Su family, Su Zong, walking over with the two staff members. The account has been banned. However, when Su Zong finished speaking, the cheating player disappeared and was never seen again. It's so miserable. Yi Xian couldn't help but shook his head slightly. I should have been invincible when I opened the game. But in the end, I failed to show off and got slapped twice in the face. Are you Mr. Yi? Su Zong turned to look at him. Her voice was not mixed with any emotion. Her whole person was like an iceberg. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. You are the Miss Su family? I'm sorry. Because of the negligence of our Su group, you have become famous inexplicably. This will be revised for you. Su Zong nodded slightly, looking businesslike. Is this goodbye? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It is probably useless to change it. Strange. Why is there no source code for your account? After a while, Su Zong frowned slightly. Xian Duo kept looking at the legs. So beautiful. These legs. My god. They should only exist in the sky. So you are leg control. Yi Xian turned his eyes and looked over, speechless for a while. Is it wrong to love legs? Xian Duo said, but suddenly disappeared. Su Zong's cheeks were red and her hands were shaking involuntarily. At the same time, in a villa somewhere in the real world. Damn! Why was my account banned? Xian Duo looked confused and couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Well, Mr. Lin, professionals will come to you to deal with it later. Su Zong found that some comments during the live broadcast started saying, live broadcast accident. It took too long. And so on. And planned to solve other problems first. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then became curious. What is your latest technology? Do players see you as you do in reality? That's a good question. Hearing this, Su Zong began to introduce. The latest technology is a headband that can be worn on your head to immerse yourself in the game and experience the fun of the game. At the same time, it also allows users to have a 100% replica of their real-life appearance in the game, and even have touch, pain, etc. At this point, she continued, it's really not a favor to ask Mr. Lin to do an experiment with me. The comments in the live broadcast room were all saying that Yi Xian was a stooge and came here specifically to act. Test? What test? Yi Xian was a little surprised and couldn't understand. I just want everyone to believe that this game is really tactile. Please help me. Although Su Zong still looked like an iceberg, she was a little at a loss. Obviously, she has not experienced this kind of thing, and her psychological quality needs to be improved. I understand. Don't worry. It's definitely not fake. I can prove it on the spot. Yi Xian suddenly chuckled and found a device on Su Zong's wrist with barrages flowing on it. If you don't believe it, it must be a trap. It's impossible for me to spend money on prostitution. I'll do it next time. If you can prove it, I'll buy it. The barrage was like running water. Very crazy. Yi Xian was a little upset. You guys are optimistic that we will never be able to make false proofs. After he said that, he stood directly in front of Su Zong, and then kissed her red lips. Instantly, the barrage stopped scrolling. The current perspective is not Su Zong's first perspective, but a staff member she brought. At this time, the live broadcast is being watched by tens of millions of people around the world. But there was not a single barrage. Hack! Awesome! 666! Stop talking. I'm lovelorn. Suddenly, barrages began to erupt. And the next second, the live broadcast was suspended. Chapter 5 Dragon Slaying Sword. The thing happened so suddenly that Su Zong was stunned on the spot and couldn't recover for a long time. It feels so real. It was obviously the first time. But it was taken away in the game. She wanted to cry. But she still maintained her cold appearance. She took half a step back and slapped her backhand. High five! Now no one will suspect it's fake. However, Yixian blocked it with his palm, as if he was really clapping his hands. Su Zong bit her lower lip. You gangster! Miss, let's go back quickly and teach him a lesson in reality. The staff on the side said. Yes, yes, come find me in reality. Yixian laughed, turned around and left with Natasha. Wait for me. Xinchi followed closely behind, her face red. Don't know what it feels like to kiss? Su Zong gritted her teeth and said, let's go back. After she said that, she quit the game and returned to reality. Miss, is there any problem? The staff member guarding her asked tentatively. No, everything is fine, Su Zong said, turned and left. I must find you. This is her biggest humiliation in the 18 years since she was a child. At this time, the game world, Yixian was on the side of the street. Be good. Stop making trouble. Can the master buy you a lollipop? You've obviously never kissed me like that. Natasha got upset and was hugging his neck, hanging on her body like a pendant. Do you want me to start in 3 years, with the maximum penalty being the death penalty? Yixian was speechless for a while. Boss refreshed. Location, Northern Valley. The system beep sounded suddenly. Xinchi, do you know where the Northern Valley is? Yixian turned to look at Xinchi. The boss was very difficult to encounter. After defeating it, he would usually be given very good equipment. I know. In that direction. Then left. Right. And then. Xinchi almost answered every question and pointed into the distance. How about you take us there directly? Yixian felt a little headache after hearing this. As he spoke, he found Natasha asleep, but she still looked aggrieved. Xinchi shook her head. No, I still have to do what I have to do here. Without my protection, you will die at any time. Seeing this, Yixian slowly approached her with a smirk on his face. But Xinchi was a little scared. Isn't it your job to help adventurers? Yixian held the sleeping Natasha with one hand, put his other hand on her shoulder, and walked out of the city. Northern Valley. This is a valley located directly north of Wangle City, where the boss is wreaking havoc. It was a dragon-type creature with a black body and an oily sheen. It was 7 meters tall and looked very fierce. I don't know what kind of equipment I will get. Yixian drew out his sword and couldn't wait to do it. It's too dangerous. How about we go back and call the guards? Xinchi put her hands on her chest, her delicate body trembling. Calling those people to come over and die? Don't be afraid. You can take this first. Yixian rummaged through his backpack and found a staff. Xinchi held it in her hand and waved it. I know the healing magic and will treat you at the critical moment. That's great. Natasha, wake up! Yixian was overjoyed and woke up Natasha, who was sleeping in her arms. Master? It's great to see the master when you wake up. Natasha looked dependent. The good relationship with Natasha has been greatly improved. Really? Yixian shrugged. In fact, Natasha's favorability towards him was never lower than 95, and full favorability was 100. Shall we stand in the back with my sister? Xinchi asked when seeing that she was just a child. No, I want to fight with the master. Sister, are you the master's new pet? Natasha took out her short bow and tilted her head. Xinchi shook her head. I'm not a pet. Okay, don't waste time. Yixian went straight towards the monster, and armor gradually appeared around him. In this game, armor will automatically appear during battle, and his armor is relatively restrained, but it cannot hide its hidden edge at all. Roar! The monster roared angrily when he saw someone coming. What is level 80? Yixian muttered in a low voice, secretly thinking that it was a good thing he had 2 teammates. Otherwise it would have been difficult to deal with him. An arrow passed through his side and accurately hit the monster's eye. In the distance, Natasha shouted excitedly, and then said, Master, come on! Roar! The monster was blind in one eye and extremely angry. Chong! Yixian drew out his sword and jumped away. Big monster! Let's make this game more interesting! The monster roared, looked up at him, and clapped a claw. Boom! The swords and claws intersected, and a sound like an explosion came out. Yi Xian was knocked upside down and flew out. But he chuckled. Don't forget, I am not alone. Before the monster had time to react, he saw an arrow approaching, and the sharp arrow gradually enlarged in his pupils. Puff. How can you fight now that you're blind? Yi Xian exhaled. I saw that the monster's other eye had also been pierced by an arrow, and blood and sticky liquid were flowing out. It's amazing! Xinchi, holding a staff, was hiding behind the crowd and was very surprised. Such a big monster could go blind in just a few strokes? Are you hiding so far away to add blood to the stone? Yi Xian looked over speechlessly. He had just had a confrontation and had been slightly injured. Hearing this, Xinchi said, I'm sorry. She stepped forward and waved her staff, but accidentally chose the wrong target, adding blood to the monster. Roar! The monster roared angrily. Its eyes returned to normal, and all statuses were full. Me? You? Damn! Yi Xian opened his mouth and looked at Xinchi, but he really couldn't bear to curse. Sorry. I made a mistake. Xinchi was a little at a loss. She was holding the staff with her cat ears hanging down, looking distressing. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, secretly thinking that this teammate was really a rip-off. Fortunately, this monster had no IQ. After some troubles, it was still killed by the sword. The monster's body disappeared and was replaced by a treasure chest half as tall as a man. Xinchi said in surprise. Wow! A big box suddenly appeared. Let's see what's in there. Yi Xian came to the treasure chest, opened it directly, and found a sword inside. Dragon-slaying sword. The sharpness of the sword can cut through the air, and the damage to dragons is doubled when held. Not bad. Yi Xian took the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. This should be the best sword I have ever gotten. The blade is as sharp as a hair. When waved gently, the air becomes distorted and then gradually returns to normal. Kill successfully. Host boss level increases. What is that? Yi Xian was a little confused. It was the first time he heard it. Chapter 6 Guin. The host will gain boss experience by killing the boss. After the experience reaches a certain level, the host's boss level will be increased. Host's current boss level, 2. I just want to know what the so-called boss level is for. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Level 1. Kill players to get rewards. Level 2. Can conquer ownerless monsters below level 20. The level that can be conquered increases with the host's boss level. Level 3? Yi Xian suddenly realized. In other words, the higher the boss level, the more abilities you can get. Who are you talking to? Xinchi tilted her head, showing guilt on her face. Ahem. It's nothing. Yi Xian coughed awkwardly and raised his hand to rub her head. You don't have to worry about the mistake just now. It's all because of me. Otherwise we would have won long ago. Xinchi lowered her head. Yi Xian saw this. Then let me punish you. Come on. I won't resist. Xinchi nodded, and then closed her eyes in fear. How about I punish you to become my partner and adventure in this world with me? Yi Xian said with a chuckle. Xinchi opened her eyes, trembling slightly. Yi Xian was about to speak when he heard the sound of musical instruments coming from a distance. A man playing the guitar asked from far away. Is this a beautiful melody? Who are you? Yi Xian took a closer look and found that it seemed to be an NPC. I'm here specifically to hunt you. The visitor's eyes turned red, and he sneered like a madman. Why? Yi Xian was puzzled. There seemed to be no NPCs in this game that could hunt players. Because you are players. You are bastards who treat us as entertainment tools and trample on our lives wantonly. The visitor roared. Do you have a sense of autonomy? Yi Xian subconsciously drew out the dragon-slaying sword. Xinchi was puzzled. What player? What kind of autonomous consciousness? We live in a false world where everything is created. The visitor smiled miserably, his smile showing madness. Crazy, Xinchi hid behind Yi Xian. If you don't say your name yet, please leave. You're scaring my friend. Yi Xian stared at the NPC in front of him, feeling strange. It turns out that NPCs can awaken their consciousness on their own? Gu Qing. Gu Qing's Gu. Gu Qing's Qing. Gu Qing put the guitar behind his back, then whipped out a slender dagger and stabbed it out. Clang! An arrow flew in and deflected the sneak attack. In the distance, Natasha strung her bow again, waiting for the opportunity. Yi Xian took Xinchi and took a few steps back. In that case, don't blame me. Damn players. Kill you. Kill you. Qing came to his side in an instant. Extremely fast. Ugh! Yi Xian swung his sword and frowned slightly. As for that, how much hatred is there? It seems that you don't remember me. Qing sneered, as if he had known him for a long time. Hearing this, Yi Xian was surprised. Have we met before? The sword and dagger collided, making a sizzling friction sound. Of course. I have met every one of you players. Qing looked collapsed, and the hair on his forehead was soaked with sweat and stuck to it. Drink! Yi Xian forced him back with all his strength, and took Xinchi back to a distance. Who are you? Does it matter who I am? I'm just a tool you use for entertainment. As Qing spoke, he moved his hand, and a slender dagger appeared, one for each hand. Stop fighting! Xinchi wanted to stop them, but there was no way. Interesting. At this time, Yi Xian chuckled and became serious. Whoosh, in the distance, Natasha saw the right moment and shot an arrow, heading straight for Qing. Yi Xian followed closely, holding the dragon-slaying sword. Dang! Qing knocked the arrow away and advanced instead of retreating. Kill you! The two of them were fighting together and were inseparable. And the real world at this time. Su family villa. In Su Zong's room, Su Zong was wearing pajamas, lying on the bed, holding a game headband. Why can't I find it? After a series of clues, I found a person named Yi Xian, but I couldn't find him, as if he had disappeared from the world. I must avenge this. Since my father won't let me go out, I will find it in the game. Su Zong bit her lower lip, unable to forget the shameful feeling. She directly put on the headband and entered the game. A sneeze on the other side. Yi Xian and Qing's weapons collided and just happened to sneeze. Are you humiliating me? The corners of Qing's eyes twitched, because they were face to face. He was sprayed all over his face. Yi Xian coughed in embarrassment. Hey, what are you doing if you didn't mean it? Don't be disgusting. Seeing that Qing was also about to sneeze, he backed away quickly. Humph. None of you players are good. One day, I will kill you all. Qing snorted coldly, knowing that he couldn't beat him if he was dragged on like this. So he turned around and ran away. Elven arrow! Natasha in the distance whispered softly and shot an arrow. This arrow, mixed with the strong wind, was so fast that all the grass in the place it passed was flattened. And it went straight to Qing. Puff! A precise hit, shooting Qing's chest from behind. Yi Xian gave Natasha a thumbs up. Yes! Because I am the owner's pet. Natasha blushed, happy at the compliment. The intimacy with Natasha is greatly improved. Hey! Are you still alive? Yi Xian walked to Qing's side. Kill or behead. Whatever you want. Qing was still alive, and the arrow just missed his heart. Yi Xian chuckled and quietly put a talisman behind him. Xinchi, come here and restore her health. Oh. Xinchi walked closer and raised her magic wand. Why? Qing sat up, the injuries on his body gradually disappearing. Because you are very rare. Well, in short, we are not considered players. She is even an NPC like you. Yi Xian points to Xinchi. This is an indisputable fact. Hearing this, Qing got up from the ground. Girl, come with me to kill all the players and take back this world that belongs to us. Okay? No. I'm already his companion, and I don't know what you're talking about. Xinchi stood behind Yi Xian, frowning. It seems you have figured it out. Seeing this, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Now there is a wet nurse in the team, and she is also a girl with perfect figure and beautiful animal ears. This game seems to have a marriage system. Master, are you thinking of something bad? Shui Qianhan walked over with a short bow in hand, pouting. How could it be? Yi Xian rubbed his nose. I'm going to leave first. Today's favor. Qing didn't rush to continue, facing them and took 10 steps back. It's your lifelong nightmare. After he finished speaking, he threw 2 daggers, aiming at Xinchi and Natasha respectively, with a sinister smile on his face. Chapter 7: The Awakened NPC. You want me to choose one of the two? Yi Xian shook his head slightly, threw 2 stones, and knocked away all the flying daggers. We will meet again soon, Qing said coldly. He didn't notice that there was a talisman stuck behind him, and it was glowing. That's the capture talisman that Yi Xian got from killing players before. Yeah, really fast. Yi Xian chuckled and snapped his fingers. What? Qing's eyes widened. I saw ropes coming out of the catching talisman and wrapping him around, leaving only his head exposed. Repay kindness with hatred. Xinchi was furious. Yi Xian came to Gu Qing's side. It's useless for you to do this. Don't you know that players will be resurrected infinitely? Huh? If you do it, it's better than if you don't do it. Gu Qing sneered and closed his eyes, looking like he was at the mercy of others. That, Yi Xian raised the dragon-slaying sword. Whoosh! A flying knife struck directly. Yi Xian looked over instantly, and struck out with his sword. Boo! The flying knife was shot away. And then a man in black rushed out, and took Gu Qing away directly. Owner. Natasha just walked over, saw what was happening, and strung her bow. No need. Your arrow can't catch up. Yi Xian raised his hand to stop him. Who are those people? They're so weird. They're saying things that people can't understand. Xinchi frowned. Yi Xian thought for a while. There is no need to waste time here. Let's go! Just as he was about to evacuate the northern valley, he was stopped by someone. You will indeed come to fight the boss. Su Zong walked towards him, holding an ice green sword. Miss Su, why are you looking for me? Yi Xian smiled softly. Remember that kiss? Su Zong's expression was as usual, but there was a coldness between her brows that could not be concealed. Yi Xian heard this. The memory is still fresh. The feeling is really lingering on the lips and teeth. You pervert. Su Zong could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, holding a long sword and rushing forward with a red face. Don't interfere. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian advanced instead of retreating. Master, come on! Natasha put away her short bow and was very obedient. Xinchi, on the other hand, held the staff in her arms, ready to cast spells at any time. Su Zong's ability is not weak. That was my first kiss. Me too. Then aren't we even? Yi Xian fought with her and found that this girl had a few tricks up her sleeve, but she was full of loopholes because of her anger. In this case, as long as she is made angrier, she will be defeated. Asshole! Su Zong's eyes filled with tears, and she bit her lower lip. Well, I'm sorry about that. Yi Xian felt a pain in his heart subconsciously, and paused in his movements. Su Zong's movements stopped immediately, and a sword pierced his chest. Time seemed to stop passing at this second. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. It really hurts. It was as if he had really been pierced by a sword, and the pain was so painful that it was difficult to breathe. Why don't you hide? Su Zong drew out her sword and felt an inexplicable feeling. This feels very strange. As if the guy in front of me is not a character in the game, but a real life. I shouldn't have done what happened at that time. Yi Xian took 2 steps back and covered the wound with his hand. Xinchi quickly stepped forward to recover from his injuries. What's the use of apologizing now? Su Zong bit her lower lip. Tens of millions of people witnessed his first kiss being snatched away from him. Who wouldn't mind if this kind of thing happened to him? Yi Xian thought for a while. Then I will be responsible? You? Su Zong's face turned red. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot towards her. Dang! Yi Xian quickly raised his sword to block. Natasha, don't mess around. But she hurt the master. Natasha was in a state of joy. Su Zong was a little confused. It seems that the system does not have the feature of letting pets protect their owners. Silly girl. Because they are all real. Yi Xian took half a step forward and whispered in her ear. Stay away from me. In an instant, Su Zong showed panic and raised her hand to push away. Ha ha. You look so cold. But you are such a little woman? Yi Xian chuckled. His injuries were completely healed. Su Zong calmed down. Where are you in reality? I will go find you. Even if you kill him thousands of times in the game, it will be of no use. It is better to let him suffer a little in reality. Come to me? Okay. Don't forget to bring your household registration book. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Why? Su Zong was puzzled at first, and then suddenly said, You? Of course you need to bring your household registration book when you get married. Yi Xian shrugged, with a faint smile on his face. Su Zong's pretty face turned red, and when she was about to say something, she was forced offline. She opened her eyes, and was back to reality. There is no power at this time. Su Zong took off her headband. Miss, I got that person's information for you. There was a knock on the door, and it was a girl's voice. Come in. Su Zong let out a breath. The girl walked into the room. Miss, you look so rosy today. Are you pregnant? You're the only one who talks a lot. Please give me the information quickly. Su Zong picked up the mirror nearby and found that her face was flushed. If you want to get married, don't marry that guy. Okay, Yunner gave the information. As a personal maid, she had grown up with Su Zong since childhood. They were like sisters, and could make some jokes. The top 3 in all previous exams failed the college entrance examination? Orphans? Su Zong frowned, sensing something strange, since he has been in the top 3 since he was a child. Why did he fail in the college entrance examination? Yunner saw this. Miss, do you want me to go find out? Well, go ahead and be careful. Su Zong nodded, then connected the headband to electricity, put it on her head, and re-entered the game world. You are so interested in a man? Yunner muttered in a low voice, turned and left. No more. Su Zong was in the northern valley, but there was no sign of anyone. At this time, Yi Xian was leading Natasha and the others eastward. Do you think there will be an end to this world? According to the game producer, Su Group, this game has no end. There should be. I seem to have heard someone say that. However, Xinchi recalled it. There were no adventurers at that time. A man came to Wangle City alone, walked around for a while, and then left, leaving behind some difficult words. This was one of them. That so-called person is probably an NPC. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little hairy in his back. Gu Qing is an NPC who has awakened his own consciousness. The man in black who rescued him is most likely an NPC as well. Could it be that many NPCs have already awakened? No. It's because I'm too imaginative. Yi Xian turned and shook his head. At the same time, Gu Qing was taken to Chu River. The man in black tore off the talisman behind him, and the rope went back instantly. Gu Qing asked, Who are you and why do you want to save me? Just like you, I am also an NPC for players to enjoy. The man in black said calmly. The voice sounded like a man, but when the mask was lifted, it turned out to be a beautiful face. This is the first time we meet. My name is Ningyu. The voice of the man in black, that is, Ningyu, suddenly changed. It sounded pleasant to the ear and turned out to be a woman. Chapter 8 Minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol. I'll take you to our base. Ningyu walked towards the distance. Gu Qing hesitated for a moment and followed. On the other side, Yi Xian took Natasha and other girls on a long journey. In 3 days, they arrived in a big city. I've run out of anti-fatigue medicine, so I just need to replenish some. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Master, I'm so tired. Natasha was carried behind him and was feeling weak. Along the way, there was little food, no hunting, and no rest, so I relied on fatigue medicine. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. If you hold on for a while longer, there will be food soon. Xinchi, how are you? After 3 days of running in, they have become very familiar with each other. Fine, Xinchi said, but her stomach growled. Let's go directly to the city for dinner. Yi Xian chuckled. These days, he learned a lot about the world. For example, those without autonomous consciousness are special NPCs who issue tasks. Ordinary NPCs will be refreshed after death. But what is refreshed is a brand new individual, which has nothing to do with the previous one. What did that madman mean? I came to a restaurant, found a seat, and sat down casually. After ordering my meal, I felt lazy. Yi Xian shrugged. Don't think so much. What are you doing studying a madman? This is a human city. Who asked you to bring the orcs in? Suddenly, a glass filled with beer was thrown over. Pa! Yi Xian raised his hand to catch it, then crushed it and looked over. Where did the dog come from? It bites people randomly. They were a group of people at the next table who were drunk until they were drunk. They were wearing armor. They were probably city guards. Asshole! What did you say? The man who just threw the cup stood up and roared. Xinchi lowered her head and drooped her ears, looking distressing. Orcs are not looked down upon by humans and are considered aliens. Apologize to my friend. This is your only chance. When Yi Xian saw this, his voice was cold and without any emotion. The man wanted to continue cursing, but his legs gave out and he knelt down on the spot, half sober from the wine. In his field of vision, Yi Xian's momentum was overwhelming, as if there was a demon standing quietly behind him. Yes, I'm sorry. In the end, he apologized honestly and left with the others. Why don't you take me with you? Xinchi looked a little embarrassed, her ears still drooping. Seeing this, Yi Xian stretched out his hands to touch her ears. Don't say stupid things. How can you abandon your companions at will? People in this game world really don't understand how good the beast-eared girl is. If a girl with animal ears appears in the real world, I am afraid that not all men in the world will go crazy because of it.
Master, I want it too.
Natasha tugged at his sleeve.
The food is served.
However, the staff here just brought the food.
Be good. Eat first.
Seeing this, Yixian started eating directly, already feeling hungry. The goodwill with Natasha has dropped. Natasha is looking forward to being comforted.
You silly girl. Hurry up and eat.
Yixian was speechless and raised his hand to pinch her cheek.
Snort.
Natasha was unhappy and did not eat. As a pet, there is no need to eat or sleep. She glanced around, quietly left her seat, went to the table of those who had just left, and found a large barrel of beer.
Wine.
Natasha was full of curiosity.
The world doesn't seem as simple as I imagined.
On the other side, Yixian was deep in thought, eating his food silently. He actually fought back and forth with that Gu Qing. Although it was because he didn't release magic, it was still incredible. Natasha felt extremely aggrieved when he saw that he ignored her. He usually wouldn't let himself get close to the wine. But now, he didn't even look at it.
Master, you bad guy,
Natasha said with tears in her eyes as she took a sip of wine. She burped. Her eyes gradually blurred, and her hair suddenly changed from white to blood red.
There seems to be something wrong with Sister Natasha.
Xinqi witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but wonder.
Oops.
Yixian looked over. Natasha's characteristic is that after drinking alcohol, she will enter a violent state and change from an archer to a fire elf. What's worse is that he will be very manic and proactive.
Master, are you full?
Natasha changed her previous cuteness to playful, and slowly approached. Yixian rubbed his nose.
No. What do you want to do? Of course I miss you. Master. Master. Can you hold me?
Natasha pouted, her long red hair showing off her enchantment.
Okay.
Yixian agreed directly and held her in his arms. At this time, you must follow her and wait for her to sober up. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous.
Master, shall we get married?
Natasha said suddenly. Yixian just took a mouthful of rice and almost didn't spit it out. It is worth mentioning that in this world, you can still taste the taste of ingredients, including sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty. Everything is available. Mary Xinqi, who was sitting opposite, turned red.
Natasha, look. It's dark. The night sky outside is so beautiful.
Yixian turned to look out the window and tried to change the topic.
Boom!
Natasha released a fireball without saying a word.
Master, when will we get married?
The windows were filled with flames. Black smoke rose, and the view outside could no longer be seen.
Ah! Hurry and put out the fire.
The shop owner here is a special NPC who leads people to put out fires in a dull manner. Yixian couldn't laugh or cry.
Promise me first that you won't drink alcohol in the future.
After this girl turned into a fire elf. Her attack was extremely high. If she didn't use some means, she might not be able to match it.
I'm stuffed,
Xinqi said at this time. Quickly stood up and left.
Where are you going?
Yixian was surprised.
Go and wait for you outside.
Xinqi blushed, extremely shy and embarrassed to stay for a long time. At this time, Natasha's hair gradually returned to its original color. Hiccup.
You girl, do you still dare to drink?
Seeing this, Yixian put his mouth next to her ear and pinched her cheek with his other hand.
No, I don't dare anymore.
Natasha blinked and turned back into the cute elf Lolita.
Boss, serve the food.
Suddenly, a man wearing silver armor came from outside and slapped his sword on the table. The shop owner responded.
Where are you from? The main city of humanity.
The man answered directly.
Where?
Hearing this, Yixian looked over instantly.
Keeping elves as pets? It's just you. But you still want to know. Well, if you have anything to say, please tell me.
The man sneered at first, but when the dragon-slaying sword was placed on his neck, he quickly changed his tune. Yixian saw this.
Tell me the specific location quickly.
Each race has a main city, which is full of opportunities and opportunities.
Leave the city and go northeast.
Soon, the person informed the specific location.
Stay one night and set off tomorrow.
Yixian put away the dragon-slaying sword and turned around, only to see Natasha.
Xinqi hasn't come back yet? Help!
Suddenly, a cry for help came from outside the restaurant. It was Xinqi. Chapter 9 Undead Tribe.
Where the H.L. are these orcs from? What a bad luck.
Outside the restaurant, a group of soldiers surrounded Xinqi, pointing at her nose and yelling curses.
Stop!
The soldiers were about to take action when Yixian arrived.
You're the one who hit me?
Among those soldiers, one of them was obviously older. He stepped forward with a cold voice. Hearing this, Yixian chuckled.
So what?
The soldiers who had just been driven away by him were all present. It was obvious that they were the ones who found him.
Humph. The dignity of a soldier cannot be tarnished. As a soldier captain, I want you to die.
The man was a soldier captain. After he finished speaking, his eyes widened and he covered his throat in confusion. Blood seeped out from between his fingers, and the smell was pungent. Yixian didn't know when he had drawn the dragon-slaying sword and sealed his throat with one sword. The favorability between the host and the sun-chasing city decreases.
Avenge me!
The soldier captain collapsed to the ground, his voice hoarse.
Still not dead?
Yixian made up for it with a knife. The captain of the soldier died. His body gradually disappeared, and there were some silver coins and a shield on the ground. Soldier captain. The soldiers howled, their eyes red. Yixian put the silver coins into his pocket and tried to put away the shield, but failed. Bucksack is full.
Here, put it in your backpack.
Seeing that the shield was not bad, Yixian handed it to Natasha. Natasha also has a backpack, but it's smaller. Xinchi looked guilty.
Shall we leave quickly?
After all, they were still implicated.
What's the rush? We still have to spend the night here.
Yixian chuckled. And at this time, the city guards had arrived, estimated to be at least 100 soldiers.
Sleep overnight?
Hearing this, Xinchi found it hard to understand. The relationship is already so tense. How can this city accommodate myself and others?
These soldiers seem to have no sense of autonomy.
Yixian whispered, took out the arcane thunder bead, and placed it at his feet. In an instant, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and thunder fell directly. The power was not weaker than that of the fire dragon, and it killed those soldiers to death. Yeah, Xinchi yelled, holding her head and closing her eyes in fear.
Don't be afraid. This skill will not harm your teammates,
Yixian said calmly. At this time, there was already a minefield in a radius of 100 meters, which lasted for 20 minutes and would only attack the enemy. Xinchi saw a soldier being struck by lightning and said,
It's amazing. Come on. Let's go to bed.
Yixian pointed to the hotel nearby and led them there.
Natasha will sleep with the master.
Natasha was full of expectations.
Adventurer, do you want accommodation? 50 copper coins.
The hotel owner is an old man, somewhat wretched for some reason. Yixian responded and gave 50 copper coins.
Spend the night.
That? Xinchi's face turned red instantly. Why only open one room? The hotel owner gave a key, and Yixian took the key and took them upstairs. That came to the second floor. Just as Xinchi was about to speak, the scenery in front of her changed rapidly.
Welcome next time.
They returned to the first floor, and the hotel owner still had the same expression. Seeing this, Xinchi blinked.
Why?
As a special NPC, she has the most basic common sense and knows that rest cannot be a moment.
Because this is a hotel. Don't you feel refreshed?
Yixian chuckled and looked outside the hotel. It was still a minefield, and soldiers were fighting bravely into it, and then were struck to death by thunder.
A lot of money.
Natasha walked into the minefield and looked around.
That's what it costs us to get to the main city.
Yixian walked out of the hotel and began to collect money. When 20 minutes passed, no soldiers came again.
They were all killed, and it will take a certain amount of time to regenerate.
Yixian knew it in his heart and took them to buy some anti-fatigue medicine before leaving the city and heading straight to the northeast.
Skeleton. Skeleton soldier?
Suddenly, Xinchi stopped, her voice trembling. Looking ahead, dozens of skeleton soldiers were gathering. Chong, drawing out the dragon-slaying sword. Yixian frowned.
A hostile race of humans?
Skeleton soldiers, undead, are the lowest level of monsters, slightly stronger than slimes.
Master, leave it to me.
Natasha wanted to show off, so she took out her short bow and shot 10 arrows in a row. Whoosh, whizzing, all hit, and those skeleton soldiers turned into broken bones. Yixian walked over and picked up a bone.
Something's wrong. This was summoned. There are undead players nearby.
After he finished speaking, the bones gradually disappeared, and a pistol decorated with a skull stretched out and pressed against his forehead.
Owner!
Natasha quickly filled the bowstring.
Hey, isn't this the best in the server?
The man holding the gun, covered in long black clothes, sneered.
Don't move. This gun has a 550% increase, and it can kill you directly. Short distance teleportation.
Yi Xian murmured softly and appeared behind him instantly. Varied.
Do not move.
Yi Xian pinched his neck from behind and said calmly. When the man saw this, he said,
That's a skill that only a magician can have. Who are you and why are you here?
Yi Xian exerted slight force on his hands.
Stop pinching me.
The man noticed that his blood volume was dropping crazily and said quickly.
My name is Hiyu, and I am ranked 9,527th in the server. Goodbye.
Yi Xian used force to end his life. Before dying, Hiyu shouted,
I will come back again. Master, a weapon was dropped.
Natasha found a dagger on the ground. The dagger was completely dark and had a skull carved on the handle. After killing a player, there will be a certain probability of dropping the items it owns. But the probability is very low.
It should be that guy's most precious secondary weapon.
Yi Xian laughed dumbly, took the dagger and handed it to Xinchi.
You can hold it for self-defense.
After all, the staff is not that convenient. And a dagger has the minimum ability to resist. Thanks. Xinchi knew the secret and did not refuse.
We keep walking to the northeast, and we can get somewhere.
Yi Xian led them on the journey. So far, no player has ever found the main city. And I guess I will be the first.
Oh, I heard it all. Just wait. I will come back.
In the real world, Hiyu was staring at Yi Xian and others leaving the computer screen and sneered. He never chose to be resurrected just to hear this news.
Eat.
His mother came over.
I won't eat anymore.
Hiyu clicked on resurrection. Looking impatient. His mother pondered for a long time, sighed, and didn't care anymore.
My +10 undead dagger is gone?
After a while, Hiyu felt as if the sky had collapsed.
Brother, can you take me with you?
Next to the resurrection point, a simple and honest fat man was standing there. Hiyu looked at him.
Can you give me a better dagger?
An undead gunner without a dagger is not a good mage. And his melee capability is 0.
Well, I'll give you this gold dagger with a unit price of 648.
The fat man gave him a dagger. It was obvious that he was very rich.
Who are you?
Hiyu quickly took it.
If you don't change your name when you're working, you don't change your surname when you're sitting down. Because you have a lot of money.
Xian Duo patted his chest. It was a newly registered account, and he planned to start over. Chapter 10. The scenery is really nice. At the same time, Yi Xian and others came to a sea of flowers.
The scenery here is so beautiful.
Xinchi praised. She liked flowers very much.
Be careful. It's not safe here.
Yi Xian glanced around, staying alert. Natasha followed him.
Master, something is following us. Well, just ignore them.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and noticed it. It was an elf with a very simple appearance. All green, like a doll without a belly. As we walked, the flowers became more and more dense.
We seem to be lost.
Half an hour later, Xinchi stopped. This sea of flowers stretches as far as the eye can see, and there is no direction at all.
Don't be afraid, Natasha. Look in the direction.
Yi Xian pondered for a while and said,
Yes.
Natasha responded, waving her hand, and a magic compass appeared.
In short, just go northeast.
Yi Xian found the direction and led them there, but suddenly stopped when a 3-meter-tall monster came into view in front of him. Xinchi's face turned pale.
It's so disgusting.
It was a monster that was covered in phlegm, and its whole body exuded a foul odor.
Probably some kind of slime.
Yi Xian made a simple distinction.
Master, there are more and more.
Natasha suddenly said. I saw rustling in the flowers 10 meters behind me, and countless little monsters gathered there.
Just in time to try out my newly acquired abilities.
Yi Xian muttered softly and turned around to look, seeing that they were discovered. The little monsters were about to escape, but they all stopped. Conquer successfully. Yi Xian chuckled.
Get that slime for me.
After hearing this, the little monsters rushed over and started fighting with the slimes.
Why do they listen to you?
Xinchi was a little curious.
Because I am the boss.
Yi Xian chuckled.
What is a boss? What is an NPC?
Hearing this, Xinchi became even more puzzled. These doubts made her crazy.
I can't answer your questions yet.
Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her ears.
Why?
As an orc, Xinchi would feel a strange feeling when being touched. She couldn't describe it, but it felt very comfortable. Yi Xian chuckled.
You will know later.
If she knew she was living in a false world, she would probably collapse like that Gu Qing. At the same time, An underground abandoned mine was discovered.
This is the base?
Guin followed Ningyu and walked in the abandoned passage.
We're almost there. I will introduce you to other companions next,
Ningyu responded. They walked through the passage and suddenly saw a huge underground space in front of them. There were many people here, each performing their duties. Marvelous. Guin clenched his fists, not expecting there to be so many companions.
Stick!
On the other side, Xinchi raised her staff. Those little monsters had already killed the slimes. But it took a lot of time.
They are all low-level creatures. Forget it. Let's open the way in front.
Yixian rubbed his head. It was so hard to beat the slime. So even if it was cultivated, it probably wouldn't be of much use. Xinchi picked up a little monster and said,
Look! It's so cute.
It was a round little monster, all pink, with 2 big eyes that were very cute.
Far worse than you.
Hearing this, Yixian chuckled. For a moment, Xinchi's eyes trembled, and she looked away with a red face.
Master, is that slime in front of you?
Natasha suddenly asked.
It seems so.
Yixian looked over and saw a limp monster more than 10 meters tall jumping over from a distance. It has petals all over its body. Obviously because it is in a flower bush. Xinchi took half a step back.
What should I do? Of course I'll kill them and see what they drop,
Yixian said matter-of-factly, not wanting to waste time, and directly released the fire dragon.
Elven arrow.
Natasha followed closely and shot an arrow. Both hit the target. As soon as the giant slime jumped up, it lost its health and died on the spot.
Why didn't the body disappear?
Yixian was a little surprised and came forward with the 2 girls.
Bang!
Then he saw that the giant slime's corpse exploded, splattering a lot of wet mucus.
Master, it's so sticky.
Natasha was a little unhappy and tried to remove the slime. Yixian looked at Xinchi.
Are you okay?
He was stunned for 3 seconds before he finished speaking.
Don't look.
Xinchi's face was red, and her whole body was covered in mucus, because there was a lot of water in it. Her clothes were soaked and became transparent. She wanted to cover it with her hands, but she couldn't cover it completely.
The scenery here is really nice.
Yixian turned to look elsewhere.
Master, I want to take a shower.
Natasha found that it was difficult to pick up the mucus, so she could only wash it with water. Hearing this, Yixian pointed forward.
There is a river ahead. Let's go there.
But Xinchi covered her chest with her hands. Although I wanted to get rid of the mucus quickly, bathing in the wild was too shameful. What's more, there are boys present?
Let's go. I stand upright as a grown man. How can I still peek at you?
Yixian walked in front, looking upright and majestic. Seeing this, Xinchi felt more at ease and followed silently.
Master, can you help me wash it?
Natasha suddenly stepped forward and hugged Yixian's arm.
How old are you? Wash it yourself.
Yixian refused directly. I also have a lot of mucus on my body, so I have to wash it when I get there. The sky was blue. The water was clear, and there were a few fish swimming in the river. Natasha and Xinchi entered the water and scared away the fish, while Yixian was far away and glanced over from time to time.
This is for safety reasons, not for peeking,
Yixian whispered. Besides, those little monsters were showing off around. Xinchi was only wearing underwear. Her face was red. Her back was turned to him, and she didn't dare to turn around.
Sister Natasha, let me wash it for you.
Okay. Natasha nodded.
What do you think of your master?
Xinchi cleaned her body, turning her back to Yixian the whole time and not daring to turn around.
The master is a great hero,
Natasha said decisively and directly. Sure enough, this is the answer. Xinchi thought in her heart and blushed even more. Soon, they washed themselves, got dressed and went ashore.
Master, Sister Xinchi's place is so big.
Natasha looked at Yixian walking over and pointed to her chest. For a moment, Xinchi's face turned red, and she was at a loss.
Silly girl, don't talk nonsense.
Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and tapped her head gently.
It's really big.
Natasha blinked, not knowing what was wrong.
Let's keep going. It won't take long to reach the main city of humanity.
Yixian changed the topic and walked northeast, finally walking out of the sea of flowers.
We were not in danger.
He breathed a sigh of relief. There will be special elite monsters or bosses in this kind of terrain, which are difficult to deal with. If you don't encounter them, you are lucky. Giant slime? If it is still alive, it must say that it is an elite monster. Chapter 11. I can also pamper you very much. Yixian and others are heading towards the main city. But in the real world, they are in the Su family villa. Su Zong just woke up.
If I had known earlier, I would have added a game friend.
For so long, she never found Yixian again.
Miss, the matter has been investigated clearly.
There was a knock on the door, and Yunner's voice came.
Come in and talk.
Su Zong took off her pajamas and put on her underwear. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had a top-notch figure.
The reason Mr. Yi failed the exam is because someone tampered with his results.
Yunner walked in and turned around to close the door. Su Zong was silent for a while.
How could such a thing happen? Miss, do you want to help Mr. Yi get justice? More than 10 years of hard work have been replaced just like this.
Yunner asked tentatively. Somewhat aggrieved.
Unless he begs me.
Su Zong pursed her lips, her face gradually turning red.
Miss, I strongly suspect that you like him.
Yunner sighed. She couldn't find anyone. Why would she want to raise conditions? Obviously just want to meet. Hearing this, Su Zong's face turned even redder.
Yunner,
that's a stinky hooligan. How could he like such a person?
I won't say.
After Yunner said that, she sat beside the bed and took out a headband. This thing is nothing but a drive and a battery. It is light and convenient, and can be played anywhere.
Yunner, what are you doing?
Su Zong sat next to her.
Of course I'm looking for my uncle. No, it's Mr. Yi,
Yunner said, entering the game world. Seeing this, Su Zong also entered the game, and the two quickly met.
Miss, what do you think of my equipment? Am I handsome?
Yunner in the game is very cool. She wears shorts, a top with her navel exposed, and holds 2 dice in her hands.
Too revealing.
Su Zong maintained her cold appearance, but her face suddenly turned red. Players who enter the game with a headband can dress freely in the game, except for those who miss something. Yunner smiled evilly.
Men all like this kind of clothes. Is this so? What does it have to do with me?
Su Zong nodded subconsciously first, and then reacted.
Maybe you can use it sometime.
Yunner handed out a set of clothes of the same style, then turned around and said,
I can help you find Mr. Yi. Really?
Su Zong hesitated again and put the things into her backpack.
Of course, because I have a special profession.
Yunner threw the dice in her hand towards the sky. Special professions? Factions outside the 3 major professions have a 0.01% probability of appearing in the character creation interface, which is very powerful. But the disadvantage is that there is no racial affiliation, and almost the entire world is the enemy.
2 o'clock.
When the sieve fell back into her hand, there were actually 2 ones. Yunner said immediately.
Really?
Su Zong was a little doubtful.
Believe in the ability of being ranked 5th in the server,
Yunner said, leading the way. When she saw 2 monsters coming, she threw out the sieve. Boom! The sieve hits the monster and kills it directly.
Miss, I will protect you.
2 dice were regenerated in Yunner's hand.
Yeah.
Su Zong nodded.
How far is it?
On the other side, Natasha held Yixian's arm and walked hobblingly in a desert.
It should be soon.
Xinchi followed behind and wiped the sweat from her head.
Take a bottle of anti-fatigue medicine and keep it.
Yixian gave her a bottle of medicine, knowing that her physical strength was very low. Xinchi took it.
Thank you. Is that the main city?
After drinking the anti-fatigue medicine, she instantly became energetic and regained her physical strength.
It's not just a small county.
Yixian looked at the past, a little disappointed, but at least it was a good place to rest. When he came to the county town, he sent away all the little monsters and found that a celebration was being held here, saying it was the birthday of the god of fire.
Master, it seems interesting over there.
Natasha pointed into the distance. It was a high platform with machines used to test the strength of magic. It was surrounded by many people, and it was very lively. Yixian saw this and took them away. There is no doubt that this is an activity, and there will definitely be rewards for it. That being the case, as they approached, the commentator standing on the high platform said,
The person with the highest value today will receive a Guardian badge sponsored by the City Lord. Guardian badge?
Yixian's heart moved. It was a consumable product that could save people from death damage.
Let me try.
A resident volunteered and walked onto the high platform.
Just use magic to attack the machine,
the narrator explains. Hearing this, the resident released a water balloon and hit it on the testing machine.
168? Go! Go! Don't make trouble here.
When the number appeared, The commentator kicked him off the stage.
Does anyone else want to try? What's the highest value now?
Yixian jumped up and said calmly. Upon seeing this, Natasha shouted,
Master, come on!
She is Yixian's #1 supporter, and she supports him at all costs.
The current highest is 18,750.
When the narrator saw that he didn't even have a magic wand, his face instantly changed. How about playing? How is it possible to achieve good results without magic props?
That's okay.
Yixian chuckled. He once measured it, and it was worth 7 figures.
Humph. If you can break the record, I will eat this test machine on the spot.
The narrator murmured quietly, thinking he hadn't been heard. However, Yixian naturally would not give up such an interesting thing.
You must keep your words. Can you beat me to 5 digits?
The commentator saw this and stopped being secretive.
Proud fire dragon. Come out and have some fun.
Yixian chuckled. If you don't recite the spell seriously, the power of the spell will be smaller. Guin. There was a faint dragon roar, and a fire dragon appeared from above his head, and then hit the test machine.
3 digits. 4 digits. 7 digits?
The commentator gradually widened his eyes.
Do you need some vinegar?
When the value stopped at 7654321, Yixian chuckled. Natasha in the audience couldn't help but said,
Master is so awesome.
Obviously, this number is deliberate and requires a lot of magic control.
Well, I declare that the Guardian badge belongs to this adventurer.
The commentator saw that the situation was not good and immediately announced,
Don't like vinegar? How about some hot sauce?
Yixian continued. After that, he got the Guardian badge. But he didn't actually let the commentator eat the tester.
Master, let's go eat something delicious.
Back on the street, Natasha walked in front. Yixian and Xianqi stood side by side.
Okay, you can go wherever you want. We will follow you. You dote on her so much.
Xinqi tried to find a common topic.
I can also pamper you very much.
Yixian glanced at her and secretly said that he has a new life, and he can't live without love. Chapter 12 Attack. Hearing this, Xinqi was so flustered that she didn't know what to do. Her cute appearance made Yixian chuckle.
As companions? Of course we must help each other. That's it.
Xinqi breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking it was a misunderstanding. But she felt a little disappointed for no reason. Finally, they came to a cat restaurant to have a full meal, and then rested in a hotel.
Why can I be full of energy without sleeping in a hotel?
Xinqi was a little curious.
Because we spent money? Why don't we go up and take a look first?
Yixian was just about to buy the key, but he was not in a hurry. The 3 of them walked upstairs. There were many rooms here, and 3 or 4 people were sleeping. Xinqi looked around.
Didn't you suddenly return to the first floor? Master, look.
Natasha suddenly made a discovery and pointed to one of the rooms.
Treasure box?
Yixian chuckled and led them over.
Don't move. This is wrong. It's stealing.
Just as he was about to open it, Xinqi stopped him. Yixian couldn't laugh or cry.
Don't worry. This is what others left for us. Other people?
Xinqi is doubtful. Yixian opened the treasure box, only to see that there was only a note inside.
What does it say?
Natasha got closer, and after a while, her mouth opened wide in surprise. Xinqi read out,
Congratulations to the player for finding this treasure map. Will it guide you to find the supreme treasure? It is estimated that there is supreme level equipment. Which is the best?
Yixian held the note in his hand and waved it with his hand.
Don't dump it. Don't dump it.
The note suddenly came to life and gave birth to facial features.
Tell me the location of the treasure.
Yixian raised his hand and flicked it without using much force. However, the note flew away and landed on Xinqi's shoulder.
Rude.
So cute. Xinqi raised her finger and touched the small note.
If you keep dilly-dallying, believe it or not, I'll light you up.
Yixian pointed to the stove aside.
Go to the main human city first.
The little note looked aggrieved. Yixian frowned.
You should know the consequences of lying to us. This is my mission. I won't lie to you.
The little note seemed a little angry.
Anyway, let's get on our way after a night's rest.
Yixian went downstairs and bought a key. Soon, they walked out of the hotel in high spirits and in full condition.
Small note. Do you have a name?
Xinqi was a little curious. A small note on her shoulder. No.
Then just call it a small note. It's convenient and easy to remember.
Yixian took a breath and suddenly found a horse farm at the end of the street not far away.
Master, We don't seem to be very welcome here.
Suddenly, Natasha said weakly, I saw people passing by on the street looking at me, and others angrily.
Maybe it's because it's close to the main human city,
Yixian guessed. The closer you get to the main city, the less people will look down on foreigners. There is no way around it.
Huh?
Suddenly, Xinchi retreated behind Yixian. In the distance, a human was holding an orc girl on a rope, completely treating her like a pet.
Stop looking. Let's continue on our way.
Yixian shook his head and walked out of the city, but was suddenly stopped by a group of people.
Is the orc your pet?
These men were menacing and armed. Yixian heard this.
What the hell does it have to do with you? Humph. If not, we will rectify the law on the spot.
Those people looked very upright and excited.
Yes.
Xinchi hesitated for a moment and said suddenly,
What are you doing?
Yixian couldn't laugh or cry. Xinchi whispered in his ear.
It will save a lot of trouble.
After that, we have to go to the main city, which is the territory of humans. If not, we might not even be able to enter.
Humph. Then put this on quickly.
One of those people stepped forward and gave him a chain. One end of the chain was a plastic collar. Xinchi took the pet collar, her hand shaking.
Why don't we say goodbye?
Yixian scratched his head. This was clearly an insult, and he could hardly imagine how Xinchi would look after wearing it.
Still not wearing it. Put it on quickly. If you don't wear it, you still want to hang out in our territory?
Those people roared angrily and looked down upon the foreigners. Xinchi came to Yixian and gave him the pet collar.
Help! Put it on for me. Master, when can we leave?
The naive Natasha didn't know the secret and just wanted to leave quickly, finding those people annoying.
Do you really want to wear it?
Yixian held the pet collar. Xinchi's face turned red, and she didn't dare to look at her. As soon as Yixian raised his hand, she closed her eyes in fear, and her delicate body trembled slightly.
Silly girl. Don't force yourself.
Just when Xinchi was scared, a warm big hand pressed on the top of her head. It was Yixian, who had thrown away the pet collar at this moment.
Do you want to abandon the human race? Treasonous.
When those people saw this, they roared angrily. Yixian frowned.
Noisy. Natasha takes action.
Whoosh. Natasha instantly took out her secret short bow and shot the arrow.
Why?
Xinchi bent her ears slightly and stared at Yixian, puzzled. You can obviously avoid trouble if you just let yourself wear that collar.
Because you are my companion, not a slave.
Yixian chuckled, drew out the dragon-slaying sword, and led them all the way out of the siege to the racecourse.
Master, what are we doing here?
Natasha was killing with one arrow at a time.
It will be easier for us to travel if we have a carriage.
As Yixian spoke, he found a carriage with a sedan, got on it with them, and cut the ropes binding the horses. The horse neighed and rushed out of the racecourse. Yixian held the reins.
Do any of you know how to drive a carriage?
I thought it would be simple, but it didn't seem to be the case. The horse didn't listen to me at all. Xinchi shook her head, and Natasha also shook her head.
By the way, I have the skills. You can go in the sedan first.
Yixian suddenly reacted. Conquer successfully. As the system beeped, the horse pulling the carriage instantly became obedient.
Let's go out of the city,
Yixian said directly. Natasha was still shooting arrows, and had already killed countless people who came around.
Master, I'm level 43, and I've got new skills.
Suddenly, Natasha's whole body flashed with golden light. Yixian nodded slightly.
Describe it. Tracking arrows. The arrows fired can hit the enemy accurately,
Natasha said. This is a passive skill.
Then you will be perfect in the future?
Yixian chuckled.
I can help my master better.
Natasha nodded, more concerned about this. Yixian felt warm in his heart. And at this moment, the horse had already pulled the carriage and left the county town.
Bang!
Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The horse fell down, and the entire carriage turned sideways.
Who is it?
Yixian quickly stood up and drew out the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 13 Deposit.
Finally found you.
He walked out holding a skeleton gun.
Why are you ahead of me?
Yixian said, releasing a fire dragon and smashing into the county gate. In an instant, there were bursts of flames, and the newly generated soldiers could not rush out at all. Natasha climbed out of the carriage.
Master is so awesome. Humph.
Me.
What are you shooting at? This is my good brother.
He Yugong wanted to show off. But Qian Duo walked out quickly.
Xinchi, are you okay? Yi Xian straightened the carriage. No, it's okay. Xinchi felt a little dizzy, stepped out of the carriage, and began to treat the horse's injuries. Then, He Yu understood at this moment. So you are in the same group? Like to conduct surprise attacks? Yi Xian slowly walked towards him. I was just joking. He Yu laughed awkwardly. Then let me tell you a joke too. The name of this joke is death. Yi Xian easily broke his neck, his movements gentle and calm. In the real world, He Yu cursed angrily. Asshole! Bastard! Is it your boy who lured me here? Yi Xian turned to look at Qian Duo. Although his account number was different, he could tell it from his voice. Brother, I didn't know you had a grudge against him. Qian Duo's legs went weak. That's it. Yi Xian chuckled, looked on the ground and found a skeleton gun. Immediately, he picked it up, loaded the bullet, and handed it to Qian Duo. Do you know what to do? Big brother? Qian Duo didn't pick it up because he didn't understand what was going on. Bang! Yi Xian fired a shot, hitting him at his feet, and then shaped the pistol into an iron ball. You want to be my little brother? That's right. Qian Duo responded, his head covered with sweat. Yi Xian looked away and smiled. Then it depends on whether you are qualified. Big brother just says it. Little brother does it. Qian Duo immediately patted his chest. If he could be recognized as the number one in the server and be the big brother, he could walk sideways in the game in the future. Kill! Complete the task of killing 3,000 players. Yi Xian walked up to him, raised his hand, and pinched his face. No problem. Qian Duo was obviously taken aback, and a chill ran down his back. He always felt that something was wrong with the person in front of him, as if he was a little crazy. Yi Xian heard this. Let's make this game more interesting. Soon, Qian Duo left and began hunting players. Why do you do that? Xinchi came over with a puzzled look on her face. In her memory, Yi Xian was not a cruel person. The little note muttered. What else could be the reason? Psychological distortion. You are not allowed to say that. Master! Natasha became furious in an instant, took out her secret short bow, and drew the bowstring to full length. I'm not wrong, the little note retorted. That's enough. I have my own intentions, Yi Xian yelled, suddenly remembering a series of unpleasant things, and subconsciously clenched his fists. Xinchi noticed something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Let's continue on our way. Yi Xian unclenched his fists and got on the carriage, as if he had returned to the rational person he usually was. Natasha and the other girls got into the sedan, and soon headed straight to the northeast. Are you really okay? What if there's something unpleasant? Xinchi asked again not long after, but she still couldn't let go. I'm fine. Yi Xian's tone was very serious. He looked sad and bored, and he was obviously worried. I'm really fine. He turned around and said again. The secret thoughts were over. It's all over. Night. 2 o'clock in the morning. They lit the fire, still in the desert, and the carriage was put aside. Along the way, Yi Xian didn't say a word. He was very worried. The three of them were sitting around the fire, and Xinchi suddenly sneezed. When a girl catches a cold, don't you know how to put on some clothes for her? The little note on her shoulder was indignant. Noisy. Yi Xian looked away with cold eyes. The little note felt the aura on his body, and was so frightened that he did not dare to say a word. I am okay. Xinchi wanted to resolve the embarrassment. Yi Xian took off his coat, walked over and put it on her body, and then sat on the carriage. Go to sleep. Rest for 2 hours and then drive on. The reason for resting is because the horse can no longer run. Yeah, Xinchi felt the remaining warmth on her coat and her face turned red. Master, how many more days will it take for us to arrive? Natasha is boring in every possible way. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know, but it should not exceed 7 days. In this world, human territory is not that big, and 7 days should be enough. An hour passed, and Natasha lay beside the fire and fell asleep. Yi Xian was still sitting on the carriage, looking at the starry sky, silent for a long time. Do you need company? Xinchi came to sit next to him and tightened her clothes. The desert night is very cold, but because of this clothes, it seems that no matter how cold it is, it doesn't matter. The little note is right. I actually have some problems in my heart. Yi Xian chuckled. Like during the day, I just couldn't control my emotions. If you have anything unhappy, you can tell me, and maybe there will be a solution, Xinchi said innocently. As an NPC, she was very keen on doing these things. Yi Xian shook his head. No need. It's all in the past. I'm really sorry for yelling at you during the day. No need to apologize. I understand. Xinqi raised her hand to cover his mouth. Her smile was beautiful. Even more beautiful in the night. Yeah, Yi Xian had no choice but to agree. Vaguely smelling some body fragrance. Will we, the subhuman race, continue to be so unpopular? Xinqi retracted her hands, hugged her legs, and leaned against him shoulder to shoulder. He was massacred, looked down upon, and humiliated. He was obviously a member of all sentient beings. But he did not receive justice. Yi Xian chuckled. I have an idea to make the game more interesting. What? Xinqi couldn't help but be curious. Build a city where all living beings are equal, without disputes or unfairness. Yi Xian said immediately. You are stupid. Xinqi was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Yi Xian suddenly kissed her forehead. This is the deposit. When the time comes, I will make you the deputy city lord. In an instant, Xinqi's expression froze, and her eyes were full of disbelief. After a long time, Yi Xian moved his lips away and looked at the night sky again, and found a few more stars. Are you serious? Xinqi's face was red, and she looked very well behaved. Of course. A gentleman's words are hard to follow. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Let him go by the past. This will be his new life. I don't believe it because... That's impossible, Xinqi said, gently leaning her head on his shoulder, and then closed her eyes. Yi Xian swallowed secretly, and remained motionless for fear of disturbing her. Fool? Xinqi murmured softly, and fell asleep in the warmth. Chapter 14 Red Monster. Early in the morning, 4 o'clock sharp, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and carried the two sleeping girls to the carriage. It's time to set off. The horse roared and ran away. Miss, let's quit the game, and go to bed first. About dozens of kilometers away, Yuner was driving a motorcycle. Yeah. Su Zong sat in the back seat, and nodded lightly. After playing the game for so long, my body can no longer bear it. Soon, they saved their progress, returned to reality, and fell asleep holding each other. In the early morning, the game world was cloudless. Sleep was so comfortable. Xinqi woke up and rubbed her eyes. Already set off? When you wake up, the day lilies will be cold. Yi Xian handed out some food with his backhand. It was almost noon. Natasha woke up. Master, where are we? The wasteland is probably a little more dangerous. Please help keep a vigil. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and was already out of the desert. Yes, Master. Natasha nodded solemnly, then jumped from the window onto the sedan. Master, there seems to be someone in front. Suddenly, she spoke. Yi Xian looked over. Let's go over and take a look. How could there be anyone in such a ghost place? It's probably either a player or a special NPC. Soon, they arrived at the place and stopped the carriage. Help! Help me! Please help me! A man wearing a bamboo hat and his head lowered walked slowly. His clothes were torn, as if he had been seriously injured, and his voice was strange. Xinqi quickly jumped out of the carriage. I'm here to help you. As she got closer, she saw the man suddenly raised his head. Instead of a face, he had a ferocious mouth. Xinqi's pupils shrank. She was afraid to retreat, bumped into someone's arms, and then heard a voice in her ears. Silly girl, don't let your kindness be taken advantage of. It was Yi Xian. South close. Natasha had already shot the arrow and exploded the monster's head with one arrow. Xinqi blushed. Yes, I'm sorry. You get in the carriage first. Something is wrong here. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he looked at Natasha on the carriage. Master, there are no enemies around here for the time being. Natasha filled her bowstring. Just as she finished speaking, she saw a stone thrown from a distance, heading straight for her eyebrows. Careful. Yi Xian released a short-distance teleportation and appeared in front of her, raising his hand to block the stones. Natasha's pupil shrank. Master, are you okay? Of course it's okay. Yi Xian frowned. The stone was embedded in his hand, and blood gradually overflowed. I'll help you recover. Xinqi, who was in the carriage, raised her staff high. Soon, Yi Xian's hand returned to its original state, as if it had not been injured. Who is it? Natasha got angry and shot arrows wildly in the direction where the stone was thrown. Silly girl, you don't have much mana, so use it sparingly. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. Each arrow she shoots consumes a certain amount of mana. Just like a mage cannot cast skills without mana, she cannot shoot arrows without mana. You dare to fight back? Come out here! Kids! A short monster walked out from behind the rocks in the distance. Roar! A roar suddenly came, and monsters wearing human clothes surrounded them. Yi Xian chuckled. It's the little boss. Although it is not a big boss. As long as you kill it, you can still get boss experience. You bad guy! Seeing that she had a target, Natasha shot arrows wildly, her eyes turning red. The master was actually hurt because of himself, which is unforgivable. Little girl, that's a human. Wake up! You're a monster. Why are you helping him? The little boss hid behind the rocks and yelled. Whoosh! Whizzing. The arrow shot out seemed to have spirits, bypassing the rocks and flying straight towards him. Natasha yelled. Because he is my master? My most loyal soldiers. Come out! At this time, Yi Xian whispered softly, and 4 generals with weapons appeared to face the running monsters. What kind of weird ability is this? The little boss was jumping up and down, being chased by hundreds of arrows. This tracking arrow is really perverted. I like it. Yi Xian looked at this dramatic scene and rubbed his chin. Xinchi hid in the carriage. Actually, I can fight too. Stop filling your coughs. Do you think I can bear to let you take risks? Yi Xian wanted to dismiss it casually, but he coughed lightly. For a moment, Xinchi's face turned red, and she was embarrassed to say anything else. Master, I'm out of mana. Natasha suddenly stopped shooting with sweat on her forehead. Just leave the rest to me. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head, then left the place instantly. Natasha put away her short bow. Master, come on! My mother, why are you still following me? The little boss had already run far away. When he looked back, he found that the arrow was still chasing him. A person suddenly appeared in front of him. Because you have no chance of survival today. It was Yi Xian. At this time, he was holding the dragon-slaying sword and his voice was faint. You can't kill me or else. The little boss had a strong desire to survive. But before he could finish speaking, his head was cut off. There is no word. Cannot. In my dictionary. Yi Xian shook the blood on the dragon slayer sword. Boss experience improvement. Sure enough. There is no upgrade. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He probably needed to kill more bosses. He returned all the way to the carriage and found that all the monsters and clothes had fled. Let's continue on our way. This is just a small episode. Not worth mentioning. I'm really tired of living if you dare to kill my subordinates. Deep underground, a red humanoid monster suddenly opened its eyes. He stood up, 2 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body. Butterflies! So many butterflies! At this time, Yi Xian and others were continuing on their way, and happened to meet a group of butterflies. Xinchi said happily. Natasha was sitting in the corner of the sedan, feeling unhappy. Ever since I had Sister Xinchi, my master didn't pay much attention to me. I'm so angry. Conquer successfully. Yi Xian tamed hundreds of butterflies and let them fly into the carriage. Xinchi stretched out her finger, and a butterfly landed on it and stopped flapping its wings. This wasteland is quite big. Yi Xian looked around, but there was still no end in sight. Soon, after passing through the butterfly group, he simply dismissed the tamed butterflies and let them return to freedom. Rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Yi Xian frowned. Earthquake? Master, look over there. Natasha pointed out the window. It was an erupting volcano, far away from me and others. Thinking about it, it should be the main reason for the earthquake. Bang! A sudden explosion occurred on the ground 100 meters in front of the carriage, spraying smoke. The Lord is here! Yi Xian stopped the carriage. When the flying smoke dispersed, the red humanoid monster came into view. Chapter 15 Easter Egg? You were the one who killed my subordinate? The red monster's voice was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost solid. Yi Xian nodded. That's right. The volcano in the distance was still erupting, and the two of them were at war with each other. Do you know who I am? The red monster slowly stepped forward. The dead souls of my men, Yi Xian said, drew out the dragon-slaying sword, came to him in an instant, and swung out a sword. Clang! The red monster raised his arm and blocked it easily, causing a few sparks to splash out. Yi Xian frowned. What a terrible defense! I am the king of monsters. The red demon. The red demon roared angrily and punched with great force. Bang! At the critical moment, Yi Xian's armor appeared and blocked the attack for him. King level boss? Yi Xian took a few steps back and frowned slightly. In the game, bosses are divided into 5 levels, namely small, ordinary, king level, emperor level, and demon king. This is the first time he has met a king. Master, be careful. Natasha's voice came. Yi Xian subconsciously took a step back, just in time to avoid the fist that the red demon had just hit. Whoosh, whizzing. Natasha's bow and arrow support arrived, forcing the red demon back. Yi Xian leaned forward slightly, thrust out a sword, and accurately hit his abdomen. Make more to fight less. The red demon covered his abdomen, where a thin layer was cut open. The way to win is a good way. Yi Xian chuckled. Hearing this, the red demon said, That's right. The ground suddenly rumbled, and all kinds of monsters came running from all directions. TSK. That's really troublesome. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and released 2 fire dragons one after another to meet the enemy. Not only is it troublesome, but it may also capsize in the gutter. Although I am number 1 in the entire server, I am only the strongest among the players. Who knows how perverted the game developers will make the boss. Volcanic ash is floating in the air, and lava is slowly flowing over. Master, let's leave quickly. Natasha's forehead was already covered with sweat. There were too many enemies, and her mana was a little insufficient. Where to go? Yi Xian shook his head slightly and looked at the red demon. As long as he is here, I and others cannot evacuate at all. Surrender obediently, and I can give you a pleasure, the red demon said coldly. Natasha, Shinji, remember, no matter what happens, don't get out of the car. Yi Xian looked at the approaching lava and knew that it could not be delayed any longer. Yes, Natasha responded, and Shinji nodded. At this time, there are countless enemies on all sides. Magic Blast, Yi Xian murmured softly. This is a skill that all magicians have. It can consume all mana instantly and cause a powerful range attack, like a nuclear explosion. With him as the center, powerful energy escaped, and monsters would die if they touched it. Master, Natasha shouted. I just killed some trash fish. What about you? The red demon itself was very strong and did not suffer any damage. Sneering coldly, Yi Xian waved his hand. I saved the person I wanted to save. The horse not far away suddenly roared and headed northeast. Master, come here quickly. Natasha panicked, seeing that she was getting further and further away. She subconsciously wanted to jump off the carriage. Don't get out of the car. Protect Shinji and wait until I come to find you. Yi Xian's voice gradually became smaller, and blood spurted from his mouth. A hand penetrated his heart. It was the red demon. Owner! Natasha roared heartbreakingly, but she was already taken away by the carriage. As for Shinji, she had been frightened and fainted. The red demon turned his eyes and looked in the direction they were leaving. I guess you are a bit bloody. After he said that, he took out his palm and turned around to leave. Not everyone can have the consciousness of sacrificing oneself for the sake of others. I have more than just blood. A voice suddenly came from behind. Leaving your back to the enemy is a taboo. How is that possible? Haven't you already? The red demon paused and looked down at his heart, which was pierced by the sword. With a confused look on his face, Yi Xian was panting and threw away the guardian badge that had been broken into 2 halves. Without explaining anything, he pulled away the dragon-slaying sword. I underestimated you. The red demon licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. After he said that, his figure disappeared instantly. You can still run away even if you are assassinated? Yi Xian gritted his teeth and was about to chase after him, but his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. The guardian badge saved him from fatal injuries, but he was already on the verge of death. He took out the recovery medicine he had bought and drank 3 bottles in a row before he got better. You have to get out of here quickly. Yi Xian looked at the volcano, only to find that the road leading to the northeast was covered in lava. He had no choice but to take a detour and run to the east. Master on the other side. Natasha was crying in the carriage. He'll be fine. Shinji has woken up. Her lips are white and her face is haggard. If you agree to build a peaceful city together, you must come back. Otherwise, you are a liar. The horse was still running, and Yi Xian's instruction to him was to reach the main human city. A sneeze at the same time. Yi Xian sneezed and was far away from the volcano. He walked and came to the grassland and found a bridge in the wild river in front of him. As he was passing by, the dragon-slaying sword hanging on his waist suddenly slipped out and fell into the river. Young adventurer, Did you drop this gold dragon-slaying sword or this silver dragon-slaying sword?
A figure slowly floated out. It was the river god. Yi Xian pondered for a moment.
None of them.
This is probably an Easter egg. Just follow the plot normally.
To be honest, is this the Armstrong cannon?
The river god pointed to the cannon at the side.
Hurry up and give me my sword back.
Yi Xian jumped down and grabbed his collar.
Don't get excited. This is pretty good.
The river god raised his hands and waved them left and right. With an awkward smile on his face, Yi Xian frowned.
For the last time, give me my sword back. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but if I really can't give it to you, why not take this golden one?
The river god looked helpless and took out the golden dragon-slaying sword again.
What the HL? It looks good but is useless.
Yi Xian took the sword and shaped it into a golden ball.
Don't be so violent.
The river god took out a handkerchief that he didn't know where it came from and wiped his sweat. Yi Xian still held his collar.
If you don't give me the things, I'll beat you. It's not that I don't want to give it. Just listen to my explanation. Okay?
The river god's voice was calm and unhurried. And it sounded very irritating.
Speak quickly.
Yi Xian let go of his hand.
The story is a bit long. That year, there was a big bang. It was because there was an evil dragon at the bottom of the river, and everything that fell in the river was taken away by it.
The river god said, seeing him raising his fist. He said quickly. Yi Xian looked down and said,
Are you kidding me?
The river is no higher than my waist. How could there be a dragon? Chapter 16 3 Consecutive Promotions.
No, there really isn't. I'll take you over to have a look.
The river god was helpless. So he dived into the water. Yi Xian let go of him and followed closely.
If you dare to trick me, I won't beat you. Our world can talk underwater. Isn't it much more interesting than yours?
Suddenly, the river god in front spoke.
Do you have a sense of autonomy?
Yi Xian's pupils trembled.
Do you still think this world is the so-called game world?
The river god still spoke calmly and calmly. Yi Xian frowned.
What do you mean?
If this is not a game world, what else could it be?
Here we are. Here we are.
The river god did not answer, but stopped. There was a vortex visible to the naked eye not far in front of him, spinning slowly.
Is this the entrance to the secret realm?
Yi Xian's heart moved. After passing through the entrance to the secret realm, you can reach another space, where there are usually treasures.
Yes, there is an evil dragon living inside, and your sword was taken away by him.
The river god nodded slightly, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Yi Xian pursed his lips.
What are these situations?
He stopped thinking about it, and went directly into the vortex, and took out the sword he had used.
Young man, I didn't bring you to our world just to pick up girls.
The river god appeared again, pointed out something, then turned and left.
I haven't been to the secret realm for a long time.
At this time, Yi Xian was in the secret realm, which was an independent underwater space. The faint roar of a dragon could be heard. It must be the evil dragon that the river god mentioned.
I don't know if it's easy to fight. I hope it's not a king-level boss.
Yi Xian whispered softly and swam cautiously over there. After a while, he stopped and found that there were all kinds of treasures around him. There was a sudden sound from ahead.
Evil dragon?
Yi Xian looked at the monster swimming over, and was stunned for a while. The body of a snake, the head of a crocodile, the talons of an eagle, the tail of a snake, and the whole body are golden. It is the legendary dragon. But the key point is that he is only the size of a finger, looks like an earthworm, and is moaning at me frequently.
You are hungry?
After pondering for a long time, Yi Xian was unsure. Little Ji Long nodded.
So he is such a hungry dragon?
Yi Xian slapped his forehead and secretly thought that he had been deceived by that river god. Taking out some dry food, he asked,
Do you want to eat it?
As soon as he finished asking, the dry food was swallowed by the little golden dragon in one gulp.
Want more?
Fine. Yi Xian shrugged and fed most of the food on his body. The little golden dragon had just finished eating, looked around, and simply got into his arms to sleep.
Inexplicable.
Yi Xian muttered softly. He stretched out his hand to touch it, but was attacked. The little golden dragon shows its fangs, as if it dares to reach out and bite you.
Run into my arms, and won't let me touch you.
Yi Xian almost slapped him, but he still held back and started searching in the secret realm. Soon, he took a look around and found that apart from all kinds of treasures, he and the little golden dragon were the only two living things here.
Who is the river god? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out at all. The little golden dragon has fallen asleep in his arms, his short legs shaking from time to time. Heartless. Yi Xian murmured softly, and breathed a sigh of relief after finding his dragon-slaying sword. Yen, suddenly. My hand was bitten. You bastard! What are you doing? Yi Xian subconsciously let go of the dragon-slaying sword and frowned at the little golden dragon that woke up at some point and was biting his hand. Xiaolong seemed to be communicating with him. I cannot understand what you say. Yi Xian was speechless and put the dragon-slaying sword into his backpack. Seeing this, the little golden dragon stopped making trouble unreasonably and got into his arms to sleep again. I have to go, Yi Xian tentatively said, trying to get him out of his arms. The little golden dragon turned to face him, as if he was annoyed. Seeing this, Yi Xian's mouth twitched. If you don't leave, I will take you out with me. He spoke aggressively, but received no answer. Buzz? The sound came from far away. Yi Xian frowned, looked over, and found a stone shaped like a backpack, floating in midair. He tentatively walked over. What is this? He raised his hand and touched it gently, only to see the stone disappear instantly. Backpack upgraded. Backpack upgraded. Backpack upgraded. Auto collection mode unlocked. Yi Xian was a little confused, but he saw countless treasures in this secret realm flying towards him and being put into his backpack. Within a few minutes, the entire secret realm was empty. He tentatively opened his backpack and found that the slots had been expanded to 50,000 slots and were already more than half full. This is too crazy, Yi Xian couldn't help but say. I have never heard of anyone having a backpack with more than 50,000 slots. If there is no upper limit for superposition, wouldn't it be possible to fit the entire world in it? River God! Are you still here? River God! Yi Xian left the secret realm, still feeling a little dizzy. Seeing no one answered, he went up to the shore and looked in the direction of the bridge. Where is the bridge? The bridge that was there half an hour ago has now disappeared without any reason, leaving no trace. There are so many things that I need to explore in this world. Yi Xian took a long breath. If we walk further north, it won't take long to completely bypass the volcano. Suddenly, the little golden dragon in his arms let out a dissatisfied cry, as if it felt bumpy. If you don't like it, get out of here. Yi Xian was a little angry and reached out, but was attacked again. This made him helpless for a while. Why do you show such a thing to me? It was obvious that he was being relied upon. Hope you can save our world. The river god suddenly appeared on the hill in the distance, looking at his back and murmuring in a low voice. Strange. Yi Xian looked over for a moment, but saw nothing. It's really extraordinary. The river god was already hiding, with a wry smile on his face. He was almost discovered, which made him ashamed and even more unexpected. Time passed. Half a day passed, and Yi Xian came outside the city. The place is heavily guarded, and everyone entering the city needs to be checked. He frowned. We don't have enough food and anti-fatigue medicine. Please don't bark for a while. You know? We need supplies. Otherwise we won't be able to go far at all. Little Jinlong ignored him at all. Yi Xian shook his head and walked towards the city gate. Stop and get checked. Two soldiers stopped him. Yi Xian raised his hands. Come on! Soon. The two soldiers groped him to make sure he was human. What is this? One of the soldiers noticed the strange phenomenon and directly pulled the little golden dragon out. Ahem. Lizard clay sculpture. Yi Xian coughed awkwardly, although the little golden dragon was dissatisfied. It was very cooperative and motionless, as if it were a clay sculpture. I thought it was gold. Let's go in. The soldier looked disappointed. Return the little golden dragon, and then let him go. Chapter 17 Saving the Slave. After putting away the little golden dragon and entering the city, he felt a sudden pain in his arms. Yi Xian quickly turned into a side alley. Stop biting! The little golden dragon was holding his skin in its mouth and was unhappy because it was called a clay sculpture. Orc. Yes, and it needs to be female. Rich people like to keep this now. Suddenly, a voice came from my ears. Yi Xian frowned, came to the corner, and stuck his head out. There were two people talking deep in the alley. One of them was dressed in black and had a cigar in his mouth. You must get this. Another person posted a photo. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and then his heart was shocked. The person in the photo was actually Xinchi. Who? The man in black with the cigar in his mouth looked over instantly and threw the cigar out. Yi Xian drew out his sword. Kill your people! Cutting the approaching cigar into two. He rushed over, only to find that the other person had fled, leaving only the man in black. Based on you, you are not qualified. The man in black raised the corners of his mouth. Yi Xian was silent and swung his sword to chop down his head. The man in black took out the dagger, raised his hand to block it with a clang sound, and his hand was numbed by the shock. I'm warning you. Don't try to trick her. Yi Xian leaned over, tripped him down with a sweeping kick, and then put the sword on his neck. The man in black swallowed and foamed at the mouth. Who? I didn't expect that this person who suddenly appeared would be so strong. All the orc girls. Yi Xian took out Xinqi's photo from his pocket and turned to leave. Are you a human? The man in black stood up and swept the dust off his body. Why don't you just kill me? Of course I am a human being. As for why I don't kill you, I have my own reasons. Yi Xian gradually went away, secretly saying that even if I kill you, you will be resurrected, which is useless. The man in black sighed. Sun Kid, was defeated in this alley. What's annoying is that he didn't even leave his name. You beat him away? It's about the orc girl. The man just now came back. Although Sun Kid, have a bad reputation. I never do such unscrupulous things. Sun Kid chuckled. Who can't live with money? If you capture the orcs, as long as they are of good character, I will give you 500 gold. No, 800 gold. The man continued. Sun Jide laughed, waved his hand, and waved the dagger. I'm afraid this money will be as dirty as your blood. After he said that, he left directly, and there was a hideous wound in the man's throat. We must join Xinqi and the others as soon as possible. On the other side, Yi Xian has bought enough supplies. Walking out of the city, we pass by a slave market. In addition to humans, there are also various races here, among which orc girls are the most common and the most popular. Some of them were disheveled, or even naked, and were kept in cages, waiting for buyers. Uncle, come and take a look. A slave owner came over. Yi Xian looked in the direction he pointed and saw a white-haired orc girl. She was chained, curled up and shaking. Help me. The little orc girl's nose twitched, and she suddenly looked over. Determination flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. I guess I will be wanted by all mankind soon. Right? Uncle, what are you talking about? How can such a good person be wanted by the whole clan? The slave owner was puzzled in every possible way. Yi Xian suddenly took out a mask and put it on, whispering to himself, I really have everything in my backpack now. Uncle, if you don't buy it, I will kill her. The slave owner felt that there was something interesting, so he said so directly. Shua. Yi Xian instantly drew out his sword and swung it out. A head flew high and then landed on the ground. It was the slave owner. Death. Dead people. Instantly, the street boiled and people ran away. Yi Xian came to the little orc girl and cut off the chain. Where did you come from? Home. From home. My father was killed by them, and my mother doesn't know where she is. The eyes of the little orc girl were filled with tears. The sound of tapping, messy footsteps came from a distance. It was the city guards. I'll take you away. Yi Xian pursed his lips and looked at the other orcs. There were too many, and it would be difficult to rescue them all by yourself before the city guards arrived. Need help? 20 gold a day. The price is fair. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Sun Jide. 2 gold. You can do it or not. Yi Xian glanced over and began to rescue other orcs. Sun Jide said, Okay. 2 gold is 2 gold. My most loyal soldiers. Come out. Yi Xian called the generals and asked them to help. Soon, the slaves were rescued, 90% of whom were orc women. At this moment, the city guards also arrived. There are so many orc girls. They can start a harem after they go out. Sun Kid held the dagger and licked his lips. A roar came. Sun Jide, how dare you kill my people? That guy asked me to do something that is harmful to nature. Not to kill him, but to keep it for the new year? Sun Jide looked over and found that he was the largest slave owner in the city. You really make me look at you differently. Yi Xian chuckled. Don't look down on people. If you escape, don't forget to pay the 2 gold. Sun Jide's eyes narrowed slightly. The enemies were still gathering here. Yi Xian pondered for a while. You are responsible for leading people to escape. How about you? Sun Jide was stunned. Your Majesty. Yi Xian replaced the dragon-slaying sword and slowly drew it out. The little golden dragon in his arms opened his mouth. Thought for a moment. then closed it again.
Are you crazy?
Su Zong frowned. There were thousands of city guards here.
Stop talking nonsense. There are experts in this big city. If you don't leave, be careful not to escape.
Yi Xian glanced around and found a man with a knife on the roof in the distance.
You still owe me 2 gold. Don't die here.
Su Zong gritted his teeth and ran out of the city with many slaves. The little white-haired orc girl was being held in the arms of an orc.
Brother, come on.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and gave a thumbs up behind him.
Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our city? The city lord came out and frowned when he saw that all the slaves here had run away.
An unknown ordinary person.
Yi Xian looked away. In front were thousands of city guards. They were wearing armor and blocking the streets with great momentum.
Pretend to be a ghost. Come here and catch all the slaves.
The city lord roared angrily. And the city guards behind him rushed out one after another. On the other side, Sun Kid was in disbelief.
Why are you here?
They are the generals summoned by Yi Xian. Without saying a word, they stood in front and opened the way for everyone.
1 against 1,000?
Sun Jide looked back and could vaguely see Yi Xian's figure, wearing a mask. He looked at the rushing city guards without any fear. Instead, the corners of his mouth under the mask curled up.
Let's make this game more interesting.
Chapter 18. Everyone has their own opinions. Yi Xian raised his hand and released the fire dragon. As the fire dragon roared out, the entire street was almost cleared of city guards. Sun Jide swallowed the foam at the mouth, and without hesitation, concentrated on escorting the slave out of the city. It seems that I have met a terrifying existence.
Bastard!
The city lord was not dead. There was a shield-wielding general in front of him.
Magician? Let me meet you.
The shield-bearing general was tall and charged with a shield. Yi Xian kicked out.
Get out!
Although this guy can block his own fire dragon, he only has a high level of magic defense.
Boom!
The shield was kicked in half, and the general holding the shield flew out upside down.
Who are you?
The city lord frowned. Just as Yi Xian was about to answer, he quickly raised his sword to block a man falling from the sky. This man was holding a long knife and grinning like a madman. He was the one on the roof before. The city lord solemnly said,
Master Crazy Sword, please kill him. Where are you from?
Yi Xian frowned slightly and took half a step back. Crazy Blade didn't answer, but pressed forward step by step, waving the long knife.
It's my good deed.
The city lord suddenly learned that all the slaves had run out of the city, and his face was so gloomy that he could shed tears. That's not a slave, but at least 100,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, his heart was bleeding.
Are you human?
The crazy sword suddenly stopped fighting. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief.
Of course.
This crazy sword is not weak, and it will be difficult to deal with it without some magic.
Why do you want to help other races? Answer me.
Crazy Blade's expression gradually became less crazy.
Because I think it's the right thing to do. That's all.
Yi Xian chuckled.
You are not weak. I can recommend you to the human emperor. But you must change your character.
Crazy Blade pondered for a moment and then suggested. The city lord heard this.
Master Crazy Sword. No. This person is obviously a foreigner. Why do I need you to take care of my work?
Crazy Blade looked over coldly. The city lord lowered his head, looked ugly, and said nothing more.
Forget it. I have no idea of surrendering to anyone.
Yi Xian shook his head, knowing that the human emperor was the master of mankind in this world.
You have all the skills. But you don't want to contribute to humanity?
Crazy Blade clenched the long knife tightly, as if he felt disdainful. Yi Xian smiled lightly.
I only pursue peace, and I will only contribute to it. It's a joke. Without absolute racial strength, who will give you peace?
The mad sword roars. And only by crushing other races can there be peace.
What you said makes sense. But to separate innocent foreign wives and children and capture them as slaves to make money. Is this the strength of the race you are talking about? As far as the orcs are concerned, have they ever invaded humans?
Yi Xian said lightly. Crazy Blade choked for words. As a strong human being, he naturally knew what was going on. But he could only turn a blind eye. After a long time, he said,
Everything is for mankind. If you and I don't agree, let's fight.
Yi Xian shook his head gently and sighed. Soon, the two of them clashed again, and the city guards in the city gradually refreshed and came again. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, he threw 2 red dice. Pung! The city guards suffered heavy casualties, and most of them were lost.
Crazy Blade quickly retreated. Who? Your aunt. Please take care of me. The engine roared. And Yuna rode a motorcycle, leading Su Zong to stop in front of Yi Xian. After so many days, they finally arrived. Su Zong tapped her head. No foul language. Oh. Yuna rubbed her head, turned to look at Yi Xian, looked up and down, and nodded from time to time. Who are you? Yi Xian's back was hairy when he saw it. My name is Yuna. I am the lady's personal maid. I know what she likes and what she doesn't like. Yuna had something to say, and she seemed to be coming to please me quickly. Yi Xian was puzzled. What does that have to do with me? You? Yuna was a little angry. Was she pretending to be stupid? Humph. Don't think I don't have reinforcements. The crazy sword snorted coldly at this time. Anyway, thank you for coming to help me. Yi Xian turned around and said. Su Zong's pretty face turned red, but she didn't say anything. Yuna saw this. Let's go first. There's no need to waste time here. Yi Xian nodded and secretly thought that Sun Jide should have taken those slaves to a safe place. Want to leave? Crazy Blade wanted to intercept him. Watch out for smoke bombs. Yuna smashed the 2 dice to the ground, causing smoke to fly instantly. The mad sword lost its target for a moment, and when the smoke dissipated, Yi Xian and others had already left for a long time. The Wailing Forest. This is a large mountain forest, named because there are always weird wailing sounds, and it is sparsely populated. Why did you bring us here? Do you want to plot something evil? Yuna and Su Zong were brought here. How come? Yi Xian was speechless for a while, following the clues left along the road. Sun Kid brought the slaves over. What he had to do now was to meet them. Miss, why don't you speak? Yuna turned to look at Su Zong. Ever since she saw Yi Xian, she had been silent. Have nothing to say. Su Zong remained aloof, like an iceberg that no one could approach. Yi Xian rubbed his nose subconsciously. We're here. Big brother. The little white-haired orc girl ran over and hugged him directly, crying with joy. It's safe here for the time being. Yi Xian squatted down and raised his hand to rub her head. Is this your harem? Yuna looked around and found many disheveled orc girls. Su Zong frowned instantly. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. Don't talk nonsense. These are the slaves I just rescued. 2 gold coins. No credit. Damn. What a beautiful girl. Sun Jide came over and saw Su Zong. His eyes instantly straightened. What are you looking at, NPC? I'll dig out your eyes. Yuna stopped in front. It's really interesting. You're beautiful and don't want people to see you? Sun Kid whispered. Yi Xian took out 2 gold coins and gave them to him. Thank you very much for what happened today. Without him, the slave would certainly not have been rescued so easily. By the way, if you rescue them, aren't you causing trouble for yourself? Sun Jide took the gold coin in his hand and played with it. Puzzled. Just the basic necessities of life are already a huge number. I have my own plan. Yi Xian pursed his lips. He does not intend to submit to any force or be driven by others, but to build a city where all living beings are equal. In this case, the most basic people are needed. These orcs can endure hardship and are more loyal, making them the best choice at the moment. Anyway, the trouble is yours, and has nothing to do with me. Sun Jide shrugged and left directly. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and turned to stand awkwardly with Su Zong and the others, having nothing to say. Big brother, that brother asked me to give this to you. Suddenly, the white-haired orc girl came over, holding a big bag. This is... Yi Xian opened it and found that there were more than 4,000 gold coins inside. Chapter 19, Playing Hard to Get? What a strange man. Putting all the gold coins into his backpack, Yi Xian shook his head gently. Yuna couldn't help it anymore. Miss, don't you have something to say to Mr. Yi? Hearing this, Yi Xian looked over and waited quietly. Su Zong looked away, as silent as an iceberg. If there's nothing else, I'll go settle everyone first. Yi Xian waited for a while, and saw that she still didn't speak. So he turned and left, still wearing a mask the whole time. Miss, why don't you speak? Yuna was puzzled. I have no idea. Su Zong shook her head gently. The words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them out. My mind was filled with the scene of being forcibly kissed that day. At night, after settling hundreds of slaves, Yi Xian sat down with his back against a big tree. Hey, have you ever had a girlfriend? A voice suddenly came from beside him. It is you. Yi Xian looked over and saw Yuna, shaking his head slightly. Since childhood, he has not left much free time for himself, and has no time to fall in love at all. Yuner pondered for a long time. Isn't it strange why you failed the college entrance examination? Are you investigating me? Yi Xian didn't rush to answer, but asked instead. Yeah. Yuner didn't deny it. It seems you know what's going on. At first, I just thought I didn't perform well. But then I saw a playboy become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. When Yi Xian said this, he let out a long breath. He continued. The life that was supposed to belong to me was taken away from me. Although the voice was steady, it seemed desolate. The lady said that she can help you get revenge. But you need to solemnly apologize for your previous rude behavior. Yuner felt vaguely distressed. Where is she? Yi Xian said nothing nonsense. The hills over there whisper to you that there is no one around. Yuner pointed to the hilltop on the side. Yi Xian stood up. Are you coming with me? No. But remember, don't use your brain. Yuner looked serious. Although it was just a game world. If something really happened, she would feel it. Yi Xian didn't speak, but walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Are you here? On the top of the mountain, there were lush trees. Su Zong sat on a stone and looked at the moon through the gap in the big trees. What happened before was my fault, Yi Xian said, fluttering his sleeves and about to kneel down. There is gold under a man's knees, which represents dignity and solemnity. Yuner, who was peeping from a distance, covered her mouth and secretly thought that she would definitely be a strict henpeckers from now on. Get up and I'll just help you. Su Zong quickly supported him and prevented him from actually kneeling down. Thank you. Yi Xian stood up and hugged her tightly. Is this the legendary hard-to-get game? Yuner's eyes lit up. At this moment, Su Zong was at a loss. The two of them clung to each other and were hugged like this for a long time. After a long time, Yi Xian let go of his hand. Sorry, I was a little too excited just now. This has always been a knot in his heart that is difficult to untie. And it is also one of the reasons why he wants to build a peaceful city. You're not allowed to kneel down casually in the future. Promise me. Su Zong blushed. As a grown man, he should stand upright. Yeah, Yi Xian nodded solemnly. As he spoke, a photo slipped from his arms. Who is she? Su Zong picked up the photo and found that it was Xinqi. Her voice instantly turned cold. Yi Xian replied, Friends. Does anyone carry around pictures of their friends? A sharp light flashed in Suzi's eyes. This, Yi Xian choked on his words and felt a little guilty for no reason. Miss, let's go back first. The master is here to see you today. Yuner suddenly came over, and soon they quit the game. Yi Xian put away the photo and murmured in a low voice. It's strange. What does it have to do with her if I take it with me? He stopped thinking about it and sat on the ground, preparing to let everyone rest for a day. The next day, he began to go deep into the howling forest to find a suitable place to live. The next day, it was early in the morning. Yi Xian woke up and was about to ask everyone to leave. But his ears twitched, and he jumped to a tree nearby. People are coming from all directions. It's the city guards. What's going on? He frowned. The place chosen by Sun Jide was absolutely hidden, and would not be exposed so quickly. Brother, several human races can't be found. The little white-haired orc girl came running. Yi Xian frowned. So that's what happened. Obviously, he and others were betrayed. Big brother? The little white-haired orc girl was puzzled. Let's all gather together. We're on our way, Yi Xian said directly, but saw several huge rocks flying from a distance and smashing into the crowd, killing dozens of slaves. His pupil shrank. He picked up the little white-haired orc girl and asked everyone to run deeper. If you can't get it, then I'll destroy it all. In the distance, behind the city lord were 3 catapults. He knew that as long as Yi Xian was here, no matter how many city guards there were, they would be of no use. In this case, if everything is destroyed, at least you can let out a bad breath. After that, Yi Xian took a group of slaves and fled deep into the howling forest. But only about 80 of them were left. I heard you. He was still holding the little white-haired orc girl. His voice was hoarse. If he hadn't rescued them from the city, they might not be in this miserable situation now. A slave quickly said, Don't say that. If we don't have freedom, we would rather die. You're right. We will never give in. Okay. You guys go deeper and find a place with a water source. I'll go do something. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and clenched his fists. Big brother? The little white-haired orc girl was placed on the ground with a puzzled look on her face. Yi Xian chuckled, looking tired. Don't worry. I will be back soon.
After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, having already drawn the dragon-slaying sword. It's time to replace that bullshit city lord. A sneeze. At the same time, the city lord was drinking wine in the city. But he suddenly shivered.
It's strange. It's summer.
He shook his head and ignored it.
It's not good. City lord. It's not good.
After about 10 minutes, a servant came running over. The city lord frowned. Already drunk.
What happened again?
Just as the servant was about to speak, his head was cut in half and his body collapsed. A person walked slowly from the door. It was Yixian. He was still wearing a mask at this time.
Yes. It's you?
The city lord's eyes widened and he subconsciously reached for the sword on the table.
Oh.
Yixian swung out a sword and cut off his stretched out hand.
Ah!
The city lord roared miserably, and blood was gushing out from the fracture. Yixian said calmly,
If you do too many bad things, you will always have to pay them back. Please, please don't kill me. I can give you all my money.
The city lord said quickly, secretly hoping that Lord Crazy Sword would come over quickly.
Money can't buy life.
Yixian raised the knife and cut his aorta, then turned and left. In this case, it will take some time to completely die. Let him confess what he has done in despair.
It's time for the world to get to know me again.
Yixian walked out of the room. He rummaged through his backpack last night and found that there were 999 plus experience pills in it. Chapter 20 Yixian's Career.
How dare you come back?
A person ran from a distance. It was Crazy Sword. He recognized Yixian and glanced at the city lord who had died in the room.
Do you know the consequences of doing this? I just know this is what I should do.
Yixian said and began to take upgrading pills frequently. As his level rose rapidly, golden light flashed around him from time to time.
What kind of magic is this?
Crazy Blade frowned.
Get out of the way. I'm only going to say it once.
After eating all the upgrade pills, Yixian's level as a warrior becomes 120, which is already the full level. Crazy Blade felt the powerful aura from him. His pupil shrank, and he subconsciously retreated. Yixian passed by him.
You are smart.
At the same time, in the real world, the Su family villa.
Dad finally left.
Su Zong returned to her room and threw the gift on the floor. There was an entire living room outside.
Speaking of which, Mr. Yi must have a special profession.
Yuner followed closely.
What will it be?
Su Zong asked, inevitably curious. Yuner rubbed her chin and guessed.
As a warrior, he can do magic. This is inconsistent with the setting, so I guess that he has no profession. Or in other words, he is a full profession.
Game world. On this day, there was chaos in the city. The city lord died, and a few words were carved in blood on the city gate to combat all injustices in the world. Sign name, mask. People don't know who this person is. They only know that he has become a first-level wanted criminal in the human race. At this time, the wanted criminal was in the forest of Wailing.
Fortunately, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise it would have been terrible.
Yixian rubbed his nose and looked at the 10 extra warrior skills. Except for the skill deterrence given by level 113. They were all relatively mediocre. Deterrence, make enemies with a lower level than yourself fearful. And the effect of the same level will be halved. The previous Crazy Blade was affected by this skill.
Finally a profession that has been leveled up.
Yixian walked deeper. Just as Yuner guessed, he was a professional. However, there are limitations. Only when one of the professions has reached the full level will the next one be automatically unlocked. The profession unlocked after the warrior reaches full level is the summoner, one of the special professions. Besides, when all 12 professions are unlocked, you will get a unique profession called the savior.
What a strange name.
Yixian shook his head slightly. When we reached the depths of the Wailing Forest, everyone was there. The little white-haired orc girl ran over.
There is a small river here, and there are many animals. We can survive by hunting.
Yixian nodded slightly, and then became worried. Although the situation here has not stabilized yet, we must find Xinchi and the others as soon as possible.
Why are you here? We have been looking for you for a long time.
Yuner came over on a motorcycle carrying Su Zong.
Sorry. The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to leave a mark.
Yixian looked helpless.
What happened?
Although Su Zong is cold, she is very considerate. Yixian replied.
The city lord brought a catapult to attack and killed hundreds of us.
After hearing this, Yuner and the others discovered that there were only a few slaves left here.
Don't be too sad. They're just NPCs. If you want them, You can get them, Yuner said suddenly. Yi Xian was silent for a while, then turned and left. Yuner, don't talk nonsense, Su Zong couldn't help but say. Did I say something wrong? NPCs are NPCs. Yuner looked puzzled. Yi Xian paused and turned around. If you have the ability, find me 2 identical NPCs. What's one thing twins don't have? Yuner said without thinking. You are unreasonable. Seeing her arrogant words, Yi Xian was too lazy to say anything and left directly. Miss, this man is terrible. Yuner frowned, actually getting angry with the girl because of the game. Su Zong thought for a while. We have seen so many NPCs along the way. Are there any the same NPCs except for twins? This shows that our Su group is so powerful that we can do this kind of thing. Yuner answered. No, this is abnormal. You go deal with Mr. Ye's replacement, and I'll ask my father to find out, Su Zong said, and quit the game directly. If every NPC is an independent individual, how is it possible to run with just a small headband? I'm going to travel far, and hold on until I come back. Do you understand? On the other side, Yi Xian told everyone. We will definitely wait until you come back. Big brother, I'm waiting for you here. The little white-haired orc girl smiled. Her smile was innocent and pure. Yi Xian nodded solemnly, left 3,000 gold coins, and left. Xinchi, Natasha, don't be afraid. Wait for me. After playing for so long, please help Mom with some housework. In the real world, He pursed her lips and turned off the game. There wasn't that much equipment anymore, so he had already started to look away. His father's voice suddenly came from outside the room. You bastard! You know how to play every day. Can you help your mother with some housework? He frowned and opened the game again angrily. Let's take a walk and take a look. 50 yuan will buy you 1 kill. You can't buy it, and you'll suffer a loss. You can't buy it, and you can't be fooled. Xian Duoheo happened to pass by him. This is a small town located in Area A3, and Yi Xian is in A4 at this time. What's going on with your business? He walked over. Ahem. It's you. Brother. Long time no see. Xian Duo felt a little embarrassed when he saw him. He thought of some bad memories. Thanks to you, I don't have a gun anymore. Originally, the main weapons were only skeleton daggers and skeleton guns, but now they can only use the initial weapons. Therefore, he fell all the way out of the server rankings. It's easy to say. I bought it for you a long time ago. Xian Duo took out a golden gun and a golden dagger. He doesn't have much else. He just has a lot of money, and anything that can be solved with money is nothing. Awesome, He quickly took it. It seems you haven't used the Su Group's gaming headband yet? Xian Duo said suddenly, raised his hand and pinched his face, finding it very stiff. He looked embarrassed. I have no money. A game headband 1888. Where did he, a 16-year-old student, get the money? Tell me the address and I'll give you one. From now on, you hang out with me. What do you think? Xian Dui patted his chest. Hearing this, He quickly agreed. On the other side, Yi Xian tamed a wild horse and left the howling forest. Hey, you did what happened yesterday. A man wearing a cape and a high hat caught up with him on horseback. Yi Xian glanced over and saw that it was Sun Jide. So he didn't say anything. Sun Jide smiled bitterly. You have implicated me. Because he had fought with him before. He was considered an accomplice, and was awarded the 2nd level wanted notice by the human race. Excuse me, Yi Xian said, and couldn't help laughing. Why do you have the nerve to laugh at you? Sun Jide was puzzled. Find 2 girls and come back. Yi Xian looked into the distance. At this time, the sun was shining high. Chapter 21 Awakening Alliance. It turns out you are also a sexy person. Sun Jide showed in. I understand you. Expression. Yi Xian took off his mask. Don't talk nonsense. You are my friend and my pet. Pet? Treating a girl as a pet? It's a shame that I treated you as a righteous man before. Sun Jide was stunned for a moment, looking disappointed. It's my sister, Yi Xian could only say. That's more like it. You have nothing to do anyway. Can I go with you? Sun Jide said. Yi Xian thought for a while. No, this trip is a bit dangerous. If you can, please help me take care of those people. The slaves you rescued? Sun Jide chuckled and continued. In this world, you can be kind, but you can't be too kind. This is your reward. Yi Xian was too lazy to say more, and gave 2 gold coins to let the wild horse under him speed up. You? Sun Jide stared at the gold coins in his hand in a daze, looked at his retreating back, and said with a helpless smile, "Deal. Anyway, I have already lost once, so I might as well lose again. I should already have summoning skills." Yi Xian came to a plane and took out his staff. He looked at his skills and found that as a summoner, he currently only had one skill, which he released immediately. "Come out." A magic circle appeared in front of Yi Xian, and Mario's figure emerged. He smiled involuntarily. With this skill, he could summon anything just by thinking about it in his head. Suddenly, the horse stopped. Yi Xian was thrown off his horse. "What's going on? Haven't seen you for a long time." Two figures walked slowly, with the sound of musical instruments. Chong instantly pulled out the dragon-slaying sword, and Yi Xian stood up. "Is it you?" It was Gu Qing, whom I had seen before. Next to him was a pretty girl. "How about it? Is this melody beautiful?" Gu Qing was playing the guitar, looking intoxicated. He seemed less crazy than usual. Yi Xian nodded lightly. "So, you are here to cause trouble?" "On the contrary, we are here to keep you out of trouble." Next to Gu Qing was naturally Ningyu, who was holding her shoulders. "Speak directly if you have anything to say." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Our companions are doing business in the forest behind. If anyone passes by, they will be shot to death." Gu Qing took over the conversation, put away the guitar, and took out the two slender daggers. Yi Xian said directly, "I won't hinder you in any way. The road ahead is your only way, and you must get there as soon as possible." "Then let's try it." Gu Qing rushed towards him, swung his dagger, and the two slender daggers were like scissors, cutting towards his chest. "Humph!" Yi Xian snorted fiercely, releasing his threat. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Gu Qing's movements stopped. A few drops of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his legs became a little weak. "Who are you exactly?" Ningyua's face turned pale. Yi Xian walked past them. "Ordinary people." How could he be an ordinary person if he was so strong? "Have you ever had any dealings with such a powerful person?" When Yi Xian left, Ningyu looked at Gu Qing with lingering fear. There is no doubt that it is already a top existence, and it is the top of the top. Gu Qing shook his head in confusion. "I'm not sure if that's him." "If so, it would be crazy that it has become so powerful in such a short period of time." "By the way, there's something I haven't told you yet." Ningyu has suddenly remembered something. "Huh?" Gu Qing was confused. "As an awakened NPC, if you die, you will turn back into an NPC without autonomous consciousness. So don't die." As Ningyu spoke, she realized that the clothes behind her were soaked in cold sweat. Gu Qing suddenly kissed her. "Don't worry. I won't die even for you." The moon should be down. They kissed passionately, knowing that they would be severely punished if they didn't stop them. But so what? On the other side, Yi Xian's brows furrowed more deeply as he went deeper. There are mummies everywhere here, as if the blood has been sucked dry. He frowned and thought deeply. "What's going on? Have you heard that there is a particularly good-looking orc recently? His name seems to be Shinchi? Of course, I'd be rich if I could catch her." The voice came suddenly. At the critical moment, Yi Xian jumped onto the tree and looked over there. "I saw two humans not far away holding guns and looking for prey." From what they said, it seemed that Shinchi was safe for the time being. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. From the current point of view, it is Shinchi's beauty that has caused her to be coveted. "This area should be empty. Let's go back and report to the boss." One of them said that he was going to take the other person back. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. "Why don't you report to me first?" It was Yi Xian, who had already released his deterrent at this moment. "You? Who are you? We didn't offend you." Those two people almost knelt down. Their strength was not very good at all. "Answer my question." Yi Xian's voice was cold. "Tell me everything you know. I can't say enough." The two of them responded quickly. Soon, Yi Xian got the news he wanted to know and breathed a sigh of relief. Shinchi and the others are indeed fine, but it's only temporary. As for the mummy here, the two people knew very little about it, and only a few high-level officials in the force knew about it. And the force they belong to is called the Awakening Alliance. "Can you let us go?" One of them asked tentatively. "How many people are there in your Awakening Alliance?" Yi Xian was a little curious. The man quickly replied, "There are currently 1,024 people. You can leave as soon as there is a break." Yi Xian nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The two men quickly turned around and ran away.
You may not understand what I mean.
Yi Xian took out a dagger. With a sharp flash of light, he smiled lightly.
Let's go to Naiha Bridge.
His current professions are warrior, mage, summoner, and the rarely used assassin. Assassin is a special profession here, with no levels and only one assassination skill. It can be released when the enemy's back is turned to you. It has a basic probability of killing instantly. The more relaxed the enemy is, the greater the probability of success. This is a trump card, so it is rarely used. He planned to meet the so-called boss, but he didn't want to alert the enemy. The bodies of the two men gradually disappeared, and apart from some gold coins, there were also several red stones of different sizes dropped.
What is this?
Picking up the stone, Yi Xian looked at it carefully. He felt that these stones contained some kind of energy, like an upgrade pill, but it gives people a very eerie feeling.
Can't waste time.
Yi Xian put away his things and ran deep into the forest.
Has everyone come back?
Somewhere in the forest, a man covered in thick armor sat on a stone and spoke with a thick voice. In front of him were hundreds of people from the Awakening Alliance. Chapter 22 Source Code.
Besides the ones who are guarding outside the forest, there are 2 others who haven't come back.
Someone reported it.
There's no need to wait. Let's go!
The man in armor said. He is the leader of these people. A mechanical fanatic. So named because his weapon is a mechanical butcher knife.
Yes! Yes!
A group of people from the Awakening Alliance responded, packed their things and prepared to leave. In addition to a few instruments, there are also 3 boxes containing some red ores. Yi Xian was watching them quietly from a tree in the distance.
It's so crazy!
The awakened NPCs spontaneously organized a force, which in itself was a crazy thing.
You go first,
the mechanical fanatic suddenly said, slowly standing up. And there was a sound of eating from the gaps in the armor, and steam was emitted.
Has it been discovered?
Yi Xian murmured in a low voice, and used the summoning technique to conjure a rabbit under the tree.
It turns out to be a rabbit.
The mechanical fanatic walked slowly, and did not notice Yi Xian on the tree. Soon, he gradually retreated as the team retreated. Although Yi Xian wanted to follow him to find out, he knew it was not the right time. So he walked all the way through the forest and continued away. At this time, the real world. Su Group. Chairman's office. Su Zong knocked on the door and walked in, looking at the secretary here.
Go out. I have something to talk to my father. Yes, miss.
The secretary trembled all over and left quickly. She secretly said that Miss is indeed an iceberg beauty. One look in her eyes can make people shiver.
Daughter, what's the matter?
Su Changsheng sat in his office with a doting look on his face.
I want to know something about the game.
Su Zong didn't look at him and lowered her head slightly. Su Changsheng heard this.
There is no clear strategy yet. No, that's not what I mean. I want to know why every NPC in the game is different.
Su Zong shook her head gently.
You should ask the researchers this question.
Su Changsheng looked away.
Dad, my understanding of this aspect is no worse than those people's. Every NPC is different. It's impossible to do it with existing technology.
Su Zong stepped forward and put her hands on the table. Su Changsheng sighed.
Wouldn't it be nice to just have fun? Don't worry about so much. I want to know.
Su Zong said it very seriously.
Actually, that's a strange string of game source code.
Seeing her insistence, Su Changsheng obeyed.
Strange?
Su Zong frowned slightly. Game source code. The foundation of the game. Su Changsheng nodded slightly.
That was typed by a programmer accidentally. As a result, the person disappeared the next day, and his whereabouts are still unknown.
For a moment, Su Zong's back felt cold involuntarily.
But the source code has actually remained and is widely used today, becoming the top brand of our Su Group.
Su Changsheng turned around and stood up with his hands behind his back.
Can you let me see the source code?
Su Zong asked.
It's useless. The strangest thing about the source code is that it cannot be changed. But it can be added. Things added later can be artificially changed,
Su Changsheng said, including but not limited to player accounts, NPCs, etc. Su Zong pursed her lips.
Is it possible that that is a real world? Child, why are you talking nonsense?
Su Changsheng was stunned for a long time before bursting into laughter.
I'm serious,
Su Zong said again.
Even if it is true. So what? The cost of a set of headbands is only a few yuan. But it has already made tens of billions of profits for the Su Group. It is an honor for their world to bring benefits to us.
Su Zong shook his head slightly, secretly thinking that his daughter might have gone crazy playing games. He then said, I have launched a global manhunt for the man who forcibly kissed you. I believe he will be found within 3 days. What happens if he is found? Su Zong's eyes trembled, and she asked tentatively. Of course it's a dead end. Su Zong's voice was cold. It is unforgivable that my daughter was forcibly kissed by such a poor boy. Father! Get him away to live! Su Zong was inexplicably anxious. Su Zong shook his head. Daughter, there is no need to pity him. He does not deserve it. But this matter is non-negotiable. And from today on, you can't play games for more than 2 hours a day. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need you to take care of everything. Suddenly, Su Zong bit her lower lip, turned and left. You? Su Zong frowned and pointed at her back, unable to curse for a long time. Chairman, are you okay? The secretary quickly walked into the room. Su Zong shook his head. It's okay. Send someone to keep an eye on her. Yes. The secretary should exit. Su Zong drove all the way home, her mind in a mess. Yi Xian, will he die? Why do I get so flustered when I think about this? Why exactly? Miss, the matter over there is being handled. Yuter came over. Get online quickly. Let's go find him. Su Zong forced herself to remain calm. Yuter was puzzled. Miss, what happened? Dad, he wants Yi Xian to die. Su Zong's voice was lonely. That guy? Although Yuter was not convinced, she quickly took her upstairs and entered the game. The young lady would actually be sad because of a man. That Yi Xian was no less than a miracle. At this time, in the game world, Yi Xian is in a farmland. It is estimated that through the farmland, reaching the northeast corner of this area is the main human city. But I don't know where Xinqi and the others are. Young man over there, what do you do? Several farmers came over. Yi Xian said, I'm passing by and want to go to the main city. How should I get there? It's only a few days' walk over there. Young man, only capable people are allowed in there. One of the farmers pointed northeast. Yi Xian smiled without saying a word and walked over there. After he left, several hungry wolves sneaked into the rice fields. Then, there were more wolves. Like a tide. We're finally here. Yi Xian walked on the main road. There were a lot of humans here, and soldiers could occasionally be seen. At the end of this road is the main human city. His goal for so many days. Those in front, stay out of the way. A carriage came from behind. The entire carriage was inlaid with pearls and precious stones, which was extremely luxurious. Yi Xian took 2 steps back and was almost hit. You are so incompetent. He turned his eyes and accidentally saw the person sitting in the carriage. It was a girl wearing a veil. She seemed to have noticed her gaze and looked over. The two looked at each other, but it only happened for a moment. The eyes look like Xinqi's, Yi Xian whispered softly, and the carriage had already gone away. He turned to smile bitterly. I must be hallucinating. Keep on going. If nothing unexpected happens, you can reach the place within 2 days of walking. Chapter 23 Escorting the Princess. Wolf is coming! A roar suddenly came from not far behind. As soon as Yi Xian turned around, a wolf rushed towards him. Shua! He pulled out the dragon-slaying sword and swung it with all his strength. The wolf was cut in half from head to tail, with blood and internal organs flowing all over the floor. Help! I don't want to die yet. This main road is full of wild wolves. Their eyes are red as they attack humans. Where did these beasts come from? Yi Xian was puzzled and killed the wolf as he hurried on. Soldiers give priority to protecting the princess and evacuating. And don't worry about the civilians anymore. A roar came from ahead. It was the carriage we had seen before, and the coachman was summoning the guards. He noticed Yi Xian. Are you an adventurer? Yi Xian nodded lightly. Great. Please come with us to protect the princess back to the main city. I'll definitely give you a generous gift when you're done, the groom said immediately. I don't have the time. Yi Xian shook his head and refused directly. You can go at full speed on your own, but escorting along the road will waste a lot of time. The groom couldn't believe it. That's the princess. This kind of opportunity is something that others only dream of. But he doesn't want it? Princess? Mother is useless. Yi Xian whispered and left. This? The groom's face was filled with astonishment. Isn't this too ignorant? How is the situation outside? There was a very pleasant sound coming from the carriage. The groom quickly and respectfully replied. Princess, we have gathered dozens of soldiers and are preparing to set off. Leave me alone for now, and go help the civilians. The human princess is the way to go. Those civilians are already safe. There is no need to worry about the princess. The groom's expression did not change. However, in fact, more than half of the civilians were dead or injured, and they were unable to resist the wolves. The entire main road looked like a doomsday scene. On the other side, Yi Xian saw that the main road was almost occupied by wolves, and went straight into the forest. Ouch! A powerful wolf howl suddenly came. With echoes, Yi Xian summoned a horse and rode on. This is bad. Judging from the sound, it's at least a boss. The horse suddenly stopped. Two red wolves blocked the way. They roared viciously and rushed over. Yi Xian stepped on the horse and jumped away, seeking death. With a flash of sword light, the two wolves died on the spot. Get away! You damn wolves! The voice came from far behind, and it turned out to be the groom. He was supporting a girl, who was wearing a veil, and had a slender figure. Don't be afraid, princess. Everything will be fine. The groom was wounded, looking at the wolf gradually surrounding him. Feeling desperate, Uncle Ma. The princess's eyes turned red. Yi Xian frowned and held the dragon-slaying sword tightly. They have been surrounded by wolves. If they don't get over, they will be eaten by the wolves. But if you go by, it will inevitably waste a lot of time. My master is a great hero. Suddenly, Natasha's voice flashed through her mind. Run toward me. Yi Xian roared and rode towards them. The groom was delighted. Is that the adventurer? As he spoke, his throat was suddenly bitten by a wolf from behind. Ma! Uncle Ma! The princess' pupil shrank, filled with disbelief. Damn beast! The groom roared angrily, raising his hand and forcefully breaking the wolf's mouth in half. Yi Xian arrived and easily killed the remaining wolves around him. Please escort the princess back. The groom lost strength and knelt down. His throat had been bitten. Yi Xian took a long breath. Okay, leave it to me. Hearing this, the groom lost strength and collapsed, gradually losing his breath. Uncle Ma. The princess burst into tears. This is her dedicated groom since she was a child. He has a deep affection for him. Otherwise, he would not be called uncle. Where are those soldiers? Yi Xian was a little surprised. The princess was still crying sadly and did not answer. Answer my question. Yi Xian frowned. The princess bit her lower lip. You are so powerful. Why didn't you agree to escort me in the first place? If not, maybe Uncle Ma wouldn't have died. If you say one more useless word, I will leave you here and let the wolves eat you. Yi Xian said coldly. He had no good impression of her at all, and he disliked this kind of moral kidnapping the most. The body of the groom gradually disappeared, leaving nothing behind. But the princess seemed to have a little temper and walked away. I'm just too lazy to care. Yi Xian turned the horse's head and was about to leave. However, the princess stepped on a stone and fell down, causing her knees to bleed. There were tears in her eyes, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't get up. Tisk! Yi Xian dismounted and came to her side. The princess bit her lower lip. I don't need your help. Don't be ungrateful. As if I have to help you, Yi Xian said, forcibly picking her up by the waist, jumping onto the horse again, and driving away into the distance. At night, somewhere by the river, the princess sat on a rock and hugged her legs. I'm sorry for what happened before. She has calmed down a lot and no longer continues to mess around. So, where are the soldiers escorting you? Yi Xian took out some food and gave it to her. Thanks. The princess took the food and cried while eating. We met the Wolf King at that time. And those soldiers were. Wolf King? Yi Xian's heart moved. A very big, very scary wolf. The princess wiped her tears. Can you describe it more carefully? Seeing that she was still crying, Yi Xian took out a handkerchief and handed it out. The princess took the handkerchief and said, A very, very big one. Can you be more detailed? For example, attributes and skills. Yi Xian felt helpless. What is that? The princess tilted her head and was wiping tears. Eat quickly. We will continue on our way after eating. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. It would be fine if it was an ordinary boss. But if it was king level or above, he might not be able to handle it. The princess suddenly said, But it's time for me to rest. Then you sleep. Yi Xian almost laughed angrily. How long has it been, and you still want to sleep? Can you prepare gold bed heels for me? No. Nothing. Do you think this is a palace? Yi Xian interrupted her. Yes. Sorry. The princess lowered her head and looked pitiful. Yi Xian pondered for a long time, took out his staff, and summoned a carriage. As soon as the carriage appeared, the horse he was riding on disappeared. Currently, he could only have one summon at the same time. That's it at most. Yi Xian glanced at the princess and asked her to get into the carriage and go to sleep. Thanks. The princess opened the curtain and entered the carriage. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, secretly thinking that he was really a burden. He rode on the horse pulling the carriage and continued on his way, heading straight for the main city. There are no wolves around here anymore. It's safe for now. Feeling dizzy, Yi Xian took out a bottle of anti-fatigue medicine and drank it. That is very harmful to the body. A voice suddenly came from the sedan behind him. So? Yi Xian disagreed and felt a little tired. So he drank another bottle. Anti-fatigue drugs do have side effects. But as a player, you should, Yi Xian said, losing strength and leaning back. His mind went blank. He closed his eyes involuntarily and fell asleep. Chapter 24 Wolf King. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was shining brightly. A voice came from my ear. Are you awake? It was the princess, with mud on her face and some water in her hands. Where are we? Yi Xian sat up and felt a little dry in the mouth. I didn't know it was the carriage that brought us here, the princess said, putting her hand in front of him. 10 slender green jade fingers were so close that Yi Xian was a little stunned. I've washed my hands carefully, the princess said seriously. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Don't you think it's too close? There's no other water carrier in that one. For a moment, the princess's face turned red. Is that so? Yi Xian didn't have anything to dislike, so he drank up the water she was holding. This is my first time feeding someone water. The princess seemed to have gotten over the sadness of the groom's death, but her eyes were still red and swollen. Yi Xian shrugged. Then I'm really honored. Let's continue on our way. The side effect of anti-fatigue drugs is that the body is overdrawn and fainted on the spot. But the carriage is gone, said the princess suddenly, when the carriage suddenly disappeared and they all fell off their horses. The statute of limitations has expired. Yi Xian summoned a carriage again. That's awesome. How did you do it? The princess looked at the brand new carriage with eyes. Yi Xian twisted his neck. It's a family tradition, he said, mounting his horse. Can you teach me? The princess entered the sedan chair. After all, she was just a little girl, so she had no resistance to such magical things. It's said to be a family tradition. Want to learn? Then you have to become my woman first, Yi Xian joked. He felt helpless, so dizzy that he wasted a lot of time. In the sedan chair, the princess's face turned red. Dare I ask? As a princess of a clan, who would dare to make such a joke with her? How was your father? On the way. Yi Xian suddenly became curious and knew that it was useless to be anxious, so it was better to chat. You're so cold. You can't say a few words to me for a year, the princess replied weakly. Are you sick? Yi Xian felt something was wrong with her voice. The princess quickly said, No. No. In fact, she was just shy. If you are sick, don't hold it in. Tell me. Yi Xian immediately said that as a mage, he only knows some healing magic. Yes, the princess agreed. She secretly thought that this man was really strange. He looked cold on the surface, but he was actually quite caring. Ouch. The sound of wolves howling suddenly came. Yi Xian's expression changed. Catching up? Without saying a word, he jumped onto the roof of the carriage and looked back. In the distance, the wolves were coming like a tide, at an extremely fast speed, and the distance was being shortened rapidly. How is the situation? Asked the princess in the sedan chair. It sucks. It sucks. I feel like they're targeting you. Yi Xian frowned and summoned the fire dragon to blast away. The princess heard this and said, It's very possible. At that time, the Wolf King was impartial and targeted them. Now when they got off the main road, they were chased by the wolves again. If it's too much of a coincidence, it's not a coincidence. In short, let's solve the immediate trouble first. Yi Xian licked his lips. The fire dragon has already struck the wolves, causing hundreds of casualties. With a flash of golden light on his body, he upgraded, and his level as a magician increased. Human, hand over the princess, came a thick voice. Are you the Wolf King? Yi Xian looked over and stood up straight. I saw that it was a huge wolf, 5 meters high and 8 meters long, with its fangs glowing coldly. In addition, the fur actually had a faint purple tint. The Wolf King did not answer, but howled, and the speed of the entire wolf pack suddenly increased. almost doubling. How about you leave me behind? The princess said suddenly. In this way, he may still have hope of survival. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I want to send you back safely. Don't get off the carriage. After he said that, he jumped down and met the Wolf King, who was already approaching. Human, you made the worst choice. The Wolf King stopped and roared. I never think that I am a smart person. No, I am trying to be a hero. Yi Xian smiled softly. This scene seemed familiar, although it was not exactly the same. His firm heart did not waver at all. There is a price to pay for being a hero. The Wolf King howled, and the sound was even sharper as he got closer. Yi Xian's eardrums were almost shattered. He used a short-distance teleportation to reach its side and swung a sword. Shut up! It's obvious that this guy's attack is sonic. A mere human. You want to hurt me? The Wolf King waved his claws back. Snapped. When the two meet, blood splashes out. Yi Xian took a few steps back. Being too confident is not a good thing. It turns out. The Wolf King looked at the only half of the claw left in disbelief. At this time, the entire wolf pack rushed over. Leave him alone. Go and capture him for the human princess, the Wolf King said immediately. Ouch. Oh. The wolves sped up and headed straight for the carriage in the distance. Yi Xian murmured in a low voice. Proud fire dragon. Let's wreak havoc. The fire dragon flew out from above his head, killing all the wolves rushing in front, setting off bursts of flames. No one can get past me. Yi Xian's voice was cold, directly threatening. In an instant, the wolves paused, not daring to move any further. The Wolf King is also level 120. Ouch. It howled, which actually caused the wolves to disperse their fear. Are you a king-level boss? Yi Xian pursed his lips. Now that you know it, you should also know that today is your end. The Wolf King roared. One after another, red wolves came out, much stronger than ordinary wolves. Just in time to practice my skills. Yi Xian was not afraid at all. As a level 120 player, he has no reason to be afraid of a boss. Soon, he started fighting with the wolves, and from time to time, he was distracted and released the fire dragon to stop the wolves who wanted to chase the carriage. This idiot. On the other side, the princess was crying in the carriage. He obviously said that he didn't want to help him, but he went to fight the wolves alone. What was the difference between that and seeking death? I will avenge you, and take Uncle Ma with me. The princess's eyes were red, and she still wore a veil. A voice suddenly came. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Looking over, it turned out to be the horse pulling the carriage. So this is your true body? The princess looked surprised. I am using summons as a medium to talk to you. Yi Xian was speechless. Do you have any last wishes? Don't worry. I will definitely help you fulfill it. The princess wiped away her tears. Yi Xian thought for a moment and planned to tease her. I need a wife, and I want one right away. Then, I'll take the responsibility. The princess' eyes were filled with panic, and then a trace of determination flashed across her eyes. Ahem, you're just kidding. I'll leave the battlefield immediately and join you. Yi Xian was on the battlefield, dumbfounded. After he said that, he released the magic explosion. In an instant, powerful energy escaped from his body to the surroundings, and at the same time, billowing smoke splashed up. Chapter 25 Passerby. When the flying smoke dispersed, Yi Xian's figure had disappeared. The Wolf King's eyes were full of anger. Do you think you can escape? He smelled the smell and chased forward with the wolves. Before I knew it, it was night. In a mountain forest, the princess staggered and clenched her teeth. There were tears in his eyes. It hurt so much. The wound on my knee became infected and became increasingly painful. Cuckoo! A bird call came. The princess was so frightened that her legs weakened and she fell to the ground. She covered her mouth, not daring to make any sound, for fear that some monsters would appear. Finally, a voice came from behind. Who? The princess turned around and burst into tears. Yi Xian was a little confused. Did I scare you? No. Are you okay without you? The princess threw herself into his arms, sobbing bitterly. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. Yi Xian gently stroked her hair. Why do you have to fight the wolves for me? The princess asked suddenly, and the two looked at each other. Yi Xian smiled lightly. Do you need a reason? Does this mean that you will do it for me without any hesitation? Without any reason? Thank you. Thank you. The princess blushed, and then realized that she was throwing herself into someone's arms, and quickly took half a step back. Continue on your way.
Yi Xian summoned a carriage again. Because of my low level as a summoner, the things I summon can only exist for a few hours. The carriage the princess was riding in has long since dissipated.
Can you teach me if you have a chance?
The princess got into the carriage silently. Yi Xian was dumbfounded.
Didn't you say you won't tell anyone about it?
As he spoke, he noticed that the princess' pretty face was slightly red, and she was sitting motionless on the edge of the sedan chair. Her head bowed shyly. Seems like you're out of luck? Yi Xian quickly shut up, got on his horse, and ran away.
I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go to bed first,
the princess said, but she moaned in pain. Yi Xian quickly came to her side.
The wound is infected? It's okay. It just hurts a little.
The princess turned pale.
Don't move.
Yi Xian lifted up her skirt and looked at the infected knee with a frown. Most of the props in your backpack can only be used by players and have no effect on the characters in the game. For example, eating food can restore blood like a bug. The princess froze on the spot. Her face turned red. In the wilderness, a man and a woman are alone, and their skirt is lifted. She didn't move, or she didn't dare to move.
Be patient. It might hurt a little.
Yi Xian was a little unsure. The princess responded weakly. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that there was ambiguity in the air.
I'm sorry. I didn't think about it that much. It's okay. I believe you are a gentleman.
The princess blushed and her heart was beating fast. Yi Xian took out the disinfectant. As an innocent little virgin who didn't have a girlfriend, his heart felt hot at this moment, as if there was a little devil in his ears tempting him to do something.
It hurts.
When the medicine started to be applied, the princess shrank her legs. Her silky legs were flawless under the moonlight, like a beautiful work of art.
Bear with it.
Yi Xian held his breath, took the medicine, and turned around. The princess was very shy, but seeing him like this, she found it interesting.
Thank you.
How could such a cold person be shy?
You're welcome,
Yi Xian said, asking the horse to speed up to avoid being caught up by the Wolf King. I sprinkled a lot of air freshener on my way here, hoping it would have some effect.
Strange. Why doesn't it smell at all?
The Wolf King was leading the Wolf clan on the grassland thousands of miles away.
Great King. What should we do?
A red wolf came out. The Wolf King snorted coldly.
Chase towards the main human city. But King, we will be in danger at any time.
Red Wolf said again. This is no joke.
So what if there is danger? It must be completed,
the Wolf King said in a cold voice. Yes. Red Wolf had no choice but to agree. The sun and moon changed, and the sun gradually rose from the sky. The princess woke up from the carriage and asked,
Where are we? Should be on the main road soon.
Yi Xian rode on the horse and answered casually.
Is this so?
The princess was inexplicably disappointed.
By the way, I haven't asked you what your name is yet.
Yi Xian suddenly remembered. The princess replied,
My name is Elue, after my mother's surname. My name is Yi Xian.
Yi Xian spoke, and now they were officially acquainted.
Can you please take me back personally?
The princess asked tentatively. When they got to the main road, the soldiers would definitely not agree to her being with a stranger, but she still wanted to do whatever she wanted.
I don't care, as long as your Highness Princess agrees to one condition.
Yi Xian smiled very gentlemanly. Ira was puzzled.
What conditions? I'm looking for 2 people.
Yi Xian told Xinqi and the others their physical characteristics.
If I guess correctly, the girl named Xinqi has a good relationship with you. Right.
Elua looked away, wondering what he was thinking.
Please help me, Your Highness the Princess.
Yi Xian nodded lightly. Iroh felt uncomfortable, but he still agreed.
When I return to the main city, I will ask my father. Thank you, Your Highness Princess.
Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If he could mobilize the entire human race, the chance of finding them would be much greater.
Just call me Luo or Lure. You don't have to be so outspoken.
Luo was a little unhappy.
Yeah, Lure.
Yi Xian pondered for a while, then nodded gently. Iroh suddenly remembered something.
You can't call me that if there are outsiders around. Don't worry. I have my own sense of discretion.
Yi Xian agreed.
You call me Lure. How about I call you Brother Yi?
Luo blinked his eyes, as if his spiritual eyes could speak.
Isn't this bad?
Yi Xian looked stunned. Acting like a childhood sweetheart? Iroh was a little disappointed.
Isn't it possible? Whatever. You can call me whatever you want,
Yi Xian said, coming to her side.
Brother Yi.
Luo immediately became happy.
I'm going to change your dressing. Yi Xian swallowed and foamed at the mouth. Iroh was wearing a beautiful skirt that reached to her ankles. If she didn't lift it up, the affected area wouldn't be visible at all. Iroh blushed. Please, please. She looks like she is at her disposal, and almost no man can control her. Yi Xian stretched out his hand, feeling like a pervert, slowly lifting the skirt. The white bare feet first came into view, like tender tofu. Continuing to go up, I heard a roar from the distance. Let that girl go! Let me do it! Iroh quickly closed the curtain of the sedan, his heart beating loudly. Who? Yi Xian stopped the carriage and frowned. I don't change my name when I'm walking, and I don't change my surname when I sit down. So does Passerby A. Passerby A was dressed in cloth and had a long sword hanging on his waist. Passenger A? Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Do you have brothers named Passerby B and Passenger C? Chapter 26 Take off the veil for you. How you know? Passerby A was holding a long knife and was a little surprised when he heard this. Yi Xian was speechless. Get out of the way. Don't block our way. Humph. You can leave if you want, but you must leave something behind. Passerby A was very domineering, blocking the road in the middle and refusing to give way. How about leaving you alive? Yi Xian smiled kindly. Oh? This? Passerby A was stunned. Iroh opened the curtain, revealing a red face. Can you please step aside? Okay. So beautiful. Passerby A looked shocked. Although he could only see half of his face because of the veil, it still shocked him. Thank you. Iroh didn't know what to say for a moment, so he thanked him. Chong. Yi Xian slowly drew out the dragon-slaying sword. He had no time to waste. Passerby held a knife across his chest. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Noisy. Yi Xian came to him in an instant and threw out a knife. Uh-huh. With blood splattering. Passerby died on the spot and his body was separated. Ilua's face paled a bit, and he silently returned to the sedan chair, hugging his legs. Don't be afraid. It's safe. Yi Xian was sitting outside the sedan, and there was only a curtain between them. When we return to the main city, we may never see each other again, Iroh suddenly said. As a princess, she has almost no free space and is completely dominated. Yi Xian nodded lightly, not thinking anything was wrong. Ilua was obviously a little sad. Will you miss me? Will you? Yi Xian rubbed his nose. There is nothing to think about. After all, I am not familiar with her, and I don't even know what her appearance is like under the veil. My appearance is not allowed to be seen by others. Iroh happened to mention this. Why? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Could it be that the human emperor even cares about such things? Ilua seemed to have mustered up the courage. Because of my family's family motto. Apart from close relatives, it can only be shown to those who like it. Yi Xian suddenly realized that every family has different customs, which is normal. So, Iroh took courage and opened the curtain. Please, please turn around. What's wrong? Yi Xian looked over and couldn't help but widen his eyes. I saw that Iroh had put down his veil and was staring at him seriously. Yi Xian swallowed in frothy. And the 4 words, King Wu Qingqing, suddenly appeared in his mind. Only these 4 words could match her. Am I good looking? Iroh panicked. She had never shown her appearance to anyone other than her parents. And this was the first time. It's beautiful. So beautiful. Yi Xian gave a thumbs up. Iroh was relieved. That would be great. At least I'm not hated. That's enough. When Yi Xian realized what he was doing, his face turned red, and he turned to writing seriously. She said she only shows her looks to the people she likes. Doesn't that mean? Is this a different kind of confession? Looking at the pretty girl, Yi Xian was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time a girl confessed to him. At this time, we finally reached the main road. There are no people here, and it is the best road to the main city. Several soldiers were stationed here, and when they saw the carriage, stop and get checked. No need. It's me. Iroh had put on his veil again and stepped out of the sedan chair. Mr. Your Highness the Princess? Your Highness! The soldiers present saluted one after another and did not dare to neglect. What's going on with the wolves? Iroh asked. The human emperor has dispatched the main force, and I believe the wolf problem will be solved soon, a soldier said solemnly, his face showing enthusiasm when he mentioned the words. Human emperor. Yi Xian frowned slightly. We are leaving. Will you follow or continue to stay here? You? The soldiers looked at each other and drew their weapons in turn. No need to be rude. He saved me, the princess said immediately. Princess, please come here. We will protect you with our lives back to the main city, the soldier said. Yi Xian smiled softly. Are lives valuable these days? If you don't escort the princess back to the city, even if you die, it will be useless. What do you mean? Come and have a fight if you can. The soldiers were enraged. Are you sure? Yi Xian said, as if a demon god was roaring behind him. This is not a skill deterrent, but his own aura. You? Who are you? The soldiers looked pale and barely held their weapons steady. Yi Xian chuckled. Just an ordinary person. After he said that, he drove the carriage forward. Please be sure to escort the princess back to the city safely, some soldiers yelled. Although cruel, it is true. It is nothing more than the process. What people value is only the result. It is difficult for you and others to produce good results. It should be safe here. Right, Yi Xian whispered. You haven't changed my dressing yet. Iroh's voice came weakly. Yi Xian entered the sedan. Wait a moment. I will change it for you right away. There was no longer the ambiguous atmosphere before. He put on the medicine in a few moments and then breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know if it will leave any scars. Iroh used 2 fingers to pull back and forth on the gauze binding his knees. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't worry. It won't happen. The medicines he used were all obtained from the secret realm, and the effects were outstanding. I can rest assured that. Iroh was visibly relieved. As a girl, how can you not love beauty? In came a long dragon roar. What sound? Iroh was stunned. This voice sounds like the legendary dragon? Yi Xian looked at the little golden dragon crawling out of his arms and smiled bitterly. What are you going to do? In. The little golden dragon looked disgusted and opened his mouth, seemingly dissatisfied. Are you hungry? Yi Xian took out some dry food. The little golden dragon swallowed it in one gulp, then continued to stare at him, signaling to take out more. So interesting. Iroh reached out to touch it. Yi Xian quickly said, Don't! This dragon that relies on her is even fierce to herself. Will she bite her directly? However, little Jinlong not only did not resist, but also closed his eyes comfortably. The Chromospermosaurus, Yi Xian whispered in a low voice. Only beautiful women can touch it. So cute. Iroh liked it more and more. Stinky dragon. Let me discuss something with you. Can you rely on her from now on? It just so happens that you like her too. Yi Xian's heart moved, and he had long wanted to get it away. The little golden dragon opened his mouth. Een. The sound was loud, representing resistance, and then it got into the arms and remained motionless. A deadbeat snake. Just a deadbeat snake. Yi Xian was a little depressed. It likes you. Otherwise it wouldn't follow you, Iroh said seriously. Maybe. Yi Xian shrugged. The little golden dragon fell asleep again in his arms, and he would probably be hungry next time he woke up. Robbery! A roar suddenly came from the front. Yi Xian looked over and saw that it was that passerby again. Chapter 27. Don't know whether to live or die? I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, stay here. Puff! Before passerby A could finish his words, his neck and throat were wiped, and he was bleeding profusely. Yi Xian put away the dragon-slaying sword. Noisy! I was robbed by an NPC twice in a row, but there was no one left. After that, they continued on their way, and it took them nearly a day to finally reach the main city. Brother Yi, do you want to come with me to meet my father? The carriage drove into the city, and Iroh in the sedan said seriously. His face flushed. No. If there is any news, please let me know. I will be in the city these days. Yi Xian didn't think too much and shook his head gently. Is this so? Iroh was a little disappointed. At this time, they have arrived at the Imperial Palace. This is the place where the human emperor governs, and it is extremely majestic. Who are you? No one is allowed to come near here. As the carriage approached, soldiers guarding the surrounding area gathered around. Yi Xian opened the curtain. Who do you think this is? Mr. Your Highness the Princess? Her Royal Highness is back. The soldiers were shocked and knelt down one after another. Yi Xian helped Eluo get out of the carriage. Go in. It's time for me to leave. Iroh nodded slightly. She looked at the palace gate, her eyes filled with disappointment. It's easy to get in, but it's difficult to get out again. Your Highness the Princess, the human emperor declares your presence. A young general in white armor walked out and asked with concern. Sister Luo, are you okay? I'm fine, thanks to the hero behind me. Iroh looked reluctant. Hero? Where is the hero? General Baijiao looked confused. Yi Luo turned around and realized that Yi Xian was no longer there. Street. Yi Xian took back the summoned carriage, bought 2 steamed buns, and sat on the street to eat them. The little golden dragon moved in his arms and made a soft sound, indicating that it wanted to eat too. Yi Xian casually tore off a piece and threw it into his arms. Eat, eat, eat. Sooner or later, you will become fat like a pig. Brother, give me some charity. A little girl came over crying. She was blind in one eye, missing an arm, and wore tattered clothes. She looked very pitiful. Okay. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, took out a copper coin from his backpack and handed it out. Thank you, big brother. You are so kind. The little girl ran away happily. His belly was suddenly bitten hard, and Yi Xian frowned. What are you doing again? You lazy snake? He didn't get an answer, but was bitten harder. Do you want me to catch up with that little girl? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then said. The little golden dragon let go of his mouth and groaned softly, indicating that he had guessed correctly. Why should I agree to you? Just let me go. Don't bite. Yi Xian had no choice but to agree. He followed the little girl from a distance, his hands in his pockets. Uncle, please do it. The little girl is begging to an uncle. The uncle kicked her over. You stinky girl. You dare to block my way. Don't you want to live anymore? Yes. Sorry. The little girl was kicked over, clutching her lower abdomen and unable to stand up for a moment. Passers-by were in a hurry, and no one stopped. The uncle didn't feel any guilt at all. Instead, he only felt happy. Are you okay? Like a breath of fresh air, Yi Xian walked over and stretched out his hand to the little girl. Thanks for having dirty hands. The little girl raised her hand, then put it down, and struggled to get up. She was so sensible that it made people feel heartbroken. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. Tell brother, where are your parents? I don't remember them. I don't know what they looked like or where they lived. The little girl said with longing in her eyes. For a moment, Yi Xian's mind moved and he thought of something. Thinking back to today, there are many media reports about human traffickers abducting children and leaving them disabled and begging on the streets. Could it be? He did not continue thinking. Little girl, do you have many friends who beg with you? Brother, how do you know? The little girl nodded slightly, looking puzzled. Of course I know. Yi Xian's face turned cold, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Since this kind of thing has happened to me, I naturally can't just sit idly by. The little golden dragon's cry of satisfaction came from his arms. The little girl looked confused. Brother, I suddenly feel so cold. Take me to where you live. Yi Xian exhaled and suppressed the anger in his heart. No, it won't work. My uncles will beat me. The little girl shook her head repeatedly. Believe me, big brother. Take me there, and no one will hit you again. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. Suddenly, he was tapped on the shoulder, and a voice came from his ear. Stop meddling in other people's business. Be careful with your life. It was a man. His mouth was right next to Yi Xian's ear. After that, he took the little girl away. Little Jinlong, do you want me to help those children? Yi Xian looked at their retreating figures and asked aloud. The little golden dragon didn't answer. He had fallen asleep and seemed not to care about these things. Pa! In a large mansion somewhere, the little girl was slapped hard. Damn girl! I've raised you for so long, but you're not good at asking for money, and your ability to cause trouble is getting better and better. Don't you know what you shouldn't say? The person who beat her was a man, the same one who had said harsh words to Yi Xian before. The little girl's face was hit with blood. Yes. I'm sorry. Next time, watch out for your other eye. The man finished speaking coldly and looked to the right. There was a group of children there who were trembling with fear, each with a physical disability, and they were bowing their heads and not daring to raise their heads. These are not children, not even people. They are just their own cash cows. Remember everything for me. After the man said this, he went into the house to drink. Yes. Yes. The children responded. Bang. The door was suddenly kicked open. You're about to die, but you're still in the mood to drink? Yi Xian walked in slowly, putting his hands in his pockets and looking unhurried. The man quickly walked out of the house. Is it you? You really don't know how to live or die. He said that and took out a pistol. Shua. Yi Xian came to him in an instant and cut the gun in half. Hi. Master? The man's pupil shrank. His legs softened, and he almost knelt down. That damn girl has caused trouble after all. Aren't you afraid of being cast aside by your ancestors for doing such a thing? Yi Xian glanced at the children and frowned. The man gritted his teeth and said, "If you kill me, none of the 37 children in total will survive. What's the difference between us being like this and dying? You took everything away from us." When those children saw someone supporting them, their backs stiffened. Are you going to rebel? The man took half a step back. The rest is up to you. Yi Xian threw out the dragon-slaying sword, and the man's limbs were instantly disabled, and he collapsed to the ground helplessly. The man yelled, "I am just a branch. Someone will avenge me." Chapter 28 now. Who is the weed? You damn devil. Go to H.L. Seeing that the man had no ability to resist, the children stepped forward and skinned him alive, showing his true hatred. Branch? Yi Xian frowned. Wait for you to die. The man was still breathing, but his face was ferocious and pale. Soon, he was dead and his blood was everywhere. A few children went over to close the door to prevent the miserable situation here from being seen outside. Then they all looked at Yi Xian. Don't worry. I won't leave. Yi Xian breathed. If he leaves now, these people will face Lish torture. What happened? Several traffickers pushed open the door and entered. Yi Xian glanced over. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Soon, he captured those people, tied them up and threw them in the courtyard. And their mouths were gagged with cloth strips. Tell me, where is your headquarters? Yi Xian came to one of them and took off the cloth from his mouth. You actually went against us? The man didn't answer, but roared angrily. Snapped. Yi Xian slapped him. Answer my question. Next time. It's hard to tell where your head is. Our headquarters is in the city. The man shuddered subconsciously. Specific location. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The main city covers a total area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, comparable to a city in China. When he learned the specific location, he drew the dragon-slaying sword and wanted to kill these people first. Don't kill me. I know a secret. The man who had just answered the question had his hair standing on end and said quickly. Yi Xian chuckled. What secret? You promise not to kill me first, and then I will say it. The man said quickly. Depending on my mood, you have no chance to bargain with me now. Yi Xian disagreed and slowly raised the dragon-slaying sword. It's about orc Xinchi. There were beads of sweat on the man's forehead. Yi Xian frowned. Did you arrest her? That's not true. But we captured her friend, an elf. The man said quickly. Natasha. Yi Xian whispered to himself. Speak more carefully. Our boss plans to use her to lure the beast Xinchi out. The specific location is in the wasteland outside the city. We should have already started. The man continued, saying so much just to survive. But human traffickers don't deserve to live. Yi Xian wiped off their necks and looked at the children present. Wait until I come back. Let's put things aside for now. Natasha needs her. When he left, all the bodies on the ground disappeared, and the children blocked the door to avoid being noticed as much as possible. Outside the city, there is a wasteland. When we catch that Xinchi, our industry can be expanded. It doesn't matter if you're a popular girl. I want 50 girls a day. A convoy was on its way, and there was a cage on one of the carriages, and inside the cage was Natasha. She hugged her legs at this time. Master, I have protected Sister Xinchi. Why are you making such a fuss? Shut your mouth. Someone stood outside the cage and kicked the cage with his foot. Natasha was silent. Her condition was very bad, and her mana was almost 0. Okay, put down the cage. A voice came out when they reached a deserted place. Sister Xinchi, you must not come. Natasha was placed in the center of several boulders, her eyes dull. The man's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Master, I'm here to accompany you. Oops, someone is causing trouble. Who is it? The traffickers hiding behind the boulders came out one after another and looked into the distance. There, the dust was blown by the wind, and a man was walking towards him holding a long sword. His pace was not fast, but it was like stepping on everyone's heartstrings, making them breathless. Master! Master? Natasha in the cage rubbed her eyes. Dare to touch my people? That was of course Yi Xian. His voice was hoarse and cold at this time. All the traffickers looked at the one-eyed dragon among them. Boss, what should we do? Oh, weeds. Of course we have to get rid of them. The one-eyed dragon held a piece of grass in his mouth, and after saying that, he pulled out a gun. He aimed at Yi Xian, pulled the trigger with a pung sound, and the hot bullet flew out, like the god of death howling. Song! A clear voice came, and the bullet was split in half by Yi Xian's sword. Sword cuts bullets? How can it be? The traffickers present were all frightened. The grass in the one-eyed dragon's mouth accidentally slipped, and he quickly emptied the bullets in the gun. But when the bullet was about to hit, the man was gone. A voice came from behind. Now! Who is the weed? The one-eyed dragon quickly turned around, but only saw Yi Xian swinging his sword. Puff! Hot blood splashed out. The soil was stained red, and the one-eyed dragon collapsed to the ground, too dead to die. Master! Natasha cried. Master! We didn't know she was your pet. Please let us go! There were more than 40 human traffickers present, each holding a weapon. But at this moment, they all knelt down and begged for mercy, not daring to resist at all. Yi Xian's voice was cold. Have you ever given those children a chance? Not long after, he killed all the traffickers, leaving corpses everywhere. Master, I miss you so much. Natasha's eyes were red. Squeak! Yi Xian put away the dragon-slaying sword and opened the cage forcefully. Silly girl! I miss you too. Natasha threw herself into his arms and burst into tears on the spot. Where's Gu Xinqi? Yi Xian gently stroked her hair. I have no idea. Natasha shook her head, looking ashamed. Yi Xian saw this. What happened? Why were you arrested? There were a lot of bad guys trying to catch Sister Xinqi. I lured them away, but I was accidentally arrested. Natasha felt even more guilty. You did nothing wrong. Yi Xian kissed her forehead gently. Do you still remember where you finally separated? Meteorite Lumberyard, Natasha said, knowing the last location where they dispersed. Yi Xian went straight there. Meteorite Lumber Camp, the largest logging farm around the main city, is named after the abundance of meteorite wood. Master, it's around here, Natasha said when she came to a relatively remote place. Yi Xian responded softly and found that there were obvious signs of fighting here. In addition, there were a lot of people, each holding a weapon and looking for something. Yi Xian put on a mask. If you dare to touch my people, you have to bear the price. You? Are you the mask? People on the side saw him wearing a mask and looking horrified. Congratulations. You guessed it right. Yi Xian glanced over and killed him with a knife in return. Blood splattered out, and Natasha seemed to be indifferent to all this. Chapter 29 Crazy for the world to see. The sun was shining. Corpses were everywhere, and all those people were killed. Yi Xian put away the dragon-slaying sword. There should be no other place. He looked into the depths and led Natasha away. What should I do? I will die. At the same time, deep in the meteorite lumberyard, Xinqi was hiding behind a big tree. Look who I found. A voice suddenly came from beside him. It was a woman. Do not come. Xinqi looked over and quickly stood up. The woman smiled softly. Don't worry. I'm not here to kill you. This is the first time we meet. My name is Ningju. She is surprisingly Gu Qing's lover. Ningju, in the Awakening Alliance. My name is Xinqi. Xinqi introduced herself. You are an NPC. Right. Ningju hugged his shoulders. What is that? Xinqi was puzzled. From beginning to end, she didn't understand the meaning of this word. Ningju pretended to be disappointed. It seems that man has been hiding something from you. What are you talking about? Xinqi looked puzzled. Yi Xian, you should be familiar with this name. He has been hiding it from you and taking pleasure in it, Ningju said. I don't believe it. Xinqi held the staff in her hand and took a few steps back facing her. Ningju pressed forward step by step. You have been doing the same things and saying the same words. Because you are just an NPC that provides players with fun, without any freedom. Do you understand now? I'm not like that now. Xinqi shook her head and hugged the staff to her chest. Because you have awakened? And so have I. We are a family. Ningju paused. And that Yi Xian. He just treats you as a toy that can be thrown away after being played with. No. He wouldn't do that to me. Xinqi bit her lower lip, recalling the past scenes, and firmly believed that Yi Xian was not that kind of person. Ningju laughed loudly. Men can pretend, and all he gives you is hypocrisy. Found the orc Xinqi. A roar came from not far away. It was a man holding a long knife. Whoosh! Ningju threw a flying knife with his backhand. How can it be? The man collapsed to the ground, covering his throat, and a flying knife was stuck there, half of it submerged. Help! Help! Xinqi's face turned pale, and she backed away repeatedly, finally hitting her back against a tree. I won't hurt you, Ningju secretly thought. Many people have noticed the movement here and are coming, and it must be solved as soon as possible. Do not come near me. Xinchi put away her staff and took out the skull dagger. Ningju, who was about to approach, paused. If you don't come with me, you will die here. Think about it carefully. After she said that, she stood there and waited quietly. Okay, I'll follow. Don't listen to her. Xinchi was about to give a reply when she heard a roar from the distance. It was Yi Xian. He came with Natasha on his back and had already taken off his mask. Xinchi, I'm here to pick you up. Oops. Ningju took out a flying knife and wanted to hijack Xinchi. Be careful, Yi Xian shouted in the distance. In panic, Xinchi closed her eyes and stabbed out the skull dagger forcefully. The hot liquid splashed on her face, and she opened her eyes blankly. The dagger pierced Ningju's chest, and blood was still flowing out. Well done! Yi Xian got closer and kicked Ningju away. In the game world, conscious NPCs are just like normal people in reality. They will die if they are stabbed in the vitals. Ningju's eyes were blank, and he gradually closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Master, we found some red stones. Natasha stepped forward to pick up the fallen objects. Are you okay? Yi Xian didn't care about that, but asked Xiang Xinchi. Xinchi stood there blankly. Did I kill someone? Perhaps she was frightened. She lost consciousness for a while, fell backward, and gradually closed her eyes. Let's go! Yi Xian stepped forward and held her in his arms, then turned to look at Natasha. Soon, the group of 3 people left, and a man playing the guitar slowly walked over. It was Gu Qing. When he saw Ningju's body, he lost consciousness. Ningju? The sun was shining brightly, but it could not warm the beauty's already pale face. Why isn't it already agreed? Gu Qing walked up to the corpse and knelt down without any strength. 2 lines of clear tears fell down when Ningju's body disappeared. He smiled. The smile was sharp, and the smile was miserable. Madman! Why are you laughing? Have you ever seen this person? A team came over, holding Xinchi's portrait in their hands. Gu Qing turned his eyes and looked over, still smiling. Crazy? Huh? Since the world wants me to be crazy, then I will show my madness to the world. After a while, he left, and those people turned into mincemeat and piled on the ground, disappearing together with the portraits. The familiar sound of guitar sounded, but it was a lot more chilling and crazy than before. Sorry that I had you worried. At a riverside, Xinchi woke up after being fed some water. Her ears drooped. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. Don't be afraid. That person tricked you into joining the Awakening Alliance. He should be killed. Where is that place? And what does NPC mean? Xinchi was puzzled and depressed because of killing someone. I will tell you when the time is right. Yi Xian removed his hand and said solemnly. Sister Xinchi, are you not injured? Natasha came closer. Xinchi forced a smile. No, I'm fine. I'm going to wrong you later. Let's go to the main city. Yi Xian told Xinchi that without pets, it would be almost impossible for foreigners to enter the main human city. Xinchi shook her head. It's okay. In comparison, this grievance is not a grievance at all. You have no chance to go back. A voice suddenly came from behind. Who? Yi Xian looked up and realized that there were people coming from all directions. Master, there are 163 in total. Natasha took out her short bow and instantly counted the number of enemies. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Come on! Don't move unless you don't want their lives anymore. Among those people, one of them was obviously the leader and waved his hand. Several human traffickers took out the children that Yi Xian had rescued before, including the little girl. Master? Natasha was about to shoot an arrow, but was stopped by Yi Xian, who looked puzzled. What do you want? Yi Xian stared at the leader. The leader sneered. It's simple. You or that girl. What's the meaning? Yi Xian's expression did not change. I admire your abilities, and I'm also eager for that girl's bounty. As long as you agree to one of them, I will not only let you go, but also let those children go, the leader said, waving his hand. On the contrary, the traffickers understood and took out their guns one after another, pointing them at the children's temples. At this point, the leader continued, These children will sleep here forever. Mean. Yi Xian clenched his fists. Chapter 30, As long as she is happy. Big brother. The little girl I had seen before had a gun pointed at her head. Looking horrified, Yi Xian asked Natasha in a low voice, "Can you shoot all the traffickers who are holding the children to death instantly?" "Master, I'm sorry." Natasha shook her head. Bang! The leader of the traffickers suddenly took out a gun and pulled the trigger on a child's head. With a precise hit, blood and white brain matter splattered all over the floor. "You?" Yi Xian held the dragon-slaying sword and almost rushed over. "If you don't give me an answer in 3 seconds, I will kill one. And the next one. How about killing this little girl?" the leader said, coming to the little girl's side, raising his gun and pointing it at her head. 1, 2, 3. Snapped. As the leader finishes counting. Shoot directly. At this critical moment, a person rushed over. It was Yi Xian. He held the little girl in his arms and blocked the bullet with his body. "Hey, he is really a kind person," the leader said with mockery, secretly saying that such a person is useless. "I just don't want the beast to smile so happily." A fierce light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. The leader was startled and quickly backed away. "Protect me! Paw! Paw! Paw!" Gunfire rang out from time to time. "Hegemonic body," Yi Xian said, using his physical body to resist bullets. Big brother?" The little girl was held in her arms, her voice hoarse and tears falling from her cheeks. "Why should you be so kind to yourself?" When the gunfire stopped, everyone was looking at Yi Xian. At this time, he was curled up on the ground, holding the little girl tightly, motionless. "Is he dead?" the trafficker asked uncertainly. Whoosh, swish, swish. Arrows shot out one after another, piercing their heads one after another. Natasha's eyes turned red in the distance. "I want you to die. Don't be stunned. Fight back. Fight back quickly," the leader of the traffickers shouted. And the people quickly turned their guns. "Have you forgotten me?" Yi Xian stood up slowly, with blood holes all over his body. "You? How could you still be alive?" The leader's pupils shrank, looking in disbelief. Yi Xian drank a bottle of recovery medicine. "Go to HL." He swung the dragon-slaying sword, and as the sword light flashed, a slight wound appeared on the leader's throat. "Oh! No! Nothing!" The leader didn't feel the pain and backed away with a sneer. But as soon as he took a step back, his head slipped from his neck and fell to the ground. It turned out that the sword strike had separated his body. Yi Xian turned to look at the other traffickers. "Are you ready to face death?" "No. Do not want." "Help!" Screams came from time to time. When the screams subsided, corpses were scattered everywhere. Yi Xian spit out blood fiercely. "Good guy. You have become a sieve." There were gunshot wounds all over his body, and it was estimated that at least hundreds of bullets were lodged in his body. "Master, are you okay?" Natasha ran over, tears streaming down her face. "I'll recover for you right away." Xinchi followed closely. "If you don't help me take out the bullet first." Yi Xian shook his head gently, his face pale and weak. He has been assimilated into this world, and is not considered a real player. Generally speaking, when a player is hit by a bullet, there will be no bullet in the body, and only blood will be lost. But now, I can clearly feel that there are many foreign objects in my body. Yet bullets? Xinchi was startled and took out the skull dagger. "Come on! I'll bear it!" Yi Xian smiled bitterly, and turned to look at the children. They are all still alive, and they are watching themselves crying and feeling sad for themselves. Yi Xian closed his eyes. "In ancient times, the second master scraped bones to treat poison. Now I, Yi Xian, can take bullets without numbness. Come on! I cannot!" Xinchi's hand holding the dagger was shaking back and forth. At this moment, a dragon roar that everyone could hear came. "What's going on?" Yi Xian whispered to himself. The bullets in the body gradually disappeared, and the wounds began to heal. "Could it be the dragon roar just now?" Xinchi said uncertainly. Yi Xian nodded secretly, not sure it was really related to the little golden dragon. Natasha suddenly said, "Master." She was still crying and couldn't stop her tears. "Silly girl! Stop crying! Am I okay?" Yi Xian raised his hand and hugged her. "Is anyone injured?" Xinchi turned to look at the children present. "Where seems to be frightened." A child wiped away his tears and said suddenly, "Where was the little girl from before?" She was standing there blankly, crying as well. Xinchi walked up to her. "Tell sister, why are you crying?" "Because no one has ever been so kind to me." Ware's eyes were red, and she was looking at Yi Xian. "Poor child." Xinchi held her in her arms. "Let's go." There's no need to go back to the main city.
Yixian Dao, ready to take them to the forest of Wailing. At the same time, in the palace. Different from the royal family system in ancient China, the human emperor here can only have one husband and one wife. So he has very few children. The contemporary emperor has only one daughter, Hilua. It is simply the apple of the eye of the entire royal family. Ira was sitting in a pavilion near the lake, looking at the lake quietly and saying nothing. A general in white armor ran from a distance.
Sister Luo, there is news. Tell me quickly.
Ira quickly stood up.
Sister Luo, this is the first time I've seen you so excited.
General Baijia smiled bitterly, and then said,
The orc's heart is unknown for now, but the elf has been rescued.
He could tell that Sister Luo was attracted, but it wasn't him she liked.
Rescued by who?
Iro continued to ask. General Baijia shook his head.
There were no witnesses. There was only a cage that was forcibly opened. Is this so?
Iro sat down again, his eyes filled with disappointment.
I'll look for you again. Don't worry. I'll help Sister Luo find it.
General Baijia gritted his teeth, turned around and left.
Chu Nan. Thank you.
Iroh's voice was filled with gratitude and complexity. General Baijia smiled.
The human emperor is responsible for me taking care of you. This is what I should do.
He left, a look of sadness on his face.
General, you obviously like the princess. Why do you want to help the princess to help another man?
When we were further away, a deputy general came over.
You know nothing. As long as she is happy.
General Baijia's voice was bitter. As night fell, on the other side, Yixian and others were stationed by the stream in the dense forest.
Is it the injury you helped me recover from?
Yixian came to the creek. There was no one around. The little golden dragon gave an understatement in his arms, as if to say that this was nothing. So don't take it to heart.
It's you who caused me so much trouble.
Yixian looked at the children. The little golden dragon seemed a little unhappy. Yixian hesitated for a moment.
Do you think I would help without you?
Don't be stupid. Little Jinlong's face showed contempt, as if he was saying that he was pretending to be fake. He had already seen through you.
It's boring to chat with you.
Yixian lay down on the spot, preparing to rest until tomorrow morning. Chapter 31: The General's Visit. The next day, early morning, Yixian woke up early and found Natasha sleeping next to him. He smiled slightly and felt much better. Ouch! The sound of wolves howling suddenly broke the silence.
Assemble!
Yixian secretly thought that was bad. Stood up and shouted,
Master! What's wrong?
Natasha woke up rubbing her eyes. Yixian pursed his lips and said,
Let's go to the main city.
The wolves are here, and it is impossible to lead the children out safely on their own. The only safe place nearby is the main city. Royal Palace? Iro was in a garden, walking back and forth anxiously. The wolves attacked, but Yixian was nowhere to be found. Will he be in any danger? General Baijia came over.
Sister Luo, the one named Lin is outside the city, but he is bringing 2 aliens with him. It doesn't matter. Let them enter the city.
Iro said hurriedly.
I guess so. So I just gave the order to allow them to enter the city.
General Baijia's eyes were filled with complexity. At the same time, Yixian on the other side had already brought people back to the mansion.
Why did the soldiers who were so vicious suddenly let us in?
Natasha was beside him, thinking. Yixian chuckled.
Maybe there is help from someone noble.
As for who the noble person is, it is not contained but desired.
Anyone there?
There was a voice outside the door.
You are?
Yixian drew out his dragon-slaying sword and went to open the door.
Want to fight with me?
Yuner held 2 dice in her hand and glared at him. Yixian quickly put away the dragon-slaying sword.
How come? You came to see me specially? What's the matter? Why don't you let me in? Are you hiding a girl?
Yuner got under his arm and entered the house. When she saw Xinchi, she covered her mouth in surprise.
Hello, adventurer. My name is Xinchi.
Xinchi introduced herself.
Where's your lady?
Yixian looked outside, but did not see Su Zong. Yuner replied.
She has limited time to play games now, so she asked me to send you a message. What words?
Yixian closed the door of the house.
The Su group is spending money to find you, because of your past behavior towards the young lady. It would be terrible if you were discovered.
Yuner said.
It's okay. Let him find it.
Yixian laughed dumbly. He is in the game world, so it would be strange to find himself in the real world. Yuner added.
The dude who replaced you was arrested, along with his father and the entire dark industry chain. Thank you for your hard work.
Yi Xian took a long breath, feeling a strong sense of relief.
You have added a lot of color to Mrs. Life.
Yuner changed the subject.
How?
Yi Xian was puzzled. Yuner came to him.
Miss, she lost her mother when she was young, and she rarely has her father's company, so she has a cold personality.
Yi Xian nodded, remembering the scene when he first met Su Zong in Wangle City. She was as cold as an iceberg.
But it's different now. Because of you.
Yuner said with a vague smile on her face.
Me?
Yi Xian took half a step back.
That's right. There seems to be a magic power in you that affects the lady's emotions.
Yuner nodded slightly. Afterwards, the two of them chatted for a long time. Yuner left, while Yi Xian locked himself in the room and meditated.
How could this happen?
She has become someone who is cared about. And she is still a girl in reality.
Master, are you okay?
Natasha was locked out, looking unhappy.
I'm fine. You go and play with Sister Xinqi first.
Yi Xian forced a smile. Oh. Natasha leaves. The goodwill with Natasha has dropped.
The general is here. Why don't you come out to greet him?
There was a roar that could almost reach the entire street. Yi Xian walked out of the room.
General?
Why did the general come to visit? Could it be arranged by Iroh?
What to do?
Xinqi came holding Natasha's hand.
Of course the soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it with the soil,
Yi Xian said, and went to open the door.
Opening the door so slowly.
Does it mean you don't take our general seriously?
A deputy general walked in first and cursed. Yi Xian frowned slightly.
With such a loud voice. Is it because no one taught you what quality is when you were a kid?
What do you mean? The deputy general's eyes widened. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this.
I'm talking to my dog. Did it offend you?
Yi Xian took out a puppy doll he got from nowhere.
You.
The deputy general choked on his words. If you get angry at this time, wouldn't it be equivalent to admitting that you are a dog? Yi Xian put away the doll and looked at the white-armored general who walked in.
I've seen you before. This is my first time seeing you.
Chu Nan waved his hand to signal the general to stop messing around.
General, what is the purpose of this visit?
Yi Xian raised his hand.
Being a guest.
After Chu Nan said this, he put his hands behind his back and said,
I wonder, can Brother Yi give me this face?
Certainly. Yi Xian looked calm on the outside, but he was surprised in his heart. On that day, he called Eluo
Sister Luo,
which showed that he had a good relationship with Eluo. Even close. What is the purpose of coming here? Looking at the lieutenant, I thought he was deliberately making things difficult for him to stay away from the princess. But now, you are talking about being a guest?
I'm a little hungry. Could you please Brother Yi to get something to eat? It would be best if you have some drinks.
Chu Nan came to the table in the house and sat down. The table is a stone table. The chairs are stone chairs. And there is a century-old tree next to it.
Give it to me.
Xinqi volunteered to Yi Xian and left with several children.
Why do I feel so unreliable?
Yi Xian muttered in a low voice and sat down face to face with Chu Nan. Behind him were the children and Natasha. And behind Chu Nan were a group of soldiers and lieutenants, looking like they were facing each other.
Brother Yi, I heard that you have a good relationship with the princess?
Chu Nan breaks the silence. Yi Xian secretly said,
We are considered friends.
After that, no one spoke. They all waited quietly.
It's so hot.
10 minutes later, Xinqi came over with a pot of tea and placed it on the table.
You made a pot of tea in 10 minutes?
Yi Xian's mouth twitched.
The food will be ready soon. And the tea is just for appetizing.
Xinqi finished speaking seriously and left quickly. Chu Nan poured a cup of tea by himself.
This friend of yours is quite interesting. Not only is he beautiful, but he also has a large reward. Let's not mention this matter for now. General, if you have something to say, why not just say it? Why drag it around?
Yi Xian also poured himself a cup of tea and shook his head slightly.
There's nothing to say.
Chu Nan picked up the teacup and took a sip. It's bitter, but not sweet at all. I think it's because this sweetness can't compare with the bitterness in my heart.
General.
The lieutenant general was crying bitterly. He knew that the general was feeling very uncomfortable right now, but he suppressed it in his heart. After a long time, the tea was finished, and Chu Nan put down the teacup.
Brother Yi, are you interested in competing with me in swordsmanship?
Chapter 32, Undercurrent.
Interesting.
Yi Xian stood up and drew out the dragon-slaying sword with his backhand. Chu Nan's eyes narrowed slightly.
The sword is a good sword, but I don't know how strong you are.
After observation, He found that Yi Xian was handsome and magnanimous, with a straightforward personality. Judging from saving so many children, he should also be very gentle. But it's hard to say whether the princess can be protected well.
Then what are you waiting for? Come and try it, and you will know.
Yi Xian retreated to the open space in the center of the house, holding one hand behind his back and holding the dragon-slaying sword in the other hand. Chu Nan stood up and frowned slightly.
Are you planning to give me a hand?
This is too arrogant. As the youngest general in white armor, although his strength is not top-notch, you can match him.
The food is here.
Xinchi ran to the table carrying a plate of fried vegetables with soy sauce.
Chu Nan drew out his long sword, raised his hand, and slapped it on the bottom of the plate.
Brother Yi, try it first.
The whole plate of food was blown away by him, spitting towards Yi Xian.
The general is a guest. How can I, the host, eat first?
Yi Xian chuckled, swung his sword to catch it, and the whole plate of dishes rotated back and forth on the tip of the sword.
Something capable.
Chu Nan chuckled involuntarily.
General, please.
Yi Xian flicked it hard, and the dish flew towards Chu Nan.
Speaking of guests, Brother Yi is the guest. As the host, how can I put down my chopsticks first?
Chu Nan laughed and slapped the dish back with his backhand.
What are you playing at?
Xinchi scratched her head and secretly thought that men are really strange creatures. After that, Yi Xian and Chu Nan fought for a long time and ended up in a draw. This is because Chu Nan is busy with official duties and has no time. Otherwise it is difficult to say how long the fight will last.
Let's go slowly without seeing you off.
In front of the gate, Yi Xian waved his hand.
Come and ask Brother Yi for advice when you have the chance.
Chu Nan led the team away. But as soon as he turned around, the hair on his back stood up. When he was far away, the deputy general said,
General, in my opinion, Yi Xian is no good. If we really fight, he will not be your opponent at all. You don't understand that he is stronger than me. No, stronger than the one in the palace.
Chu Nan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As a genius, he has keen instincts that ordinary people don't have. Just now, his back was turned to Yi Xian, and his instinctive reaction was strong, as if telling him that he would die at any time. This is too scary. It is certain that Yi Xian definitely did not use all his strength. He was testing him, but he was also testing himself.
Isn't that the one in the palace you were talking about?
The deputy general was startled.
That's right.
Chu Nan nodded seriously. The deputy general turned around and looked at the mansion, adding a hint of awe in his heart.
This general is a bit interesting. Unlike those brainless ones.
Yi Xian, who was in the big house, finished speaking, ate a piece of green vegetables, and said,
Vomit.
As soon as he took one bite, he almost threw up his entire stomach.
No. Isn't it delicious?
Xinchi came over.
If you want to murder me, just say so.
Yi Xian could feel his lips swollen.
Tell me first, how do you combine the 5 flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty? I'm sorry. This is actually my first time cooking, so I just put in whatever seasonings are available.
Xinchi lowered her head and drooped her ears, looking pitiful. Yi Xian raised his hand and touched her head.
Forget it. I won't do it next time.
On the other side, the palace.
Why did you go to him?
In the pavilion by the lake. Ilua stared at Chu Nan in front of him. Sulking, Chu Nan knelt down on one knee.
Sister Luo, don't blame me. I just went over to see him and make friends. Are you making things difficult for others?
Iroh didn't believe it was that simple at all.
There is really no princess. Why don't you recommend Brother Yi to the human emperor? If such a talented person serves the human race, great things can be accomplished.
Chu Nan was still kneeling.
You get up first.
Iroh's eyes were filled with brilliant light. From what it sounds like, it seems that he is very optimistic about Yi Xian. Chu Nan stood up honestly.
Brother Yi is top-notch in strength, magnanimous and straightforward. I believe the human emperor will definitely accept him. But what if he doesn't agree?
Of course Ilua wants Yi Xian to enter the palace, so that he can see him every day.
I don't think anyone can refuse the human emperor's invitation. Right.
Chu Nan thought for a moment.
I'm going to find my father right now.
Iroh was as happy as a little girl. Chu Nan smiled bitterly.
Sister Luo, you should call the human emperor your father.
However, Iroh had already run away and didn't hear him at all.
Hey, are you going to watch the girl you like fall into the arms of other men?
The sound came suddenly, accompanied by bursts of guitar sounds.
Who are you, and how did you get in? Chu Nan looked over and drew his sword instantly. I'm a madman. Gu Qin put away his guitar and smiled. Chu Nan frowned. This is not the place you should come. Answer my question first. Gu Qin was unmoved. As long as she can be happy, then I will have no regrets. So what if she is in the arms of another man? Chu Nan snorted coldly. Do you really think that man can love her and bring her happiness without you? Gu Qin said lightly. For a moment, Chu Nan was a little shaken. This is none of your business. The princess likes you. If that man hadn't appeared, she would have married you. Right, Gu Qin continued, playing the guitar. Chu Nan clenched his fists, and the figure of Yi Xian appeared in his mind. Gu Qin chuckled. As long as you kill him, the princess will fall in love with you again, and I can help you. Follow me. Chu Nan thought for a long time and prepared to change the place to talk. Gu Qin followed him, silently showing a terrifying smile, holding a bead in his hand, and secretly said, With you, I will make this whole world crazy. This bead is as big as the palm of his hand. He got it accidentally and can know everything, including by whose hands Ningju died. This is also the reason why he targeted Yi Xian. I don't know when the wolf problem will be solved. Yi Xian, who was in the mansion, was sitting on the roof, frowning. He wanted to go back to the Wailing Forest to join everyone and decide where to develop in the future. But he had no idea that the danger was about to come. Xinchi came to him. Do you need someone to accompany you? I'm not a child. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Let me guess. Are you thinking about building a city? Xinchi was considerate and guessed it easily. Well, this matter is very troublesome, so we can only take it slowly. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. Xinchi suddenly said, No matter what, I will be with you. Thanks. Yi Xian chuckled and nodded. On the other side, Iroh came to the place where the human emperor rested, but was stopped by the soldiers guarding here. She couldn't help but said, I want to see my father. Your Highness, the human emperor has not slept for 3 days and finally fell asleep. The soldier looked troubled. Let her come in. A tired voice came from inside the house. Yes. The soldiers had to get out of the way. Iroh made a face at him and walked into the house. Chapter 33 Return of the property to its original owner. My daughter. The human emperor sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Iluo, who came in with a doting look on his face. Iluo bowed and said, Father, there is a talented person in the city. Can you accept him into the palace? There are currently no vacancies in the palace, the human emperor said, covering his mouth and coughing violently. The maid on the side quickly stepped forward and patted him on the back. Okay. It's okay. After a while, the human emperor waved his hand, and the maid stepped aside. Father, how are you? Iroh looked worried. The human emperor put down the hand covering his mouth, and when he saw it, his palm was already full of blood. He quickly put his hands into his arms. Daughter, I'm fine. If you like that talented man, just call him into the palace. I'll keep him idle for now. Thank you, Father. Then Luo won't disturb Father's rest. Luo looked happy and left happily. I don't know how long such good days can last. The human emperor let out a long sigh. The next day, early morning, outside the city, wolves were in turmoil, and the human army was contending with them. In the city, in the big mansion, Yi Xian looked at the edict that had just been sent to him, with a confused look on his face. I don't want to be an official. I wanted to wait for the wolf problem to end and leave. But I didn't want to do this. This is an order issued by the emperor himself. If you don't obey, the consequences will be very difficult to bear. Xinchi stayed by his side. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the house was kicked open from the outside. Is there anyone? Come out! A group of people walked in. Everyone had some skills. Yi Xian frowned slightly. You can't even knock on the door? Hey, in this world, we never knock on the door. Are you the Yi Xian who just got the edict? One of them stepped forward, his body covered with explosive muscles. So what? Yi Xian was neither humble nor overbearing. Submit yourself to our prince, and I will ensure your prosperity and wealth, the man said, flexing his muscles, as if he was talking about the consequences of refusal. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Prince? To receive the edict, I think you must be a smart person and know the importance of having a backing. A man holding a folding fan walked slowly, and the people around him stepped to the sides with a humble attitude. Who are you? Yi Xian frowned even more. I am the prince's confidant, currently a 4th grade civil servant, and my surname is Mao Mingli. Molly said immediately. Yi Xian frowned. Does your full name also include Kagoro? What's the meaning? Molly frowned in thought, but couldn't figure it out. It's nothing. Go back and tell your prince that I have no ambitions. Yi Xian had a headache. I didn't want to be an official, but I became an official. Although it was just a sinecure. I was in trouble because of it. Do you know what will happen if you reject the prince? Molly's voice was cold, and the people behind him closed the door of the house consciously. Yi Xian chuckled. Want to take action? Go on. Teach him a lesson. Molly turned around and said that the people he brought rushed out and went straight to Yi Xian. He closed his eyes. Take it easy. Don't beat people to death. It's hard to explain. Sir, please open your eyes and take a look. Oops. However, within a moment, the sound of wailing could be heard. Molly was startled and turned around to look. How is that possible? All the people he brought had fallen. But Yi Xian's clothes were not dirty. Master is great. Not far away, Natasha was applauding. You? Wait. Anyone who dares to hit the prince will not end well. Molly wanted to run away. What kind of place do I think I am? Where I can come and leave whenever I want. Yi Xian moved his feet and came to him in an instant. Then kicked him. Molly was kicked in the chest and flew out. It hurts. He fell on his butt and rolled back and forth on the ground in pain. No next time. Yi Xian opened the door and told them to get out. Wait! Molly led the people away. But he did not forget to say harsh words. Okay. I'll wait. Yi Xian murmured softly. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Xinchi couldn't help but ask. What should we do now? I'm going to the palace to see if I can remove this official position. Yi Xian put away the edict and found it difficult to handle. Excuse me. Is it convenient for you now? A soldier stood outside the door. What's the matter? Yi Xian looked over. The soldier said respectfully. Our general invites you to come over for a drink. You mean Chunan? Yi Xian thought back to all the generals he knew. And he was the only one. That's right. The soldier nodded. Tell me the address, and I'll come over after I finish taking care of things here. Yi Xian agreed. The soldier heard the words. It's at the Zuaxian Tower in the city. At 8 o'clock in the evening. I'll ask you to show me your face. Yi Xian wrote down the address and ran to the palace. What are you doing? When he arrived, several guards guarding the door stopped him. This is my edict. Yi Xian read the imperial edict and entered the palace as he wished. He looked at the scenery in the palace and marveled. I don't know if there are any eunuchs. Officials below the 4th rank are not allowed to enter the palace. It seems that you are very lucky. A servant in green came over. You are? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Forget it. Where should I go now? Of course, it's the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The servant said. Please take me there. Yi Xian rubbed his brows. Don't take it seriously. It's all what you should do. It's my honor to send you there. After that, the servant took him all the way to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and left. Are you new here? A man who looked like a manager came from the house. Yes. You sent someone to deliver this edict. Right. Yi Xian nodded and took out the edict. The steward heard this. Of course. Let me make it clear in advance that even if you enter the palace, you will have to rely on your true ability. What are you doing? Of course, the property will be returned to its original owner. If nothing happens, I'll leave first. Yi Xian stuffed the edict into his arms, turned around and left. Stop! The steward yelled. Do you think this is child's play? The guards came one by one and surrounded Yi Xian. Unlike those soldiers, their strength is at a higher level. Since ancient times, it has been said that you are in love with me. How can there be a reason why you have to eat a sour pear? Yi Xian shook his head gently, not taking these guards to heart. The steward frowned. You mean, being an official has wronged you? Not really. It's just that that's not what I want to do. Yi Xian shook his head again. If the warrior level was not full, he might still be able to develop in the palace first. But now there is no need. The consequences of resisting the imperial edict are commonplace, including executions and house raids. The steward said coldly. Even the 9 tribes were killed. The so-called imperial power is not just talk. This palace is so overbearing. Yi Xian frowned and drew out the dragon-slaying sword with a clang. Sending the edict back in person was enough to give him face. But he didn't expect this kind of treatment. Take him down. The steward waved his hand regardless. Chapter 34. The mask reappears. The guards rushed towards Yi Xian. The manager sneered. I didn't expect that I would catch the opportunity so easily. He happened to receive news from the prince that the new arrivals would be killed if they could. But if they couldn't, they would make things difficult for them.
Save me quickly, steward. We can't beat him.
Unexpectedly, the guards retreated one after another, and many of them were seriously injured and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Yi Xian was standing there, looking calm and calm. The steward yelled,
Why do we feed you? There are so many people who can't beat him. What are you doing?
There was a scolding sound. It was Iroh. She put on a new dress, like a fairy coming to the world.
Your Highness! Princess!
Everyone present, except Yi Xian, knelt down on one knee.
I will tell my father about this.
Iroh walked closer and said angrily. Yi Xian pursed his lips.
You introduce me. Right. This way you will have the opportunity to make great achievements. And you can also stay with me in the palace.
As Iroh spoke, his face turned red and he stopped talking. What she wanted to say was that she could stay with her in the palace.
I can't bear it. Princess, just let me go.
Yi Xian shook his head and turned to leave. Ilua's eyes trembled slightly, and he stretched out his hand. But he couldn't say anything to save him.
See it?
2 men were standing by the tree in the distance. Namely Gu Qing and Chu Nan. Chu Nan frowned.
What are you looking at? The girl you like is sad because that man is sad.
There was mockery in Gu Qing's words. Only then did Chu Nan realize that Ilua's eyes were filled with sadness. And he couldn't help clenching his fists.
Don't hesitate. Tonight is the best opportunity,
Gu Qing said in his ear and left directly.
Since you dared to make Sister Luo sad, then don't blame me.
Chu Nan took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms.
Strange. Why do I always have a bad feeling lately?
Yi Xian had already left the palace. Frowning, Guin, the little golden dragon, suddenly shouted.
People's little paper figures can talk about people's words. What's wrong with you? You know how to scream every day.
Yi Xian put his hand into his arms and nodded his head. These days, the little paper man relies on Xinchi all day long to sort out the best route to the treasure spot.
Guin,
the little golden dragon screamed in dissatisfaction.
Don't make any noise. You will suffer if you are discovered.
Yi Xian stuffed a steamed bun to him.
Master. No good. Something happened.
Natasha came running from a distance. Pear Blossom crying in the rain. Her appearance caused pedestrians on the street to avoid her, as if they would be unclean if they encountered a foreigner. Yi Xian frowned.
What's wrong? Sister Xinchi and I went out to buy groceries, but when we returned we found that.
Natasha did not continue, but burst into tears.
Something happened in the house?
Yi Xian was at a loss as he recalled the lovely Ware and the children, who were still strong despite their physical disabilities. Natasha closed her eyes and nodded vigorously.
In the end, I still can't protect anyone.
Yi Xian picked her up and ran to the mansion. When I got outside the door, I saw blood staining the threshold. The door was broken into 7 or 8 pieces. There were corpses on the ground, belonging to those children. Xinchi came sobbing.
There is a letter here.
She had a very good relationship with Ware, but she didn't expect that buying groceries would separate the yin and yang. When I opened the letter, there were only a few words scrawled inside.
The fate of angering the prince. Xinchi, take Natasha and wait for me here.
Yi Xian suddenly laughed and put down Natasha.
What about you?
Xinchi was puzzled.
I'm going to do some errands and I'll be back soon.
Yi Xian took out the mask and put it on. The little paper man emerged from Xinchi's arms.
The location of the treasure has been determined. Shall we go there? Now is not the time.
Yi Xian's voice was hoarse. He looked at the sky and left directly. The main city is very large, and there are endless buildings. Among them, the prince's mansion is particularly grand, and it happens to be a banquet.
Your Majesty, it's all done.
Molly was on the top floor of a loft somewhere, reporting respectfully to the man who was changing clothes. The prince nodded slightly, disapproving in his heart. In his opinion, it was an honor for those people to die under his orders. Mowgli rubbed his hands.
Your Majesty, everyone is here. Should we go down and show our faces? What's the rush? This banquet lasts until evening. It's not even noon yet,
the prince said, hugging the 2 beauties beside him. Mowgli wisely exited the room and closed the door.
You know how to order me around every day, but you still don't give me a promotion. Have you caught a cold?
He suddenly shuddered and left the prince's mansion, preparing to go home to recuperate.
Who dares to break into the prince's palace alone? Soldier, stop him!
Not long after Mowgli left, roars spread throughout the prince's palace. The prince walked out of the attic. What's going on? Report. Someone broke into the prince's house. A servant came to report. Who is so bold? The prince looked grim. I don't know. That person is wearing a mask and can't be identified. The servant knelt on the ground. The prince frowned. Could it be the one who caused a stir a few days ago? Entering the city to take the head of the city lord. Ignoring the powerful human race and then killing him out. Such a feat is something few can achieve. Anyone who stops me will die. Today, the head of the Dog King will be taken from his neck. Yi Xian was holding a dragon-slaying sword, and his body and sword were covered in blood. He thus obtained the best disguise, and was not recognized. Asshole! Ask the strong man to deal with him. Although he was far away, the prince in the attic still heard it. Yes! The servant kowtowed and left quickly. And soon, Yi Xian ushered in 2 strong men from the human race, and couldn't help but smile. What a coincidence! One of them is the Crazy Blade. You're so crazy! Stop it! We can be partners. Crazy Blade frowned. I'm curious how you recognize me, Yi Xian said lightly. Because I never look at a person's face. Only his heart. After saying this, Guang Dao drew out his long knife and charged forward. People can wear masks, but the heart cannot be disguised. It will always be that way. Yi Xian laughed and waved the dragon-slaying sword. Interesting. It seems I have to take your life today. If his identity as a mask is exposed, he may suffer crazy revenge from the human race. Not to mention building a city by then. Whether they can leave the main city is still a question. Killing people to silence them is the best way at the moment. Stop being so stubborn. When the swords met, Guang Dao said solemnly, as strong human beings, they are few in number, so they are particularly fond of talents. Yi Xian glanced at the other master. Am I stubborn? Why do you want to protect the dog prince instead of fighting the wolves outside the city? This is because he is the human emperor's brother, and we cannot refuse his invitation. Crazy Blade replied that he was actually unwilling to do so. So, he can kill the people and throw a big banquet when countless soldiers are facing death threats? Yi Xian looked at him and sneered. Steady your resolve. Another master was approaching, holding a dagger and speaking in a steady voice. Crazy Blade's originally blurred eyes gradually became clear. It's your duty. I won't let you hurt the prince. Chapter 35. Blue is not enough. When the 2 crazy swordsmen approached, Yi Xian's figure disappeared instantly. What's going on? Where is the person? Guang Dao was shocked. Behind you. Yi Xian used short-distance teleportation to come behind him and thrust out the dragon-slaying sword. Poof! The mad knife spurted out red blood, and its chest had already been pierced. Kong! Master Guang Dao is defeated? Master Crazy Sword from the expert camp is actually... The surrounding soldiers shrank back and no longer dared to step forward. Yi Xian took the opportunity to threaten. Who dares to stop me? Thump, thump. The soldiers knelt down one after another, looking frightened, wishing they could abandon their armor and run away. You are indeed very strong, but I won't be afraid of the second time. Crazy Blade's face turned pale, and he raised his hand to hold the blood-stained sword blade on his chest. I actually didn't want to kill you. Sorry. Yi Xian raised his sword upward. The blade that had already pierced Crazy Blade's chest directly cut his upper body in half. Blood splashed like rain, staining the ground and the armor of countless soldiers. Master Crazy Sword Eternal. Master Crazy Blade. What's your name? I'm not dead yet. The soldiers were wailing, but Crazy Sword turned around and punched as if nothing happened. What? Yi Xian was shocked and had no time to defend himself and was hit in the chest. He took a few steps back. Are you still alive? It's just a minor injury. Crazy Knife leaned over and raised the corners of his mouth, as if he were a madman. His head was already in 2 halves, and blood was still flowing out, like a zombie at the end of the world. I'm really curious about what your skills are. Yi Xian was thoughtful. Determination, Crazy Blade said, his eyes already red, and he rushed towards him. Yi Xian distanced himself. I'll fight you again if I have the chance. No time is wasted. Otherwise more and more powerful human beings will come over. Don't run away. Come and fight me. The mad knife slashed through the air. The ground cracked open inch by inch and spread tens of meters away. Yi Xian frequently released short-distance teleportation and was already far away. Blue is not enough. It is estimated that after using it tens of thousands of times, the amount of mana will be exhausted. Then don't even think about leaving. A figure appeared in front of him. It was another strong human race man. He said, without Blue, You are nothing. Noisy. Before the man could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already teleported behind him and thrust out his sword. Pa, the man teleported on the spot and turned to face him, successfully blocking the attack with his dagger. Melee mage? Yi Xian blurted out when he saw that he could use magic. The mad knife came rushing towards me. I'll capture you without any hesitation. Proud fire dragon. Wreak havoc. Yi Xian releases the fire dragon at him. Crazy sword easily dodged. Is this just a trick? You think my target is you? Yi Xian said lightly, only to see that the fire dragon had already blasted into the pile of soldiers. Host upgrade. Current level, 192, sum of all professional levels. Acquire mage skills. Long distance teleportation, maximum distance limited to 3 kilometers. You're distracted. The mad knife was already approaching. The melee mage didn't stand still and waved his dagger. Yi Xian used long distance teleportation and instantly arrived at the attic where the prince was. The prince was still watching the show. It's strange. Why are there no people? I'm behind you. Yi Xian walked slowly behind him and said softly, You? How could you? Don't kill me. I can give you glory and wealth. The prince turned around with a look of horror on his face. Go tell the Lord Yama about this. Yi Xian cut off his head, carved the word mask on the pillar beside him, and then teleported away. Crazy Blade and the melee mage rushed over and asked, How did he do it? The prince is dead, and we cannot blame him. Melee mages feel a headache. It's a good death, Huang Dao said calmly. Out of duty. He needs to protect the prince. Out of principle. He wanted to let the prince die 1,000 times. Yi Xian returned to the mansion, put away his mask, and checked his level using the system. Warrior, 120 full. Mage, 70. Assassin, 1 full. Summoner, 1. There are 4 professions in total, which add up to exactly 192. Master, are you back? Natasha came from the house. Yi Xian nodded lightly and found that the mansion had returned to its original appearance. As if nothing had happened. The house is still the same house. But those children are no longer there. He turned to ask, Where is Xinqi? Sister Xinqi is in the backyard. Natasha's eyes were red, and she was trying not to shed tears. I'll go over and take a look. Yi Xian came to the backyard and had already put on clean clothes. You will be happy in another world. Xinqi was sitting in front of an unnamed tombstone, gently wiping it with a rag. Yi Xian walked over. I have avenged them. Revenge? Xinqi was puzzled. The prince has passed away. A roar broke through the silence of noon. Did you do it? Xinqi suddenly realized. Her eyes filled with brilliance. Yi Xian nodded lightly. If you touch my person, I will make him pay the price. Children, rest in peace. Xinqi clasped her hands in front of the unmarked tombstone. I learned on the way back that the wolf problem had been eliminated, so I packed up and prepared to go back. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. Where's the treasure? Treasure! The little paper man emerged from Xinqi's hair. Yi Xian shook his head gently. There is no need to rush. It's not that he doesn't want to go. It's that he has figured it out. Places with supreme-level equipment must be dangerous. They are places where players can only fight in groups in the later stages of the game. It was easy for me to risk my life in the past, so I had to settle them first. Tisk! The little paper man got back into Xinqi's hair unhappily. When are you leaving? Xinqi stood up. We'll leave as soon as we pack up. Yi Xian replied. Crazy Blade is not dead. His identity may have been exposed, and he must leave as soon as possible. As for the dinner that Chu Nan invited him to, he could only decide next time. Afterwards, they left the main city and headed for the Wailing Forest. My brother is dead? There was a discussion in the main hall of the palace. When the human emperor heard the news, he coughed violently. Human emperor, please go and rest first. Some ministers couldn't help but understand. The human emperor waved his hand. The murderer is wanted. In addition, masks are prohibited in the human race. Yes. Yes. Well, I'm a little hungry. Yi Xian and others were sitting on the summon carriage and were on their way. Xian, she said awkwardly. I forgot to buy dry food. Yi Xian slapped his forehead. Master, there seems to be a restaurant in front of you. Natasha sat on the roof of the carriage and said suddenly. Yi Xian heard this. I just happened to go over to supply supplies. When he arrived outside the restaurant, he stopped the carriage. Why is there a restaurant in the wilderness? Xinqi looked around. This place was a wasteland, and no one would pass by at all. Welcome. The store owner came out, and it was the passerby. Chapter 36. I'm willing to be the bird in your cage. How many more times do you want to be killed by me? Yi Xian drew out the dragon-slaying sword and placed it on his neck. Passerby directly knelt on the ground. My dear friend, what are you doing? He looked horrified and confused. Did you call me passerby? Seeing that he didn't look like he was pretending, Yi Xian hesitated. How do you know? Passerby looked confused. It should have been refreshed. Sorry. Just pretend nothing happened. Yi Xian gave a silver coin. Passerby took it and bowed. Sir, please go inside and invite me. He looked at the silver coins in his hand and thought to himself. As long as he has enough money, he can kill me. If you have any good dishes, please serve them. In addition, prepare dry food for 3 people a week. Yi Xian took out a gold coin and put it on the table. How can this be used so much? The passerby's legs softened and he knelt down again. Just keep it. Yi Xian took Natasha and the others to sit down. After passing through the secret realm last time, I had more than 3,000 gold coins on my body, and countless silver and copper coins. Passerby counted several times. Please wait a moment. I'll get it for you right away. He took away the gold coins and left in a hurry. Interesting. Yi Xian rubbed his chin and thought. After an NPC dies, it will be regenerated, and its memory and all attributes will be reset randomly. Unexpectedly, he became a robber twice and randomly became a restaurant owner. Master, you haven't hugged me for a long time. Natasha suddenly jumped on him and acted coquettishly. Are you sinking? Yi Xian held her in his arms and said in shock. Passerby, who was busy with other things, heard this and secretly thought that this guest really knows how to chat. Xinchi sat opposite and smiled. Sister Natasha is not fat. Uh-huh. Natasha, blushing, nodded vigorously. What level are you at now? Are you not far from evolution? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Pets will evolve after a certain level, and Natasha, the elf Lolita, may become an elf sister. I'm level 47. Natasha became frustrated. Oh my god! There's a wolf! A passerby walked into the kitchen and suddenly crawled back. Protect them! After Yi Xian finished speaking to Natasha, he stood in front, his armor emerging. He slowly walked towards the kitchen. I'm coming in! Ouch! The low roar carried a strong threat. Is it you? Yi Xian walked into the kitchen and found that this wolf was not another wolf, but the Wolf King. The window on the side was open, so I guess he jumped in through that. It's you! The Wolf King huddled in the corner, already seriously injured. Several cavalrymen passed by outside the window, and the Wolf King quickly curled up, fearing that he would be discovered. Yi Xian slowly approached him. I didn't expect to get such a big deal. I was worried that it would be difficult to obtain boss experience, but this backhand came to a king level. What are you going to do? The Wolf King wanted to retreat, but couldn't. What a big dog! Natasha walked in. I'm a wolf! The Wolf King looked over with a fierce look on his face. Natasha took half a step back, frightened with tears in her eyes. Yi Xian slapped the Wolf King backhand. Who are you with? You. The Wolf King was almost unable to resist and could only stare angrily. Pa! Yi Xian slapped him again. Tell me, are you a wolf or a dog? Asshole! Do you think you can humiliate me like this? The Wolf King was extremely angry. Snapped. Asshole! Snapped. Half an hour later, a passerby came over and said, Guest, the food is ready. Wolf King, if you say you are a dog, how about I accept you as a pet? This is your only way to survive. Only then did Yi Xian stop fighting. Ouch! The Wolf King's entire face was swollen. Hurry up and agree. Otherwise you will be beaten to death. Natasha approached cautiously, instinctively afraid of some wild beasts. The Wolf King nodded humiliatedly and said to himself, Just wait. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. These more than 1,000 slaps will come back sooner or later. Yi Xian took out his pet pocket. Are you a wolf or a dog? Dog, the Wolf King said humiliatedly. Conquer it. Yi Xian patted the pet pocket. Soon, the Wolf King was taken in. Master, that one was mine before. Natasha blushed brightly and raised her hand to hit his waist. Give it to him. I won't let you in again anyway. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. But, Natasha blushed so hard that she almost cried. The pet pocket can be used to carry pets in it, which is very convenient. But one pocket can only hold one pet. I have one here. Passerby stepped forward and offered a pet pocket. How much? Yi Xian took the bag and breathed a sigh of relief. If Natasha kept making trouble like this, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Passerby quickly shook his head. It's for you. It's free of charge. Thank you. I'll change your pocket for you. Yi Xian did not shirk and released the Wolf King. What a pervert. The Wolf King lay on the ground and glanced at Natasha. Can you say that again? Yi Xian raised his hand. The Wolf King covered his face with his two front paws. The pockets are full of portraits she drew for you. What is it if it's not a pervert? No talent. Seeing everyone looking over, Natasha denied it. No wonder. Yi Xian looked into his pocket and estimated that he would start with at least 500. I still remember that when she was in the real world, Natasha's favorite thing was blank paper. At that time, I gave them away like crazy in order to gain goodwill. I co-authored it for my own use. You are a pet but you like your owner. You are from two different races. How shameless. The Wolf King had already put down his paws and muttered softly. Natasha couldn't refute. She lowered her head sadly, speechless and choked. Pa, Yi Xian slapped the Wolf King. What happened to the two races? In 2 years. Within 2 years, I will make this kind of thing a common occurrence. If you can do that, I'll shave it off. The Wolf King was very angry. He turned and shouted. Why is Mao always slapped in the face? Can't he be slapped somewhere else? No, because what I'm going to do next is slap you in the face. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he put him into another pet bag. Thank you. Master, Natasha was still a little disappointed. This is for you. Yi Xian gave away the pet pocket from before. Natasha was puzzled. Master? From now on, the only one who can take you in is yourself. Yi Xian said solemnly. No, I would rather be a bird in the master's cage for eternity. Natasha resolutely refused. It turns out, Xinchi covered her mouth in surprise. In contrast, she actually gave up her freedom. Yi Xian hugged Natasha. I will take you with me forever, no matter where the world ends. My dear guests, the food is getting cold, Passerby said. His nose was moved to tears. Let's go eat. Yi Xian hung the two pet bags on his waist and took the two girls out of the kitchen. Why are you taking down the sign? After sitting down to eat, Yi Xian looked at the passerby outside the door and said puzzledly. Chapter 37, There's an extra little brother. I have saved enough money. There is no need to continue to hang this welcoming sign. Passerby took down the signboard in twos and twos. Natasha said, Wouldn't it be better to keep the restaurant open? I don't want you to eat and drink well. Just leave after eating. The dry food is at the next table. Passerby bowed and left quickly. This person is so strange. Xinchi was eating a piece of cake. Hey, I found a shortcut to the treasure. The little paper man suddenly emerged from Xinchi's hair. Yi Xian took a bite of food and said, Oh, don't be so cold. There is supreme level equipment inside. The little paper man came up to him. Why do you particularly want the master to find the treasure? Natasha frowned. Of course, I hope to fulfill my duty as a treasure map. When the little paper man said this, he was a little panicked. Yi Xian chuckled. Aren't you going to tell the truth? I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not. The little paper man got back into Xinchi's hair. Master, there's something weird about it. Natasha looked at the door and said, Eat first. Yi Xian was eating his own food. There is a saying that the food in this world is so delicious and delicious that we simply can't get enough of it. Boss, please serve 100 dishes of your most expensive meal. After a few dozen minutes, a fat man pushed in the door. Boss, wait for me. Another man followed. Panting, Yi Xian glanced over. Hey, what a coincidence. Those two people were Qian Duo and He Yu. Brother, I successfully killed 3,000 players. Qian Duo patted his thigh and walked over quickly. He Yu followed. Boss, what happened before was my fault. It's a mess. Did I agree to be a big brother? Yi Xian was eating by himself. Boss, you said that if I kill 3,000 players, you will be my big brother. Qian Duo was a little anxious. I'm just saying to see if you are qualified. Yi Xian chuckled. Qian Duo opened his mouth. This is a trap. At that time, he only said it would depend on whether he was qualified. But he did not say whether he would accept him as his younger brother. I'm just teasing you. Just do it if you want, Yi Xian said. Already full. I'm full. Xinchi stretched her waist, and the perfect lines of her body were looming. Why do you have a nosebleed? You really have never seen the world. Qian Duo looked at Hiyu. Hiyu quickly wiped it with his hands. You are still talking about me. But you are obviously the same. Forehead? Qian Duo wiped the bottom of his nose. And there was really a lot of blood. If you don't mind, you can get rid of the remaining food. Not wasting is a traditional virtue. Yi Xian stood up and took away the dry food on the table next to him. I don't dislike it. Of course I don't dislike it. Qian Duo stepped forward and started eating. Yi Xian smiled bitterly and said, Wipe off the nosebleed first before eating. Did I do something wrong? Xinqi made a weak sound and blushed fiercely. Absolutely not. We must keep up our efforts. Qian Duo gave a thumbs up. Sister Xinqi, they are greedy for your body, Natasha said with a look of disgust. Hearing this, Xinqi quickly covered her chest and looked at Yi Xian in panic. Qian Duo and Hiyu started eating, pretending that nothing happened. A roar suddenly came. People inside, come out! Let's go out and take a look. Yi Xian, who was embarrassed, breathed a sigh of relief. He walked out of the restaurant and found that the entire restaurant had been surrounded by soldiers. But Yi Xian? The general leading the troops stepped forward on horseback and holding a spear. Exactly. Yi Xian nodded. The general leading the army snorted coldly. You are so brave. You dare to resist the order. I am here to capture you and take you back under the orders of the human emperor. I've always been very courageous. Yi Xian chuckled. Although he would try his best to avoid trouble, he would never be afraid of it. Suffer death. The general leading the army showed a fierce look on his face when he saw how arrogant he was. Careful. Xinqi and Natasha walked out of the restaurant. The general leading the troops rode towards Yi Xian. His spear as tall as a man emitting a cold light. Yi Xian was not afraid at all and released short-distance teleportation. First of all, your horse is gone. Why are you still scolding the master? Qian Duo took Hiyu out of the restaurant. As a player, he would be full quickly. What? The general leading the army looked at Yi Xian, who suddenly appeared next to him, with a look of shock on his face. Shua. Yi Xian drew out the dragon-slaying sword and slashed it with all his strength. He led the troops and turned the soldiers on their backs. When they stood up, they found that the horses were dead. You dare to kill my horses? Secondly, you are gone. Yi Xian slowly approached him. Come on! The general leading the army looked frightened and backed away. Humph. I'll have more food in my next life. A pure gold sword pierced his heart. And then a voice came. It was a lot of money. He smiled ferociously. Jia Jia Jia. Boss, you smile like a villain. You couldn't help but realize. General. General is dead? Avenge the general. The soldiers were furious. Why are you killing him when you have no time? Yi Xian frowned and asked Qian Duo. Huh? Don't want to kill. Qian Duo looked confused and drew out his sword. The body of the general leading the army fell limply, and a purple pendant fell out. The favorability with the human race has dropped significantly. This is bad. Yi Xian had a headache. Both his current identity and his mask have completely offended the human race. Master, be careful. Natasha fired a sword. Puff. A soldier who almost attacked Yi Xian was shot in the head, and blood splattered out. Come on. There is no way out, Yi Xian said, and his armor appeared. About 10 minutes later, all the soldiers were dead, and a lot of low-grade equipment was dropped. Qian Duo suddenly said, Brother, we are wanted by the human race. Isn't it because of the good things you did? Seeing that he still had the nerve to talk, Yi Xian almost slapped him. So tired, Natasha fanned the wind with her hands. Do you need my treatment? Xinqi came over. Hiyu and Qian Duo saw this and said in unison, Me. I can also treat you. Natasha grabbed Xinqi's staff and also knew some healing magic. Forget it. I suddenly have nothing to do. Qian Duo looked at her figure and then looked away. I'll just eat some bread. Hiyu took out the bread and ate it. Natasha saw this. What's wrong with me? Is it because of my figure? Sure enough, there is nothing good about a man except his master. There seems to be an event on the treasure, and the reward will be doubled within a month. The little paper man suddenly emerged from Xinqi's hair. There are new members? Then we will definitely get the treasure. What are you waiting for? The little paper man looked at Qian Duo and the others, pretending to be surprised. What treasure? He was confused and Qian Duo was equally curious. The little paper man replied, There is a treasure with supreme equipment. How about it? Are you very excited? Wow, that's awesome. Isn't it? He looked shocked. Beauty, do you want to be a friend? Qian Duo walked to Xinqi's side. Do you mean to be friends? Let's forget it. Xinqi hid behind Yixian. These two men gave her a disgusting feeling. Like smelly socks. And she couldn't avoid them at all. Chapter 38. Isn't it nice to sit in the bus? Are you disliked? Natasha made a face at Qian Duo and the others. Yixian rejected the paper man and raised his hand to summon a bus. Let's go! How did you do this? Qian Duo looked shocked. Since when did this game have modern vehicles? Get in the car. Yixian was too lazy to say anything more and carried Natasha into the car, followed closely by Xinqi. Boss, shall we go? Will there be a bug? He was unsure. Qian Duo clicked his tongue. We have to follow even that beautiful woman. Ever since they got the game headband, they were almost immersed in the game. Xinqi's beauty and figure were hard to control. You're right. Don't touch my headband, he said, suddenly disconnected. Fortunately, the headband player has an automatic saving function. Qian Duo shrugged and walked onto the bus. Where's you? Yixian sat in the driver's seat. A little surprised, Qian Duo casually found a seat and sat down. I guess he had a quarrel with his parents again. Those adults don't know what he wants. At least he has parents. Yixuani felt something. And the bus automatically closed the door and started driving forward. Autopilot? Qian Duo was a little curious. I used to be a little limited. Yixian touched the window on the side. Since anything can be summoned, it should be possible to summon any high technology, including illusions out of thin air. Master, I'm a little dizzy. Natasha came over and threw herself into his arms. Just bear with it, and it'll be fine. Yixian opened the window. Qian Duo slumped in his seat. It's so comfortable. Xinqi was sitting in the last row, looking out the window. This is? Yixian suddenly stopped the car. What? What happened? Qian Duo fell off his seat due to inertia. It's too late to explain. You guys wait for me in the car. Yixian put down Natasha, got out of the car, and looked at a dead tree not far away. There was a man hanging there. Passerby A. His eyes were open, full of despair. Seeing that the person was dead, Yixian couldn't help but frown. What's going on? He walked over, and the body of Passerby A happened to disappear, dropping a note. Yixian picked up the letter and frowned after opening it. The letter read, My daughter, how are you? It has been almost 8 years since you were abducted and trafficked. Dad misses you so much. Your mother was killed when a volcano erupted while she was looking for you. I will be strong and go to you after I save enough money. The end of the letter reads, My beloved daughter, Guan. In addition, there is a photo of their family of 3. Human traffickers deserve death. After Yixian said that, he looked at the photo. He smiled bitterly after a long time. I hope you can reunite in another world. The little girl in the photo is clearly Wei, the strong girl who was killed by the prince in the big house in the main city. Maybe it's the best outcome that you haven't met. Yixian rubbed his nose. At this point, Wei will always look the most innocent in the hearts of passersby. But the cause of death of Passerby A is a mystery. Master, what happened? Natasha stood in the car door. Nothing. Yixian casually fired sparks and burned the note. He stepped into the car. Keep going. The bus then went onto the main road, causing confusion among passersby. After all, they had never seen it before. Treasure. A treasure containing 2 pieces of supreme equipment. The little paper man sat on Xinqi's shoulder. Angrily. It couldn't understand. It was obviously very tempting. But why didn't the man go? Are you shouting at the street stall across here? Yixian glanced over. Humph. Anyway, it will turn back into a supreme artifact in a month. Don't regret it. The little paper man said angrily. Correct your attitude. Natasha took out the short bow, cocked it and aimed at it. Yes. Shoot me if you can. The little paper man quickly got into Xinqi's hair. For a moment, Natasha puffed up her mouth angrily. I'll catch you right now. We're in trouble. Yixian frowned slightly and found that there was a regular human army in front of him. I still remember hearing about the human race sending regular troops to deal with the wolf problem. I didn't expect that they didn't encounter the wolves, but encounter themselves. Stop this weird thing and get checked. The general of the regular army is a tough man, with no armor on his upper body. His whole body is covered with brown muscles, and his face is covered with beard. It looks like Zhang Fei. Yixian stopped the bus. Master, we are all ordinary people. There is nothing to check. No need to worry. Here we say we need to check. We just need to check. Get out of the car! The general spoke very domineeringly. And behind him were 100,000 regular troops. Let's go and try not to cause any conflicts. Yi Xian turned around and looked at everyone. It seems that they haven't received the news that they and others are wanted. So this is much more convenient. Yeah. No problem. Xian Duo seemed to understand something and nodded solemnly. Everyone got out of the car. The general came over and said, Who are you? Do you need to care about it? Without saying anything, Xian Duo threw a bag of gold coins and hit the general in the face. You? Yi Xian looked at Xian Duo, his head full of questions. The best way to avoid conflict is to pay him to convince him. Xian Duo looked proud. How dare you entertain this general? Wow! This general is so angry. The general's face turned red with anger, and he slashed Fong Tian with his painted halberd. Yi Xian quickly drew out the dragon-slaying sword to block it. My friend was just joking. Why should the general take it seriously? Humph! Who's kidding you? The general said coldly. How about giving this car to the general? I just asked the general to calm down and let us go. Yi Xian pointed to the passenger car behind him. This is a novelty. I agree. The general's heart moved. This thing is great. If you offer it to the emperor, you might be able to get promoted. In this way, Yi Xian and others successfully left. When they were far away, Xian Duo couldn't help but said, Brother, why did you give the car to that reckless man? It's not like we can't beat him. Don't get excited. I have my own arrangements. Yi Xian summoned an identical bus with his backhand. On the other side, the general had just arrived and sat down in a passenger car. Ah! It's really comfortable in here. But the next moment, the sole of his foot was in the air, and he fell directly onto his butt, making close contact with the ground. Ha ha! Yi Xian and everyone got on the newly summoned bus and set off again, and couldn't help laughing. At present, he could only have one summon at the same time. Thinking about it, the general is already furious. Chase! Chase me! As he expected, the general roared angrily. The army turned and began to charge. However, the passenger car was already driving away at full speed, and with their speed, there was no way they could catch up. You bastard! You dare to play tricks on me! The general! Sooner or later, I'll make you look good! The general looked at the passenger car gradually going away. Although he still hadn't figured out what was going on, he knew he had been tricked. Chapter 39, The Strongest Human Race. Why? A long sigh came from the Zuatian Tower in the main human city. In the private room on the second floor, Chu Nan held a wine glass and a large table of dishes in front of him. He didn't come. Did you notice something? General, I still don't understand why you suddenly changed your mind and wanted to deal with someone else. The deputy general was also in the box. He made the princess sad, and I will repay him 100-fold, Chu Nan said, his voice full of coldness. General, Yi Xian is wanted by the human race. A soldier ran in. Chu Nan frowned. Tell me carefully. When he learned the details, he looked up to the sky and laughed, secretly thinking that Yi Xian was seeking his own death. General, the human emperor will definitely send people to arrest Yi Xian again. Why don't you volunteer yourself? The deputy general suggested. He is stronger than the one in the palace. Unless we invite that person to go with us, we will have a chance. Chu Nan stood up and put his hands behind his back. Even if someone helps me, can I beat the man named Yi? The deputy general couldn't help but wonder. Chu Nan nodded. Yes, because of him. I am not very talented, but I am willing to do my best for the general. Gu Qing walked in from outside and said with cupped hands. From now on, you will be my second lieutenant, Chu Nan said loudly. Thank you, General. Gu Qing took off his guitar and couldn't help but start playing. Not long after, the palace, the main hall, the human emperor sat on the throne. Who is going to capture Yi Xian? Me. The two people walked out instantly, knelt down on one knee and clasped their fists, saying in unison, General Qin Xiang? Chu Nan looked at the general who came out at the same time as him, with a confused look on his face. He just came back with the regular army. Why is he joining in the fun? You decide who goes. The human emperor coughed lightly a few times. Qin Xiang is the general who was tricked by Yi Xian before. I'm going to go anyway. You take care of your princess. You just took 100,000 regular troops out for a tour. Why don't you give me the opportunity to perform meritorious service? Chu Nan didn't give in at all. Father, can you give Yi Xian a chance? Iroh ran in, his eyes red from crying. There were several soldiers surrounding her. They wanted to stop her, but didn't dare to take action. Who made her a noble princess? The human emperor coughed violently several times. No nonsense. Father! Please promise me. Iroh bit his lower lip. Chu Nan! Take her down. After the human emperor said this, he coughed violently and coughed up blood. Human emperor? Human emperor! All the civil and military officials present looked in disbelief. Elua was even more stunned on the spot. Father? It's just a little blood. It's nothing. The emperor took a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Hurry and ask for a doctor. A minister shouted. No. You two can handle Yi Xian's matter together. The human emperor waved his hand, signaling to retreat. After Chu Nan shouted, Long live our emperor! He turned to Qin Xiong and said, General Qin, how sure do you think we are of dealing with Yi Xian? Humph. That guy is just a clown. Not worth mentioning. Qin Xiong snorted coldly. Chu Nan was silent for a while, and then stopped talking. When the emperor left, he got up and walked all the way to the back garden of the palace. In the corner of the garden is a dilapidated house. Chu Nan knelt down on the spot. The strongest human race. Are you there? The strongest person represents the strongest being of the entire race. And in the room is the strongest human being from the previous generation. Little baby. Don't ask if you are here. Just tell me what's going on. An old voice came. I want to ask you to help me deal with someone. Chu Nan said directly. What did you say? Please deal with someone. I was talking about the previous sentence. Are you there? Not here. The strongest man in the human race dealt with it casually. Chu Nan's lips twitched, and he secretly thought that there was a reason why this most powerful man was called an old naughty boy. He exhaled. For the sake of my father, please help me just once. Squeak. The door opened, and an old man on crutches walked out. Only the outer ring of his hair is left, and there are only 3 or 2 teeth left in his mouth, which makes him smile. You agreed? Chu Nan kowtowed. Little baby, you can only ask me about your father this last time. Are you sure? The strongest human race looked at him. Chu Nan felt a slight sting coming from the place where he was being looked at. That's right. He was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that after so many years, the strongest man would become stronger again. Tell me the name. Yi Xian. After Chu Nan finished speaking, he looked up, only to find that the most powerful man was no longer there. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard to say which of these two people is stronger or weaker. A sneeze. Yi Xian, who was in the bus and had already traveled 100 kilometers, suddenly sneezed. Master, do you have a cold? Natasha, who was holding her in her arms, quickly took out a tissue. Maybe someone is scolding me behind my back. Yi Xian took the tissue and looked very unconcerned. Xian Duo suddenly said, That guy He is online. Humph. I want to leave this home and never come back. He teleported over with the help of his teammates and was furious. Okay. What do you have to worry about with your family? Xian Duo consoled him. You don't understand. They never care about my feelings. He clenched her fists. Yi Xian said nothing and concentrated on controlling the bus. Natasha was childlike. But we don't even know what it's like to have parents. He looked stunned and didn't know what to say. Why are your clothes ruined? Xian Duo came to him. I was accidentally scratched by a nail when I ran away from home. He said hesitantly. Run away? Yi Xian glanced over. He lowered his head. Boss, I can't stay in this house anymore. Really? Then you can live on the street. No one will stop you. Yi Xian was enjoying himself and crossed his legs. I plan to make money through my own efforts. He nodded. Money. You are not allowed to help him in reality. Before Xian Duo finished speaking, Yi Xian looked over coldly. He also said, Boss, I don't need anyone's help. I have to prove it to them on my own. Hey, good boy. Got some backbone. Chando made a fist and knocked on his chest. I'll go find a job when the headband runs out of battery. I don't know when the next time I'll play games will be. He pursed her lips. We'll be waiting for you to come back. Xian Duo laughed. He nodded vigorously. Well, just wait for my good news. Here we are. It's different when we have a car. It's only been a day. Right. Yi Xian suddenly stopped the bus and was already outside the Wailing Forest. The road inside is steep and large vehicles cannot be used. The best option is to walk. Hey, are you here to catch the orcs too? When the bus disappeared, a few people happened to come over with shotguns. Orc. Yi Xian frowned. One of the hunters said. There have been orcs in the Wailing Forest recently. You are not allowed to rob them. We were here first. Of course I won't rob you. Yi Xian's voice was cold, and he slowly drew out the dragon-slaying sword. Chapter 40 New City Lord. No! Do not want! The hunters howled, but their throats were mercilessly wiped away. Xian Duo scratched his head. Why kill them? You'll find out later. After Yi Xian said that, he took them deep into the forest. It's noon now. The sun is shining brightly, and a few birds are chirping on the branches. There seems to be someone in front, He suddenly said. It's an orc. Xian Duo took out a pure gold telescope and observed it. The orc approached and saw Yi Xian. Sir, is it you? Do you know each other? Xinchi followed at the end, a little curious. It's me. How is the situation now? Yi Xian nodded and then asked. Many people were captured. Lord Kid was seriously injured and may have been captured as well. The orcs cried. Tell me where they were taken. Yi Xian pursed his lips, and then learned that it was still that big city. Xian Duo said. Brother, just ask. We will never shirk. No, you go back with her first. Yi Xian took out the mask and put it on. Where are you going? He couldn't help but ask. Do what must be done, and let the city change its lord. Yi Xian turned around and left, his voice gradually becoming colder. Natasha murmured. Master is so handsome. I'll take you there. The orc led them deep into the howling forest. Why are you here? Xian Duo suddenly stopped, feeling suspicious. I came out to look for you, but I didn't expect to find him. There was a glimmer of light in the orc's eyes that was difficult to detect. Big city. In the dungeon, a man was wearing prison clothes. His hands and feet were shackled, and he was locked in a cell. It was Sun Jide. He sat cross-legged on the ground. Grandmas, I sold myself for 2 gold coins. What are you arguing about? Believe it or not, I want you to suffer before you are beheaded. The jailer came over with a cold voice. Come in if you can. Sun Jide smiled. Do you think I will be fooled by you? The jailer snorted coldly and turned to inspect elsewhere. Sun Jide spat, spit out a piece of wire, and untied all the shackles. He shook his head. I haven't entered this place hundreds of times or dozens of times. You want to chop off my head? You are naive. Yeah. There was a sudden sound outside the cell. He is the new city lord. He has hated foreign races since he was a child. TSK. It's really the wrong time to come. Sun Jide crossed his legs. I don't need to kill you. I just need you to attract that mask. The city lord put his hands behind his back. Sun Jide chuckled. I don't know anyone with that name. Stop pretending to be stupid with me. The city lord threw a dark green flying knife the size of his thumb at him at an extremely fast speed. Good skill. Sun Kid had no time to hide and was shot in the shoulder. The flying knives are poisonous. If you want to survive, find a way to use the mask. The city lord said this, threw up his sleeves and left. Soon, only Sun Kid was left here. He gritted his teeth and said, This poison is really strong. There is no strength in the whole body, and I can feel that my body is gradually working continuously. You don't really want to hang out here, do you? City lord, what are you doing? Outside the dungeon, a servant looked at the city lord, who had taken a table and chairs and sat down in confusion. Wait for him to come. The city lord took out a glass of wine. I heard that the previous city lord was assassinated while drinking? The servant nodded honestly. The city lord sneered. It's still the same scene. I wonder if I will be killed by him. The city lord's martial arts skills are unparalleled. If you want to kill him, you should kill him. The servant was kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Poof! As soon as he finished speaking, his head was hit by a flying stone. You finally came. The city lord raised the corners of his mouth and drank by himself. Yi Xian wore a mask and had already put on some clothes. Where is he? It's all in the prison behind me. The city lord said calmly. It seems that you are ready to be killed by me. Yi Xian teleported to him and slashed with his sword. Ah! Don't you think this is a joke? The city lord laughed wildly and took out his weapon with his backhand to block it. His weapon is a pure green short knife with strong poison. Yi Xian frowned slightly. A drug addict? What a coincidence. I have a lot of detoxifying pills in my backpack right now. I want you to know what the fear of being dominated by poison means. After the city lord said this, he spit out a needle. The two of them were only one step away, and Yi Xian had no time to hide and was stabbed into the chest. Now! Who do you think will kill whom? The city lord took half a step back. What a strong poison! Yi Xian frowned slightly, his sword hand already unsteady. He quickly took out the detoxifying pill and ate it, then raised his hand to pat the wound and force out the poisonous needle. The city lord's eyes narrowed. What kind of elixir is that? A must-have at home. Detoxifying and elixir. Yi Xian, word by word, teleported behind him in a short distance and thrust out his sword. A precise hit, but there was a pop sound. The city lord was safe and sound, and he quickly stabbed the dagger with his backhand. Yi Xian's throat was sweet and blood spurted out. You are really full of dirty tricks. Stung in the stomach. It's still poisonous. It's still the familiar formula. Today you will be poisoned to death by me. The city lord sneered and threw away the broken guardian badge in his arms. I see how many badges you have. Yi Xian waved his sword. Wait to die. My poisonous society still exists. The city lord retreated to avoid it, without bringing the poisonous dagger, and his face gradually turned ugly. Yi Xian took an antidote pill and pulled out the dagger. Come again. Interesting. Instead of being afraid, the city lord laughed wildly. He smiled and waved his backhand, and dozens of poisonous needles flew out. Yi Xian swung his dragon-slaying sword to knock them all away, and ran towards him. Don't you have any other skills? The body of all poisons appears, the city lord said suddenly, and his whole body turned green instantly. It's another skill I've never seen before. Yi Xian frowned, and when he got closer, he stabbed at the center of his eyebrow, hitting the target accurately. Z-la-la. A harsh corrosive sound came. Yi Xian quickly backed away and looked at the corroded dragon-slaying sword in his hand. As expected? Ha ha! Suffer death! The city lord laughed wildly and opened his arms to hug Yi Xian. Finished? Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he could feel that his whole body was being corroded rapidly. The pain came over him. He had never been in such pain in his life, and he almost wanted to kill himself. At this moment, a dragon roar came. Yin! What sound? The city lord was startled. This voice seemed to come from his arms? I'm sorry for letting you follow a bad master. Yi Xian murmured softly and closed his eyes. He gradually lost consciousness, and the little golden dragon in his arm suddenly disappeared and penetrated into his body. Hee. The city lord let go of his hand, and Yi Xian lost strength and fell, his breathing extremely weak. Satisfied, he turned around and took a few steps. This mask is just mediocre. Call. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were red, and he stood up, with green scales growing out all over his body. Chapter 41 is the most beautiful. Nothing. The city lord is intoxicated with himself. Yi Xian came behind him in an instant and reached out to poke out. Puff. The city lord's eyes widened, and he looked down at the hand that penetrated his heart. Stunned, he turned his head. Aren't you already dead? Yi Xian's eyes flashed with anger. He retracted his hand and let out a dragon roar. The city lord lost strength and fell. He was unwilling to give up in every way, but he had no choice but to gradually die. You are so weak. In the end, you have to be protected by me. Yi Xian whispered to himself and ran away. Meanwhile, the Wailing Woods. How much further to go? Everyone followed the orc, and Qian Duo complained loudly. The orc pointed forward. That's it over there. Whoa! A small village? He liked the rural atmosphere very much and said in surprise. Everyone walked quickly. But suddenly, Qian Duo stopped. Wait! Where is the orc? Obviously I was still here just now. Natasha has super insight, only to realize that the person is missing. The orc had gone away, crossed the grass, and turned into a girl in red. Where is this? On the other side, Yi Xian woke up and found himself lying by a river. He groped his body quickly. There's no injury at all? The little golden dragon in his arms screamed. What happened? Yi Xian put away the mask still on his face. The little golden dragon was too lazy to answer and closed his eyes to sleep. Yi Xian stood up. It's useless to ask you. You only know how to eat, drink and sleep. Ah, how can such a cute little brother sleep by the river? The girl in red came over, very friendly. Who are you? Yi Xian was confused. It must be too cold. Right. After the girl in red said that, she raised her hand and buried his face in her chest. Yi Xian was stunned for 3 seconds before he started to break free, but found that he couldn't break free no matter what. He secretly thought that this girl was a master. Girl, what are you doing? Little brother, Please call me sister.
The girl in red finally let him go. Hoo-hoo, Yi Xian breathed, looking at her pair of murder weapons in a daze.
Brother, you have a nosebleed.
The girl in red giggled. Her figure and face were definitely of a level that would bring disaster to the country and the people. Yi Xian quickly wiped it with his hands, but found that there was no nosebleed at all.
Girl, please stop making fun of me.
This girl has long legs and a slender waist, and her figure is plumper than many women, but not cumbersome. Her bare feet are like works of art.
What did you call me?
The girl in red grabbed his face.
I love you, sister.
Yi Xian quickly changed his words. My current state is very bad, and I have no ability to resist facing such a master.
That's good.
The girl in red kissed him on the forehead. Yi Xian felt his heartbeat speeding up, and secretly thought that this woman might not have skills like charm. The girl in red laughed again.
Brother, you are blushing. Well, if sister has nothing else to do, let's just say goodbye.
Yi Xian coughed slightly, knowing it without her having to say it, and turned around to leave.
Don't leave. I'm here specifically for you.
The girl in red raised her hand and pulled him into her arms.
Sister, men and women are not close to each other. What on earth do you want to see me for?
Yi Xian looked helpless. Why did he feel like a female in turn meeting a domineering president? But why is she the domineering president? Whoosh! A stone suddenly flew from a distance at an extremely fast speed.
Pa!
The girl in red waved her hand to block it and looked over there.
You are an old bastard. You are so old that you actually attack secretly. Hand over the human.
The most powerful man of the human race walked over, smiling like an old naughty boy. Yi Xian's heart moved.
Are you from the palace? Exactly. Come today and take your life.
The most powerful person finished speaking and slapped a palm from top to bottom.
An old trick.
The girl in red looked at the sky, where a huge phantom with a slap was pressing towards the two of them.
Girl, go quickly. He is coming to me.
Yi Xian pulled out the damaged dragon-slaying sword. The girl in red refused.
I'm just an old man. What's the point of leaving?
When the shadow got closer, she took out a whip with her backhand and pulled it out hard. Snapped. The phantom was exploded, splashing some air waves generated by the aftermath.
This whip? No wonder it looks familiar to you.
The strongest man slapped his forehead.
Now that you know it, why don't you get out of here?
The girl in red holds a long whip and protects Yi Xian behind her. The most powerful man shook his head.
I will decide that boy's fate today. Sister, go ahead and leave the rest to me.
Yi Xian drank 2 bottles of anti-fatigue medicine and instantly became energetic.
You call her sister? Ha ha. I'm laughing so hard.
The strongest man laughed, not caring about his image at all.
What's so funny?
Yi Xian was puzzled in every possible way. The strongest one replied,
Because she has already done it this year. Old man, if you dare to say that, I will pluck out all the hair on your head.
The girl in red was really angry and rushed towards him.
Little Jean Long, what do you think this girl is like?
Yi Xian looked at her back and felt a surge in his heart. Not only is she extremely beautiful, but she is also extremely charming. Just her back view is enough to make countless men's hearts flutter. The little golden dragon ignored him and was already asleep. The girl in red started fighting with the strongest man, and the two were inseparable.
Sister, let me help you.
Yi Xian naturally refused to watch and ran over with his sword.
Let's play.
The girl in red broke away from the fight and kicked him in the face.
Why do feet smell so good?
Yi Xian was kicked away and whispered. The girl in red confronts the strongest man again.
I am here. You can rest. You feel so distressed that you have a crush on someone else?
The most powerful man narrowed his eyes slightly.
That's right. What's the matter?
The girl in red whipped out her whip. This. Yi Xian's face turned red, and he secretly cursed himself for his damn charm. The most powerful man sneered.
If I tell him about your great achievements, I'm afraid he will stay away from you.
The girl in red glanced at Yi Xian distractedly, then turned away and concentrated on fighting.
You are a fox-turned-spirit. Your surname is Su and your name is Dodgy. You have lived for 1,000 years and killed countless infatuated men.
The most powerful man said suddenly.
Su Dodgy?
Yi Xian was startled. No wonder.
Old man, I want you to die under the true fire of Samadhi.
Su Dodgy appeared in her original form, growing red fox ears and tail, and her appearance changed slightly. Yi Xian secretly smacked his tongue.
It's even more beautiful.
If she could be said to have conquered the country before, she is simply incomparable now.
I really envy you monsters. If only I could stay young forever. I would definitely charm thousands of girls.
The strongest man said that, and left directly. I am old and have no physical strength. It will be a big loss if I continue to fight. And before Yi Xian made a move, he was beaten 2-1 and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Chapter 42. Deciding something terrible.
Old bastard.
Su Zong never expected that he would be so unruly and run away after betraying her. The strongest man gradually disappeared.
The scenery on this sunny day is so beautiful. Ha ha ha. Are you really the legendary Su Zong?
Yi Xian asked tentatively.
Feel free to laugh at me.
Su Zong knelt down on the spot, picked off a piece of dogtail grass, and shook it around.
Why are you laughing at me?
Yi Xian was puzzled. Su Zong was stunned.
Because I am a bad girl who has corrupted my morals. Everyone thinks so. Do you think so too?
Yi Xian put his hands behind his back.
Pretty much. I'm the best at playing with men in the palm of my hand.
Su Zong nodded slightly, with a little helplessness flashing in her eyes. Not really. Yi Xian chuckled. She is definitely an Easter egg NPC. Her memories have been implanted. She thinks she is dirty, but she is cleaner than anyone else. Su Zong frowned.
You don't need to comfort me. I know what I am like. You can change your appearance. The orc I met in the Wailing Forest before was you. Right.
Yi Xian asked tentatively. Now that I think about it, it's very clear. No wonder I've never seen that orc.
I just want to hear what they think of you.
Su Zong was a little surprised to be guessed.
You traveled thousands of miles to save me. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the city.
Yi Xian smiled bitterly and regarded her as his savior. The little golden dragon in his arms opened his eyes and said to himself, You idiot. I am the one who saves you.
Huh? Ah, yes. That's right.
Su Zong was stunned for a moment, and nodded because she found it interesting.
Thank you. You are the best girl in my heart.
Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. What's up with this comfortable feeling? Su Zong felt the warmth in his hands and wagged her tail involuntarily. I should obviously have been touched by many people. But why have I never felt this way? It's wired. Yi Xian saw her pretty face blushing slightly.
Are you comfortable? That's quite comfortable.
Su Zong blinked, blushed and looked away. Why do you have such feelings for him? Could it be that you have true feelings? In fact, this was the first time her head had been touched in a real sense. Those in the past were just implanted memories. So there would be illusions. Yi Xian mistakenly thought of her as his savior. And Su Zong mistakenly thought that he was truly attracted to her.
The old witch is going to be hard to deal with now.
On the other side, the most powerful man was sitting on a fruit tree picking fruits to eat. He had read through many ancient books, and Su Zong's weapons were among them. So he recognized them.
Hey, old man. This is my tree.
A fruit farmer came running. The strongest man ate only the core of the fruit and jumped down.
Eat your fruit. Don't be so stingy. I'm lost.
The fruit farmer shook his fist. The most powerful person disappeared instantly. The fruit farmer punched the fruit empty and found that there was an extra fruit core in his mouth. And he was frightened. He turned out to be a master. Fortunately, he had a good temper. Otherwise he would have died again.
It's really hard to be a passerby.
He shook his head. It was a passerby he hadn't seen for a long time. Now he has independent consciousness and has gained an ability. He will not lose his original memory after rebirth.
Hello. Let me introduce. We are the Awakening Alliance.
A voice suddenly came from the side.
Is this place hundreds of kilometers away from the Wailing Forest?
Yi Xian on the other side felt a headache. Su Zong nodded.
That's right.
Without some special means, I wouldn't have been able to get here in time.
Why did you take me so far?
Yi Xian was puzzled.
Why don't you ask about the magical conch?
Su Zong casually picked up the conch beside him.
How can a conch talk?
Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Suddenly, the conch spoke.
The river god is calling. Is it that guy?
Yi Xian quickly grabbed the conch.
Hey, are you there?
The voice of the river god came from the conch.
I thought about what you said, and I have something to ask you.
Yi Xian said immediately. The river god was silent for a while.
Throw the conch into the river, and we will talk face to face. Is there anyone in the conch?
Su Zong didn't know the secret.
No, it's just a phone call.
Yi Xian threw the conch into the river.
Did you drop this gold conch or silver conch?
The river god gradually appeared with a starfish on his head. He looked at Su Zong.
Ah, are you there too? Welcome to become a member of this world. This person is weird and vulgar. Su Dodgy couldn't understand it at all. She shook her body. Her ears and tail disappeared, and she turned back into a human. The corners of River God's mouth twitched. Even though he looks wretched, his behavior is even more wretched. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. At that time, he completely deceived himself. And that's why he became the swindler he is now. How can you say that to me? TSK. Sad. The River God slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Yi Xian stepped forward and fished him directly ashore. Don't even think about leaving until you finish answering my questions today. Ask. If you say something useful, I will lose. The River God sat cross-legged on the ground and took off the starfish on his head. You said this world is not the so-called game world. Then where is this? Yi Xian asked. This is our world. The River God was mysterious and said only this. Yi Xian saw that he was unwilling to say more. Who are you? I am the River God of this world and have existed for many years, replied the River God. Yi Xian asked a lot of questions after that, but the River God avoided answering some sensitive questions, let alone revealing the little golden dragon's life experience. Gradually, it became dark and dark clouds filled the sky. The River God suddenly said, Ah, I forgot to collect my clothes. I'll see you again when I have the chance. With that he jumped into the river and disappeared. Shall we find a place to take shelter from the rain? Su Dodgy said. I'm curious. Why did you save me and protect me? Yi Xian said, secretly cursing the River God for being so strict. Su Dodgy was choked for words. I just accidentally learned that he wanted to build a city of peace and became curious about him. I didn't think much else. Yi Xian chuckled. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Just sit down. As he spoke, he summoned a rain shelter, and a light rain happened to fall in the sky. What an amazing ability! Su Dodgy was a little surprised and went over to sit down. How about you change into these clothes? Yi Xian walked into the pavilion, holding a few more conservative clothes in his hand. Why should I listen to you? Su Dodgy crossed her legs and looked away. Yi Xian looked at her revealing clothes. Isn't it awkward for you to wear this? You don't have to worry about it. Who are you? Su Dodgy bit her lower lip. This is the clothes you wear when you transform into a human form. It only exposes your shoulders and more of your legs. I am your future boyfriend. Yi Xian put the clothes on her. It happened that at this time, it rained heavily. You? Su Dodgy's eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Xian chuckled. I have decided to chase you. When facing a savior, according to the usual practice, of course, one must pledge oneself to him. Chapter 43 7 stars Long Yuan. No, I'll ignore you. Su Dodgy panicked, stood up, and disappeared instantly. Yi Xian chuckled. We will meet again. Now they need to go to the city to rescue Sun Kid and the others. But they have to pass through the Wailing Forest first. Summoning the rainproof motorcycle, he headed straight for the Wailing Forest at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. 2.5 hours later, he was in the Wailing Forest. Looking around, hunters are everywhere, armed with bows, arrows, shotguns or trapping nets, looking for orcs. Hey, brother, your vehicle is quite unique. Someone came over. Leave the Howling Forest. This is the only warning. Yi Xian stopped the motorcycle. It was still raining lightly at this time, and people were happy to hear his words. Who do you think you are? Letting us go? You also warned me. What can you do to me? Don't listen to the old man's words. Yi Xian jumped off the motorcycle and said in a cold voice, You will suffer the loss before your eyes. The motorcycle behind him began to transform and turned into a robot, holding a laser sword and starting to kill. Quick! Run! My hand is gone! All the people around him died, and no one survived. Host upgrade. Current level, 198. Summoner characteristics improvement. Can have summons 1-2 at the same time. Then you can stay as a patrol guard. Yi Xian looked at the robot. Yes! The robots began patrolling, hunting those with a tendency to capture orcs. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Summoner is a really good profession. It is simply invincible, and can summon all kinds of fantastic things. Assassin is a profession that I both love and hate. He shook his head instead. It is clear that the maximum level is only level 1. But it does not unlock a new career for yourself. Did you say that other professions will be unlocked after reaching the level? System. Is this a bug? He asked tentatively. The assassin profession has no levels, and the host is not at full level, so it cannot be unlocked. Isn't reaching the upper limit considered a full level? Yi Xian frowned. But the system repeated what he said before. He was a little helpless. Okay. Hey. Are you a pet master too? Let's duel with pets. A man suddenly ran from a distance, holding 3 pet bags. Everything can be Pokemon? Yi Xian was speechless when he saw that this person was a player. Come on! Paradise Slime! The man released the first pet, which was a slime with a white body and a halo of light above his head. Yi Xian released the Wolf King. Enter! Ouch! The Wolf King looked up to the sky and roared. And dozens of wild wolves spawned around him. Aw! Su Zong. Will definitely come back again. The man's name was Su Zong. And he wanted to run away when he saw that the situation was not going well. Ouch. But the Wolf King didn't give him a chance and led the wolves to charge. When a pet kills an enemy, the credit goes to the owner. When Xiaoji is bitten to death, the system is triggered. Congratulations on getting it. 7-star Long Yuan. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand. Hey! Supreme level? Long Yuan sword. The legendary divine sword. Cuts iron like mud and is invincible. We're back. The Wolf King came with the angel slime in his mouth, followed by the wild wolves. Aren't those summons gone? Yi Xian frowned slightly. They are real, and there is no time limit. The Wolf King answered as he should. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Then you will stay here from now on and hunt down hostile outsiders. No wonder it had so many younger brothers before. They were all summoned this way. Good. The Wolf King threw down the angel slime and ran away. Puff! The angel slime shrank into a ball. It's quite cute. Just follow me from now on. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed it. A voice came from behind. I can help you take care of these orcs. Son kid? You? Yi Xian looked over and was startled. The rest is up to you. Sun Jidai's face was pale, with more than 30 orcs behind him. Before he could finish speaking, he lost strength and fell forward. Hey! Hold on! Yi Xian went over to hug him and fed him the detoxifying pill. Sir! He took advantage of the chaos in the city to escape with us. An orc choked with sobs. This poison is very strange and cannot be cured. Sun Kid's voice was weak. He relied on the self-made Jiedu powder to survive until now. Otherwise, he would have gone to the west long ago. Yi Xian frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Let me eat as much as you can. After feeding dozens of antidote pills in succession, Sun Jidai fainted. You haven't completed the mission yet. How can you take care of them if you haven't sent them back? Yi Xian was a little confused. Sir, he died. An orc came over to measure his breathing and came to a conclusion. It turns out. Yi Xian clenched his fists. It's all my fault. I was delayed for too long on the road. If I had been faster, I might have been able to save my life. Sun Jidai's eyes widened suddenly. It hurts. It hurts. You pinched my flesh. You kid actually pretended to be dead? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment and used more force with his hands. I thought I was going to die. But who knew that pill thief was so good at it? Sun Jidai screamed. Forget it. For the sake of saving everyone. Yi Xian let go of his hand, stood up with the angel slime in his arms, and ran towards the depths. Sun Kid was helped up by the orc. I plan to leave. Where to go? Yi Xian asked. The world is so big. I want to go out and see it. Sun Jidai chuckled. This feeling of life after death gave him a deeper understanding of life. You are always welcome here. Yi Xian chuckled and said, leading the orcs away. Soon, only Sun Kid was left here. He looked at the grass on the side. Come out. I found you long ago. Little handsome boy. Don't be so fierce. Sudaji walked out, looking like a human, but changed into conservative clothes. What are your plans for my brother? Sun Jidai frowned. It's because he had premeditated plans against me. Sudaji's pretty face turned red. Her shy look made Sun Jidai feel itchy in his heart. Don't be evil. He is very important to us. Important? You mean the city of peace? Sudaji guessed. A peaceful city without racial distinctions. Sun Kid nodded. In the unknown past, he had been a childhood sweetheart with an orc, and they fell in love when they grew up. However, sincerity is no match for discrimination. His orc girlfriend was beaten to death with sticks in the street on the grounds that orcs deserved to die. From that day on, he became a thief, only stealing from unfair people and only killing unfair people. Helping Yi Xian is just that this kind of person is rare and valuable, so he should be helped. Don't worry. I won't do anything to him. Sudaji's figure gradually disappeared. Oh my god! What kind of existence did he provoke? Sun Jide fell to the ground and could feel his heart pounding. It was so beautiful that he couldn't describe it in words. Deep in the wailing forest. Owner! Natasha, who was at the entrance of the village, saw Yi Xian and ran over quickly. Yi Xian took the opportunity to hold her in his arms. Do you miss me? Chapter 44 Looking for. I really want to. Natasha was originally very excited. But when she saw Yi Xian holding a slime, Master, she pouted, feeling aggrieved. Welcome back. Xinchi brought the orcs to greet them. Yi Xian looked at her. This slime gave it to you. Thanks. Xinchi took the angel slime. The little paper man flew out of her hair, as if she had seen a ghost. A supreme weapon? Where did you get it from? Picked up randomly. Yi Xian chuckled and lit up the 7 stars Long Yuan. I believe you. The little paper man stared at Qixing Long Yuan in disbelief. Plant the land first. I have a lot of seeds here. Yi Xian ignored it and looked at Xinchi. An orc said, Sir, we haven't even finished building the house yet. Build again after planting. Trust me. Yi Xian took out several bags of rice seeds. This was obtained in a secret place at that time. It sprouted in 2 days and matured in half a month. Everyone, get moving. There happens to be a suitable open space in the north of the village. Xinchi stepped forward and picked up the seeds. I'll leave it to you. I'll work on that first. Yi Xian looked at the half-expanded land and pulled out the 7-star Long Yuan. He walked over and swung it hard, causing all the big trees a few meters away to fall down. Master is so awesome. Natasha in her arms clapped vigorously. So this was the plan. Xinchi carried the seeds and led the orcs away, while those who had just been rescued returned to the village to settle down. When the land is planted well, not only will the land be expanded, but the timber will also be available, just in time to build a house. The sun gradually sets. Yi Xian expanded a large area of land, and there were unmoved wood everywhere. It should be enough. Master, such a big place is enough to build a city. Xinchi looked towards the village, but could no longer see it at all. Suddenly, bursts of wailing sounds came, which was bone-chilling. Who? Yi Xian was shocked. Master, there are always wailing sounds here. Just get used to it, Natasha said. Yi Xian frowned. That's right. It is the forest of wailing after all. He turned to clearing the stumps, but found it troublesome. Damn it! All the trees here have been cut down. Is there a treasure chest? There must be special scenes. A team came. 5 people in total. You're here just in time. Yi Xian glanced over. Come here. Number 1 in all servers? The 5 people walked over slowly and tremblingly, not daring to run at all. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Do you know the consequences of meeting me? Why hasn't your bug been fixed yet? One of them almost cried when he saw that he had a red name, knowing that the so-called consequences would be death. Players cannot attack each other at will, unless the opponent has a red name. But he is a red name. You're stupid. The official said he has a special profession. There is no upper limit to his level, and he can become a red name. Another person said. Indecisiveness. Quantum mechanics? Yi Xian laughed dumbly, as he was forcibly interpreted as a special profession by the official. He turned and said, You can live if you want, but you have to do me a favor. You said, never refuse. Whoever refuses is a dog. A bald man in the team who didn't look too smart came forward and was the team leader. Dig out all the tree stumps here, Yi Xian said. Woof woof woof. The bald man looked around and barked. Just kidding. There are too many tree stumps to count here. I'm afraid it will take a year to dig them. Yi Xian took out Qixing Long Yuan. I seem to have heard you say it's okay. Right. Yep. The bald man finally lost because he didn't want to throw away his equipment after death, and led the others to start digging tree stumps. I'll leave this to you. Don't think about escaping. Yi Xian turned and left. They actually made us work as coolies. Hey, do it. North of the village, Yi Xian came here and found that the farmland had grown to a large scale. I'm here to help you. Then you have to put Sister Natasha down first. Xinchi looked over and found that he was still holding Natasha. This, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. No, don't be separated from the master. Natasha hugged her tighter. Pitifully, Yi Xian had an idea. I have an idea. He summoned the farming robot with his backhand. This is? Xinchi was a little curious, and the surrounding orcs were also attracted. Fully automatic planting robot. Show your hands to them. Yi Xian snapped his fingers. Field detected. Farmed automatically. The planting robot made a sound, and then disappeared instantly. Xinchi suddenly said, "Seeds!" Everyone's seeds were gone. Just in an instant. "Don't be afraid. It was a robot," Yixian said. About 10 minutes later, the planting robot suddenly appeared behind him. "Planting is complete." "Oh my god! That's amazing!" Some orcs marveled that the ground had all been planted. "Let's go back." After Yixian finished speaking, he heard wailing again and hesitated for a moment. "You go back first, and I will find the source of the sound." "Master, I'm with you," Natasha said immediately. Yixian shook his head. "No, help me guard the village." But Natasha doesn't want to be separated from her master. Natasha felt a little aggrieved. "I'll be back soon and give you a gift then." Yixian put her down. "Oh well." Natasha was a child after all, and could be dismissed easily. Xinchi said, "Why don't you go? There is a legend here that anyone who looks for the sound of wailing will disappear from the world, and will never be found again." "Master, I won't let you go." Natasha was a little anxious. "Don't believe those rumors. Be good. I'll be back soon." Yixian showed a reassuring smile. "Must come back." Natasha bit her lower lip. Her eyes red. Yixian felt a little distressed. "Don't worry. I'm sure." He left, and the howling forest became dark at night. Several owls flew to the branches, making sounds like babies crying. "Let's go back," Xinchi suggested. Soon, they ran towards the village, with the planting robot following closely behind. Yixian, who was already 10 kilometers away, frowned. The sound stopped? With long-distance teleportation, he could reach distant places quickly, but he still didn't make it in time. "Uh-huh." The wailing sound suddenly appeared, right behind you. Pretending to be a ghost, Yixian's eyes narrowed, and while turning around, he took out the 7-star Long Yuan and chopped it down. However, there was nothing, only air. "What happened?" Yixian glanced around. The flowers were still flowers, and the trees were still trees. Their appearance had not changed, but they gave him a very strange feeling. "Come out and stop pretending!" Yixian yelled. "You shouldn't be here." The river god came from a distance, looking a little handsome after losing his previous wretchedness. Yixian was confused. "Why?" "Because this is no longer the world you should be in." The river god's voice was calm. "Not enough imagination for parallel universes?" Yixian's mouth twitched. Chapter 45: The World in Expectation. "Roughly the same." The river god had a calm expression. Yixian said, "How should I go back? Once you come, you can't go back." After the river god finished speaking, he turned around and left, gradually moving away. "Go back to the village and take a look first." Yixian frowned. "When I returned to the village, I didn't see any living creatures, whether it was Natasha, Xinchi, or the orcs." "Anyone?" Yixian yelled. No reply was received, and the whole village was deserted. "What's going on?" Yixian was only confused. The figure of the river god appeared in his mind. He also existed in this world and must know something. "How to find him?" Yixian frowned and noticed the river in the distance. He walked over and threw a stone in. "River god, what do you want from me?" The river god emerged from the water, his expression still calm. "Please help me," Yixian said seriously. "I can't help you," replied the river god. Yixian frowned. "Why are you and me the only ones left in this world? What are you talking about? Look back." The river god waved his hand. "You guys." Yixian turned around and found Xinchi and Natasha standing not far away. "Master, why are you here?" Natasha came bounding over. Yixian squatted down, raised his hand, and rubbed her head, feeling a strange feeling. "I definitely want to reminisce about the past. After all, the City of Peace has been built for 3 full years." Xinchi guessed. "A City of Peace?" Yixian's heart moved. "Yes, there is no discrimination. Absolutely fair and peaceful city. And interracial love is everywhere." Natasha's face was filled with happiness. Yixian murmured softly, "That's great. Shall we go back quickly for the 3rd anniversary celebration?" Xinchi suggested. Yes. Master, let's go quickly." Natasha walked around behind Yixian and pushed with her hands. When they left, the river god disappeared, and everything here fell into nothingness. "Is that the City of Peace?" After walking for an unknown amount of time, Yixian opened his mouth wide as he looked at the endless city on the plain ahead. "What kind of city is this?" "It's simply a country." Xinchi nodded vigorously. "Yes, your wife has been waiting for you for a long time." I have a wife? Who?
Yi Xian was stunned and saw a girl walking from a distance. She has a perfect figure, with fiery red animal ears and tail. Her beauty is breathtaking. She is actually Su Zong.
Really? Husband, why did you come back?
Su Zong came closer. Yi Xian didn't know what to say. Xinqi pushed hard behind him.
What are you doing standing still? Hurry up and coax him. Yes. Sorry.
Yi Xian was pushed so hard that he lost his center of gravity. He subconsciously held Su Zong in his arms, and quickly let go.
Husband, do you already dislike me?
Su Zong's eyes turned red.
How come?
Yi Xian hated the girl crying the most and quickly comforted her. Su Zong's eyes trembled slightly.
Then kiss me. Master, kiss her quickly.
Natasha was extremely anxious. Looking at those red lips, Yi Xian mustered up the courage and kissed them. Su Zong's eyes gradually blurred. And after a long time, her lips parted, and her face turned red.
Husband, let's go back to the room and rest. Oh?
Yi Xianling was on the spot.
Let's talk about that kind of thing tonight. What we want now is the carnival.
Xinqi's face turned red.
Lord City Lord, I won't come home until I'm drunk today.
2 orcs came over. Yi Xian took the wine glass from their hands and took a sip. After that, he ate and drank. And soon it was evening.
This is crazy.
Yi Xian was outside the city, sitting next to the farming robot.
Where's the madness?
The farming robot makes a sound. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and did not answer. Su Zong came over with a blushing face.
Husband, I've been waiting for you in bed for a long time. Why don't you come over? This world is what I expect. No players will cause trouble. All races live in peace. There is love. Everything is so beautiful,
Yi Xian said, looking at the robot patrolling in the distance and asking it to come over.
This is all the result of my husband's hard work.
Su Zong shook her tail from side to side.
I've been in town all day. And guess what?
Yi Xian stood up. Su Zong was puzzled.
What? All the people whose faces I can see clearly are the ones I have met before. Other than that, they are all blurry faces.
Yi Xian's voice was hoarse.
Husband, have you drunk too much?
Su Zong's eyes flashed with light. Yi Xian walked towards the robot.
I didn't even drink a sip of wine.
To stay awake, he put all the alcohol in his backpack.
At your service.
The robot turns into a motorcycle.
Husband, where are you going?
Su Zong was confused.
Want to know? Then come up.
Yi Xian looked ahead. Su Zong sat in the back seat.
Dodgy is with you. Buzz buzz.
The motorcycle started and went all the way to the riverside where the city lord was seriously injured and fell into coma, where he woke up.
What are you doing here?
Su Zong was confused.
My guess is indeed correct. This world is just an illusion pieced together by my memory.
Yi Xian looked at the pavilion in the distance and said, You can only have at most 2 summons at the same time. But there are already 3 in this world. If this were the case alone, there might not be any doubt. After all, it may also be that I in this world can have 3 summons at the same time. But the question is, if this is really a so-called parallel universe, then where is the self in this world? Moreover, why is this world what I expect? The most important thing, Natasha didn't feel jealous of her throughout the whole process. This was illogical from the setting.
Isn't it good to stay here?
Su Zong suddenly took out the whip.
I am your wife, and everything here is what you want. You want me to stay in this false world?
Yi Xian smiled. Su Zong responded.
That's right. What's the difference between living in a falsehood and dying? Break it for me.
Yi Xian roared angrily, and the world around him began to fall apart. The illusion is vulnerable once it is seen through.
You asked for this.
Su Zong suddenly turned into a devil and rushed towards him. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star Long Yuan and chopped it off directly. A precise hit, but the devil's appearance suddenly changed to Natasha.
Master, why?
Her eyes were full of heartache. No different from real people. Yi Xian subconsciously withdrew Qixing Long Yuan. Poof, he started spitting out blood.
Master, let's go to H.L. together and never be separated.
Natasha pierced his heart with her hand. Looking serious, Yi Xian gritted his teeth.
Don't use this face to deceive me. You dirty devil. You don't deserve it.
The world collapsed, and Natasha turned into a devil in front of her, and then disappeared.
Where is this?
The scenery in front of him changed, and Yi Xian found himself in a small space. Chapter 46 Worm Cave. Yi Xian looked carefully and found that he was actually in a cocoon.
After struggling hard, the cocoon cracked, and he quickly stood up. Where is this place? It was dark all around, and there were many cocoons of different sizes on the ground. Ha! They are all mine. I am the king of this world. Beauty. The voices came one after another. Yi Xian took out a torch and lit it, and found that the sounds came from the cocoon. He asked tentatively, Is there anyone? Got no answer. Why am I here? Yi Xian was puzzled. He came to a cocoon and raised his hand to tear it apart. Uh-huh. The cocoon was torn open, and some fishy liquid flowed out, leaving only a skinny human inside. His eyes were full of red threads. Where is my woman? Where is my harem? Have you ever looked for a whale? Yi Xian asked with a frown. So what? Give me my woman back. Give it back to me quickly. The man roared. Swish, swish, swish. A centipede quickly scurried over, crawled up his back, and then took a bite. The man died directly and died miserably. Yi Xian covered his mouth and found that the centipede seemed to only attack people who shouted. He looked at the other cocoons. They were so densely packed that there were thousands of them at least. Could it be that there were living people trapped inside each one? Shasha shasha. The centipede dragged the body away. They must have been brought here looking for the sound of wailing, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. Aha! I am rich. Why is he here? Yi Xian hurriedly walked over and opened the cocoon from which the sound came. Being alone in it is just as much money as you haven't seen in a long time. He rubbed his eyes. Is it dawn? Shh. Keep your voice down. It's not safe here. Yi Xian quickly covered his mouth. Woo! Xian Duo nodded vigorously, indicating that he understood. Why are you here? Yi Xian let go. Xian Duo replied. It's not your two harems, Natasha and Xinchi. As a strong man, how can you watch them worry? So you came to me carelessly? Do you know how dangerous it is? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. As a younger brother, this is what you should do, Xian Dui said righteously. Dad, Mom, I knew you loved me. The voice came suddenly. Xian Duo glanced at the cocoon on the side. You? By the way, where is this place? I don't know, but people trapped in cocoons can fall into hallucinations. Yi Xian shook his head and went to rescue Yu. It's dark. Yu crawled out of the cocoon with a confused face. Where is this place? Shouldn't I have New Year's Eve dinner at home? Stupid. Those are all illusions. Xian Duo looks like he hates iron for not being able to become steel. Is this so? Yu looked sad. Brother, what kind of illusion are you in? Xian Duo asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian heard this and knew that he wanted to divert Yu's attention. So he answered truthfully, and then asked, What about you? I have money. Xian Duo scratched his head and giggled. As a rich man, he wishes to be rich. And in reality he is rich. Perhaps. This is the life of rich people. Unpretentious and boring. Ah! The headband is out of battery. Yu said suddenly, and went offline instantly. Help him secretly. At least, he won't starve to death. Yi Xian glanced at Xian Duo. Xian Duo nodded. Don't worry. Leave it to me. In the real world, the ground is covered with fallen leaves, and autumn has already begun. It was late at night, and he was walking on the deserted street, shivering from the cold. I won't go back even if I freeze to death. He gritted his teeth and persisted, feeling cold and hungry. I don't know how far I walked, but when I arrived at a noodle shop, I wanted to go in and have a bowl of noodles, but I didn't have any money. Hey, Yu sighed. Young man, it's so cold. Why are you standing outside? Come in and have a bowl of noodles. The shop owner came out to throw away garbage and said after seeing him. Yu looked embarrassed. But I have no money. Where did you come from? The shop owner throws the rubbish into the trash can. I come from a faraway place. I am an orphan and have no home. Yu gritted his teeth. So do you have a place to live? The shop owner, who was over 60 years old, frowned when he heard this. Yu shook his head. No. Come in quickly. I'll heat up a bowl of noodles for you. If you don't have a place to stay with me in the hotel first. The shop owner said immediately and took him into the noodle shop. At the same time, in the game world, Yi Xian and Xian Duo took a walk around and found that this place was a naked insect cave. People trapped in cocoons will gradually turn into thick water for the insects to eat. It's so infiltrating. It would be great if there were pesticides. They'd all be killed by him. Xian Duo already had goosebumps all over his body. It seems like I have no choice but to do this if I can't find the exit. Yi Xian muttered softly. Really? Xian Duo is puzzled. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Go on. He was given a bag with some kind of powder inside. What is this? Xian Duo hugged the bag and looked confused. Special effect insecticidal powder. You sprinkle it everywhere you can, Yi Xian said. Give it to me. Xian Duo left with the bag in his arms. Wherever the insecticide powder reaches, all the insects die, and the cocoons gradually shrivel and crack. Where am I? My head hurts so much. People in the cocoons woke up one after another. But when more cocoons were opened, there was only fishy liquid inside. But no one was anywhere. Swish! 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 Rustle! The insects began to riot. Not only centipedes, but also all kinds of insects. They rushed to make more money and run away aggressively. Oh my god! Brother! What are you going to do? Xian Duo was so frightened that he almost peed his pants. I'm here! Don't be afraid. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and killed the insect. Xian Duo smeared some insecticide powder on his body and said, Don't be stunned. Come and help if you want to survive. Why did you destroy my kingdom? Someone roared heartbreakingly. There's nothing left. Others are feeling depressed. Suddenly everything is there. And everything is suddenly gone. Few people can bear such a gap. Those themselves are all fake and are illusions. Xian Duo roared. So what if it's an illusion? That's what we want. And we're willing to die. Someone retorted. You? Too much money hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. Yi Xian casually killed a few people who were rescued but shouted. Is it okay to kill them like this and keep them for the new year? Since you are willing to die, then just die. There is everything in the endless stream. Understood. Xian Duo nodded, sprinkled the insecticide powder, and then took out a 999 pure gold sword. He turned to look horrified. Brother! You? Behind you! Yi Xian paused and looked back. 2 huge blood-red eyes were emitting a cold light. Chapter 47 World Boss. The monster squirmed slowly, and turned out to be a 100-meter-long centipede. Trouble. Yi Xian holds the 7-star Long Yuan sword tightly. Xian Duo shouted. Let's go quickly! This is the world boss! The boss in this world right now is king level, and can only be defeated by many players. Which way to go? Yi Xian looked helpless. So far, no way out has been found. The giant centipede made a voice. Humans, you have angered me. Silly bug. I'm here. Come and hack me if you can. Xian Duo suddenly roared and released his skill to taunt. What are you doing? Yi Xian was confused. Brother, you go find a way out, and I'll come from behind. Xian Duo appears holding a pure gold sword and armor all over his body, all of which is pure gold. Yi Xian shook his head. As the eldest brother, how can I leave you here alone? He held the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword and advanced instead of retreating, rushing towards the giant centipede. Brother! Xian Duo looked moved. Bug! Yi Xian jumped on the giant centipede's head and thrust his sword down hard. Zit-zizi. The sound of corrosion suddenly came. A layer of green mucus appears around the centipede, which is extremely corrosive and can effectively deter enemies. Yi Xian put away his sword and jumped back. He was relieved when he saw that the 7-star Long Yuan sword was not damaged. As expected of the world boss, it is even more disgusting than I imagined. The giant centipede screamed strangely and hit him in midair. Brother, be careful. Seeing more money makes my scalp numb. If it is hit, it is estimated that even a warrior of over 100 levels will not be able to withstand it. Shield. Yi Xian released his warrior skills, and a translucent shield appeared out of thin air in front of him. Bang! The giant centipede hit it, making a loud noise, and the shield shattered in response. Yi Xian fell to the ground and looked at Xian Duo. What are you waiting for? Find the exit! Ah! Ah! Xian Duo was stunned for a moment, and then started to search. Fortunately, this boss's attack is not high, Yi Xian muttered in his heart. The giant centipede screamed strangely, and countless insects rushed towards it. However, before those bugs even got close, they were all poisoned to death by the insecticide powder sprinkled previously. Brother, I found it. The way out is here, Xian Duo said suddenly in the distance. Yi Xian turned his eyes and looked over. Well done. You go first. I will come to the rear. That passage was created after the appearance of the giant centipede, and it had been covered with soil before. Good. Xian Duo knew the situation was urgent and responded immediately. He ran outside followed by the others. But they were all killed by the bugs. Human, you are too weak. The giant centipede looked at Yi Xian. It's true that I'm not strong. I may only knock out a few tenths of your health every time, but I will be able to kill you one day, Yi Xian said lightly. This statement is true. If Natasha and the others are here, winning is only a matter of time. You won't survive that day. The giant centipede's voice was full of mockery. The way out has been blocked by the insects. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he started fighting with them. Xian Duo left the insect cave along the passage, his heart pounding. He shouted, "Is there anyone? Help!" It happened that an army of only 100 men passed by and stopped when they heard the words. Little brother, what trouble have you encountered? The leader of the army is riding a horse, holding a silver spear, and a cloak hanging behind him. 100-meter-long insect. And my eldest brother is still trapped inside. More money points to the channel. 100 meters long? Are you serious? The leader was slightly surprised. What are you complaining about? It's all true. Money is a bit impatient. Bold, how can you talk to the most powerful person of our time? The deputy general on the side roared. I don't care if you are strong or not. Please help me quickly. Too much money can't help but make sense. Just then, some bugs crawled out of the passage. The most powerful person of the current generation laughed and said, Interesting. I'll go take a look. You guys go on your way first. After he said that, he shot out the gun and crushed the insects with a strong airflow. Then dismounted and entered the passage. Who is he? Xian Duo couldn't help but wonder when he saw how powerful he was. Wherever the spear is directed, the world and the earth will be wounded. The strongest of our time. Sikong Hao Hua, said the deputy general. Seems very amazing. Xian Duo whispered softly. A voice suddenly came from the side. You can't compete with me back then. Seize Senior Sikong Xiao. Hundreds of people present took a knee. That was clearly the most powerful man from the previous generation. Sikong Xiao, who came to hunt down Yi Xian. Are all NPCs nowadays so good? Seeing this formation, Xian Duo whispered. What is your relationship with Yi Xian? Sikong Xiao asked. He's my great brother. Xian Dui patted his chest. Sikong Xiao chuckled. Catch this little fat guy. I may need it later. Yes. Several men in the army responded. Why are you catching me? Xian Duo held a solid gold sword in his hand and retreated repeatedly, but was easily caught. Don't let him get away. I'll go down there. After Sikong Xiao said that, he walked down the passage slowly. Boom. At this moment, Yi Xian was fighting a giant centipede, and the blocked passage suddenly made a loud noise. The bugs dispersed, and a young man holding a spear came over. Who is coming? Yi Xian asked. Human race. Sikong Hao Hua. What about you? Sikong Hao Hua introduced himself. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Human race. He you? This guy has made it clear that he is a master of the palace, and he cannot reveal his identity. Heal you. The giant centipede flicked its tail violently. Puff. Sikong Hao Hua was knocked away, and blood spurted out. Yi Xian was prepared and didn't move at all. What about Sikong? How are you? It's Sikong Hao Hua. Sikong Hao Hua stood up, stabilized his energy and blood, and shot the giant centipede from the air. Call. The phantom of the spear visible to the naked eye appeared. Overwhelming. Get its attention and leave the rest to me. Yi Xian's heart moved. This guy is a spearman. A kind of warrior. Enough to attract hatred. Okay. Sikong Hao Hua agreed, feeling a sense of trust for some reason. 10%. 17-inch. When the giant centipede's attention was all on Sikong Hao Hua, Yi Xian walked around behind it, always ready to assassinate him. He calculated the probability of success. There was only one chance for the secret passage, and he could not afford to miss it. Unparalleled universe spear! Sikong Hao Hua suddenly roared, his aura rising. Skill? Yi Xian remembered that there is something called a skill book in this world. NPCs are born with no skills unless they use skill books. Sikong Hao Hua fired out a spear. The tip of the spear contained two completely opposite energies, which were for Qianquan. The giant centipede couldn't avoid it, and screamed after being hit. Now! Yi Xian's heart moved. The chance of a successful assassination was as high as 64%. He did not hesitate to carry out the assassination. Kill successfully. Host boss experience increases. As the system beeped, the giant centipede fell down. Its huge body already split into two halves. Chapter 48 Yi Yi. This. Sikong Hao Hua looked shocked. The huge centipede beast was killed instantly. Sikong Xiao, who had just come in, had mixed feelings in his heart. That brat. Does he want me to die? The bad boy in his mouth was Chu Nan. It was obvious that Yi Xian was very strong. Ridiculously strong. Dealing with him yourself is tantamount to seeking death. Hey! Old acquaintance! Yi Xian glanced at Sikong Xiao. Uncle? Why are you here? Do you know each other? Sikong Haohua was confused. I heard that you were going to conquer the alien race, so I came here to see you off. Sikong Xiao's head turned. Uncle, you treat me too much like a child. Sikong Haohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What are you waiting for? Come and kill me, Yi Xian said suddenly. Suddenly, the air became extremely silent. Sikong Haohua looked puzzled, while Sikong Xiao raised his hand. I don't dare. Isn't it crazy? You were chasing me to kill me before. Why are you so scared now? Yi Xian walked up to him, raised his hand, and slapped him several times. Sikong Xiao is very aggrieved. He didn't know you were so strong before. There must be some misunderstanding. Sikong Haohua wanted to smooth things over. Misunderstanding? Tell me what misunderstanding there is. Yi Xian stared at Sikong Xiao. Sikong Xiao couldn't say anything. He looked helpless. If it's wrong, it's wrong. What should you do? When you see me next time, call me Yi. You know? Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. I understand. Sikong Xiao could only nod. That's good. Yi Xian went over to pick up the drops of the giant centipede. It's a pendant named Earth. When worn, the attack on the ground increases by 50% and all attributes by 5%. Normal. Yi Xian put away the Earth pendant and left. Humph. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are we all grandsons now? Just after leaving the insect cave, Xian Duo's voice suddenly came. Yi Xian looked over. What's going on? Hundreds of people wearing armor were kneeling in a row, and Xian Duo was teaching them a lesson. Brother, are you out? Thanks to this ant. Otherwise, I would have returned to the resurrection point. Xian Duo had runny nose and burst into tears. Yi Xian looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help but be surprised. Why is it you? Why? It can't work. Su Daji hugged her shoulders. Why are you dressed so conservatively? Yi Xian smiled. Here. It has nothing to do with you. Seeing that he was not in danger, Su Daji turned around and left. Xian Duo shouted. Auntie, please walk slowly. Brother, you don't know. She was worried about you just now and wanted to go down to find you. Xian Duo turned to smile. Is this so? Yi Xian whispered, secretly thinking that there was something wrong. A man stands tall and proud. How can he kneel down? The voice came suddenly. It was Sikong Haohua. He had just walked out of the insect cave and saw the person he had brought kneeling on the ground. Eyes wide open. We are all doing this to survive. Yes, to survive. Seeing that Suda had left, those people stood up. Sikong Haohua clenched his fists. If we hadn't gone to the border to support you this time, I would have killed you. These people are all military attaches. However, he knelt down in order to survive and lost his last bit of dignity as a military attaché. It's really amazing. Anyone who wants to survive is wrong. Xian Duo was eating melon seeds that he didn't know where he came from. What did you say? Sikong Haohua was furious and looked over after hearing this. Big brother. Xian Duo quickly hid behind Yi Xian. For a moment, Sikong Haohua gritted his teeth. I hope Brother Lin will discipline his subordinates well. Well done. Keep up the good work. Yi Xian looked at Xian Duo. Sikong Haohua was so angry that he almost spurted blood. I didn't ask you to discipline him like this. I will help you get rid of the wanted ones. Sikong Xiao walked out of the insect cave and came to Yi Xian. Such a master was actually wanted. Let alone just kill a general. Even if he killed the human emperor, he would only be able to please him. What should I be called? Yi Xian said lightly. Sikong Xiao gritted his teeth. Master Yi. Brother. Why does he call you Grandpa? Xian Duo was confused. It's Master Yi, not Grandpa. Sikong Xiao emphasized before turning and leaving. Speaking of this matter, Brother Yi, what should I call you? Sikong Xiaohua has calmed down. Yi Xian replied. Everyone has his own discussion. Just call me Brother Yi. Brother Yi, I can't wait any longer to say goodbye. Sikong Xiaohua handed over his hand and left with a group of military attachés. Brother, you're awesome. That guy is such a thief. And he actually treats you with respect. Xian Duo said excitedly when he saw everyone had left. Isn't it normal? Let's go back to the village first, and then go to the big city. Yi Xian shrugged. Xian Duo asked in confusion. Why go to the big city? Of course, I want to find a way to kill the city lord, Yi Xian said, identifying the direction. But aren't all the city lords in that big city dead? I heard they were killed by masks. Xian Duo scratched his head in confusion. I see. Yi Xian understood. It was probably when Su Daji saved herself that she killed the city lord. The little golden dragon in his arms suddenly shouted, Een! How stupid to admit the wrong savior over and over again. Are you hungry? Just know how to eat. Yi Xian took out some food and threw it into his arms. Damn it! This is the highest level pet. Xian Duo was surprised to see the little golden dragon. Don't tell anyone, Yi Xian said seriously. Xian Duo nodded. Don't worry, brother. I'm notoriously strict. Back to the village. Natasha and the others must be anxious. Yi Xian thought for a while, and summoned a rain shelter motorcycle. Oh, what a handsome motorcycle! Xian Duo drooled. Where can I buy it in real life? Nothing is for sale in reality. Yi Xian got on his motorcycle. Xian Duo quickly sat in the back and said, Let's go! Buzz! Buzz! The motorcycle went straight into the distance. But in reality, it was dawn. Uncle, I will work hard. He was in the noodle shop and looked at the shop owner and said. After one night, he persuaded the shop owner to let him work in the noodle shop without eating or drinking for free. The shop owner nodded slightly. As an empty nester, it's always good to have someone by your side. Boss, it's getting cold. Let's have a bowl of Yanchun noodles. The first customer arrived. Okay, the store owner responded. The wind was blowing outside, and the noodle shop started to get busy. Game world. Yi Xian is about to return to the village with Xian Duo. Do you know what to say? I know. Just say that I haven't encountered any danger at all. Xian Dui patted his chest. Very good. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. But brother, those two harems of yours. Bah, can you believe those two girls? Xian Duo is very suspicious. Yi Xian frowned. Let me make it clear to you. They're just my pets and friends. Understand? Understand, Xian Duo said, looking away, not believing it at all. Master! When they arrived outside the village, Natasha, who was guarding the village entrance, ran over. Sorry for the waiting. Yi Xian jumped down and held her in his arms. The motorcycle stopped automatically and turned into a robot, alerting the surroundings. Xian Duo slipped from it and fell on his butt. Isn't this too handsome? Chapter 49. Isn't liking just like liking? I brought you a gift. Yi Xian took out the earth necklace, which is very suitable for archers. Natasha looked dependent. Master, can you put it on for me? Yi Xian put it on for her. I went offline to eat. Xian Duo shook his head and disappeared instantly. Master, I seem to be much more powerful. Natasha strung her bow and shot at the big tree nearby. Whoosh! Along with a huge sound, the entire tree and the ground were blown into a deep hole. Yi Xian swallowed and spat. Awesome! Natasha is a natural archer, and all stats will make her bow more powerful. 50% plus 5% of all attributes is more than double the blessing for her. Are you hungry? This is freshly cooked porridge. Xinchi came over with a bowl. Yi Xian took the bowl and looked at the hot porridge inside. Thank you. I still have to take the sisters to eat, so I'll leave first. Xinchi blushed and left with a few orcs. Yi Xian drank the porridge in one gulp, walked into the village with Natasha in his arms, and began to help with the construction. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The village is completely built. Everyone has their own house. And the rice is about to mature. There was no more wailing. It was all in the past. Early in the morning, as soon as Yi Xian came out of the new house, he saw someone walking back and forth outside the courtyard. You have committed evil. It was because of the money that his whole face twisted together. Yi Xian walked over. What are you doing here so early in the morning? I'm in love with a girl. Xian Duo's face turned red. Then go and chase. Yi Xian shook his head. But she is an NPC. Xian Duo sighed with a complicated expression. Yi Xian pondered for a while and then said, Do you really like her? Xian Duo nodded vigorously. There's nothing you can do. Take me there. Yi Xian had no choice but to say, Master, I want to go too. I want to go too. Natasha ran out wearing a cute pink pajamas, as anxious as a rabbit. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Everyone goes over. What will happen to the village? I'm here. A voice suddenly came. How generous! Qian Duo looked over and said immediately. Nothing. The person who came made a gesture of counting money. It was Su Zong's maid Yuner. She came the day before yesterday, using the village as a stronghold, and has a good relationship with Qian Duo. Qian Dui patted his chest. Whatever brand of bag you want. I'll buy you 10. Sensible. Yuner raised her hand and rubbed Qian Duo's head. Then I'll leave this place to you. Yixian chuckled. I haven't taken Natasha out for a long time, so it's not a problem to always leave her behind. Do not worry. There are 2 more dice in Yuner's hand. Soon. Yixian and others rode away on rainproof motorcycles. Qian Duo was worried. Brother, do you think I am too ignorant? I actually like the girl in the game. What kind of game is not a game? If you like it, don't you just like it? Natasha looked puzzled. After finishing speaking, she looked at Yixian and smiled sweetly. Having said that, Qian Duo sighed and did not continue. Wangle City. Outside the city, a girl's eyes were filled with love. Adventurer, it's unbelievable that we survived this difficult time. Oh, yes. Qian Duo stood in front of her. His face flushed. I think it's because we have each other that you are particularly important to me. The girl's eyes flashed. You are also very important to me, Qian Duo said solemnly. The girl held his hand. I will never forget you. I do not know either. Qian Duo answered quickly. Adventurer, I will never forget you. The girl suddenly took a half step back, and the light and love in her eyes gradually disappeared. Lu Han. Qian Duo suddenly burst into tears, and the girl kept repeating, I will never forget you. Yixian, who was watching the show on the side, nodded. So that's it. The NPC has no autonomous consciousness, and everything it does is just set. In her setting, the task has been completed, so she will not do anything else. Brother, what are you doing? Qian Duo came over with runny noses and tears. Go! Don't get the snot on me. Yixian quickly picked up Natasha and dodged. Why can't she be like Natasha? He spent a lot of money in vain, hoping to give Lu Han a sense of autonomy. Yixian thought for a moment. There is a way. I once killed a player and obtained an awakening potion, which allowed NPCs to have autonomous consciousness. Maybe I can get another bottle out. Brother, please come up with a solution. Qian Duo wiped his nose with his hands. You guys wait for me here, Yixian said and twisted his neck. Why do I have a bad feeling? The player watching the show said. Another player replied. It's okay. This is in the city. But soon, they were swallowed up by a fire dragon and died instantly. Congratulations on getting the lucky charm. Congratulations on getting the anti-repulsion talisman. Something. Yixian put the fortune charm on his body. Lucky charm. Kill enemies within 3 hours to gain twice the experience, and increase the probability of dropping items by 30%. Why kill them? Qian Duo looked confused. Don't ask. It's just for the plot. Yixian began to massacre unilaterally. A team happened to arrive, and one of the team members said, Captain, he was the one who killed the brothers before. Number 1 in the entire server? We have 30 or so mat-killing nobles. Why should we be afraid of one of him? Come on! Following the captain's order, the entire team began to charge. Proud fire dragon. Wreak havoc. Yixian looked over coldly. The captain gradually opened his mouth wide as he looked at the incoming fire dragon. Congratulations on getting toilet paper. Congratulations. What's the name of your team? Yixian walked to their only captain, who was still alive. Crying alone. True love is invincible. After the captain said this, he was about to commit suicide. It's a beautiful thought. Yixian drew out Qixing Long Yuan and killed him. Congratulations on getting the awakening potion. Yixian chuckled. Perfect. Brother, how is the situation? You have killed all the players in this city. Qian Duo and Natasha ran over. If she becomes autonomous, will you be responsible for her? Yixian asked, with a serious look on his face. I swear to God, if I do anything bad to her, there will be no paper in the toilet or no seasoning packets to eat instant noodles. Qian Duo spoke for 3 minutes before stopping. Yixian nodded and led them to NPC Lu Han. Hey, don't stand there stupidly. Feed yourself. Yixian threw the potion to Qian Duo. Lu Han still said, Adventurer, I will never forget you. But I want to have you by my side forever in the rest of my life. Qian Duo gritted his teeth and walked over to feed the potion. What you just said is manly enough. Yixian gave a thumbs up. Master, I will always be with you for the rest of my life. Natasha said seriously after hearing this. Silly girl, Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. What am I? Lu Han's godless eyes gradually appeared with light, and he looked puzzled. Do you still remember me? Xian Duo asked quickly. Chapter 50. The forced melon quenches the thirst. I remember you are the 38th adventurer I have received. Lu Han nodded slightly. Xian Duo was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, Then do you still remember our oath of eternal love? Remember? I told the previous 37 people. Lu Han nodded again. Don't be sad. Aren't all NPCs like this? Yi Xian vaguely heard the sound of heartbreak. Brother, let's go! Xian Duo covered his heart. Natasha said, Do you want to keep this girl here? There will be 37 other people taking care of her. Xian Duo was even more sad. He squatted on the ground and drew circles with his hands. Girl, how about coming with us? Yi Xian looked at Lu Han. No, I want to wait for other adventurers here. Lu Han shook his head gently. Xian Duo clenched his fists. They won't let me love you. What is love? Anyway, I just won't leave. Lu Han refused again. Trouble. Just take him back and cultivate your relationship. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian took out a rope. What are you going to do? Lu Han took 2 steps back, turned around and wanted to run. Yi Xian threw out the rope and tied her up. If you have a lot of money, you can carry it yourself. That's not good? Xian Duo lowered his head and nodded his fingers. Get it over first. She's not as easy to fool as Xinchi, Yi Xian said casually, replacing the motorcycle he brought with him with a passenger car. Wow. Natasha's face turned pale. Xian Duo put Lu Han on his shoulders and walked into the bus. Yi Xian was surprised. Why do I feel that you are so skilled? Both the techniques and movements are natural. I help my family carry money all day long, one bag after another. So I have a bit of a talent, Xian Duo replied. Tisk. Yi Xian felt the gap between people and looked at Natasha. Let's go in. Can you not go in? Natasha squirmed, afraid of motion sickness. A roar suddenly came. Oh no! The monster has entered the city. Go in quickly and be safe. Yi Xian's heart moved. North of the city, a giant 2-headed ogre is wreaking havoc. He held a long wooden stick and smashed the soldiers running over to death. Weak. What to do? The only soldier left in the distance is holding a long sword. Eat. It's delicious. The ogre ate the corpses of those soldiers, and then looked at the last soldier. It's over. The soldier's legs were weak, but he knew not to retreat. He roared angrily, closed his eyes and charged. Go to H.L. Delivered to your door. Delicious. The ogre grinned like a true devil. Mom? Dad? The soldiers closed their eyes tightly, knowing that it would be impossible to defeat them. However, when blood splashed on his face, he opened his eyes blankly. The long sword was completely immersed in the ogre's body, but the armor he was wearing was not damaged at all. Could it be that I killed it? The soldier was in disbelief. But I heard a voice coming from not far away. I thought it was some kind of boss. I came here for nothing. It was Yi Xian. He was only a little short of experience before the boss could level up. He came over to try and kill him, but I didn't expect that he was just an elite monster. Master, the soldier murmured softly, and then realized that all the ogre's heads had been chopped off. Wow, you actually killed the ogre? A citizen came over. It was too dangerous just now. Yi Xian and the soldier were the only ones at the scene. Now that it has calmed down, no one dares to come out. This is not. Hero! You are a hero. Let the hero get some rest. The soldier wanted to explain, but he had no chance and was completely mistaken for a hero. On the other side, Yi Xian drove a bus. I said, you are not going to do it. Are you? Natasha was sitting on him holding the bag, ready to throw up. As for Natasha is pitiful. I will suffer from morning sickness when I get pregnant in the future. I'm just used to it now. Xian Duo was smiling, and Lu Han was sitting next to him. Pregnant? Pregnant? Natasha blushed to her ears. Lu Han kept shouting. You are kidnapping. Let me go. Brother, it's really not good. You look like a bad person. Xian Duo was embarrassed. Have I ever said that I am a good person? Yi Xian disagreed. That makes sense. Xian Duo was stunned for a moment and had no words to refute. Lu Han suddenly started crying. You bad guys. Let me go quickly. The money was too much and the heart couldn't bear it, so he quickly untied the rope. Lu Han took the opportunity to push him away and wanted to jump out of the window to escape. But she couldn't knock on the window. The windows are bulletproof. Yi Xian was sitting in the driver's seat and had expected it. Lu Han, have you forgotten your vow to me? Why are you so resistant? Too much money can't help but make sense. Lu Han bit her lower lip. Of course I remember. But you are too. There was disgust in her brows. You're so handsome, aren't you? Don't think you're not good enough for me, Qian Duo said immediately. You are this person. Lu Han looked in disbelief. Isn't this too shameless? He'll be a good husband. Qian Duo nodded slightly. Yi Xian, who was driving, couldn't stand it anymore. This girl thinks you are ugly. Aw? Only then did Qian Duo react and took out a mirror to look at himself. Obviously so handsome. He couldn't help but say. So you are so narcissistic? Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry. Lu Han's eyes turned red. There are still many adventurers waiting for me. Sister, why do you want to do that kind of thing day after day? Natasha was puzzled. Because it's fun to be a scumbag. They all like me, but I treat them like shit, Lu Han said. Then stopped talking. Don't be too sad. Yi Xian looked at Qian Duo. Why are you sad? What is a scumbag? Qian Duo was confused. Lu Han suddenly sighed. It's quite boring. Fat man, do you want to date you? Yes. Qian Duo nodded vigorously. Lose weight first. After Lu Han finished speaking, he sat on his seat with his mouth full. Okay, give me a month and I promise to lose weight. Qian Duo agreed. Lu Han shook his head. I'll give you 3 days at most. Aw? This works. Qian Duo rolled his eyes and had a plan in mind. If you can't lose weight, you have to let me go. Lu Han turned around and said. Good. Qian Duo nodded vigorously. Yi Xian chuckled. Then should I change my name to younger brother and sister? Not yet. Lu Han was a little angry. My appearance is unparalleled in the world. It would be a shame to have such a fat man as my boyfriend, waiting to be taken there. They will all fight over their beauty. Right? Lu Han thought about it and felt much better. Okay. So beautiful. But when she arrived at the village and saw Xinqi, she was stunned on the spot. Stand still. Yi Xian put away the bus and everyone fell to the ground. Hello? Xinqi came over and said with a smile. Lu Han smiled stiffly. Hello. In comparison, I am completely worthless. What a failure. Go in and talk. Yi Xian took them into the village and met Su Zong head-on. Chapter 51 The Starting Point of Dreams. Peace Village. So beautiful. Lu Han looked at Su Zong's appearance and felt lost for a while. Why are there two stunning beauties in a small village? Qian Duo suddenly said. Well, I'm going to lose weight. Go ahead and look cool. Don't be so careless. Yi Xian looked over. Qian Duo nodded vigorously, ran to a deserted place, and began to change his figure. Headband players can only change their clothes, but not their body shape? Qian Duo's eyes widened. He quit the game and called customer service. Hello? I'm Vip. No matter how much I change my body shape, it won't work. I'm very sorry. Professionals will handle it later. Customer service is very polite. In the game world, Yi Xian looked at Su Zong with embarrassment. Long time no see. I can play games again from now on. Su Zong looked away, her cheeks slightly red. She pretended not to care and remained cold. Yeah, pretty good. Yi Xian nodded, embarrassment filling the air. I took people out to the fields to do one last weeding. Seeing the strange atmosphere, Xinqi ran away. Hello? Su Zong looked at Lu Han. Hello. Lu Han nodded weakly and was in a low mood. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. There is a pavilion in front. Let's sit down and chat. Everyone agreed and walked towards the pavilion. Speaking of which, does this village have a name? Yuner followed behind Su Zong. Not yet. Let's call it Peace Village. Yi Xian shrugged. A voice suddenly came from beside him. What a good name. Who are you? Handsome man? Yi Xian looked over and said the same thing as Yuner. I am me. Different fireworks. Qian Duo, who had lost a lot of weight, said, approaching Lu Han. Oops. Oops. What happened to my heartbeat? Lu Han's face turned red, and she was dumbfounded. Be my girlfriend. Okay. Qian Duo stood in front of her, his eyes full of tenderness. Okay. Lu Han agreed subconsciously. Marvelous. Qian Duo seemed to have won the world at this moment, cheering loudly. At the same time, the royal palace, by the small lake. Iroh looked at the lake and remained silent for a long time. He stayed like this for several days.
General, are you here?
Chu Nan wanted to go over to visit, but was stopped by the deputy general guarding here. He couldn't help but frown.
Why are you stopping me? General, the princess specifically ordered me not to see you.
The deputy general looked helpless.
Lure!
Chu Nan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists.
It's all the Yixian's fault.
If it weren't for him, his relationship with the princess wouldn't be so bad. I wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him. But unexpectedly, the wanted order was withdrawn.
I have a mark that can make him feel your pain.
Gu Qing, who was following behind, suddenly laughed coldly, and the scene of Hepping Village being engulfed by fire appeared on the beads in his hand. Peace Village. It was late at night, and Yixian helped Xinqi and the others weed the fields.
Why not call that powerful robot?
Xinqi was a little curious.
It's better to work hard with both hands. I can't let them get into the habit of eating too much and being too lazy to cook.
Yixian glanced at the orcs working on the farm. They were already a little impatient and complained about why there were no robots to help.
So that's it.
Xinqi suddenly realized.
You can eat the first crop of rice tomorrow morning.
After weeding, Yixian stood up, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Xinqi stood up and stretched her waist half a step away from him. Her graceful figure was enough to make most men lose control. Yixian quickly looked away.
What? Tell everyone to go back.
Soon, the group returned to Hepping Village.
Master, they are looking for you.
Natasha ran over, followed by 5 disgraced players.
Who are you?
Yixian raised his eyebrows.
We have been clearing tree stumps for more than 10 days. And you have forgotten us?
The bald captain couldn't believe it. Yixian suddenly said,
It turns out it's you. Have you finished the work? Well, now that we're done, can we go?
The captain was unhappy.
In that case, then you can stay as guards.
Yixian chuckled.
Oh? Why?
Some members were furious. Yixian looked at Qian Duo, who was in love with Lu Hanqiu.
Tell them why. Come here.
Qian Duo chuckled and took out a pure gold brick. Soon, the 5-man team was beaten up and agreed to stay as guards. The captain became the guard captain.
Oh, I have harmed you. If I had known, I would not have left here.
What a mistake that will lead to eternal regret.
My eldest brother never treats his own people badly. If you follow him, there will be many benefits.
If you have more money, you put away the bricks, knowing that after hitting a stick, you have to give a sweet date.
Empty words.
The bald captain muttered.
Send your address privately, and I'll give each of you 3,000 in cash.
Qian Duo immediately said that this small amount of money was just water to him.
Protecting the village is our important responsibility.
The captain roared angrily and began to patrol with the other 4 people. Qian Duo chuckled and said,
Is it still a problem if money can solve it? Okay, let's go back and rest. Do you want to live in 1 room or 2?
Yixian looked at the sky and saw that it was already very late.
What do you think?
Qian Duo asked Lu Han.
Just 1 room.
Lu Han blushed. Qian Duo's appearance and personality suited her very well. Soon, they left, leaving Yixian muttering in a low voice.
I am just looking for dog food for myself. Master, do you envy him?
Natasha on the side was puzzled.
Who knows?
Yixian shrugged.
I actually have a few questions I want to ask Master.
Natasha suddenly turned red. Sister Xinqi has gone back to rest. And Sister Zidong and the others are not here either. So this is a good time to ask. Yixian was surprised.
Just ask. It's so shameful. Can we go back to the room and talk about it?
Natasha buried her face in his arms. If I ask, will I be regarded as a bad boy? Yixian picked her up and said,
It's all up to you.
Back in the room. He couldn't laugh or cry when he learned the problem.
Master, what kind of girl do you like? Is it a girl with a figure?
Natasha was sitting on the bed, having already put on her pajamas, her eyes trembling again and again.
As long as you like it. I don't care about that.
Yixian raised his hand and rubbed her head. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief.
Master, I have been afraid these days that you won't like me after evolving. Silly girl. No matter how you evolve, I will hold you in my arms forever.
Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he went over to hug her.
I want to be held in my arms to sleep.
Natasha looked dependent. Yixian hugged her and lay down, falling asleep. And the night passed like this.
Not good.
Screams pierced the silent morning. Yixian opened his eyes instantly and used long-distance teleportation.
What happened?
Sir! Field quilled. The orc who had just shouted choked with sobs and fell to his knees. Chapter 52. Just one person and one sword. What happened over there? Yi Xian asked quickly. Destroyed by an army led by a man with a very long weapon. The orc burst into tears. These days, few people in the village have enough to eat. And that rice is life-saving rice. But now... Damn it! Yi Xian's face was as cold as ice, and he went alone. No matter who you are. If you dare to mess with me, there is only one outcome. Field. Qin Xiong laughed wildly, and his laughter spread in all directions. General, all the grain has been destroyed. A soldier ran over. Well, good job. I'll give each of you a bottle of good wine when I get back. Qin Xiong was shirtless and holding a Confronting painted halberd. He received a letter from Chu Nan yesterday. He said that although the wanted order was withdrawn, as long as he came here to destroy the farmland, he would have a chance to get rid of Yi Xian. The huge fields have been ruined, and the fruits of the past few days have been trampled under their feet. Yi Xian came over with a sword. You have no chance to go back. Ha! I'm going to be so angry today. Qin Xiong laughed wildly. You have a beard. Do you really think you are Zhang Fei? Yi Xian's voice was cold. The two were 10 meters apart, and their swords were at war. Whoa! Qin Xiong rushed towards him waving Fang Tian's painted halberd, his momentum like a rainbow. Yi Xian raised his sword to block it, seeking death. With the pressure released, the surrounding soldiers, who wanted to step forward, all knelt down. Even Qin Xiong was thinking for a moment. Go to H.L. Taking this opportunity, Yi Xian wielded the 7-star Long Yuan sword. No! Xinqi's shout came from afar. However, it was already too late. Blood spattered 7 feet, and Qin Xiong had a long scar on his body, from his belly to his cheek. General! 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 The soldiers howled. Yi Xian wiped the blood on Qixing Long Yuan. Don't mess with me in the next life. Qin Xiong died, and he was still standing with his eyes wide open. The relationship with the human race has been reduced to a life-or-death situation. He is the great general of the human race. Xinqi came closer and murmured. That was the highest rank among military attaches, commanding all the soldiers of a country. But he died here. Yi Xian, you killed the general. The emperor will never spare you. A soldier roared. This is? Yi Xian disagreed and pulled out a piece of letter paper from Qin Xiong. The letter clearly stated that he should destroy the fields. This shows that someone in the palace wants to deal with him, and he is just a guy being used. Xinqi suddenly said. Why is the village smoking? No. Let the tiger leave the mountain. Yi Xian hugged her, released long-distance teleportation one after another, and returned to the village. He summoned 2 firefighting robots. Quickly put out the fire. Soon, the fire was out. Because it was timely, there was not much damage, and there were no casualties. Brother, the village is surrounded. Xian Duo came over wearing only his underpants, and turned out to be that fat man again. Why did you change back again? Xinqi was already covered in dust. Maybe the controller accidentally dropped. I'll go look for it. Xian Duo said and logged off on the spot. Yi Xian said loudly. Everyone go back to their houses. But Xinqi was a little worried. Didn't you hear what I said? Yi Xian held the 7-star Long Yuan sword. There was no other way. Xinqi had no choice but to leave. Soon, there was only one person left here and one sword. Yi Xian, you committed a serious crime by killing the general, and you should be punished for your crime. A roar suddenly came. To put it bluntly, you just want to find a reason to kill me. Right. Yi Xian came to the village gate and said calmly. Humph. You know what's going on. Don't resist. I'll let you die faster. The village has been completely surrounded by the army. The general snorted coldly. Yi Xian looked indifferent. Overnight, soldiers arrived outside the village. It took a lot of effort to deal with me. Stop talking nonsense. Cavalry, enter! The general snorted coldly, and all the cavalry behind him rushed out. They were holding long spears, and the horses under them were getting faster and faster, like arrows leaving the string. Shua, a sword light flashed suddenly. The cavalrymen fell on their backs, and except for a few, all of them died. The general was frightened and calmed down. Humph. You alone can stop my 30,000 elites? These are all elite soldiers of the human race. There is no reason why they can't deal with him alone. Those who cross the line die. Yi Xian threw out a sword, and a long sword mark appeared 3 meters outside the village. Rampant. Shield soldiers. Enter! The general roared. The soldiers holding shields walked out. A total of 3 rows of 300 people, forming a shield wall and advancing. Shwa. When the first row crossed the line, even the men and their shields were cut in half. Yi Xian's voice was calm. Continue. Go up. Keep going up. I don't believe he can keep killing. The general commanded blindly. General. General. We don't dare. The shield soldiers were obedient. They were not afraid of death. But they didn't want to die. They feel that the shield in their hands is no longer so hard, but soft and tofu. Do you know what will happen if you disobey military orders? The general roared angrily. A voice suddenly came from behind. Then do you know what will happen if you anger me? It was Yi Xian. He was standing there like a ghost. He didn't know when. Get away! The general drew his sword and chopped it down with his backhand. The reaction was good, but the attack was too low. Yi Xian let him chop on his armor without moving at all. How can it be? The general looked stunned. Yi Xian put the sword on his neck with his backhand. Tell me, how did you know about Hepping Village? This is too strange. No one should come here from the depths of the Wailing Forest. Damn! Damn the map! The general's hand slipped and the knife fell to the ground, with a look of horror on his face. Map? Yi Xian frowned. The general quickly took out a map from his arms. Yi Xian looked and frowned even more tightly. The location of Hepping Village and the location of the fields are clearly marked on it. Also, there is this secret letter. The general took out a letter. Yi Xian opened it and couldn't help but feel happy. Do you think you can become a general with your IQ? It says that after Qin Xiong died, he led troops to encircle and suppress Hepping Village, and the position of general would be his. After comparing the letters obtained from Qin Xiong, the 2 letters were obviously written by the same person. Not worthy of it. The general looked at Qixing Longyuan hanging on his neck. His eyes filled with horror. Ha ha! You're dead. He turned to look surprised. I saw a man coming from a distance with a sullen face, his hands behind his back. What are you here for? Yi Xian looked over and found that it was Sima Xiu, whom he hadn't seen for a few days. The general said quickly. Lord Sima Xiu, save me! Kill this villain quickly! The surrounding soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. And the secret passage battle was over. That was the most powerful person of the previous generation. The most powerful being. Who could compete with him? Master Yi. However, Sima Xiu came to Yi Xian and lowered his noble head. There was silence. The expressions on the faces of everyone present were wonderful. Chapter 53 The Savior. Please let him go. Sima Xiu lowered his head, making it difficult for most people present to understand. Yi Xian said lightly. Why? He can be considered a capable general among the human race. Sima Xiu gritted his teeth. Whoa, Yi Xian waved his sword. The general collapsed. His throat was completely cut, and blood flowed all over the floor. General! General! Some soldiers were roaring, but did not dare to step forward. Sima Mao gritted his teeth. Why did you still kill him? He knew about it but did not report it, which indirectly killed your general. I am helping you get rid of the harm. Yi Xian smiled lightly. If you dare to mess with yourself, you will only end up dead. Withdraw. Sima Xiu sighed, turned around and left with the soldiers. Natasha walked to the village gate. Master, do you want to keep them? Carrying the earth necklace gives her a lot of confidence. That's not necessary. Yi Xian shook his head. Soon, Sima Xiu left with his people. Brother, what do you think of my figure? Xian Duo happened to be online. Not bad. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he saw that he had turned into that thin and handsome boy again. Brother, I know about the food. You don't have to worry about it. Just leave it to me. Xian Duo suddenly said. Then I'll trouble you. Yi Xian nodded. The food problem in the village is very serious now. Xian Duo chuckled. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. He said that and started making arrangements. What a pity for those seeds of mine. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. The seeds obtained in the secret realm are special seeds, which not only mature quickly but also taste good. Brother, may I ask, who is your girlfriend? Xian Duo asked tentatively. Master doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Natasha rushed to answer. Yi Xian subconsciously thought of Su Daji. She is right. No matter what. I am single now. Boss! A shout suddenly came from the bald captain of the 5-man team. He still looked like he was not very smart, and he led people to run from a distance. When did I become your boss? Yi Xian was puzzled. The captain quickly said, Boss, You are so powerful. What is your team? Let us add it. In the battle just now, he was watching the show with others and couldn't get involved at all. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian was so strong that a regular army of 30,000 people was blocked outside the village. I don't have any team. Yi Xian shook his head gently. No matter now or in the past, I have never had any team, and I will always be alone. Xian Duo said. I have a team. You can join mine. Create a team. While they were chatting, Yi Xian tried. 10 gold coins are required to create a team. Are you sure? Yes. Yi Xian responded. Team created successfully. Please confirm the name. As for the name, let's call him the Savior. Yi Xian decided. Team created successfully. Name, Savior. Grade 1. Team members, 1 out of 30. It's a lot of fun and a lot of money. I invite you to join my team. When the bald captain led the people away, Yi Xian chuckled. Oh? Okay. Xian Duo said in surprise. Hold on. Yi Xian invited him to join the team, along with Xian Qi, Su Zong and others. Soon, Xian Duo joined the team. Oh ho! Big brother, give me a vice president. What a beautiful idea. The vice president belongs to my young lady. The voice suddenly came, and Yunner followed Su Zong online. Good men don't fight with women, Xian Duo whispered. The deputy will give it to Su Zong. Yi Xian looked at the scattered people in his guild and confirmed. Xian Duo said, Brother, although I am a member of your guild, I also have a guild of my own, which is equivalent to your affiliated force. In this game, one person can be a member of many guilds. But if you have a guild and become a member of another guild, your guild will simultaneously become a subsidiary guild. Fine. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Soon everyone he invited accepted. In addition to Xian Duo, Yunner and Su Zong, there are also Natasha, Xinqi, Sun Jide and Lu Han. Team members, 8 out of 30. Brother, how did you add NPC to your guild? Xian Duo was shocked. I don't know either, Yi Xian said awkwardly. He just realized this. It's so noisy today. No one has had a good rest. Lu Han came over from a distance. Xian Duo hurriedly greeted him. Baby, why are you up? It's not because it's too noisy. Speaking of which, people have nightmares about you becoming a big fat man again. Lu Han rubbed his eyes, and his voice was whispering. How? How could it be? For a time, Xian Duo was sweating profusely. What should we do over there with the crops? Xinqi came over with a heavy tone in her words. Plant seeds again, and send someone to the city to buy them. Yi Xian pursed his lips. Xinqi nodded slightly. I understand. Her words were full of sadness. After all, so many days of hard work were in vain. At the same time, in the palace. Why is this happening? Chu Nan was going crazy in his room. He had just received news that the general and the generals he brought had all been killed. That's fine. Why is there nothing wrong with Mao Heping village? Moreover, the human emperor has just issued an order that this matter cannot be settled. General, the princess is here to see you. The deputy general suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Let her in, Chu Nan said quickly, gathering his emotions. Iroh walked into the room with red eyes and said nothing. The vice general said, I'll take my leave first. He took Gu Qing out of the house and closed the door. Why are you targeting Yi Xian? You clearly know that he is my savior. Inside the room, Iroh bit his lower lip. When she knew that Chu Nan had asked him to deal with Yi Xian, she was already sulking. You like him? Right. Chu Nan clenched his fists. Who I like has nothing to do with you. Iroh was a little flustered. Chu Nan drank some wine before and is now drunk. Then do you know that I have liked you since I was a child? But I only regard you as my brother. Iroh lowered his head slightly and said all the truth. Do you know how much these words hurt me? Chu Nan sneered and grabbed her arm. What are you going to do? Iroh was startled and wanted to retreat, but couldn't pull his arm back. Chu Nan approached her. I want to have you. At this critical moment, a shout came from outside the house, interrupting them. General Chu Fu has arrived. Uncle? Chu Nan suddenly sobered up a lot. Iroh struggled to throw away his hand and said with red eyes, I can finally see you clearly. She turned and ran out of the room, tears streaming down her face. Sister Luo. Chu Nan was in a daze, more at a loss. Chapter 54. You are the old man. What's wrong with the princess? Chu Fu walked in and passed by Yi Luo. He is handsome, with eagle eyes and long eyebrows. Chu Nan showed regret. I did something that disgusted Sister Luo. The most powerful person from the previous generation came to see me.
Chu Fu changed the subject and sat on a chair nearby.
What did he say?
Chu Nan asked quickly.
He said he doesn't owe our Chu family anything anymore.
Chu Fu looked ugly. Chu Nan was delighted.
Has he already dealt with Yi Xian? On the contrary, Yi Xian is still alive, and the strongest one wants you to stop thinking about touching him,
Chu Fu said, frowning slightly.
It turns out?
Chu Nan looked in disbelief. Could it be said that even the strongest men of the previous generation could not deal with Yi Xian? Chu Fu said coldly.
Do you know how important that last chance is to our Chu family? I know, but I don't regret it.
Chu Nan nodded.
If your father knew anything about it, he would regret giving birth to you,
Chu Fu yelled.
My father died because of the strongest person in the previous generation. So he promised to help me with 3 things instead of helping the Chu family.
After Chu Nan said that, he chased in the direction Yi Luo left.
Asshole!
Chu Fu grabbed the teacup beside him and smashed it. Backyard. Iroh was wandering alone, feeling unhappy. A voice came from behind.
Your Highness the Princess. Who are you?
Iroh turned around and saw a man carrying a guitar, with a confused look on his face.
I would like to ask your Highness the Princess for a favor.
Gu Qin grinned and slowly stepped forward.
Don't come here again!
Iroh took half a step back. However, how could Gu Qin listen? He stepped forward and took out a worm.
Your Highness, I will wrong you first. Help!
Help me. Iroh's pupil shrank, and he turned around to run away. But Gu Qin had already grabbed her throat.
It tastes very good. Asshole. What are you doing?
Chu Nan arrived just in time and drew his sword.
Don't move and listen to me. Otherwise your beloved princess will die.
Gu Qin sneered and forced the insect into Yi Luo's mouth. The insect seemed to have a spirit, swishing into his stomach.
Sister Luo!
Chu Nan quickly came to Yi Luo's side. Gu Qin stepped aside.
Your Highness, how do insects smell?
There were tears on both sides of Iroh's eyes, and he was retching.
Asshole! I'm going to kill you!
Chu Nan was furious.
It hurts. It hurts so much.
Suddenly, Yi Luo's face turned pale as paper.
What did you feed her?
Chu Nan stared at Gu Qin, his eyes full of anger. Gu Qin smiled lightly.
It's just a gadget brought from the Awakening Alliance. I can make her safe and sound. And I can also make her live in pain. Stop!
Chu Nan found that Yi Luo was in pain and was unconscious, and said quickly,
Then it depends on your performance.
Gu Qin grinned. Peace Village. The seeds have been bought and replanted, and I have spent a lot of money to buy food, which can last for half a year. That night, in Yi Xian's room, he hugged Natasha and sat on the bed.
What are you doing? The team is established. Of course we have to celebrate.
Qian Duo took out 2 boxes of beer and said seriously, except for Sun Kid. All members of the Savior team were present, including Su Zong.
Miss, be happy.
Yuner opened a beer.
If you hadn't pulled me, I wouldn't have come.
Su Zong's cheeks were slightly red. Qian Duo prepared a lot of delicacies.
Miss Su, do you like my eldest brother? What nonsense.
Su Zong waved her backhand and hit a critical hit. Ah yo, Qian Duo's eyes were purple.
You woman! You are so rude!
Lu Han felt distressed for a while. Yuner frowned.
He's just too weak. What does it have to do with Our Lady? Don't make any noise.
Xinchi releases recovery magic to heal Qian Duo. Su Zong apologized quickly.
I'm sorry.
She just hit it casually, but unexpectedly hit a critical hit, which doubled the damage.
It doesn't matter. I'm a grown man and I can bear it.
Qian Duo waved his hand indifferently.
Master, I'm so sleepy.
Natasha lay in Yi Xian's arms, with only a slit left in her eyes. Me too. Yi Xian simply closed his eyes, ignored the noise of those people, and fell asleep. Early next morning, Natasha had already woken up and was cleaning up the house.
It's such a mess.
Everyone had left and there was post-party trash everywhere.
We're the only ones left again?
Yi Xian stretched his waist. Qian Duo took Lu Han out to do tasks. Yuner and Su Zong were not online yet, while Xi and Chi took people to water the fields.
Master, I made an appointment to go out with my friends.
Natasha finished cleaning up the house, her face red.
Oh?
Yi Xian was confused. Natasha tried to ask.
Master, can I go out to play? Sure.
Yi Xian subconsciously agreed. Soon, Natasha left, leaving him alone in the house.
This girl actually took the initiative to separate from me.
Yi Xian lay on the bed for 3 minutes
and then stood up suddenly. This was unprecedented and made him feel uncomfortable. No! I have to go take a look! Yi Xian was worried and disappeared instantly. The village entrance. The two little girls were talking and laughing as they walked deeper. They were Natasha and the white-haired orc girl. Bai Ling. Huh? Natasha noticed something and turned around to look. Yi Xian quickly hid behind a stone and was almost discovered. What's wrong? Bai Ling held a small basket and tilted his head in confusion. No! It must be an illusion! Natasha looked at it for a while and shook her head slightly. They gradually moved away, followed closely by Yi Xian. Natasha suddenly shot an arrow with her backhand. Come out! It's me! Don't get excited! Yi Xian raised his hand to hold the flying arrow and crushed it hard. Master? Why are you here? Natasha's face was full of confusion. I'm a little worried about you guys. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Natasha complained. Master, we only play in safe areas. Please don't follow us secretly. Okay? This is obviously treating myself as a child. Okay. Okay. I won't follow. Yi Xian had no choice but to accept it first. If you continue to follow, Natasha will never be with the master again. After Natasha finished speaking, she and Bai Ling left. This time I go out to give the owner a surprise. Must not be discovered. This? Yi Xian looked at her leaving figure. Feeling sad? It was obvious that she was still clinging to her yesterday and couldn't drive her away. But her appearance had changed. The grass nearby suddenly rustled. Yi Xian drew out the 7-star long yuan sword. Who? Come out! A man with gray hair crawled out slowly. He was emaciated and shouting for help, as if he was about to starve to death. Old man, are you in trouble? Yi Xian walked over and took out a few pieces of bread and water. The man finished eating in a few seconds and said angrily, You are an old man. I am just a 23-year-old programmer. Chapter 55. There is always someone who cares about you silently. I believe you when you say you are 78. Yi Xian shrugged. The programmer snorted, turned and left, and soon disappeared. Not even a thank you. Yi Xian shook his head slightly and walked back to the village. There are only a few people in this huge village, and they are all busy with their own business. Can it be said that I am the only idler? Yi Xian sighed. Natasha is not here, so I am so idle. Boss! The bald captain came running with people. What's up? Yi Xian was a little confused. The bald captain said, We just found many people acting suspiciously in the forest. Leave it to me, and you can continue patrolling. Yi Xian pondered for a while, and used long-distance teleportation to leave the Wailing Forest. A certain tree hole. The mechanical fanatics led people to use this place as a temporary base to produce red crystals. Damn it! When we find that boy Gu Qing, we must teach him a lesson. Someone brought back the deer carcass. Disobeying orders and leaving the alliance without permission is a serious crime. Who is Gu Qing? A passerby carrying 2 rabbits came over curiously after hearing this. The man replied, A coward who plays guitar. They threw the carcasses outside the tree cavity and continued hunting the animals. Work harder. 2 people walked out of the tree hole and dragged the body back. This is the raw material of red crystal. No one welcomes me. A man came from a distance. Stop! Don't move! Members of the surrounding Awakening Alliance gathered around, holding weapons. The person coming was Yi Xian. His expression did not change. Do you know whose territory this is? If this continues, these people will all be killed in Hepping village. Chi-Chi. The mechanical fanatic moved, steam emanating from his body. He hesitated a little. What do you want? Simple. Take the people out of here, and don't come to the Wailing Forest again. Yi Xian said immediately. Too outrageous. They didn't take us seriously at all. Members were outraged. I will do it. But listen. The mechanical fanatic said. Why? Our mission is not finished yet. The members found it difficult to understand. The mechanical fanatic did not explain. Retreat. All the members present had no choice but to obey and began to move their things and leave. What are those red rocks? Yi Xian asked suddenly. Why should I tell you? Do you know that I have tolerated you for a long time? The member on the side pointed at his nose and cursed. Shua. Yi Xian instantly threw out the 7 stars long yuan. His expression unchanged at all. The member's eyes changed from anger to confusion, and finally to fear. And he covered his throat with his hands. Blood spattered from between his fingers. He opened his mouth to say something, but lost strength and fell down, gradually dying. Yi Xian said calmly, I hate being pointed at the nose. Who else has any objections? Many people present could hear the sounds of each other vomiting, and did not dare to speak out. Come forward. Don't be shy. I'm very easygoing. Yi Xian wiped the blade of the sword with his fingers. Are you easygoing? Some people present looked at the body on the ground and felt chills in their backs. The rest of the people all looked at the mechanical fanatic. This has already happened. Can you still bear it? The mechanical fanatic said. That stone can make people stronger. But you can't use it too much. Otherwise you will become a madman. I really endured it. Many members present were shocked. You seem to be a smart guy. Yi Xian suppressed the urge to kill them all. You are a strong man. And we don't want to be your enemy. The mechanical fanatic said seriously. Let's go. Don't come to the Wailing Forest again. Remember these words. Yi Xian turned and left. Someone quickly ran to the mechanical maniac. Do you want to sneak attack him? In this case, the success rate of a sneak attack is very high. No. No. The mechanical fanatic looked at Yi Xian's back and shook his head. He can use armor to detect the opponent's strength. Just now, Yi Xian's strength almost caused the detector to explode. A sneak attack on such a person would be tantamount to seeking death. He took people away and would never come back to this forest again. Interesting. Passerby among them muttered. That man killed him several times. But he never expected that he would be a being that even the mechanical fanatics would not dare to provoke. I don't know what the Awakening Alliance is planning. On the other side, Yi Xian was thinking. No matter what. Just don't put the plan on your own head. Hello! There was a sudden voice in front of me. Yi Xian was startled. What are you doing? If I don't call you, you will hit Our Lady. Yuner hugged her shoulders. And Su Zong beside her was looking away. Like an iceberg. I'm sorry. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. I was so focused just now that I didn't pay attention to my surroundings. It doesn't matter. Su Zong looked at him. Her face turned red. And she quickly looked away. Yi Xian nodded and left as if nothing happened. Yuner bit her lower lip. Miss, wait for me here. After she said that, she rushed over and pushed Yi Xian all the way to a very far place. What do you want to do? Yi Xian was surprised. Stop pretending. Why are you leaving my lady alone? Yuner looked unhappy. She is not a piece of clothing. Why did I hang her up? Yi Xian was even more surprised. Yuner heard this. How many times have you pretended to just say hello to my lady when you see her? What if this is not the case? Yi Xian spread his hands. Of course, I want to ask for help and care about you in every possible way. Yuner said matter-of-factly. Don't make trouble. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and walked towards the village not far away. Yuner bit her lower lip angrily. You scumbag! It's obviously because his young lady likes him. So he is confident. And he really doesn't know how to cherish him. Just say so. Yi Xian shrugged and didn't take it to heart. Yuner, let's get ready quickly. Su Zong walked to Yuner's side. Well, that scumbag is really cheap. Yuner was furious. Yi Xian returned to his home and could only lie on the bed to rest out of boredom. He smiled bitterly. Why do you suddenly feel like an old man? It's okay to have nothing to do. The key point is that there is no internet and electronic equipment, which is simply fatal. Master, I'm back. At dusk, Natasha came in. Did you have fun? Yi Xian got out of bed and stretched. The scenery is beautiful, but I can't be happy without the owner. Natasha pouted slightly. Yi Xian raised his hand to rub her head. I will play with you next time. Yes. Natasha nodded happily, then took out something. Master, happy birthday. It was a garland. Colorful. And it took her a long time to learn how to make it. Birthday? Yi Xian was stunned. It seemed that today was really his birthday. Brother, don't go to bed so early tonight. Qian Duo walked into the house holding a big cake. It took him and Lu Han a whole day to get the cake from the city. Yuner and Su Zong walked into the house. Happy birthday. Thanks. Yi Xian took the gifts from their hands dully. It is a large number of technological blueprints, which are crucial to the development of the village. Chapter 56 full of misunderstandings. I'm not late. Am I? Xinchi ran in, out of breath. Qian Duo couldn't help but be surprised. Sister, what are you doing here? His whole body was covered in dirt, and his clothes were a little torn. This is my birthday gift to you. Xinchi smiled, walked up to Yi Xian, and handed out a bag. Is this rice? Yi Xian opened the bag. Although they destroyed the crops, they can occasionally find some ripe rice grains. Do you like it? Xinchi wiped the dust from her nose. Qian Duo was shocked and said, You just spent a whole day looking for it.
The rice was destroyed, leaving only a few residues. It was undoubtedly difficult to find rice grains from it, but she found such a whole bag.
I like it. Thank you.
Yi Xian reached out and hugged her. Su Zong's eyes widened slightly, and she turned to look elsewhere.
Hey, Miss and I spent a whole day fighting slimes for those technological blueprints,
Yuter suddenly said.
Thank you too. And everyone.
Yi Xian rarely showed a sincere smile. He turned to ask,
How did you know my birthday?
Even I have forgotten them, but carefully prepared a birthday party for myself.
Brother, it's clearly written on your profile.
Qian Duo chuckled. Afterwards, the village held a grand birthday party. The next day, early morning.
My head hurts.
Yi Xian woke up. I drank so much yesterday that I had some fragments. This guy Qian Duo is so good at persuading people to drink. He turned around and looked stunned, not daring to move at all. He was lying on the bed, holding Su Zong and Xinqi on his left and right sides respectively, while Natasha lay on top of him. What happened? Yi Xian was puzzled. Suddenly, Su Zong's eye hairs trembled slightly. Will be killed? Yi Xian quickly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep.
Is this?
Su Zong opened her eyes dimly, her face suddenly turning red. She turned over and crushed Yuner, who was sleeping under the bed.
Miss, you looked so cute when you drank too much yesterday. Ha.
Yuner woke up rubbing her eyes. Su Zong bit her lower lip.
Keep your voice down and come with me.
She took Yuner away, blushing terribly. Call. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from herself, Xinqi and Natasha were the only ones left in the room.
It's so hot.
Xinqi suddenly pulled off her clothes. Her clothes were a little worn out, but with a sizzle sound, she suddenly appeared in spring. Yi Xian closed his eyes and slowly covered her with the quilt.
Owner?
Natasha woke up at some point, her eyes showing a little confusion. 10 minutes later, Yi Xian sat at the table, and Xin, who was sitting opposite, had red eyes. He rubbed his brows.
Believe me, I really didn't do anything. Then why are Sister Xinqi's clothes?
Natasha stood aside, sullen.
She broke it herself.
Yi Xian answered truthfully.
Sister Natasha, don't tell anyone about this.
Xinqi put on Yi Xian's clothes, got up and ran out of the house. Natasha was very sad.
Master, I believe you.
But a man and a woman alone on the same bed. That's fine. Their clothes were torn like that.
Brother, how did you feel last night?
Qian Duo suddenly walked in.
What's going on?
Yi Xian was in a bad mood.
What else could it be? Of course it's sleeping with a big quilt.
Qian Duo said matter-of-factly. Yi Xian showed a kind smile.
Did you do it?
No wonder it turned out like that overnight. It turned out to be a good thing he did.
Hey, I arranged for Lu Han to do it.
Qian Duo laughed, waiting to be praised.
Let me thank you properly.
Yi Xian geared up.
Brother, you're welcome? Why are you rubbing your fists?
Qian Duo didn't react for a while. Not long after, he was beaten into a pig's head and knelt in front of Xinqi, who was called. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders.
Speak for yourself. I'm sorry that I arranged for you to be in the same bed with eldest brother.
Qian Duo answered truthfully. Xinqi didn't say anything, but took out the staff to recover his injuries and left.
Why does she seem to be more angry?
Yi Xian was surprised.
Lu Han seemed to have talked about something with her at the dinner table yesterday. It might have something to do with that.
Qian Duo started to think about it, but couldn't remember anything. Natasha said.
It seems to be about being tricked or something. Could it be that she thought I was lying to her from beginning to end?
Yi Xian was startled and left the house, looking for Xinqi everywhere. However, 2 hours passed and I searched everywhere I could, but no one was there.
Master, not found.
Arriving at the entrance of the village, Natasha, who had been waiting there for a long time, shook her head.
Everything in her house was taken away.
Qian Duo came with Lu Han, his face full of guilt. Yi Xian had a headache.
You guys, I didn't say anything wrong.
Lu Han lowered his head and muttered, completely unrepentant.
Shut up.
Qian Duo covered her mouth.
I have a way to find her,
Yuter said suddenly. Su Zong heard this.
Hurry up. It depends on how well someone performs.
Yuter turned her eyes and looked at Yi Xian.
What time has this happened? Human life is at stake.
Qian Duo said quickly.
What do you want me to do?
Yi Xian asked. Yuter pursed her lips and hesitated a little.
I owe you first.
After she said that,
She took out 2 dice and rolled them. How long have you been playing? Xian Duo is puzzled. Northwest direction. Yuner stared at the 2 sieves and said, "Oh? Is this accurate?" Lu Han was a little curious. Su Zong nodded. Yuner can find everyone she wants with this trick. I'll come back as soon as I go. And you guys will help me guard the village. Yi Xian used long-distance teleportation and headed straight to the northwest. In 2 hours. She must have run far away, hoping she could make it in time. They are all liars! Xinchi walked down the road gloomily, carrying a big baggage. Huh? I met a beauty just after I came out of the mountain. The voice came suddenly. Xinchi looked over and turned pale. That was clearly a bandit, staring at him with greed. The bandit walked closer and said, "Oh, so beautiful?" His mouth watered. He looked around and saw no one there. So he took off his clothes. "Don't come here!" Xinchi threw away the baggage and held the staff. "Magician?" The bandit was startled and quickly drew out his saber. "Step aside." Xinchi's face became paler. The bandit noticed something. "You don't know magic?" He tried to step forward. But when he saw Xinchi retreating, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What to do? With tears in her eyes, Xinchi retreated again, but ran into someone's arms. "Silly girl! As a partner, don't leave suddenly." It was Yi Xian. His eyes filled with complexity. "Which onion are you?" The bandit cursed loudly. Yi Xian threw the sword with his backhand. "Noisy!" With blood splattering out. The bandit's left hand disappeared without a trace. Chapter 57, Going to the Palace. "Help!" The bandit looked frightened, turned around and ran away. "Liar!" Xinchi's face turned pale. "What did I lie to you about?" Yi Xian put away his sword and smiled bitterly. Xinchi said, "You tricked me out of Wangle City, and you have been using me till now." She lowered her head and pursed her lips. "It's just partners helping each other." Yi Xian didn't expect that there was such a big gap between the two of them. "What Lu Han said about partners and the City of Peace are all excuses for you to use us to become a dictator." Xinchi choked. "Making things up." Yi Xian frowned. Xinchi wanted to say something else, but was forced into her arms. She blushed. "What are you doing? Indecent. Silly girl. Whatever I want to do to you, I've already done it," Yi Xian said in her ear. Xinchi was startled, recalling the ups and downs along the way, with a look of guilt on her face. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." "Fine." Yi Xian held her in his arms, and used long-distance teleportation to return to the village. Xian Duo has been waiting for a long time. "That's great. Boss, Lu Han was worried about you just now." He was relieved, while Lu Han on the side felt a little guilty. Yi Xian nodded calmly. "Sister Xinchi, can you please not leave?" Natasha came over. "It's me who shouldn't have a bad temper." Xinchi hugged her. Yuner on the side said, "Miss and I are offline. Don't forget to owe me something. Just don't let me do anything bad." Yi Xian shrugged. Su Zong and Yuner went offline when a figure suddenly appeared. "He you?" Xian Duo said in surprise. Boss! Long time no see." He you smiled and scratched his head. Yi Xian nodded. "How are you doing lately? It's good to have food, drink, and pocket money." He you didn't want to say too much. "Your parents are going crazy looking for you." Xian Duo hugged his shoulders. "Them?" He you's brows wrinkled together slightly, showing sadness. He turned around and said, "I'm just going online to report that I'm safe. That's it for now. I still have things to do. Go and be safe." Xian Duo looked serious. "Yeah," he you logged off. "It's time to notify his parents." Yi Xian glanced at Xian Duo. There were only a few leaves left on the trees, and the noodle restaurants on the street were particularly busy. He was facing him. "Please give way." He stared at the ground, and when he saw the two people in front of him, he frowned and raised his head. "Dad? Mom?" He was startled, and the confusion in his eyes gradually turned into fear. "You brat!" His father raised his hand. He closed her eyes, lost her grip on the 2 bowls of noodles, and fell to the ground. "Pa! Pa!" The crisp sound spread throughout the noodle shop, but the slaps never came. He opened his eyes in confusion, and found that the man who had always been angry with him had red eyes, and his hand stopped in midair. The shop owner came over and cleaned up the broken bowl. "Peace to the broken pieces. Peace every year." "Child." He used mother hugged you, and was already crying. An old man, can't bear to see such sadness." The shop owner smiled and walked into the kitchen. Son, Mommy will never talk about you again. It is my fault.
He Yu lowered his head. His father put down his hand.
Go home and cook dumplings to eat.
They left, leaving behind a warm figure, making this winter a little less cold. After that, He Yu decided to study hard, gave up the game completely, and recognized the shop owner as his grandfather.
It's a perfect ending.
Xian Duo sat at the gate of the village, his eyes red.
Can't bear to leave? You can find him in reality.
Yi Xian came and sat next to him.
Hey, my dad won't let me go out.
Xian Duo let out a long sigh. Yi Xian was surprised.
Why?
Because Xian Duo was about to say it, but he swallowed it back.
Is Yi Xian here?
A motorcade stopped not far away.
I am.
Yi Xian walked over. A little surprised, a person got out of the carriage and said,
Master Yi, I'm a low-ranking official. Molly, I'm here to invite you to the palace. I said, I have no intention of becoming an official.
Yi Xian frowned and had no good impression of him.
No, you misunderstood. It's just that the emperor invited you to go shopping,
Molly said quickly. Since the death of the prince, his status has plummeted, and now he can only do errands.
Royal palace?
Boss,
go ahead and leave this place to me.
When Xian Duo heard this, he patted his chest and said. Yi Xian frowned slightly.
Isn't it because the human emperor asked me to come over for the Hongyan banquet? You are joking. How could that be?
Compared with its former glory, Maori now looks humble.
I agree to this.
Yi Xian nodded in agreement. It would be even better if we could get the control of the Wailing Forest from the human emperor. Moreover, if you happen to go to the palace and find someone who wants to deal with you, it's best to get rid of him. Maoli held up his hand and said,
Then I'll welcome Mr. Yi in advance.
He led the people away and breathed a sigh of relief.
Master, I want to go with you.
Natasha ran over. But Yi Xian hesitated.
I want to go together.
Natasha acted coquettishly and pitifully. Yi Xian had no choice but to agree.
Okay, but remember not to leave my sight.
The main city of the human race prohibits foreign races. So if you go by yourself, you might be able to accommodate them. But despite this, it is inevitable that someone will cause trouble behind the scenes.
Uh-huh.
Natasha nodded happily.
I'll leave this to you.
Yi Xian summoned a motorcycle and turned to Qian Duo.
Don't worry. It's absolutely fine.
Chando grinned. Yi Xian took Natasha on a motorcycle and headed straight to the main city. Evening. Royal Palace. Chu Nan's residence is filled with the sound of the piano. Suddenly, a violent guitar sound sounded. Deafening. My ears. The girl playing the piano in the room covered her ears, and blood flowed out. Chu Nan frowned.
You go out first. Thank you, General.
The girl left quickly. Chu Nan looked at Gu Qing, who was playing the guitar.
The rhythm is so crazy.
Is something good happening? Then Yi Xian is coming to the palace. This is a good opportunity for us.
Gu Qing nodded and put away the guitar with his backhand. Chu Nan pursed his lips, feeling regretful, already knowing that he was being used. After all, he is the culprit who makes Sister Luo hate him.
Are you trying to kill me with your eyes?
Gu Qing stared at him and sneered.
If anything happens to Sister Luo, I will cut you into 8 pieces.
Chu Nan's words were squeezed out from between his teeth. Gu Qing applauded.
The momentum is good. Your Sister Luo will suffer a little more because of these words.
At the same time, in Iroh's room,
get a glass of water, and I'll do it myself.
Iroh turned pale and never left the house since. She stopped the maid, but before she could take 2 steps, pain came over her, making her almost unable to breathe.
Princess, let me go find the imperial doctor.
The maid on the side cried.
No. No.
Iroh lost strength and fell. His eyes blurred. It's so painful. How great would it be if I could see Brother Yi again? Unfortunately, there is no if. Chapter 58, Leading Troops to Fight? Peace Village. Qian Duo was chatting with Lu Han at the entrance of the village.
Brother is not here. This village is under my control. There is a saying that if there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be the king.
Lu Han covered her mouth and laughed.
Well, I met a bandit before.
Xinchi came over. Huh?
Then we have to set up our defenses quickly.
Qian Duo was surprised. Lu Han heard this.
My dear, you won't accompany me anymore? But the matter of bandits is important.
Qian Duo scratched his head.
Humph. Am I not important?
Lu Han bit her lower lip.
How could it be? I'll just get it done later.
Don't be angry. If you have more money, you have to say. Seeing this, Xinchi turned and left, letting out a long sigh. When she was completely gone, Lu Han muttered, You have a pretty face. Do you really think you can do anything to anyone? To put it bluntly, jealousy is beyond recognition. At the same time, Yi Xian has arrived in the main city. The soldier stopped him. Stop. Foreigners are not allowed in. What if I have to take her in? Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. Natasha was beside him. The surrounding soldiers drew out their long knives and stepped forward, expressing their intentions in a non-committal way. Stop. Stop. A man ran out of the city. It was General Kai who killed the two-headed ogre by himself. General Kai. The soldier stood up straight. That man was apparently the soldier who was mistaken for killing the two-headed ogre that day. And he had become a general. General Kai looked at Yi Xian. Master Yi. Awesome. He killed the ogre by himself. Yi Xian looked amused. General Kai looked embarrassed, invited them into the city, and walked towards the palace. So beautiful. Natasha looked at the streets on both sides and put her fingers to her mouth. It's the main city after all. Of course it's grand. General Kai said. He turned around and said, I am where I am today thanks to Lord Yi. If it hadn't been for the ogre incident at that time, he wouldn't have been able to become a general. How's the princess? Yi Xian was not interested in those and changed the topic. General Kai was stunned for a moment before saying, The princess has a bad temper recently. She hides in the house and doesn't see anyone. Is this so? Yi Xian nodded and gave up the idea of going over to take a look. All the way into the palace. Natasha's eyes sparkled. Master, how about we build a place like this in the future? There's a chance. Yi Xian answered casually. General Kai scratched his head in astonishment. Master Yi, the emperor is still dealing with affairs. Let me take you around the palace first. Build a palace? This is too crazy. It's so late, and you still have time? Yi Xian raised his eyes and looked at the dark sky. After all, the leader of a clan has many affairs. General Kai nodded. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you for a few days. How have you been lately? Chu Nan walked towards him, followed by the deputy general. Yi Xian chuckled. It's not bad. I built a village. General Kai on the side swallowed and spit. He dares to speak out about illegal construction. He is indeed a master. And he is confident. I heard that General Qin Xiong died at the hands of Brother Yi. Chu Nan pretended to ask casually. That's right. Yi Xian was calm. You go. I will entertain Brother Yi next. Chu Nan turned his eyes and looked at General Qin. Soon, he took Yi Xian away and wandered around the palace. Aren't you the princess's guard? Why are you here? Yi Xian suddenly noticed something. The princess hasn't seen anyone lately. So I had to go out and find something to do by myself. Chu Nan's eyes dodged. Yi Xian kept this in mind. I spoke too harshly to her last time. And I want to apologize in person. It's not convenient for her right now. Chu Nan secretly thought that you still have some conscience. Did something happen to her? Yi Xian felt even more weird. How could it be? That's nonsense. Chu Nan said quickly, then pointed to the pavilion on the side, motioning to go over and talk. Yi Xian went over and sat down, and Natasha sat on his lap. Chu Nan pondered for a while. Brother, you let me go last time. I wonder if I can reward you this time. Okay. When? Yi Xian nodded lightly. Wait until Brother Yi is summoned by the human emperor. Chu Nan lowered his head slightly. Are you worried? Yi Xian saw something. Chu Nan quickly said. No. I'm just a little anxious. Master Yi, the human emperor has summoned you. A person running from a distance to deliver a message. Take me there. Yi Xian stood up with Natasha in his arms and followed him away. Brother Lin, I can only do this. Chu Nan clenched his fists and took out the small porcelain bottle. There is a strange poison here that is rare in the world. And ordinary people will die if they touch it. We failed to succeed last time. But now, there is another opportunity. The deputy general frowned. General, what is your plan? Shh! Don't make any noise. Chu Nan made a hissing gesture. But if you do this, won't you be beheaded? The deputy general tried to lower his voice. Poisoning the guests summoned by the emperor is a serious crime. You have been with me for 7 years. Right. Chu Nan suddenly said. The deputy general nodded. Yes. It has been 7 years since the day the general rescued me. I saved your life. You should know what to do. Chu Nan handed out the porcelain bottle, turned and left. The deputy general looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand with complicated eyes, put it in his arms, and followed closely. The emperor's palace. Cough cough, the emperor sat beside the bed, his cough getting worse.
Human emperor. I brought you here. Let him in.
The human emperor nodded slightly. Yi Xian walked into the room holding Natasha.
Are you the human emperor? You are so bold that you don't kneel down? Kneel down quickly.
The two garrison generals roared angrily.
Don't be rude.
The human emperor raised his hand. At this point, the two generals shut up.
I wonder what the human emperor wants me to do.
Yi Xian put down Natasha, already knowing that it couldn't just be sightseeing. The human emperor said,
I know that you are powerful, so I want to ask you for a favor. What's the deal?
Yi Xian was a little curious.
The undead tribe has raised its troops to attack the human race, but my huge palace has no one to use it.
The human emperor looked sad.
So, you want me to lead the army on an expedition?
Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. The human emperor nodded.
If you agree, just ask for anything you want. I want all the dominion over the Wailing Woods.
Yi Xian said immediately.
That's right.
The human emperor agreed.
I remember that the most powerful person from the previous generation is still there. Why not let him go on an expedition?
When he got the land deed, Yi Xian was a little surprised. The human emperor coughed a few times.
He has been depressed since he came back last time. In addition,
he is too old to go on an expedition. The human emperor. He is just a young boy. Can this be done?
The general stationed on the side couldn't help but said.
That's right. I'm afraid it's not as good as us,
said another garrison general.
If you two generals are not convinced, you can come and try.
Yi Xian chuckled. For a moment, the two generals looked at the human emperor. The human emperor nodded. The two generals immediately drew their weapons, unable to bear it any longer. However, Yi Xian had already quickly arrived in front of them and waved out his fists. One of the generals was knocked to the ground and roared.
Sneak attack.
The other general also felt uncomfortable. His eyes were flashing with gold, and he could no longer stand still.
How can a face-to-face incident be called a sneak attack?
Yi Xian said slowly. Chapter 59. Don't have any intention of harming others. The two generals were not convinced and wanted to try again. The human emperor raised his hand.
No need. You are no match for him.
Face to face, being subdued with one move instantly revealed many problems. The boy introduced by Sikong Xiu indeed had some strength.
The emperor appreciates it more. I wonder when the certificate will be issued.
Yi Xian asked tentatively. Natasha behind her kept looking around, feeling bored.
It takes 3 days to prepare the army and horses.
The human emperor replied. Yi Xian was stunned, feeling like he was being tricked. He had to wait in the palace for 3 whole days?
Big Bear and 2 bears. You two will go out with General Yi when the time comes.
The human emperor looked at the two generals, and after finishing speaking, he suddenly coughed out blood. The imperial doctor on the side quickly stepped forward.
You must have a good rest. How can I have a good rest when the survival of the country is at stake?
The human emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked helpless.
Big Bear and 2 bears?
Yi Xian stared at the two generals with interest.
I am a big bear.
The bear has big shoulders and a round waist, and its weapon is a mace that looks very heavy. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction.
General Yi, I will assist you well. Me too.
The second bear has no brains, but is stronger than the big bear.
Okay, let's have another fight. But if I win this time, you have to promise me something.
Yi Xian rubbed his chin.
We 2 brothers are at your disposal,
Erxiong said immediately. The emperor was helped to his feet by the imperial doctor.
You and General Yi go out to fight. Don't break things.
His voice was weak, and after he finished speaking, he was helped away. Please. Big Bear and Erxiong made a gesture of invitation. Yi Xian followed their wishes and walked out of the hall, with his hands behind his back, tens of meters away from them.
Wow!
Big Bear rushed over first. He waved the mace in his hand, showing its clumsiness.
Screw you.
Yi Xian kicked him out. The big bear was kicked in the chest, spitting out bright red blood. He took dozens of steps back with an expression of disbelief on his face.
So strong.
The breastplate was directly kicked to pieces. If not, he might have died under this kick. Erxiong rushed over at this time. His weapon was a big knife.
Don't.
Big Bear wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Erxiong swung his knife and struck Yi Xian on the head.
You lose. Tell me, who loses?
Yi Xian raised 2 fingers. And then, something magical happened.
The sword, which was nearly as tall as a person, was held between his two fingers, and Xiong could not pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Paw. Suddenly, a crisp sound came. The broadsword turned into countless fragments and fell to the ground with the wind. It turns out, Xiong looked at the only hilt of the knife left in his hand. Dazed, he actually used two fingers to crush his hundreds of kilograms of sword into pieces? You two reckless men. Are you worthy of accompanying me on the expedition? Yixian put his hands behind his back. The wind blew, blowing the corners of his clothes and the tips of his hair, making his figure even more majestic. General, please take us with you. Big Bear and two bears knelt down at the same time. Already convinced, Yixian nodded. Come to my door tomorrow morning. He turned around and left with Natasha, preparing to have a meal with Chunan. Yes, Big Bear and two bears said in unison. Brother, what do you think General Yi asked us to agree to before? Xiong asked after Yixian was far away. We'll find out tomorrow. Big Bear sighed. The ancestors of the Chu family are famous heroes who founded the country and made great contributions to the human race. After Chunan became a hero, he had a magnificent attic in the palace. Yixian came outside the attic. Is there anyone there? I'm here to get some food. Master Yi, our general has been waiting for you for a long time. The door opened and someone walked out. Take me over to find him. Yixian nodded lightly. As the man came to a door on the second floor, he pushed it open and entered. Ha! Brother Yi, you are finally here. Chunan's hearty laughter came. Yixian looked at it. It's so rich. Not to mention a large table of dishes. They are all delicacies from the mountains and seas. Brother Lin, please take a seat. What should I call her? Chunan was polite and looked at Natasha tentatively. What do you want to be called? Yixian went over and sat directly opposite Chunan and asked Natasha. This? Natasha pushed a chair next to Yixian, sat on it, and began to think. Seeing that she was still undecided, Yixian said, Let's call her Sister Na. It's disrespectful. Sister Na, please eat more. Chunan smiled. With such a large table of food, the three of us will definitely not be able to finish it. How about we do it together? Yixian looked at the deputy general, who was in a daze. There were only 4 of them in the room, which seemed empty. No, that's not necessary. The deputy general came back to his senses and shook his head quickly, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing something was wrong. What are you feeling guilty about? Sister Na, don't think too much. He's just a little uncomfortable today. Chunan quickly smoothed things over. Sorry. Excuse me now. The deputy general bowed vigorously and left quickly. He went to the kitchen, filled a basin of wash water, and frantically splashed the water on his face. General, what are you doing? The cooks on the side were stunned. The deputy general shook his head. Nothing. He took out the small porcelain bottle, his hand shaking badly. The cook swallowed and remembered the scene in his heart. The deputy general threw away the wash basin and opened the small porcelain bottle. Where's the wine? Over there. The cook pointed to the 2 jugs of wine aside. The deputy general walked over and opened one of them. You didn't see anything. Do you understand? Ming, I understand. The cook nodded, looking horrified. The deputy poured the liquid from the small porcelain bottle into the wine jug, then closed the lid and returned to the room where Chunan and others were staying with the 2 jugs of wine. Yixian and others had already started eating and didn't pay attention to him at all. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve the wine, Chunan said. Yes. The deputy general exhaled and placed the poisoned wine flask in front of Yixian, while the non-poisonous one was placed next to Chunan. Natasha whispered, Master, something is wrong with him. Yixian made a shushing gesture and smiled without saying a word. Brother Yi, come on. Have a drink. Chunan had already poured himself a glass of wine. This wine. Yixian opened the lid of the wine bottle and deliberately looked embarrassed. The deputy general not far away trembled slightly when he saw this. It tastes so good. Yixian turned to chuckle, already understanding that there was something wrong with the wine. Chunan breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Of course, in order to entertain Brother Yi, I have prepared the best century-old wine. It's a pity that I never drink. Yixian closed the lid. Ah? Chunan was confused, while the lieutenant general was stunned and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you are not very capable. Ahem. Eat a chicken leg and eat more. Yixian coughed lightly and stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. Chu Nan said, Brother Yi, if you don't drink in life, you will lose a lot of fun. Why don't you take this opportunity to try it? No, you better drink it. I'll just watch. Yi Xian used his own body to retaliate and threw the wine bottle away. Chapter 60 Moving into the Palace. No. 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 This is specially prepared for Brother Yi. How can I drink it? Chu Nan said quickly and threw the wine bottle back. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Okay then. He opened the lid of the jug and poured himself a full glass. Owner. Natasha looked nervous. Don't worry. I won't drink too much. Yi Xian showed a reassuring smile. Call. Chu Nan was relieved when he saw this. Afterwards, the two of them raised their glasses from a distance and drank it all in one gulp. Don't blame me. Chu Nan closed his eyes. This wine tastes really good. But then, a voice came. Chu Nan opened his eyes and found that Yi Xian was still unfinished and nothing happened. He quickly looked at the deputy general and asked in a low voice, What's going on? That is a colorless and odorless poison that can kill people instantly. The deputy general shook his head slightly, not knowing what was going on. Why don't you keep drinking? Yi Xian chuckled. He didn't drink it, but put the poisoned wine into his backpack. No, it's nothing. Chu Nan swallowed hard. After dinner, it was already late at night. Then I'll leave first. Thank you for the hospitality. Yi Xian was outside the attic, holding Natasha's hand, unsteady as if he was drunk. Chu Nan nodded. Come here often when you have time. When Yi Xian left, he brought the lieutenant into the attic, with veins on his forehead clearly visible. General, I have done as you asked, including letting the cook see the whole process. The deputy general knelt on the ground on the spot. Then why is he fine? Chu Nan clenched his fists. General, my loyalty to you is evident. I don't know why he is fine. The deputy general looked flustered, and he didn't even believe what he said. After all, it was a rare poison. Who could survive well after drinking it? At the same moment, Yi Xian was walking down the aisle of the palace with Natasha, no longer looking like he had drunk too much. He whispered softly, Why? The person who wanted to deal with him turned out to be Chu Nan. Master, I can't walk anymore. Natasha suddenly stopped and opened her hands. Have you become more and more fond of acting coquettishly recently? Yi Xian picked her up. No. Natasha put her chin on his shoulder and pouted. General Kai suddenly came over. Master Yi, let me take you to the residence prepared for you. Sorry to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded lightly. I almost forgot about it. If he hadn't come here to find me, I might have ended up sleeping on the street. This is it. General Kai stopped when he came to the luxurious residence very close to the main hall. So impressive. Natasha opened her mouth slightly. General Kai nodded. This was once the prince's residence, and it is no worse than the human emperor's palace. Yi Xian went over and opened the door. Hundreds of maids and servants had been waiting for a long time. General Yi. They all saluted and spoke in unison. Sir, you can do whatever you want to the maid. General Kai reminded her. Get them away. Yi Xian shook his head slightly and found that Natasha was already angry. The maid kneeling beside her quickly said, Sir, no. If you don't use us, we will be cleared out of the palace. We don't have the face to go back. We might as well hit him to death. Some servants choked with sobs. So pitiful. Natasha was already soft-hearted and began to struggle. Sir, please keep them. This huge palace needs people to take care of it. General Kai said on the side. Yi Xian hesitated a little. Okay. I agree. General Xie Yi. Thank you. General Yi. Many maids and servants present cried with joy. This was very important to them. Afterwards, Yi Xian and Natasha were taken to the room together. The luxurious decoration was full of luxury and wealth. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian woke up from bed. He looked at the feet in front of him and was speechless for a while. Natasha, how come you sleep like this? She was still in her arms last night, but now she has turned 180 degrees. Owner. Natasha twisted her body and slept with her eyes closed. Go to sleep. I'll go out for a while. Yi Xian got dressed and walked to the window. Big Bear and Erxiong were already in the yard outside, standing up straight and motionless. I want to be with the master. Natasha perked up instantly. She didn't need to sleep. She just stayed with Yi Xian. Soon, the two left the house, walked down the long stairs, and came to the yard. General Yi, Big Bear, and two bears said in unison. Okay, Very energetic. How long have you been here? Yi Xian nodded lightly. The big bear held a mace. He came at Zisher. Well, what time is that? Yi Xian nodded first, then whispered in Natasha's ear. Master, it's between 12 and 1 o'clock in the evening. Natasha was also very quiet. What are you doing here so early? Yi Xian couldn't help but be surprised. Big Bear replied, we think we should come early to show our respect. Remember yesterday when I said that after I win you have to agree to a condition? Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. It's unforgettable. Up the mountain of swords and under the sea of fire. Just give me your orders. Er Xiong said loudly. It's not that serious. Just call me Xiong de Xiong Er instead. Yi Xian rubbed his chin, not expecting that he would also have a bad taste. Big Bear and Second Bear looked at each other. General, this is just our name. Not a name. I just want to change your names. Do you agree? Yi Xian asked. The last general, Xiong de Xiong Er. All depends on the general's arrangements. Xiong de Xiong Er knelt on the ground and said solemnly, these are for you. Make good use of them. Yi Xian gave a red mace and a broadsword. In addition, there are 2 sets of armor, which just look majestic. This mace? Xiong Das Ho was holding a red mace and looked shocked. So light and so strong. Does such a weapon actually exist? Xiong second-handedly held the big sword. Thank you, General Yi. For the sword. Thank you, General Yi. Only then did Xiong react and quickly thanked him. I've thought about it. It's not that you are clumsy. You just don't have good equipment. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back. He continued, these equipment are light and strong, allowing you to use your strength to put on the armor. Xiong Da Xiong Er stood up and put on his armor. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction, suddenly thinking of Hepping Village and wondering what was going on there. If you have a lot of money, it should be fine, right? Meanwhile, Peace Village. The fortifications have not yet been built, and Qian Duo is chatting with Lu Han at the entrance of the village. You have so much money. Have you forgotten about the bandits? Xinchi walked over quickly and said angrily. This, Qian Duo was startled. Why are you so loud? Aren't you just a bandit? You have no quality. Lu Han frowned. Xinchi wanted to say something else, but she heard the sound of horse hooves. They were bandits. There were an incredible number of them. 3,000 in total. And they were rushing toward the village to attack. Chapter 61. Life depends entirely on acting. Oops. Qian Duo's face was pale. Those bandits were obviously coming to burn, kill and loot. If Yeshuan comes back, he finds Hepping Village in ruins. How could I have the face to see him? Xinchi shouted loudly. Guard! Swear to protect Hepping Village to the death. The bald captain came with 4 team members and stopped at the entrance of the village. What should we do? How about we fly away? Lu Han whispered to Qian Duo. Brother, leave Hepping Village to me. I will never tolerate anything happening to the village. Qian Duo pulled out a solid gold sword and stood in front of the guard. Seeing this, Xinchi said, you still look like a man. The disparity in numbers between the 2 sides makes it even more difficult to win. But there is no way out. Boss, it's that beauty. Behind the bandit army, the bandit whose hand had been cut off by Yi Xian pointed at Xinchi from a distance. Well, it's really good. The bandit king wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Such a beauty must be obtained. But I'm not here at this time. Qian Duo broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the approaching bandit cavalry. In Yi Xian's absence, the most powerful ones are Yuner and Su Zong. But they are not online yet. When the bandit cavalry approached, he roared angrily, I'll fight you. But then, a beautiful figure appeared. She waved her hand with overwhelming magical power, and used magic to blast all the cavalry into scum. Is it you? Qian Duo swallowed hard and spit. Su Daji turned her eyes and looked at him, with a 9-tailed shadow behind her. Take them back to the village. Okay. Qian Duo quickly took Xinchi and others back to the village, secretly saying that they were saved. I haven't killed anyone in a long time. The 9-tailed shadow behind Su Daji suddenly enlarged. Monster! Monster! Help! The bandits were defeated and wanted to run away. Su Daji didn't give them this chance. Want to leave? The 9-tailed shot from time to time, taking away the lives of batches of bandits. Who is she? She's so amazing! In the village, Lu Han was very surprised. That ant has a lot of background. Qian Duo rubbed his nose. The bandits were quickly eliminated, including the bandit king and the bandit who lost one hand. Auntie! How about staying for a meal? Chando walked out of the house and shouted. If you stop playing with things to lose your morale, be careful about your life. Su Dodgy disappeared from the spot. Don't dare. Qian Duo shuddered. Lu Han on the side said, I'm sorry. It's all because I am too willful. She looked guilty and had tears in her eyes. I remember that there are fortifications in the blueprint. Let's mobilize everyone to build one first. Chando sighed. At the same time, in the palace, Yi Xian received Chu Nan's invitation to go out of the palace to visit the main city. What tricks does this guy want to play? Yi Xian was in the house, and Xiong Daxiong had already left with his equipment early in the morning. It is estimated that the poison and alcohol failed yesterday, and today I tried another method to kill myself. Master, why don't you go? Natasha's eyes on the bed were full of worry. I want to understand why he wanted to hurt me. Yi Xian exhaled and crumbled the invitation letter in his hand. Natasha saw this. Then I want to go with the master. Seeing the persistence in her eyes, Yi Xian had no choice but to nod. At the appointed time, the two walked out of the palace. Chu Nan had been waiting for a long time. As expected of Brother Yi, he can live in such a big mansion in the palace. Chu Nan showed admiration. Okay, where are we going today? Yi Xian smiled. Today is the clock's day, so of course we have to go to a crowded place. Chu Nan smiled back. Yi Xian was surprised. What is a clock plot? Master, it is a blind date meeting, where men and women who fall in love at first sight will form partners. Natasha knows something about this. Sister Na is right. Chu Nan nodded. Interesting. Yi Xian chuckled and found that the main city was much more lively than before. A girl came over and said, Sir, what is your name? Go away. Natasha was furious. The girl didn't give up and left to find someone else. Brother Yi is indeed very popular. Chu Nan couldn't help but say, The master is mine. Natasha threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Her mouth gagged. There were people coming and going on the streets, and the deputy general was hiding in disguise, trying to remain as unnoticed as possible. Yi Xian said, Let's find a place to eat first, and then go shopping. Brother Yi, haven't you had breakfast yet? I happen to know a good bun shop. Chu Nan immediately said, leading the way. Yi Xian followed, turned to look at the beautiful woman on the road, and was winked at. Embarrassed, he looked away, only to see Natasha glaring at him dissatisfied. Chu Nan saw this and said, The relationship between Brother Yi and Sister Na is really unpredictable. It is said that they are pets and their owners, but it is not like that at all. Xiaoji Bozi's shop, named after the owner's surname Zhao, is very popular. Old Zhao, here are 3 drawers of steamed buns. Chu Nan brought Yi Xian and others here and found a place to sit down. Okay. Lao Zhao immediately came over with 3 drawers of hot buns. I heard that Brother Yi is going to lead an army on an expedition? Chu Nan suddenly asked. Yi Xian responded. The emperor said that there was no one available in the palace, so he let me go. It is true that there are only 5 generals in the palace now, and none of them is a second-grade general. After Chu Nan finished speaking, he gave each person a drawer of steamed buns. Master, why do you need to add a second grade in front of the general? Natasha asked while eating. Let General Chu answer you. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. How did he know? Chu Nan said. Civil and military officers are all the same, divided into grades 1 to 9, with grade 1 being the largest and grade 9 being the smallest. Is the higher the level, the more powerful it is? Natasha didn't know much about this. Yes. Chu Nan nodded. I am a 3rd grade general, stronger than most generals. Then what grade will my master be? Natasha was a little curious. Chu Nan thought for a while. At least 1 grade. Further up, there is the general, who is entrusted with important responsibilities by the human race. Master is so awesome. Natasha's eyes were filled with admiration. It's not bad. Yi Xian ate the buns one by one. Whoosh! An emerald green needle suddenly flew toward his neck. Yi Xian's expression did not change, and he flicked the needle back with his chopsticks. The attacker was accurately hit and fell to the ground on the spot, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Chu Nan stood up. Where did the thief come from? Several soldiers rushed out from the surrounding area and captured him on the spot. General, the man is dead. A soldier came over. Take the body back for strict investigation, Chu Nan said coldly. Yes. The soldiers responded and left with the body. The lieutenant sitting by the far wall sighed. This time besides myself, there were more than 30 killers. I hope that the man named he can be solved smoothly. I don't know whether to live or die, but I dare to sneak attack Brother Yi. Chu Nan looked very angry. Calm down. Am I okay? Yi Xian chuckled and said to himself. Let's see how long you can perform. Chapter 62, Discovery of Conscience. After eating the steamed buns, Chu Nan took them to Lover's Lake. This is the largest lake in the main city. It is heart-shaped with a small island in the center. Natasha was unhappy. What are you doing here? This place is usually the most crowded, but today is a good place to express your love. Chu Nan introduced. General Chu, I always feel that you are not in high spirits today. Yi Xian suddenly asked. How could I not be interested in traveling with Brother Yi? Chu Nan quickly cheered up. In fact, the visit to Zhao Jibao's shop just now was just a test. The real place of assassination is in Lover Lake. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Is the princess still angry? Well, I don't see anyone. Chu Nan's pupils trembled. Speaking of which, why isn't your ever-present lieutenant here today? Yi Xian pretended to be casual. He is not feeling well, and has gone to rest. Chu Nan replied. He quickly changed the subject. I heard that the island in the center has spirits. If you make a wish for marriage on it, it will most likely come true. So magical? Natasha's eyes sparkled. Yeah. Chu Nan nodded. Master, shall we go over and take a look? Natasha was a little excited. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. General Chu, please lead the way. Brother Yi, it's not that I don't want to, but that place can only be crossed by treading water or swimming. Chu Nan looked embarrassed. Can't you take a boat? Yi Xian was a little surprised. No, this is a rule. I wonder if Brother Yi can do it. Chu Nan chuckled, knowing that a master like him would definitely be able to do it. Natasha bit her lower lip. Master can do it. Then I will wait for Brother Yi on the island in the lake. After Chu Nan said this, he walked on the water and came to the island in the lake. I don't know how to do this. Yi Xian hugged his shoulders. Master, I'm sorry. Shouldn't I be talking nonsense? Natasha felt that she had done something wrong and burst into tears. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I have other methods. Picking up Natasha, he held his breath and then jumped up. Oh my god! Is that guy crazy? Do you want to jump over? The shore is a full 2,000 meters away from the island in the lake. People around were talking a lot. However, Yi Xian gradually landed on the island in the lake as if he was weightless. He actually jumped on it? Ox, Master is great. Natasha lay in Yi Xian's arms, her eyes filled with admiration. Silly girl. Yi Xian put her down. Chu Nan was at the side. Brother Yi is really powerful. Why don't we just make a wish here? How to make a wish? Natasha asked quickly. Close your eyes and silently recite the name of the person you like in your heart, Chu Nan said, already closing his eyes. Isn't the method too clumsy? Yi Xian whispered. Did he want to take advantage of his eyes to close? Natasha closed her eyes and made a wish. Yi Xian asked. Whose name are you reading in your heart? Don't tell the master. Natasha blushed and continued to read silently in her mind. Yi Xian shrugged, and when they all finished making their wishes, they didn't see any danger. Brother Yi, don't you make a wish? Chu Nan asked curiously. There is no place in my heart. No name to read. Yi Xian shook his head lightly. Natasha heard this. Master, you can read my name. Sister Na, your motives are too obvious. Chu Nan smiled from the bottom of his heart, finding it interesting. But there was sadness in his eyes. I'm sorry. You must die for Sister Luo. Don't move! A masked man appeared behind him and put a knife on his neck. Who? Chu Nan pretended to be flustered. He knew that this was a killer he hired, and he first took himself as a hostage. Yi Xian frowned. Who are you? Humph. Stop talking nonsense and kill him! The man who kidnapped Chu Nan snorted coldly. Suddenly, 4 masked men emerged from the water and the grass nearby. There are 5 of you in total. Do you want to start a group? Yi Xian muttered, casually striking out with his sword. Shua. As the whistling sound came, the 4 people paused. The person who kidnapped Chu Nan frowned and said, So strong? The 4 people gradually fell down. Their pupils expanded, and their hearts were actually pierced. Brother Yi, don't worry about me. Chu Nan's mouth twitched. Good guy. Is this too strong? Let him go. Yi Xian put one hand behind his back, while the other hand held a 7-star Long Yuan sword. Don't come here, or I'll kill him. The man who kidnapped Chu Nan cursed angrily. Chu Nan was anxious. You bastard! Who are you scolding? How could he be so insulted after he was a hero? Don't you know your situation? The man made a slight effort on his hands. Chu Nan's throat was cut open with a knife, and blood flowed from it. What happened? Chu Nan's face turned pale instantly. The killer you hired wouldn't do this. What went wrong? He rolled his eyes and saw the deputy general and a group of killers in the grass in the distance. And he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. These people are not killers they found themselves. Master, they are all monsters, not humans. Natasha went over and uncovered the 4 dead people and said in surprise. Yi Xian responded and stared at the monster who kidnapped Chu Nan. Who sent you to kill me? I know. It's the undead. Chu Nan's eyes narrowed. As Yi Xian is the main general against the undead tribe, they must have heard the news and want to come and assassinate him. Smart. The undead tribe will live forever. After the undead tribesman said this, he wanted to kill Chu Nan. At least the trip was worthwhile. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly flew over and pierced between his eyebrows. Chu Nan broke into a cold sweat, and the knife in the undead tribesman's hand fell to the ground, and then gradually collapsed on him. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. Thank you, Sister Na, for saving your life. Chu Nan's eyes were full of complexity. Can we still watch you die? That would be too beastly, Yi Xuanyi pointed out. Chu Nan was speechless and waved his hand secretly. The deputy general in the grass slowly retreated with the killer, gradually disappearing. After that, Chu Nan took Yi Xian and Natasha to visit many places in the main city, and a day passed. Do you want to meet Ilua? It was already evening when he returned to the palace, and Yi Xian started to think about it. Master, who is Iroh? Natasha was alert. Throughout the day, the master was flirted with by many girls, which made her very unhappy. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. A friend. Are they really just friends? Natasha asked. For a moment, everything that happened with Iroh came to mind, including her resolute decision to take off the veil. Yi Xian reluctantly nodded. We are just good friends. You can't tell it at first glance. Natasha pouted. If there is anyone who understands Yi Xian best in this world, it is her. Okay. Do you want to go together? After Yi Xian finished speaking, seeing her nodding, they set off to the princess's palace together. You don't need to explain. Just eat this bug. At the same time, Gu Qin took out a bug from Chu Nan's residence. Chu Nan hesitated. This. If you don't eat, I will hurt your sister Luo to death. Gu Qin's face was ferocious. Chapter 63, The Flower of Dependence. Chu Nan ate bugs and vomited from time to time. Gu Qin sneered. Your sister Luo doesn't have to live anymore. After he said that, he turned and left. Sister Luo. Chu Nan's pupil shrank, and he went straight to the princess's palace. The princess's bedroom. As soon as Yi Xian arrived here, he heard heartrending roars. Princess is about to stop being. Okay. What happened? Yi Xian frowned as he stopped the maid who ran out. The maid choked with sobs. Princess, I have been experiencing severe pain in my stomach these past few days. The pain was so severe just now that I almost died. Yi Xian walked towards the bedroom, but was stopped. It is forbidden to enter the princess's residence. Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed. The 2 guards guarding the door spoke righteously. Go away. Yi Xian's voice was cold and threatening. Thump. The guard's legs were weak, and he knelt on the ground. Yi Xian pushed the door open and saw Yi Luo, who was pale on the bed. He walked over quickly. Luo, wake up! Am I dreaming? Yi Luo's voice was weak, and his pupils were already a little dilated. Master, what should I do? Natasha knew the situation was urgent. Gu insect. Yi Xian used magic to check and couldn't help but frown. The imperial doctor happened to arrive. Master Yi, please get out of the way and let me diagnose and treat the princess. There are worms in her belly, Yi Xian said directly. This? The imperial doctor was shocked and quickly examined it carefully. It turns out to be the legendary king of Hell Gu. As the name suggests, if you are hit by this poison, you can only go to the king of hell. Is there any way to save her? Yi Xian asked quickly. The imperial doctor looked troubled. I'm afraid we can only make arrangements for the funeral. Don't be sad. I'm satisfied to see you again. Yi Luo stared at Yi Xian's face and smiled sweetly. His face was extremely pale under the veil. Silly girl. I will never let you die. Yi Xian looked stern. Master, what do you want to do? Natasha was puzzled. Yi Xian did not answer, but whispered. System. Reset the mage profession for me. There are many options for every career. For example, the shooter. It could be an ordinary gunman or an undead gunner like you. Same reason. The person holding the staff can be an offensive mage or an auxiliary mage. Also commonly known as wet nurse. Pastor. After reset, all skill points will be returned. But the level will be reset to 0. Are you sure? Sure, Yixian said impatiently. Reset successful. You must hold on. You'll be fine soon. Yixian put all his skill points into medical treatment, and then took out his staff to heal Luo's injuries. The Imperial Doctor sighed. It's useless. The princess's life is over. Sister Luo. Chu Nan ran over and stood far away. Can I ask you something? Luo's voice was hoarse, and he raised his hand to touch Yixian's face. It's not too late to tell you when you're better. Yixian's eyes were red, and the amount of blue was rapidly decreasing. Iroh said to himself, Please take off the mask for me with your own hands. Hearing this, Chu Nan in the distance lost strength and collapsed. According to the custom handed down from Irozu, if you ask someone to take off your veil with your own hands, it means that you only love that person in your life. What happened to my daughter? The human emperor was supported and walked towards him, followed by a large group of people. Back to the human emperor. It's the king of hell Gu. The Imperial Doctor sighed. Who is so cruel? After the human emperor finished speaking, he coughed violently. An elf behind him walked out. Human emperor. I have a way. Why are there elves in the palace? Natasha said in surprise, forgetting that she was also an elf. Please save my daughter. The human emperor looked like a vicissitudes of life at this moment, without any majesty at all. This elixir is called the Chugu Dan. It can. The elf was a male with a handsome appearance. He stepped forward and took out a pill. Yixian was impatient. Stop talking nonsense. He snatched away the poison pill and fed it to Luo. It seems to be working, the Imperial Doctor said in surprise. Iroh's breathing gradually stabilized, and he lay on the bed and fell asleep. The King of Hell's voodoo is too strong. The poison removal pill can only make the voodoo worm sleep, but cannot remove it. The elf frowned. What should we do? Yixian frowned. Seeing this, the elf asked, Who are you from the princess? I am her friend. Yixian's words were mixed with hesitation. It's a pity. If you want to save the princess, you need a lover she really likes. The elf sighed. The princess is still single. How can she have a loved one? The accompanying ministers thought it was ridiculous. The elf heard this and said, This is the only way to solve the problem of King of Hell's poison. Yes, the princess has a beloved. Chu Nan in the distance suddenly roared, and everyone looked at him. Who? The emperor couldn't help but ask. He. Chu Nan raised his finger to Yixian, feeling heartbroken. I. Yixian looked confused. Are you sure? The elf asked. Human emperor. I can testify that just now Princess was still asking Mr. Yi to take off her veil with his own hands. The Imperial Doctor knelt on the ground and said solemnly. For a moment, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone knew what it meant. The human emperor asked Xiong Elf. What needs to be done? My elven tribe has a strange flower called the Xiangyi flower. It can cure all diseases in the world, but it requires the blood of the one you love. The elf surrendered. How much blood do you want? Yixian spat out and waved his hand to take out a jar. A few drops on your forehead will do. The hard thing to find is Xianjiwa. The elf was stunned for a while. The human emperor immediately said, Send someone to find it for me. No. Xianjiwa can only be found by the person you love, and it will be useless even if others find it. The elf stared straight at Yixian. You mean? Let me go to the elves to find Xiangyi Hua? Yixian asked. Yes. This is the only way to save the princess. The elf nodded solemnly. Yixian frowned. But as a human, would it be inappropriate to go to the territory of elves? Elves love peace and have signed a peace agreement with humans. We are friends. What's wrong with coming to visit? The elf explained. I understand. Yixian nodded slightly. You must go on this trip, and you must find Xianjiwa and come back. When you find the Xiangyi flower, drop your own blood on it first. Otherwise it will wither after you pick it. Remember this. The elf explained the details. He turned to look at Natasha. Why are our people here? I belong to the master. Not yours. Natasha went over and hugged Yixian, with an unhappy face. You treat your friends as pets? The elf stared at Yixian, his voice already cold. I'm happy. You don't need to worry about it. Natasha shouted. The elf sighed. turned around and said goodbye to the human emperor before leaving. In the distance, Chu Nan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach and ran all the way back to the attic, knowing that it was Gu Qing calling him. Gu Qing has been waiting for a long time.
Do you want to survive? I'm going to kill you today.
Chu Nan no longer had any scruples. So he drew out his saber and chopped it off with all his strength.
What a bad boy.
Gu Qing sneered. Chu Nan suddenly paused, then collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and gradually losing consciousness. Chapter 64, Forest of Elves.
Owner.
Chu Nan stood up slowly, his eyes flashing blood red. Gu Qing nodded with satisfaction.
Go and mobilize all the people you can mobilize. Yes.
Chu Nan nodded dully, turned and left.
I want the world to know the existence of players and eliminate them completely.
Gu Qing looked cold. At the same time, Yi Xian rode his motorcycle overnight and took Natasha to the elf territory.
Are you no longer a general?
Natasha was sullen in the back seat. Yi Xian replied,
The princess's life is important. How many days can we delay it?
With Bear Big Bear too. I believe it will not be difficult.
Xianjiwa. Such a romantic name.
Natasha pouted. She was very possessive of Yi Xian, so she was very unhappy. The speed of the motorcycle was very fast. And at dawn, we arrived at the elf forest, the territory of the elves. Whoosh! An arrow was fired.
Who?
Yi Xian raised his hand to catch it, and then crushed it.
Enemy or friend?
The three elves shuttled through the trees, and then landed not far ahead. Yi Xian took out a token.
Do you recognize it?
This was given to me by the elf in the palace, saying it would work.
Of course I recognize you. It seems you are a friend of the elf.
One of the elves bowed, apologizing for being rude.
I'm here to see Xianghua. Can you help me?
Yi Xian said his intention.
Only those who are destined to find this can find it. There is nothing we can do to help.
The elves shook their heads and moved out of the way. Yi Xian rode a motorcycle deep into the forest and felt a headache as he looked at the huge forest of elves. Natasha said,
Can you find a flower in such a big forest? Yes, it certainly can.
Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Putting away the motorcycle, he picked up Natasha and walked on the road. From time to time, elves would pass by, and they would run around in the trees even if there was a path.
Wow! Master, don't look!
Natasha suddenly covered Yi Xian's eyes. Some elves are scantily clad, both male and female.
Don't make trouble.
Yi Xian pressed her hand down and held her tightly in his arms. An older elf came over and said,
Young man, you are blessed today. You mean, I can successfully find what I want to find?
Yi Xian looked at him like a fortune teller and couldn't help but say,
300 gold coins.
The old elf held out 3 fingers.
Okay, I agree.
Yi Xian gave the gold coins, which was nothing to him. The old elf smiled and said,
The answer lies in your heart. Old Tang, you are lying again. Don't ruin the reputation of our elves.
An elf man ran over.
I am really capable.
Old man Tang was a little angry.
You can only believe it. Return the money quickly and follow me to see the elf king.
The elf man looked disdainful. Old man Tang heard this.
Why should I pay back the money I earned based on my skills?
After he said that, he turned and left at an extremely fast speed.
This old man Tang.
The elf man followed.
Master, you seem to have been defrauded of 300 gold coins.
Natasha couldn't help but say,
The answer is in my heart.
Yi Xian whispered softly, remembering these words firmly. Peace Village. The fortifications are under construction, but the money is on the verge of collapse.
Brother, why don't you come back?
He was at the entrance of the village, lying in Lu Han's arms, wailing in pain.
I haven't been offline for a long time.
Yuter was in a daze aside. Su Zong was not online yet.
Everyone, try my freshly ground coffee.
Xinchi came over with a tray.
Too bad it's in a game.
Yuter didn't ask for it, and he didn't even take her seriously. After all, she was just an NPC. Xian Duo said quickly.
I want a drink.
Xinchi handed over a glass. And when she saw that no one else was drinking, she turned and left.
It's over. The Wailing Forest has become an independent place.
The bald captain ran over.
Isn't this a good thing?
Lu Han was puzzled.
A good thing is a good thing. But there will be many forces trying to get a share of the pie.
Although the bald captain looked stupid, he is still very smart. Xian Duo suddenly realized.
Bandits, robbers, and bandits, including player teams and even local forces? Yes,
They can definitely come and steal our territory. The bald captain nodded. Auntie! Auntie! Are you here? She and Duo yelled immediately. However, Su Zong did not appear, which made him feel sad. This time is definitely 100 times more terrifying than the last bandit. How can we do it without that master? The bald captain looked pale. This is not something that defenses can handle, but an absolute gap in strength. She and Duo gritted his teeth. Why did this place become an independent place? Who is the landowner? Let me check. The current landowner of the Wailing Forest is Yi Xian? The bald man said with a look of horror on his face. How did eldest brother do it? Xian Duo looked shocked. Doesn't it mean that the entire Wailing Forest is our territory? Yuter looked happy. They were discussing. But Yi Xian, who was in the Elf Forest, was still searching. It's best to find it within 2 days, so as not to delay the expedition. Natasha pouted. When will we find it? Some are quick, and some are never found. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, having heard many rumors along the way. Speaking of which, what does Xiangni grass look like? Natasha narrowed her eyes slightly. It said that you don't need to know. As long as you find it, you will know that it is Xiangni grass. Yi Xian shrugged. Natasha heard this. So magical? Hey, my friend, are you happy in the elf forest? Suddenly an elf girl appeared, wearing revealing clothes. I'm very happy. Yi Xian nodded lightly. Why are you wearing so little? Natasha bit her lower lip. The elf girl said, Child, we are part of nature, and we should not wear clothes. No, you should wear something tight. Aren't you shy if you are seen? Natasha was furious. The elf king heard that humans are coming and invite you to come over. The elf girl explained her purpose and used this to change the subject. Okay, all right. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The peace agreement has just been signed, and he is the first human to come to the elf forest. Therefore, in addition to finding Xianjiwa, he was also given an important diplomatic mission. Natasha pursed her lips. Is the elf king a boy or a girl? How much is he wearing? Little sister, you can take care of yourself, but you have no right to take care of others. After the elf girl said that, she turned around and led the way. Natasha's big eyes were filled with unhappiness. She's right. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. All the way to the elves. There are dense crowds here. All of them are elves. They are good at cold weapons, especially swords and bows, which are the strongest among all races. Natasha next to her said, We don't seem to be very popular. It's just that I'm not trusted. Yi Xian glanced around and found that the elves were staring at him warily. Welcome, the first human friend to come to the elf forest. The elf king came from a distance. Chapter 65 Qualified Pastor. The elf king has a kind face, wears a crown, and has a relatively neutral appearance. Yi Xian raised his hand and said, This is a small gift from me when we first meet. He took out some pork, beef and mutton and handed it to the elf on the side. Excuse me, are you a girl or a boy? Natasha beside her suddenly asked. I am a man. The elf king felt embarrassed. Sorry, my sister doesn't know etiquette, Yi Xian said helplessly. The elf king shook his head gently. It's okay. I heard that you were here to find Xiangni Hua. I wonder if there are any clues. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with light. No one can help you. The elf king shook his head again. No, there's something strange in the forest. An elf ran over from a distance, sweating profusely. The elf then said, It's a stone like a staff, floating in the air, with the words 80 up engraved on it. Take me there. The elf king said immediately, and rushed over there with many elves. Yi Xian followed closely, and when he reached the place, his eyes narrowed slightly. I once encountered a backpack sculpture in the secret realm, where I met the little golden dragon. After touching it, the backpack was greatly strengthened. Right now, the only difference between this stone and the backpack sculpture is its shape. What is this? The elf king looked puzzled. He looked at Yi Xian. My friend, do you know? I don't know either, but I'm willing to take the risk myself. Yi Xian shook his head gently, and then walked straight over. Master! Natasha grabbed his sleeve and shook her head repeatedly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Yi Xian winked and walked all the way to the staff sculpture. Try raising your hand to touch it, and the sculpture disappears instantly. The mage level has been raised to 80. Sure enough, Yi Xian murmured softly. These stones are props that can make you stronger. Natasha stood in the distance, her eyes full of worry, as if she was about to cry. The vision has disappeared? This human being is the lucky star of our elves. He is the one who made the vision disappear. The elves were talking a lot. They are afraid of natural disasters. And naturally they are also afraid of visions. Now, Yi Xian made the vision disappear, and was regarded as a lucky star by them. The Elf King immediately said, "Take this little brother to eat quickly." He changed the title to Little Brother, which invisibly shortened the distance between them. "The master is mine." Seeing how enthusiastic the elves were, Natasha quickly went over and hugged Yi Xian. And Su? They were gathered in front of a table made of leaves and branches, with food prepared by the elves on it. Flesh worms, fruit worms, and all kinds of unseen worms. "Still alive!" Natasha spat out directly. "We have different eating habits. So why don't we give it up?" Yi Xian looked embarrassed. "I am still in a hurry to find Xianhua, so I have no time to eat, let alone eat these." When the Elf King saw this, he said, "I didn't think carefully. It doesn't matter. We are already satisfied with this intention." As Yi Xian spoke, he looked at the new skills he had after upgrading as a priest. Healing Light, within 30 meters of the self. All allies receive 8% of their maximum health recovery per second. Powerful Healing, restore 60% of the target's maximum health. Other than that, it's all unimportant. "It's not good. It's not good." The elf who reported the news before ran over again. "What happened again?" The Elf King couldn't help but ask. Yi Xian quickly stood up. "Could it be that there was another stone like that?" The elf said. "The dwarf army is making a sneak attack and is about to attack. Ready to fight." The Elf King roared. The surrounding elves either took out their long swords or long bows and left one after another. "How can I help?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "Little brother, you are a guest. Hide in the tree." After the Elf King finished speaking, he took out his long bow, filled the bowstring and fired directly. The whoosh was like a cannonball, and the strong winds gusted, causing several surrounding trees to sway. Puff! Accurately hitting the dwarf far away. The dwarf turned into mincemeat. "Amazing!" Natasha couldn't help but say. Even with the earth necklace, she couldn't do this. Yi Xian took her away. "Let's go find Xianjiko first." Then he saw a hammer flying towards him. Puff! The elf girl I had seen before sacrificed her life to protect him, and was hit in the chest. Whoosh! The Elf King shot an arrow with his backhand, blowing up the head of the dwarf, who threw the hammer. "Are you okay?" Yi Xian stepped forward and squatted next to the elf girl. Natasha said, "Sister, get up quickly. I just listened to what you said before. I'm almost done." The elf girl's breathing was short, but she didn't look sad. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm here." Yi Xian put away the 7-star Long Yuan sword and took out his staff. "Begin with nature and return to nature. This is the fate of the elf." The elf girl gradually closed her eyes. "Powerful healing technique." Yi Xian raised his staff high. The elf girl opened her eyes blankly, and the injuries all over her body gradually disappeared. "It's so magical. You're fine." As Yi Xian spoke, he found that the entire elf residence had become a battlefield. Whoosh! The Elf King shot arrows from time to time, taking away the life of a dwarf every time. "Master, can we help the elves?" Natasha looked pitiful. If this continues, although the elves will not be wiped out, their vitality will definitely be severely damaged. Yi Xian heard this. "Healing Light!" The ground 30 meters around him instantly emits emerald green light, and the elves inside will recover from their injuries. "Come here if you are injured, and continue fighting when you are healed." The Elf King made a prompt decision. Soon, the dwarves were repelled, and the elves suffered some losses, but not heavy losses. Yi Xian put away the healing light. "Thanks to you, little brother." The Elf King no longer knew how to express his gratitude. Yi Xian shook his head. "As a friend, this is what you should do." After that, he took Natasha away and looked for the Xiangni grass again. In the royal palace, in the princess's bedroom, Iroh lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes, his face pale. "Princess, how did you become bewitched?" The imperial doctor, who was waiting aside, quickly stepped forward. "What happened a few days ago, and I'm still alive?" Ilua's eyes were filled with confusion. "Thanks to Master Yi and the elf ambassador." The imperial doctor couldn't help but say. Ilua heard this. "Master Yi? By Yi Xian?" "That's right. He said some strange words at that time, and used his healing skills to save your life before he could take the poison pill." The imperial doctor replied that if this were not the case, he would have died in the west. "Where is he? Take me to see him." Iroh was a little excited. He is looking for an antidote for you. Princess, please don't move around. It will be bad if you wake up the goo insect,
the Imperial Doctor said quickly, motioning to the maid beside her to help her lie down. Ilua's eyes were complicated.
After all, I'm still dragging you down.
At the beginning, she held on because she didn't want to drag everyone down. But I didn't expect it to be like this.
Physician, I want to say a few words to the princess.
A figure appeared outside the door. It was Chu Nan. Chapter 66 Strange Flowers. Good. The Imperial Doctor knew that the two of them had a good relationship. So he let it go. Chu Nan walked into the room.
Please go out. My next conversation with the princess will be more private. You are not him. You are not Chu Nan,
Iroh said suddenly.
Princess?
The doctor was surprised.
Princess? What are you talking about? Of course I am Chu Nan.
Panic flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. Xiong Da Xiong Air was originally guarding outside, but quickly came in and controlled him. Ilua's face turned white.
He never calls me princess. I have been Luo's sister since I was a child. Take him down and report this to the human emperor.
The Imperial Doctor waved his hands and noticed something was wrong.
Yes.
Xiong Da Xiong responded and led Chu Nan away.
Your Highness Princess, it's good for your health to get some sleep.
The Imperial Doctor turned and bowed. Yeah, Iroh responded, already exhausted.
Let me go. I'm really Chu Nan.
On the other side, Chu Nan roared angrily and was already taken to prison. The soldiers stationed there were panicked.
Generals, what are you doing? Lock him up. This is the Imperial Doctor's order.
Xiong Erdeo, Imperial Physician, first-rank official, a rare figure in the palace.
Oh? Okay.
The soldier opened the cell door on the side.
Who are you?
Throwing Chu Nan into the prison, Xiongda said sternly. Chu Nan looked indignant.
It's really me. Then let me ask you, how did it feel when you kissed the princess for the first time?
Xiongdaro said matter-of-factly.
Very comfortable.
Chu Nan was stunned for 3 seconds.
Whatever you want. When did you kiss the princess?
Xiong'er shook his head. Chu Nan looked angry.
You actually deceived me?
He was in a controlled state. His memory was confused, and he couldn't remember many things.
Humph. Let the human emperor deal with you.
Xiongda hugged his shoulders and waited quietly for the summons. Meanwhile, Peace Village. Qian Duo thought of a way. That's throwing money. Hiring mercenaries and players wantonly. Be sure to defend the Peace Village.
No. Wolf. There is a wolf.
The bald captain ran over.
Oh my god. Even the wolves are coming to take over the territory?
Qian Duo was surprised. But he saw a tall and mighty wolf slowly walking towards him.
I'm here to help you. Please be grateful. Are you afraid that my eldest brother will come back and make you into twice-cooked pork?
Qian Duo hugged his shoulders. He had almost forgotten about the wolf shadow after not seeing it for so many days.
2,700 wolves. At your disposal.
The Wolf King turned and left.
More than 2,000? Damn it. Have you been looking for a female wolf these days to mate with?
Qian Duo secretly smacked his tongue. This is so exciting. The Wolf King roared.
I'm still single. How can you pretend like my elder brother? You are telling lies with open eyes.
I couldn't help but mumble because of the money.
I've written this down, and will tell Yi Xian when he comes back.
Yuter said coldly.
Oh? This ant. 5 bags. 8 bags.
Qian Duo opened his mouth. This kind of thing cannot be used as a joke. Su Zong was browsing the team interface.
Why does Yi Xian never reply to messages?
No matter whether it is the team chat channel or private message. Even the loudspeaker has been used and cannot be contacted.
Maybe you don't have this habit?
I don't understand it even if I have a lot of money.
He must be enjoying it in the palace. Right.
Lu Han said enviously.
Damn. Why is it raining?
Yi Xian, who was in the elf forest, took Natasha to hide under the tree. Natasha said,
Master, you can't hide under a tree on a rainy day, or you will be struck by lightning. Of course I know.
Yi Xian summoned a rain shelter and took her in to sit down.
When will we find it?
Natasha looked unhappy.
How about you go back first?
Yi Xian tried to ask. Natasha's eyes filled with tears.
Master, are you not going to want me? No way. I'm just afraid you'll be bored.
Yi Xian smiled bitterly.
Being by my master's side is already the happiest thing for me.
Natasha looked serious. I would be happier if I wasn't running for other women.
Me too.
Yi Xian smiled fondly. The sound of footsteps suddenly came, and he looked over there.
Who?
It was a masked man.
walking unsteadily, as if he was injured. Could it be the undead again? Natasha took out her short bow, and was frightened by what happened at Lover's Lake last time. It's me! The masked man seemed to see a savior after he got closer. He took off his mask, and it turned out to be Sun Kid. Why are you here? Yi Xian couldn't help but be surprised. Sun Jide waved his hand. Don't mention it. Let's go quickly. I'm being chased by dwarves. Owner? Natasha strung her bow, pointed it at the dwarf team running in the distance, and asked what to do. Kill him, Yi Xian said casually. Whoosh! Natasha used her full strength, and the arrow flew like a comet, and exploded after hitting it. The dwarves were all wiped out, and Sun Kid opened his mouth wide. So powerful! It's because the master gave me a gift! Natasha showed off her earth necklace. Feeling proud? How could you be chased by a dwarf for no reason? Yi Xian was a little surprised. I was just passing by and accidentally overheard their plan to deal with the elves. Sun Jide looked helpless. Yi Xian released a powerful healing technique on him. Okay. Oh my god! Aren't you a magician? How can you still cure diseases? Sun Kid looked shocked. But he had already recovered. It's a long story. Do you know Xiangyi grass? Yi Xian replaced the staff with the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Of course I know. This sword is a divine sword, Sun Jide said. His legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Yi Xian hung the sword on his waist. I'm looking for Xiangyi grass and go back to save people. Which girl fell deeply in love with you? Sun Jide looked obscene. If he can find Xianjiko for him. It seems that he is an infatuated person. Have you seen Xiangyi grass? Yi Xian did not answer him. I'm not deeply loved. How can I see it? Sun Jide shrugged. That evil thing was not something a single person could see. Yi Xian pondered for a while. You go to the elves. It's safe. And you can tell them the dwarf's plan. I've wanted to do that for a long time. Sun Jide couldn't help but realize. Being chased and beaten by dwarves. He held a grudge. It's over there. Just keep walking. Yi Xian pointed to the way he came. You won't come with me? Sun Jide was startled. Yi Xian shrugged. You are not a child anymore. You still need someone to accompany you. There are dwarves. I can't defeat them. Sun Jide looked helpless. Master, Xianjiko may appear at any time. It doesn't matter where you go, Natasha said. There may be places that were not there before, but they appear again in the blink of an eye. It's so magical. Okay, I'll go with you. Yi Xian nodded lightly and led them towards the elves. Soon, we arrived at the place. He handed Sun Kid to the resident elf, looked around, and found a strange flower with 2 flowers growing from the same root in the distance. Chapter 67, Real Life and Death Together. The 2 flowers cuddled against each other, like lovers. Found it. Yi Xian walked over quickly and blinked subconsciously. The blooming shiny flower suddenly disappeared. Natasha said in surprise. What's going on? He was here just now. Is it because I blinked? Yi Xian guessed. But soon, he remembered what Old Man Tang said before, and the answer was in his heart. That is to say, be careful? Yi Xian breathed out gently and felt everything around him with his heart. Master, he appears again, Natasha said. Yi Xian nodded lightly, walked over and dripped blood on it, and then uprooted it. Sun Jide came over at this time. The Elf King is not here, so I told the other elves about my plan. Leave it to the elves themselves next. Let's go back. Yi Xian put Xianjiwa into his backpack. Wait a minute. Wasn't the Xiangyi flower in your hand just now? Sun Jide said in surprise. Replacement guaranteed. Yi Xian nodded. Sun Jide couldn't help but said, it's amazing. That's something that ordinary people can never find in their entire lives. This machine can allow us to return to the human race quickly. Yi Xian summoned an airborne transmitter that could launch people to very faraway places. This is a rare opportunity. Do you want to go to the Undead clan for a walk? Sun Jide said. The Undead clan is right next door to the Elves, and they usually don't interact with each other. Come on. I have to rush back to save people. Yi Xian did not agree, but carried Natasha into the airborne transmitter. This thing is something I imagined out of thin air. I hope it works. Soon, the machine started, and he was automatically put on a parachute. And then his feet trembled and he flew out. Master, what's going on? Natasha was a little scared when she flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Hold me. Yi Xian didn't say much and was flying towards the main city of the human race. 10 minutes later, he approached the main city and opened his parachute. At the same time, the princess's bedroom. The human emperor and others were all there, including the elf from before. There is no other reason. The goo insect has awakened. Iroh was lying on the bed, his face pale.
It hurts so much. Hold on. General Yi will definitely be able to bring Xiang Hua back.
Xiongda cheered on the side.
Human Emperor. Please don't let the princess suffer. I have a way to euthanize her.
The imperial doctor suddenly knelt down and sighed.
Asshole. What are you talking about?
Xiong'er became angry on the spot, knowing the relationship between the princess and Yi Xian. The imperial doctor heard this.
Can you bear to let the princess endure such pain?
This. Xiong'er looked at Yi Luo, who was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound, and was speechless.
General Yi. Where are you?
Xiong'er roared.
I am coming.
The sound spread throughout the palace. Everyone looked outside and happened to see Yi Xian, who had just landed. The human emperor quickly said,
Have you found it? Live up to expectations.
Yi Xian took out the Xiangyi flower.
That's great. Give it to the princess.
The elf on the side said, Yi Xian walked over and looked at Yi Luo's appearance, feeling heartbroken. Just as he was about to feed the Xiangyi flower, he was stopped by the elf.
If you feed her, your lives will be connected. Life and death. In other words, if she dies, the master will also die?
Natasha frowned tightly. The elf nodded.
That's right. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Natasha questioned. If she had known earlier, she would never have let Yi Xian go find it.
Please also ask General Yi to feed Xian grass to the princess.
The imperial doctor knelt down on the spot, followed by many civil and military officials present.
This?
Yi Xian hesitated. Connecting your life with others is a huge flaw for yourself. The human emperor coughed violently.
Please, save my daughter.
After he finished speaking, he actually knelt down.
Absolutely not.
Yi Xian stopped him and fed Xian grass to Yi Luo,
who was confused. The goo insect will be killed soon.
The elf said.
Despicable. You elves are all despicable.
Natasha bit her lower lip, suddenly forgetting that she was also an elf. Suddenly a voice came from outside the house.
Oh my god.
It was Sun Kid. He was carrying a parachute, but he couldn't use it. Yi Xian ran out of the house and summoned a super thick trampoline. Sun Jide fell on it and was violently bounced away, flying straight into the sky.
Master, can he still live?
Natasha opened her mouth in surprise.
Which one of you is littering?
A strong man wearing underwear and blue tights came flying over. He was holding a person in his hand, and it was Sun Jide.
Superman?
Yi Xian's mouth twitched, secretly thinking that this world really has everything.
Soon, Superman left, leaving Sun Kid behind. Yi Xian asked tentatively,
What about that? Are you okay? If you want to kill me, just say so.
Me. Sun Jide raised his hand to hammer his chest. He sat on the ground and could not stand up. He was so frightened.
He is a heavily wanted criminal,
Xiongda said suddenly.
This is my friend.
Yi Xian quickly stopped in front of Sun Jide and said. Seeing this, everyone present looked at the human emperor. The emperor waved his hand.
Excuse me, child. How do you feel now?
He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Iroh with distressed eyes.
Where's Brother Yi?
Yi Luo's brows were full of fatigue, and his stomach didn't hurt so much anymore.
Whatever you want to say, just say it.
Yi Xian walked over. When Iroh was about to say something, he spit out a huge worm and then fainted. Yi Xian went to see the bug.
Is this the King of Hell Goo?
The whole body is black and red, and the appearance is ferocious and terrifying.
Everyone, can you hand over the body of this King of Hell Goo to me? I want to take it back to the Elves for study.
The elf said.
Take it. But you must not go back to the Elves recently.
Yi Xian said.
Why?
The elf was puzzled and stepped forward to take away the King of Hell Goo. Yi Xian gave the answer.
Now the Elves are surrounded by dwarves, and the situation is not optimistic.
What? The elf was shocked.
Don't worry. My master helped the Elves resolve the raid, and also helped find out the dwarves' plan.
Natasha waved her hand.
Obviously I found it.
Sun Kid on the side whispered. He reluctantly stood up.
I would like to ask. The person who eats the Xiangyi flower is not a princess. Right. Yes. It's Her Royal Highness the Princess.
The minister on the side said.
Isn't it too awesome? How did you do it?
Sun Jide came to Yi Xian and asked softly. To be loved to death by the princess. Who in the world can do that? Yi Xian shook his head and said nothing.
and took Natasha to the palace to think about the next step.
Master, are you going on an expedition tomorrow?
Natasha was in high spirits. Yixian responded, yeah. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and thought. In this way, he was burdened with Iroh's life, truly living and dying together.
Master, I envy the princess so much.
Natasha pouted.
What's there to envy? If I die, she will die. Go to sleep.
Yixian breathed out and closed his eyes. No matter how many worries you have, leave them to yourself tomorrow. Chapter 68, Meeting the Enemy. The next day, early morning, Yixian had already woken up and carefully prepared a set of equipment for himself specifically to deal with the undead. Natasha sat beside the bed.
Master, you are so handsome.
She had a nymphomaniac look on her face, and her legs were dangling wildly.
Cough.
Yixian coughed slightly in embarrassment. He was wearing a wholly light suit, and his whole body was gorgeous and golden, extremely flamboyant. As for the weapon, of course, I choose the 7-star Long Yuan sword.
General Yi, it's time to set off.
The voice came from outside. It was Xiong.
I'll be down right away.
Yixian took Natasha downstairs. When he saw Xiong, he asked,
How is the princess's condition? I haven't woken up yet, but the doctor said I'm fine.
Xiong answered truthfully.
That's good. Let's set off.
Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. They ran out of the city, but heard a voice coming from behind.
Wait, there's me too. Why are you here to join in the fun?
Yixian looked over and found that it was Sun Jide. At this time, he was wearing armor and holding a spear. Sun Jide came closer and replied,
I have become a general, and my rank is 4th rank. General Yi, the human emperor promised him to accompany us on the expedition.
Xiongdog gave up his hand.
Okay, let's join in the fun together.
Yixian shrugged.
Cough, cough, cough.
Sikong Xiao came from a distance. He took out a sword.
This sword went to the battlefield with me, and I gave it to General Yi today. What did you call me?
Yixian chuckled. Master Yi. Sikong Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth.
Why do you call General Yi Grandpa?
Xiong looked puzzled. Sikong Xiao roared.
It's Master Yi, not Grandpa. Sorry, it sounds so similar.
Xiong scratched his head in embarrassment. After taking the sword, Yixian thanked him and led the people away. Pulling out the sword. The blade of the sword was blood red and sharp. Xiong Dao beside him said,
General Yi, this sword is not red at first. It turns red after killing too many people. The legendary evil sword?
Yixian put the sword into his backpack. This kind of sword can ward off evil spirits and control the house. So it is very precious. After leaving the city, the army had been waiting for a long time. A total of 300,000 regular troops. A mighty force.
We must return in triumph.
Mounting the horse, Yixian pulled the reins.
Set off! Shelf!
The others got on their horses and shouted. Natasha and Yixian rode on the same horse, sitting in front of him, looking forward to fighting on the battlefield. After several days of traveling, they set up camp to rest. Yixian was in the camp.
How far are the enemy troops from us? Half a day's journey.
Xiongdo on the side said solemnly.
How many soldiers do they have?
Yixian asked.
About 1 million.
Xiongdo replied. Yixian frowned.
The human emperor gave me 300,000 soldiers to fight against 1 million of the undead? There is no way. 300,000 is already the limit that can be transferred at present.
Xiong looked embarrassed.
3 times less troops?
Sun Jide became increasingly bored after a few days of meditation.
Master can definitely do it.
Natasha on the side was filled with seriousness in her words.
30 times less troops?
At the same time, Xian Duo, who was in Heping village, roared. These days, he was recruiting troops, but he didn't expect there to be such a big difference.
Since the village was built by the local lords, their goal was to create a peaceful village.
The bald captain looked helpless. Xian Duo scratched his head.
What can we do? Can you let the Wolf King have more babies?
Lu Han beside him was paying attention.
I've reached my limit.
Xian Duo sighed and shouted.
Auntie, are you here?
However, there was still no reply from Su Daji.
The scary thing is that 30 times the force is just the first wave of offensive.
Yuner analyzed.
I have a way.
Su Zitong suddenly said.
Any solution?
Everyone looked over. Su Zitong replied.
I can use my identity to hold a fake event. And the name of the event is to protect the Peace Village. Miss, if you go and beg the master,
Won't the event come true? Yinner was a little confused. I don't want to beg him. Su Zong shook her head gently. Anyway, I'm going to prepare to entertain the players. Qiandua waved and left, smiling. If we can attract tens of thousands of players, great things can happen. On the other side, Yi Xian was worried. Is there any good strategy? Back to General Yi. This is the Gobi. It's difficult to set up an ambush. We can only set up military formations. Xiong'er couldn't help but realize. Speaking of which, can humans defeat the undead? Natasha said suddenly. Probably 3 can beat 1. Xiong'da looked hesitant, which was generally accepted common sense. Yi Xian let out a long breath. The human emperor really gave me a difficult problem. General Yi, the human emperor just asked you to stay here for 5 days, waiting for the contemporary strongest to conquer the alien race to return. Xiong'er reminded that this was what the emperor said before leaving. So? Do you think I will guard it honestly? Yi Xian disagreed. This? Xiong and Xiong looked at each other with helplessness. Yi Xian began to think. The best thing to use in the current situation is the summoning technique. However, the power of the summoned things is limited. Although it can summon anything, its maximum power is 3 times that of its own attack. That being the case, Yi Xian chuckled. Have you heard of the Great Wall? Everyone present was puzzled. When half a day passed, dozens of kilometers of the Great Wall appeared. That's okay. The key is that it is equipped with machine guns and various thermal weapons. Blue is really not enough this time. Yi Xian was on the Great Wall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The amount of mana consumed by the summoning spell is proportional to the thing summoned. Such a thing has already depleted one's mana amount. General Yi, the army of the undead is coming. Xiong'er ran over. I'll teach you how to use this first. Yi Xian picked up a machine gun and aimed at the undead army that was attacking in the distance. Pulling the trigger, hot bullets flew out, instantly killing several undead soldiers. It was a violent blow. Xiong'er opened his mouth wide. Isn't this weapon too powerful? No one can rob me. Sun Kid instantly went over and snatched a machine gun and started shooting. Isn't this thing much better than a bow and arrow? He felt as if his whole body had taken off. Yeah. Natasha took out her short bow, aimed at the undead army, and shot an arrow. Whoosh! After flying a long distance, the arrow hit and exploded, causing heavy casualties to the undead army. Oh my god! Sun Jide opened his mouth wide, feeling that the machine gun in his hand was dull. And Su? The soldiers climbed onto the city wall, studied individually, and began to use hot weapons to face the enemy. When the undead army retreats, the battle ends. Xiong'er said excitedly. They can't come up at all. They can only be beaten. Is this war? Natasha looked at the corpses on the ground outside the Great Wall and didn't know what she was thinking. Send people to garrison. They may come to attack the Great Wall at night. Yi Xian breathed out. Yes, General Yi. Yes. Xiong Daxiong and Xiong'er agreed. Yi Xian hugged Natasha and left, all the way back to the camp. He found that his level as a summoner had skyrocketed. Chapter 69 Cave. Master, many people died in this war. Natasha was in a bad mood. Those are invaders and do not deserve sympathy. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. Natasha lowered her eyes. Is this so? In the blink of an eye, it was late at night, and the burning smell came. On fire? Yi Xian woke up in bed and was shocked. General Yi, the enemy is attacking. Xiong'da ran in. How is it going? Yi Xian asked. Xiong'da knelt down on one knee. Xiong'er was slightly injured. The soldiers suffered casualties of 300, and the enemy suffered tens of thousands of casualties. Prepare the army and take the initiative to attack tomorrow. Bring long-range weapons, Yi Xian ordered. In that case, who will be in front? Xiong'da asked in astonishment. I alone am enough. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he went to sleep. At the same time, the undead army and the general camped. Rodney's face was as cold as ice. The entire 400,000 strong army is gone. That's okay. The critical casualties of the human race were only 1,000. How could he be willing to do so? General, why don't we withdraw? Human weapons are too evil. The undead general on the side couldn't help but say. Retreating because of humans? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by all races? Rodney yelled angrily. All races look down upon humans, and they are no exception. However, nearly half of the casualties have been lost, and there is no chance of victory if we continue the fight. After the undead general finished speaking, His face showed fear. Rodney drew his saber and walked towards him slowly. You are not qualified to order me. Don't do it next time. Yes. The undead general knelt on the ground and nodded vigorously. The next day, early morning, Yi Xian holds the 7-star dragon abyss and rides alone in front, followed by an army of 300,000 people. Is it possible? Xiong Dao led the army. General Yi is a god. Xiong Er had a bandage on his head, but he wasn't convinced. Sun Kid was also there. Don't worry. He won't do anything he's not sure about. Master, the undead army's position is ahead, Natasha said, riding on the same horse as Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked away. The undead tribe has made full preparations and formed a neat formation. The front row is all shield soldiers. Is this human Yi Xian coming? Rodney slowly walked out of the army with his saber in hand. Yi Xian responded. Exactly. You have some skills to make that kind of weapon. Rodney's expression didn't change. Get ready to shoot, Yi Xian shouted loudly. All the thermal weapons on the Great Wall have been moved down. Although there are not many. There are thousands. Other than that, they are all bows and arrows. Wait! General Yi, I am very optimistic about you, Rodney said suddenly. Yi Xian stared at him with interest. I'm not interested in men. You misunderstood. I hope you join our undead clan. This will allow you to develop better. After Rodney finished speaking, his chin raised slightly. It seems that allowing Yi Xian to join the undead tribe is already a great gift. Will he agree? Xiong Er asked softly. Fart, do you think General Yi will be like those treacherous guys? The bear next to him cursed loudly. In fact, many outstanding humans have abandoned their race and joined other races. This has led to the development of the human race getting worse and worse. Yi Xian heard this. Yes, but I have a condition. What conditions? Rodney looked contemptuous and secretly thought that humans are indeed shameless guys. Xiong Er felt as if the sky had fallen and he was at a loss. Give me the throne of your undead clan, Yi Xian said. Are you kidding me? Rodney's face gradually turned ugly. Yi Xian pretended to be surprised. So you're not stupid? God is really blind. Master, are you good or bad? Natasha behind her laughed until she blushed. Come on! Let them know how powerful the undead are! Rodney roared angrily. The remaining 600,000 undead army is vast and unstoppable. Shooting! After Yi Xian said that, he threw Natasha off the horse with his backhand, and then rushed on horseback. It's too dangerous this time, and we must not take her with us. Natasha's eyes filled with tears. Master! Don't be sad. He is doing this for your own good. Sun Kid came over on horseback and was firing with machine guns. Humph! Natasha punched him angrily. Pain. Sun Kid was hit in the knee and fell off his horse. He said with a sad face. Who did I offend? Never put the master in danger. Natasha pouted, took out her short bow, and stringed the bow repeatedly. Whoosh, whizzing, as the arrows are shot out. Each arrow can take away the lives of hundreds of enemies. Sun Jide discovered that his knee was sprained and took out the medicinal wine. It's so unlucky that the lid can't be opened. He pushed hard. The lid opened, and the medicinal wine inside spilled out. One of the drops happened to enter Natasha's mouth. On the other side, Yi Xian went straight to Rodney. Let me teach you the undead tribe's clever tricks. Human, you are asking for death. When Rodney saw that he didn't have that strange weapon, he smiled ferociously. How could he, the majestic leader of the undead tribe, be unable to deal with a mere human being? Such a thing as human beings. We were born to be stepped on. Schwa. Distracted while fighting? The sword light flashed and a voice came. Rodney came back to his senses and found that he already had a long scar on his chest. He spit out blood. Despicable. You actually attacked me secretly? Yes. I attacked you face to face, Yi Xian said matter-of-factly. The leader of the undead tribe really had something. And he was not cut in half by his own sword. Asshole! Rodney's eyes were red. He was actually hurt by a human being, which is unforgivable. Send you to the west. Yi Xian ran towards him and struck out with his sword. Rodney raised his knife to block. My knife is made of 1,000-year-old black iron. So let's use it. Snapped. Before he could finish his words, the proud knife in his hand was split into 2 halves. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Yi Xian struck again. What happened? Rodney couldn't avoid it. And only then did he realize that he had underestimated the enemy. But it was too late. Blood spattered out. His eyes gradually blurred, and his throat was sealed with a sword. Yi Xian shook the sword in his hand. The enemy general is dead. Why don't you surrender quickly? Those who surrender will not be killed. The humans in the distance heard the words and roared in unison, their voices shaking the sky. No fight. No fight. I don't want to be beaten to pieces. I surrender. The undead soldiers' morale was greatly reduced due to the death of their leader, and they all chose to surrender. In this way, the human race captured nearly 600,000 enemy troops with an army of 300,000, which is outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this is true. General Yi, a cave was found on the Gobi Desert. A soldier came running from a distance. Take me over and have a look, Yi Xian said. There's something good in almost any cave worth exploring. Master, I found you. A little girl dressed in red came over. It was Natasha, who had been drinking. Chapter 70 Skill Book. You girl, why are you drunk? Yi Xian frowned. Natasha saw that he was angry. You left me so cute. And you still have the nerve to care about me? When she was drunk, she was not so well behaved and was full of rebellion. Talk to me after you sober up. Yi Xian shook his head slightly and followed the soldier to the cave. Are you going to have a secret tryst? Natasha followed. General Yi, this is it. The soldier finished speaking and left quickly. Sun Jide came over and said, after my years of experience and analysis, there must be something good in this. Does this still need analysis? Yi Xian was speechless and walked directly into the cave. Master, do you want to do something embarrassing here? Natasha smiled. I knew your relationship was unusual. Sun Kid, who originally wanted to follow him, opened his mouth wide and turned around to leave. As a young boy, I can't stand looking at that. Yi Xian looked helpless. I have been misunderstood now. Master, just obey me. Natasha hugged his waist. I don't know what good things there will be in this cave. Yi Xian was too lazy to answer and went all the way deeper. Master, can you kiss me? Natasha was still holding him like a sticky candy. Yi Xian suddenly stopped. This? A skeleton stood out in front of him. But nothing else. Unlucky. Natasha blasted away a fireball with her backhand. You? Yi Xian was a little angry. Are you mean to me? Are you mean to me because of a skeleton? Natasha's eyes were filled with tears, and she was choking. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. How could it be? Don't act rashly. Okay. There will be danger. What danger? Natasha was puzzled. However, the skeleton suddenly stood up and raised his hand to block the fireball. You broke into my eternal resting place and want to destroy my bones? Senior, don't blame me. My sister is just careless, Yi Xian said quickly. Skeleton snorted coldly. You are obviously sincere. Watch me send you to H.L. The stone gate suddenly lowered from the passage they came from, blocking the retreat. It seems to be getting interesting. Instead of feeling guilty, Natasha found it interesting. You girl. Yi Xian had a headache for her like this. Suffer death. The bones moved, and the color of heaven and earth changed. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he secretly thought that he was a master. Crash! The skeleton suddenly shattered. If you don't stop even after you've turned into a skeleton, will you be broken into pieces now? Natasha stepped over and stepped on it a few times. Yi Xian was speechless for a while, realizing that the bones had dried over time and would definitely fall apart if he moved too much. Natasha suddenly said, Master, a secret book dropped. Show it to me. Yi Xian walked over. Kiss me. Natasha put the secret book into her backpack and closed her eyes. You? Yi Xian frowned slightly. If it were the past, that would be it. Just like a brother-sister. But now, it represents a completely different meaning. He couldn't help but shake his head. Let's go back. Oh, don't you want the supreme level skill book? The corners of Natasha's mouth raised slightly. Supreme level? Yi Xian kissed her on the face. Kiss. Natasha opened her eyes. Looking dissatisfied, Yi Xian pinched her face, forced open her backpack, and took out the skill book. Natasha fluttered. It hurts so much. Do you dare to tease me next time? Yi Xian let go of his hand. I was wrong, but I won't change it. Natasha pouted. Yi Xian really had nothing to do with her, so he turned to look at the skill book. Bajiquin. One has Tai Chi to calm the world, and martial arts has Bajiquin to stabilize the universe? Yi Xian thought about it, turned the first page, and felt shocked. Natasha asked, Master, is this skill book powerful? Superb. Yi Xian learned this boxing technique on the spot, and struck at the stone gate blocking the way. Boom! The stone door immediately fell into pieces. Master, why are you shaking everywhere? Natasha looked around with curiosity. Yi Xian hugged her and ran out of the cave. Is it so powerful? The entire cave has been affected and is collapsing. Are you guys okay? After leaving the cave, Sun Kid, who was guarding outside, asked quickly. Don't worry. Not only is everything fine, but you also got a treasure. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. The cave collapsed. The earth sank slightly, and someone would be buried inside if he was one step too late. This battle is a great victory. When I get back, I will be promoted to at least the 2nd level. Sun Kid was in a good mood. He turned around and said, This thing called a machine gun is really useful. Can you give me this one? Okay, but it's hard to say how long it will last. Yi Xian looked at the machine gun he was holding and said casually, There are so many prisoners. Why not give me 1,800 as living targets? Natasha said suddenly. Why are you so violent after drinking? Sun Jide was puzzled in every possible way. Yi Xian shrugged. Let the prisoners go and go back to the main city. What about you? Won't you go back with us? Sun Jide was surprised. I want to go back to Hepping Village. Counting the time, they should be almost unable to bear it. Yi Xian chuckled. As a landowner, he would definitely be put under pressure from all sides. And he had already expected that. Okay, I will tell Xiong to Xiong Air and the others. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Sun Jide nodded. Yi Xian took Natasha away and summoned a spaceship this time, flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters at an extremely fast speed. Superman was flying smoothly when he saw the spaceship. This is it? He hit the flying bird with a bang and felt dizzy, secretly saying that he must watch the road carefully in the future. Master, I seem to have had a dream. Natasha rubbed her eyes, and her hair and clothes returned to normal. Why are you drinking? Yi Xian activated the autopilot and pinched her cheek. Master, it hurts. It hurts. Natasha's eyes were filled with tears. Yi Xian let go of his hand. I haven't exerted enough force yet. I feel sad when I see my master angry. Natasha blinked her big eyes. Immediately, she told the reason why she drank. It turns out to be that guy Sun Kid. Yi Xian shook his head gently. Master, can you please not leave Natasha alone in the future? Natasha had tears in her eyes. Yi Xian heard this. Didn't I leave you with an army of 300,000 people? Master, you are the only one in this world. Natasha acted coquettishly. Be good, if there is no danger. I promise you. Yi Xian kissed her forehead. Natasha remained motionless, her eyes shining. Meanwhile, Peace Village. Xian Duo stood guard at the entrance of the village. It's over. Brother will kill me when he comes back. The village has become a stronghold for players. Not only has the crisis not been resolved, it has become even more troublesome. The players were laughing and joking, and even touched the NPCs in the village. I'm back. The spaceship stopped outside the village, and Yi Xian took Natasha into the village. Chapter 71 Rapid Development. Big brother, welcome home. More money came to me, and I felt a little guilty. Yi Xian glanced around. Where did they come from, so many players? They are here to help Hepping Village, and they are all very qualified. Xian Duo said immediately. Girl, come and have a drink with me. A drunken player came over. He put his hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. Obviously drunk. What a quality person. Yi Xian threw out a sword with his backhand. That player dies. Congratulations on getting a comfortable pillow. Thank you for the gift you prepared for me. Yi Xian licked his lips. Time passed, and the village was filled with wailing. Yi Xian killed all the players in the village and got a lot of treasures, including 3 awakening potions alone. Brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't expect these players. Xian Duo came over and lowered his head. Yi Xian pondered for a while and looked at Xinqi. How is the situation now? There are 172 known hostile forces that may attack at any time. Xinqi replied. So many? Yi Xian frowned slightly. Killing players? How can we fight on our own? Yuner and Su Zong came over. Yi Xian heard this. Those players are just a ragtag group. It doesn't mean much whether or not they are there. Don't forget you still owe me something. Yuner hummed. What do you want me to do? Yi Xian asked. We'll wait until we can protect the peaceful village. After Yuner said that, a roar came from outside the village. Lords of Hepping Village, come out and surrender quickly. They were a group of bandits, only a few dozen of them. And it seemed they were here to persuade them to surrender. Noisy! Yuner went over and rolled 2 dice. Boom! Those bandits were blown up to nothing. Yi Xian began to think. Do you know where the enemy troops are mainly gathered? I know. Right here. Xian Duo took out a map and pointed at it. That's easy to handle. Yi Xian smiled mysteriously. Can you capture the place called Peace Village? The devil knows. At the same time, various forces were stationed at a gathering place in the Wailing Forest. They all talked about it. And someone suddenly said, Look! Something is flying over. It was an oval-shaped object with smoke behind it, and was completely yellow. I know. It seems to be called a cannonball. Damn it. Run away. They wanted to run. But it was too late. Boom, the artillery SH.L fell to the ground and a huge mushroom cloud rose. What a big mushroom! Natasha, who was at the entrance of the village, was drooling. Yi Xian put his hands behind his back and put away the cannonball launcher he had just summoned. Xian Duo came to him and asked in a low voice, Brother, where did you buy this hanging? It's just an ordinary skill. Yi Xian couldn't help but say that since the summoner rose to a high level, the power it can cause has greatly increased. Ordinary? Xian Duo looked at the long-lasting mushroom cloud, shook his head, and led Lu Han away. Were you bullied by them? Yi Xian asked Xiang Xinqi. He was worried that something would happen again. After all, he had run away from home before. Xinqi shook her head. No, they are all very nice to me. Is this so? Yi Xian saw that she was a little perfunctory. Xinqi nodded and left quickly. Yi Xian took a long breath and prepared to guard Heping village. At the same time, in the palace, Iroh has recovered. Main hall. Chunan knelt in the middle. Let me go! Let me go quickly! He was tied up with 5 flowers and couldn't move. Have you found a solution? The human emperor sitting on the throne asked. Back to the human emperor. It should be some kind of goo insect. There is no way at the moment. The imperial doctor stepped forward. Sister Luo, I'm not sick. I really am not sick. They want to kill me. Chunan looked at Iluo, whose face was still pale. When he saw that Iluo had no reaction, he looked crazy. Let me go! Human Emperor. After investigation, General Chunan used all his connections to spread horrific remarks about players. A general came out. What is a player? The Emperor was puzzled. That is the existence of evil. It is immortal and will destroy our world. Chunan yelled. The general said. Human Emperor. After verification, the player that General Chunan mentioned does exist. They burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. I heard that massacres in villages are commonplace. The civil and military officials present were talking a lot. The army is back. A shout suddenly came. I haven't heard that any army will come back in the near future. The civil and military officials present were puzzled. The 3 people walked into the main hall, led by Xiongde, followed closely by Xiong'er and Sun Jide. The human emperor frowned. Why are you back? Back to the human emperor. Under the leadership of General Lin, the undead army suffered heavy losses and has been defeated. Daxiong and the other 3 people all knelt down on one knee. This? Aren't you talking big words? All the civil and military officials present were shocked. Those were millions of undead tribe. And they fought back with 300,000 regular troops? Sun Jide snorted coldly. If you don't believe it, why don't you go to the battlefield and see for yourself? Afterwards, he explained the process in detail, and everyone present was delighted. Why don't you see General Yi? The human emperor glanced around. He left after winning the battle. Xiongde replied. Then reward you first. The human emperor is in a great mood. This is the greatest victory of mankind over the undead in history. Undead tribe. An intensive care unit. Rodney was lying on a bed, staring. He survived with his undead physique, and his throat was sewn with 74 stitches. A man came over and said, General Rodney, you will be demoted 3 levels in a row. I see. Rodney's eyes sparkled with hatred. In the flames was Yi Xian's figure. After that, 7 days passed in a row. A legend began to spread among the people. There is a peaceful place in this world called Peace Village, where there is no oppression. Is there really a peaceful village? Under the scorching sun, a cargo slave at the dock wiped the sweat from his forehead. Maybe, but that's not where we can go. The other slave was scrawny. The peace village they were talking about developed rapidly after these 7 days. Barns were built, and hundreds of acres of fields were opened. In addition, water wheels, handcarts, and stone houses were built one after another. Are you tired? Why don't you take a break? Yi Xian asked everyone who was working while moving boulders. I'm not tired. How can I be tired because of our shared home? If Village Chief Yi is tired, go and rest. We are here. Yi Xian couldn't laugh or cry, you guys. It wasn't until evening that everyone went back to their homes. Master, it's been a hard day's work. As soon as they entered the house, Natasha came over with a bowl of hot fish soup. These days, she would go home early to cook for Yi Xian. Thank you. Yi Xian took the fish soup and drank it in one gulp. Natasha's cooking became more and more delicious, which made him, the master, very happy. It's not good. It's not good. A lot of money comes through the door. Yi Xian was surprised. Is your wife going to have a baby? Chapter 72, The Territory of the Undead. What are you talking about? I have no plans to have children yet. Xian Duo blushed and was extremely embarrassed. He turned and shook his head. I'm here to talk about business. The human race has officially ordered the eradication of the player group. Against players? Yi Xian frowned, always feeling that there was something fishy in this. That's right. What should we do now? Xian Duo was panicking. There are definitely people who are causing trouble here, pitting players against the human race, thus causing chaos, Yi Xian thought. He turned and rubbed his chin. Anyway, this is my territory, and has nothing to do with the human race. There is nothing to be afraid of. But how are you going to go out in the future? If you leave the Wailing Forest now, everyone you see will be attacked. Xian Duo cried sadly. As a result, there is no gaming experience at all. Could it be them? The figure of the Awakening Alliance appeared in Yi Xian's mind. If anyone wants to deal with players the most, it is them. Brother, are you doing charades over here? Xian Duo looked helpless. Yi Xian coughed lightly. Anyway, you go back first and stabilize everyone. Give it to me. Xian Duo nodded vigorously, turned around and left. What exactly is a player? Xinchi happened to walk in. This question is rather profound. What about that? I'll go to the toilet first. Xian Duo looked embarrassed and left quickly. Xinchi looked at Yi Xian. This question has troubled her for too long, and she desperately wants to know the answer. Yi Xian slapped his forehead. I forgot to bring some paper because I have so much money. I'll give him some. Don't leave. Xinchi opened her hands and blocked the way. Master, I want to know too, Natasha said softly. Players are a race. Yi Xian had an idea. Xinchi was puzzled. Race? Yes. It is a branch of human beings, possessing some mysterious abilities. Yi Xian looked serious, which was easy to believe. Then why have you been so secretive? Xinchi frowned. I'm afraid of being looked down upon by you. After all, the player clan is not known. This is one of the reasons why I built Hepping Village. Yi Xian deceived him in a clear and logical manner. Xinchi suddenly realized. That's it. Just believe it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Xinchi, he looked at the darkening sky and left Hepping Village. Master, where are we going? Natasha followed. Meet this guy. Yi Xian pointed to the Wolf King, who was resting in the distance. He led Natasha over. But the wolves guarding around him didn't dare to stop him, and all moved out of the way. Big dumb dog. Yi Xian yelled in the Wolf King's ear. For a moment, the Wolf King jumped up and his hair was frightened. It grinned. As a human, can't you do some human things? Stop talking nonsense, and let me tell you something. Yi Xian was too lazy to talk. What's the matter? The Wolf King was a little impatient. There may be a lot of people coming to the Wailing Forest recently. Let the civilians come in and capture those who are capable of fighting and wait for me to deal with them. Yi Xian answered. Hearing this, the Wolf King became anxious. Then what do my wolves eat? Don't worry. I won't make you hungry. Yi Xian raised his hand and rubbed its head. I have already arranged trade and purchased raw meat like crazy to feed them. Go. Go. The Wolf King didn't like to be touched. Snapped. Yi Xian's backhand was a slap. The Wolf King was honest this time and allowed himself to be stroked. Yi Xian sat next to it. Do you know any boss? I just need a little experience to upgrade my boss level. But I can't wait for the boss. I know him. He is called the Demon King in the faraway Demon City. The Wolf King said casually. Can it be more accurate? Yi Xian was speechless for a while. I think you can't defeat the Demon King. The Wolf King's voice was filled with contempt. Natasha on the side was anxious. There is no master that I can't beat. Then let your master prove it to me. The Wolf King saw this and said quickly, "If they go to deal with the Demon King, they will most likely die. And they can use this to gain power.
I'm going to be gone for a few days. You and the wolf should keep an eye on Luhan. Especially Luhan."
Yi Xian spat out.
"Where to go?"
The Wolf King was a little curious. Yi Xian chuckled.
"Secret."
Early the next morning, he took Natasha and Xinji away in the summoned car.
"Humph. The double reward is gone. I'm just thinking about it now."
Little paper figures flew out of Xinji's hair.
"Okay. Don't be angry. Isn't it too late to remedy the situation?"
Yi Xian chuckled. "With supreme weapons and skilled books by your side, you can go anywhere."
"Sister Xinji, what are you thinking about?"
Natasha suddenly spoke.
"It's nothing. I'm just worried about the village."
Xinji forced a smile. "Don't worry. That guy with a lot of money knows the difference between the important and the important."
After Yi Xian finished speaking, the car was already at full power and moving extremely fast, traveling all the way through mountains and rivers. We arrived at the border of the human race. Further forward is the territory of the Undead tribe. A group of soldiers blocked the road.
"Stop! No passage ahead."
Yi Xian ignored them and crossed the border directly to the Undead tribe. Whoosh! Whizzing! Arrows were fired one after another. Natasha took out the bow and arrow.
"Leave it to me."
She shot an arrow with all her strength, breaking all the incoming arrows.
"Sister Natasha, you are so amazing."
Xinji couldn't help but say.
"It's not a big deal. Master is much better than me,"
Natasha said proudly. Gradually, they moved away from the border of the Undead tribe and came to the interior.
"Where is the treasure?"
Yi Xian asked. The little paper man flew out.
"Don't worry. Haven't I been guiding you? This is enemy territory. Aren't you in a hurry?"
Yi Xian couldn't help but be speechless. He looked back at the undead tribesmen who were still chasing him, secretly thinking that there was trouble.
"Keep going forward."
The little paper man got back into Xinji's hair.
"Master, I always feel something is wrong,"
Natasha whispered. "Why does the treasure map obtained in the human race lead people to the world of the dead?" Yi Xian nodded lightly.
"Let's see what tricks it wants to play first."
Following the wishes of the little paper man, they arrived near a city.
"Enter the city,"
the little paper human said.
"As humans, how can we get in?"
Yi Xian frowned. The human race is a hostile race to the undead, and the words of the orcs are not welcome here.
"I learned some disguise techniques."
Xinji volunteered voluntarily. Soon, she made Yi Xian have pointed ears through a series of operations.
"What are you guys doing sneaking around here?"
A city guard walked over.
"We want to go into town,"
Yi Xian said immediately, knowing that he had already regarded himself as an elf. The city guard sneered.
"The situation is special now. No foreign races are allowed to enter the city. You are clearly making things difficult for us."
Natasha was a little angry.
"Don't act rashly."
Yi Xian took out 3 silver coins and gave them.
"Sensible. Come with me. I will take you into the city."
The city guard put the silver coins into his arms, turned around and walked towards the city. Yi Xian and others followed closely and successfully entered the city. Chapter 73. Visiting the city lord's mansion at night.
"Master, no matter what race you pretend to be, you are so handsome."
Natasha is in a state of nymphomania. Yi Xian looked at Xinji.
"Are you sure the treasure location will be in the city? Believe me, when have I ever lied to you?"
The little paper man was hidden in Xinji's hair, and his voice was small.
"Let's find a place to eat first."
Yi Xian looked at the tavern nearby. He and others never stopped along the way, and were already hungry.
"The food of the undead."
Natasha was looking forward to it. Entering the tavern, finding a seat and sitting down, Yi Xian handed the menu to Xinji. The names of the dishes on it were really weird, and he didn't know what to order. Xinji ordered some normal dishes.
"That's all. Thank you."
The waiter wrote it down and left. His attitude was arrogant, and he looked down on other races from the bottom of his heart.
"Have you heard that General Rodney was defeated by humans?"
"What?" A group of undead people at the next table were eating. He just spoke and continued.
"I heard it was a man named Yi Xian. Lord Rodney was demoted 3 levels in a row because of this. And he hated him so much. Hate me so much?"
Yi Xian looked strange. How could a dead person hate him? He turned to see a person walking into the tavern, and quickly lowered his head.
"Life is so tough. I won't die even if I don't die."
It was clearly Rodney. His throat was full of lines.
"I heard Rodney was beaten so hard by that human that the shit came out."
The undead man at the next table was unaware, and was still talking.
"Asshole." Rodney was furious. Walked over and grabbed the man's collar. Lord Rodney? I was just talking casually. The man looked horrified. Rodney made a fist with his other hand. Then I'll just punch him. He waved his fist, and the man's head was blown open like a watermelon. Blood and brains splattered all over the floor. Vomit. Go quickly! Go quickly! People in the tavern left one after another, leaving only a few tables. Soon, the corpse disappeared and everything returned to normal. 3 bottles of wine. Rodney sat down casually. Master, wasn't he the same person at that time? Shoo! Yixian covered Natasha's mouth and asked her to lower her head. Rodney happened to look over and seemed to notice something. Frowning slightly, Yixian secretly thought that was bad. But the waiter walked over and said, Sir, you can't drink now. Stop talking nonsense and give me a drink quickly. Rodney's backhand was a slap. Yes, I'll get it for you right now. The waiter was almost beaten to death and hurriedly went to get the wine. Snort. Rodney snorted coldly and paid no attention to anything else. Soon, the food was served, and the tavern was deathly silent. These dishes. Natasha looked at the dishes on the table and felt unappetized. Compared with human cuisine, these can be called chaff. But the raw materials are better. Eat it. It might taste good. Yixian lowered his voice and started eating. Natasha took a bite and almost spit it out. I can't do it. She put down her chopsticks and simply closed her eyes to rest. As a pet, she didn't need to eat at all. Their tastes are different from ours, Shinchi whispered. Although the voice was small, it was particularly harsh in this silent tavern. Aren't you from the Undead tribe? Rodney, who was drinking, said suddenly. Well, we just came from the Elves. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. If discovered, it will be difficult to get out of this border city of the Undead. Rodney stood up with a wine bottle and walked slowly over. But your accent sounds human to me? His tone was cold, inexplicably thinking of Yixian, and he was extremely angry. Lord Rodney, the Lord of the Dead is looking for you. An undead soldier walks into the tavern. You're lucky, Rodney said to Yixian, turned around and left with the soldier. Call. Yixian Song sighed. Shinchi was puzzled. You know him? Not only that, the wounds on his throat were caused by me. And there are also wounds on his chest. Yixian replied softly. After eating, the 3 of them followed the direction mentioned by the little paper man and arrived at the city lord's mansion. This is it. Go in, the little paper man said. You just want us to die. Right. Yixian held the little paper man in his hand. There will be at least several full-level existences in this realm, and the city lord's mansion is the place they pay the most attention to. If he went in, he would probably get into trouble. The little paper man quickly said, How could it be? We are partners. I'm just telling the truth. Don't be angry. Find a place to stay first and think about it in the long run, Shinchi said. Yeah. Yixian nodded lightly. They found a random inn near the city lord's palace and asked the owner to book a room. You 3 can share a room? The shopkeeper's little eyes lingered on them. Yixian responded, Yes. Please hurry up. Soon, they moved in as they wished. Yixian threw away the key before going upstairs, so he did not return directly to the first floor. Master, why only open one room? Natasha was unhappy. Of course it's for safety's sake, Yixian said matter-of-factly. Don't worry. I won't steal this position in your master's arms. Shinchi chuckled. Natasha blushed but said nothing. Entering the room, the 3 of them began to discuss, and finally decided to go and explore alone first. Leave this matter to me. You guys wait here. Yixian naturally wouldn't let them go. Master, I can investigate better, Natasha said. As an elf, she has an inherent advantage in this regard. Yixian shook his head. I want to ensure your safety. Natasha wanted to say something else, but she was glared back, feeling aggrieved. It's also for your safety, Shinchi couldn't help but say. Little paper figures flew out of her hair and informed her of the route. Remember, there will be a well at the end. Yixian agreed. At night, he left the inn and already put on a mask. The city lord's mansion was brightly lit, and a few dogs barked faintly. I'm not allowed to sleep at night. I haven't seen anyone dare to break into the city lord's mansion for many years. Isn't that asking for death? Stop talking. You will be punished if you are discovered. A few patrols passed by. As they walked away, Yixian ran over and jumped on the wall. Seeing no one there, he jumped in. Must be fast. Yi Xian knew this. Damn it! Even a small city lord dares to criticize me. Several people came from a distance. Yi Xian quickly hid behind a nearby tree. The leader was clearly Rodney, who was cursing. General, don't be angry. It's not too late to deal with him when he regains his glory. The undead general that day was still alive and was with him behind him. Humph! Sooner or later, I'll have to make him look good. Rodney clenched his fists. They walked away, and Yi Xian followed the path told by the little paper man. Have you heard that Rodney is a loser? Let's see if he dares to show off his power in the future. There were gradually more people, and Yi Xian hid in the tree. He was a little surprised. I didn't see the well that the little paper man mentioned. At the same time, in the inn, the little paper man turned black and let out a cold laugh. Chapter 70 for the evil little paper man. Finally, the eyes of the little paper man turned into two red crescents. Natasha used a jar to cover it with her backhand. Master has noticed something is wrong with you a long time ago. So what? Your master can't come back alive. The little paper man's eyes showed contempt. What's going on? Shinchi was still confused. This guy wants to trick us and kill us. Master. Natasha bit her lower lip and frowned. The little paper man was locked in a jar and couldn't escape. My mission is to trick and kill the person who opened the treasure box at that time. It doesn't matter what happens now. It sat there, seemingly letting itself be slaughtered. Do you think he will die in the city lord's mansion? Shinchi looked puzzled. There are at least 8 masters there, all top-notch in strength. Why did he come out alive? The little paper man looked contemptuous. You're so sneaky. I've discovered you a long time ago. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, 4 people surrounded the tree where Yi Xian was. Yi Xian jumped up and drew out the 7-star Long Yuan sword. Among the 4 people there was a bald boxer. No one can escape from the eyes of our 4 masters. They are all level 120. Yi Xian frowned. Ha ha! The bald head punched in the air, and a huge fist shadow came towards him. It must be resolved quickly, Yi Xian murmured softly. And in an instant, he came behind the other person and threw out a sword. The man was wearing armor. I'll just stand and let you. He wanted to show off. But before he could finish his words, his whole body and armor were split into 2. Watch his sword, the bald boxer said quickly. The other 2 were clearly Taoist priests and swordsmen, so they didn't dare to be careless. As expected of the supreme level, Yi Xian thought in his heart and confronted them. I'll go first. The bald boxer rushed over first, his thin clothes unable to cover his explosive muscles. Yi Xian released his domineering body. Who will die next? Many soldiers have gathered around. Since there is no way to retreat, let's fight. About 8 minutes passed. The swordsman died, leaving only the Taoist priest and the bald boxer. Yi Xian's clothes were torn. There were many wounds on his body, and even a corner of his mask was broken. Surrender. It won't do you any good to hold on. The bald boxer was covered in sweat. Hang on? You may have misunderstood something. Yi Xian took out his staff and unleashed a powerful healing technique on himself. Soon, all the injuries were healed, and even the clothes and mask were as good as new. The bald boxer's eyes twitched. Who are you? Mask down. Yi Xian released his pressure with his backhand, frightened the surrounding soldiers, and ran towards the outside of the city lord's palace. He sensed that a master was approaching, and it would be even more troublesome if he didn't leave at this time. Want to leave? The Taoist priest held a bell in his hand and shook it slightly. Ring bell. As the sound rang out, a huge bell fell from the sky, locking Yi Xian inside. When the bald boxer saw this, he went over and punched hard. Go to H, L. Shua. The sword flashed. The bald boxer flew backwards, spitting out blood. He struggled to get up. You actually broke free from control? How can you escape if you have never been charged? Yi Xian had already released his hegemonic body to prevent this moment. Bang Quang! If it weren't for that sword, you would have died long ago. The Taoist priest came over. Just say so, Yi Xian said casually, and punched the Baji fist with all his strength. The sound of boom, fist was heard, and he had already used all his strength. The ground cracked open, and the surrounding buildings collapsed one after another. As the target of the attack, the Taoist priest tried to escape but couldn't, so he was beaten into a meat pie. How can it be? The bald boxer lost strength and knelt on the ground. The 100 meters in front of Yi Xian were already in ruins. As a boxer, he knew how terrifying this was. What happened here? Where are the people? The city lord came with 4 masters. Don't go after him. The bald boxer saw that Yi Xian was gone and said immediately. The city lord frowned. What kind of evil have you possessed? Tell me who dares to break into my city lord's mansion. It was a terrifying presence. The bald boxer was still kneeling on the ground. At this point, he understood. The man named Mask not only relies on the sword, but also has super strength himself. Completely invincible. And Yi Xian jumped into the room from the window and took off his mask. He walked up to the little paper man who was locked in the jar. I'm back. Are you surprised? Forehead. The little paper figure changes from black to white and scratches its head with its hand. Master, are you hurt? Natasha walked over quickly. Don't worry. Nothing happened to me. I killed 3 of them, Yi Xian said, holding the little paper figure in the jar in his hand. I know what you are. Where there is good, there must be evil. There are little paper men who lead people to find treasures. And there are also little paper men who harm people and evil little paper men. Humph. That's it. Kill me. The little paper man snorted coldly. Suddenly there were sounds of searching and locking up the city outside the inn. Xinchi went over to open the door. It seems we can't get out of the city. People are here. People are here. The little paper man tried to call the soldiers outside, but his mouth was covered. You unlucky kid. I'll deal with you when I get back. Yi Xian stuffed it into the jar and sealed it. Master, what should we do now? Natasha asked. Yi Xian frowned. Now we can only wait and see what happens. No one knows that he is responsible. We can just wait for the limelight to pass. Putting away the 7-star Long Yuan sword. He exhaled. Go to sleep. I'll just sleep on the floor. Xinchi rubbed her eyes, already feeling sleepy. No. You two sleep on the bed. Yi Xian took out a set of quilts and spread them on the ground. Owner. Obedient. Yi Xian interrupted Natasha. Soon. He got into bed and closed his eyes. Early next morning, Yi Xian woke up and found Natasha sleeping in his arms. He smiled bitterly. Why bother? You girl? Soldiers are going door to door and will reach us soon. Xinchi came over with 2 bowls of hot millet porridge. Don't be afraid. Just be natural. Yi Xian woke up Natasha. A sneeze. Natasha sneezed hard. Yi Xian was stunned. Have you caught a cold? It's unreasonable for a pet to catch a cold. Master, I feel so uncomfortable. But with the facts before her eyes, Natasha couldn't cheer up. We have to find a doctor. Yi Xian pondered. There are many precious elixirs in my backpack, but none that can be used to cure colds. Open the door and check the ward. There was a sudden knock on the door. Yi Xian nodded, and Xinchi went to open the door. Have you ever seen this man? A soldier came over, holding a portrait in his hand. The people in the portrait are wearing masks, and their clothes and weapons are vividly painted. Never seen it. Yi Xian pretended to have an elf accent. He had already put on new clothes and put away his weapons and mask. Chapter 75 Abnormality. What's in that jar? The soldier saw the jar swinging back and forth on the table nearby and became wary. Yi Xian said, It's nothing. Just a 1,000-year poisonous spider. Hack. The soldier wanted to go over and have a look, but he quickly left after hearing this. Master still has a way. Natasha's voice was already hoarse. I'll go out to buy medicine. You guys wait here. Yi Xian couldn't help but say. Seeing this, Xinchi said, Don't worry. Sister Natasha will be taken care of by me. Yi Xian nodded lightly, left the inn, and found a medical clinic. What disease are you looking for? A middle-aged man with a broad nose and willow eyebrows asked, holding a scale. Cold. Yi Xian cupped his hands. Take this medicine back. Boil it for 10 minutes. And drink it. The middle-aged man quickly found all the necessary herbs. Yi Xian put down a silver coin. Thank you. No need to look for it. Shopkeeper Lu, rarely meet such generous people. Shopkeeper Lu accepted the silver coins. Yi Xian stuffed the medicine into his backpack and left the hospital. It's interesting. Shopkeeper Lu looked at his back and called the apprentice beside him. Follow him and see where he lives. Yes. The apprentice walked out of the hospital. Yi Xian walked in front, followed closely behind. But soon, when passing a corner, the apprentice found that no one was there. A voice came from behind. Are you looking for me? It was Yi Xian, his face expressionless at this time, his hand on the apprentice's shoulder. No. I'm just out for a walk. The apprentice's heart trembled. This man is a master. Go back and tell you. Shopkeeper Lu. That curiosity will kill the cat, Yi Xian said in his ear, and then walked away. Cold sweat broke out on the apprentice's forehead. He turned around and ran all the way back to the hospital to inform him of the entire process. It's really interesting. But I'm not a docile cat, but a man-eating tiger. Shopkeeper Lu smiled. That man drove the apprentice back. It was clear that he had something evil in mind. Be good. Just drink the medicine and you'll be fine. In the end, Yi Xian cooked the medicine for Natasha and poured it into a bowl. The 2 bowls of porridge on the side have gone cold, and no one cares about them. Wow. Natasha smelled the medicine and crawled into Xinqi's arms. Yi Xian took a small sip of the medicine and walked towards her after confirming that it was correct. Be good, Sister Xinqi. Natasha's eyes filled with tears. Xinqi was helpless and could only watch helplessly. Soon, Natasha was forced to drink the medicine, her eyes full of resentment. Bitter! Too bitter! Yi Xian took out 2 pieces of candy and gave them to her. Natasha instantly beamed and said, Thank you, Master. She happily ate the candy, and the unhappiness she felt just now dissipated. My identity may have been discovered. It's best to leave this city quickly. Yi Xian felt heavy when he recalled that shopkeeper Lu sent someone to follow him. Yeah. Xinqi nodded. We will leave as soon as the lockdown is lifted. Yi Xian picked up Natasha and sat beside the bed. Time passes, and an hour passes. Natasha recovered from her illness. Master, when can we leave? Still have to wait. Yi Xian laid her flat on the bed. The city is still under lockdown, so we probably won't be able to leave until tomorrow morning. Is anyone here? A knock on the door came, full of anger. Who? Yi Xian asked, signaling Xinqi to hide the jar with the little paper figures. The voice came again. Open the door. We're here to check. Yi Xian went over to open the door. When he saw the person outside the door clearly, he frowned slightly. It's a bald boxer. He was in pretty good shape at this time. Did you see anyone wearing a mask last night? Not at all. Please come back, Yi Xian said directly. I remember that man's height. Very similar to yours. The bald boxer narrowed his eyes slightly. He was friends with shopkeeper Lu, and he learned about this situation from there. So he came to check it out. Please don't make such a joke. Yi Xian chuckled. The bald boxer heard this. Where were you last night? Of course I'll sleep on the floor. Yi Xian pointed to the quilt on the ground. Stop pretending. I know it's you. The bald boxer looked calm. Old man, don't recognize people randomly. Natasha couldn't help but say. The bald boxer shook his head slightly. There are very few people in the world who can throw that punch. How could I admit my mistake? He felt suffocated at the time, and he still felt this way in front of Yi Xian now. It can be seen that they are probably the same person. Do you know what it means to seek death? Yi Xian instantly took out the 7-star Long Yuan sword, drew out the blade, and put it on his neck. Don't worry. I'm not here to deal with you, the bald boxer said quickly. Then why are you here? Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. The bald boxer knelt on the ground without saying a word. Please accept me as your disciple. Over the years, he has made no progress and his boxing skills have never improved. The shocking punch last night gave him a head start. Because my boxing skills can be stronger. He doesn't look like a bad guy. Xinqi hesitated a little. I don't accept disciples. Sorry. Yi Xian did not hesitate at all and waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. The bald boxer was wiped on his neck and his eyes widened. Why? Only the dead can keep secrets. Yi Xian behaved very calmly. Killing people was already commonplace for him. I will not tell your whereabouts or identity. The bald boxer was not dead, so he took out the powder and sprinkled it on the wound. Is this how the undead can withstand beatings? Yi Xian watched his wounds become scarred and couldn't help but be surprised. The bald boxer nodded. 6 times stronger than humans. At some point, humans have become a unit of measurement. If you wipe your neck, it won't kill you. How about mincing it into minced meat? Yi Xian licked his lips. Don't kill me. I can help you escape, the bald boxer said. Why should we trust you? Natasha pouted. The bald boxer heard this. Just because I am here alone. What are you doing for? Xinqi is curious. In order to make you change your mind. Accept me as your disciple. The bald boxer looked at Yi Xian. Don't be so stupid. I'll keep you as my disciple for now. Yi Xian's back felt numb when he looked at him. When the bald boxer heard this, he knelt down and kowtowed. He dug holes in the ground. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Okay. Get up quickly, Yi Xian said, but found that he suddenly became motionless. It seems like she fainted, Xinchi said in surprise. He seems to have just been seriously injured. Natasha remembered something. Yi Xian threw the ball boxer on the bed. Let him rest first. He almost died, and the frantic count-out caused his body to be unable to bear it. I'm a little hungry, Natasha said suddenly, with confusion on her face. Why are you hungry? Yi Xian was puzzled. Pets are usually free from illness and disaster, and do not know the existence of cold and hunger. But why is she so abnormal today? I'll go and heat up those 2 bowls of porridge for you. Xinchi left with the 2 bowls of porridge. There was a stove downstairs in the inn that you could use for free, Natasha asked. Master, am I sick? This, Yi Xian couldn't tell. Chapter 76 Strength comes first. It's not so much that I'm sick. Not like a pet anymore? Yi Xian was puzzled. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Nothing but hungry. Natasha shook her head. Bang! Suddenly, there was the sound of a jar breaking. Ah-ha-ha. Bye! The little paper man escaped from the trap, laughed wildly, and disappeared in an instant. Yi Xian saw this. Where was the bottle placed just now? Above the bed. Natasha looked guilty. Just now, she was in a panic and left it there. Don't blame yourself. Just run away, Yi Xian comforted. Xinchi came back soon and distributed the porridge to them. After finishing the porridge, Natasha stretched herself comfortably. I'm so satisfied. No illness, no disaster, and a full stomach is the best feeling. I heard that the lockdown has been lifted in advance, but entry and exit will be strictly checked, Xinchi said. What kind of strict investigation? Yi Xian was curious. Suddenly, there was a sound outside the window. I'm really not that mask. I just have a hairstyle like his. Cut the nonsense. A soldier pressed down a man and went straight to the prison. Natasha saw this. So strict? We can only wait until the bald man wakes up. Yi Xian shrugged. And Su? The bald boxer woke up. Sorry. I was so excited just now. How are you going to take us out of the city? Yi Xian didn't say much nonsense. The bald boxer replied. As one of the 4 masters, I can still take a few people out. I believe you this time. Yi Xian hesitated for a while, and then nodded. I need to prepare some things. Please wait for me here. Master, the bald boxer said solemnly. Soon. He left. Master, can this person be trusted? Natasha looked hesitant. Yi Xian shrugged. It's hard to say. Just wait and see what happens. How's the situation? I thought I heard you guys fighting just now. The bald boxer came downstairs, and shopkeeper Lu had been waiting for a long time. Your suspicion is getting worse. It's not the case at all. The bald boxer covered his neck and left quickly. Why does it feel weird? Shopkeeper Lu rubbed his chin, preparing to ask his apprentice to come over and take a closer look. The bald boxer came all the way to the city lord's mansion. Humph. You bunch of losers actually let people sneak into the city lord's mansion. The city lord was training his servants. There were 4 people standing on the side. They were the city lord's personal guards. Their strength was not much different from that of the 4 masters. The bald boxer covered his neck and lowered his head, trying to walk past them. Hey, isn't this the only one of the 4 masters? One of the guards suddenly laughed. The city lord looked over and said, You are so outrageous. Whoever said that just now should go and receive the punishment yourself? How dare you interrupt when you are talking? The guard agreed and left under the envious eyes of the other guards. All I can say is that it's all a ploy. The so-called punishment is painless, but it saves the city lord from nagging. The bald boxer walked into the city lord's mansion and took several sets of soldier clothes. Hey, who are you giving all these clothes to wear? The voice came from behind. It was the personal guard. When do I need your help when I am doing something? The bald boxer looked over. Take your hand and let me see your neck. The bodyguard stared at his neck, which he covered with his hands. The bald boxer frowned. Don't you understand what I said? Oh, do you think I will be afraid of the 4 great masters who only have one left? The guard approached instantly and drew his sword. The bald boxer could only protect himself with his hands. A fake move scared you like this? I will personally report the matter to the city lord about your throat. The guard sneered. He didn't really attack. Just test. Why doesn't that big bald guy come back? Natasha was a little unhappy in the inn. Yi Xian pondered for a while. Don't be anxious. Wait a little longer. There's nothing unusual around here. The bald man probably didn't betray us. Xinchi walked into the room and just went down and walked around. But why do I always feel weird? Natasha narrowed her eyes. Are you thirsty? Xinchi handed over a glass of water. Natasha drank the water and cheered up. She licked her lips. I haven't drank water for so long that I even forgot about drinking water. Speaking of which, it seems that I have never seen Sister Natasha drink water before. Xinchi looked curious and her ears perked up. Because I am a pet, Natasha said. I know that. But despite your strange status, you still need to drink water. Right? Xinchi poured her another glass of water. Natasha drank the water. Is that so? She was confused. Ahem. Okay. Let's go for a walk. Yi Xian interrupted them with a slight cough. Okay. Natasha nodded repeatedly. Soon, the three of them left the inn. A man followed far behind. Owner? Natasha noticed something strange. Yi Xian whispered. Shoot him in one ear. Hearing this, Natasha took out her short bow and shot an arrow with her backhand. Now is the time for people to come and go. And this move caused a commotion among the crowd. Ah! The apprentice's left ear was shot through, and he knelt on the ground wailing in pain. People on the street ran away. There is no next time. Yi Xian came to the apprentice, and after finishing speaking, he took Natasha and the others away. Pain. The apprentice was kneeling on the ground, bleeding. It's so scary to be able to detect it even from such a distance. City Lord's mansion. Yi Xian came to sit down at a nearby open-air restaurant. The waiter came over and said, Sir, what can I have something to eat? Our store has a bug-set meal specially prepared for elves. Bring over some cooked meat. Yi Xian rubbed his eyebrows. Ah? Okay. Although the waiter in the shop was surprised, he was still ready to go. As an elf, you don't eat bugs but eat cooked meat, so you can live a long life. Yi Xian glanced at the city lord's mansion. Other than being more heavily guarded than last night, nothing unusual could be seen. Master, what are we doing here? Natasha said quietly. Yi Xian made a shushing gesture. Of course it's to eat. Hey, little girl. She's so pretty. The strong undead man at the next table suddenly stood up and stared at Xinchi walking over. Please leave. Natasha frowned and stopped. Yellow-haired girl. Get out of here. The strong man from the undead clan slapped him with his backhand. Natasha couldn't avoid it. At the critical moment, a hand stretched out to block her. It was Yi Xian. The strong undead man yelled, If you don't want to die, get out of here. I will repay you in full. Yi Xian's backhand was a punch. In the undead tribe, strength is more respected. Only strong people deserve to be respected. The undead strongman flew out upside down, his eyes flashing with gold as he was beaten. There are so many houses. He fainted on the spot and was taken away by patrolling soldiers for disturbing public order. Thank you all. Xinchi smiled sweetly, and the smile was so beautiful that passers-by were stunned. Someone is coming out, Natasha said suddenly. Yi Xian looked over and saw a group of people walking out of the city lord's mansion, including a bald boxer. Chapter 77 Yin Laohu. Follow the lord's instructions and take us to find the person who hurt you. The personal guard stood behind the bald boxer with a sneer on his face. Just now, he was submissive in front of the city lord. There must be something fishy in this. The bald boxer said solemnly. I know. Master, is that person trying to betray us? At the open-air restaurant, Natasha whispered, her brows filled with eagerness. No. Yi Xian shook his head gently. I saw the bald boxer leading those people in the opposite direction to the inn where he and others were staying. He hesitated again and again. You guys wait for me here. Master, what are you going to do? Natasha looked nervous. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Yi Xian kissed her forehead. Master, kiss me again. Natasha's eyes widened. Her mouth opened slightly, and she was so happy that she didn't move. When she came to her senses, Yi Xian had already left. Oh, the four masters. I think they are the four pig trotters. Ha ha. On the other side, the bald boxer was surrounded by many people. He looked ugly. 3 of the city lord's 4 personal guards were present, and there were many soldiers hiding in the dark. We must not take them to master. Hey, pig trotters, why haven't you arrived yet? The guard sneered. Lu Jiang, as a personal guard. Are you too crazy? The bald boxer said. As one of the 4 masters, his status is much higher than that of the bodyguard. The personal guard, Lu Jiang, snorted coldly, and followed him obediently. Soon, we arrived at a deserted area in the city. Will people be here? Lu Jiang couldn't help it. Why not? A person came from a distance. It was Yi Xian. Seeing him, the bald boxer looked puzzled. You? I have been going around for so long just to prevent them from meeting each other. But now my work has been in vain? Get him! Lu Jiang drew out his long sword and prepared to take the lead. Bang! The sound of the weapon shattering came out. Sorry, I used too much strength, Yi Xian said lightly. But at some point, he was standing in front of Lu Jiang and retracted his fist. How can this be? Lu Jiang's hand shook, and the sword fell to the ground with only the hilt remaining. He actually broke his own weapon with one punch. The other two personal guards present naturally refused to watch and rushed forward. It's just enough to kill a few people in this barren mountain, Yi Xian said casually, took out the 7-star Long Yuan sword and slashed it with his hand. The sword flashed. The two guards were seriously injured instantly and collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lu Jiang looked in disbelief. Our 4 masters only lasted less than 5 minutes that day. Nothing is impossible. The bald boxer shook his head. Yi Xian's expression was indifferent. I have taken care of the soldiers hiding in the dark, and no one will inform them. Then please, master, please injure me later so that I can go back and explain. The bald boxer gritted his teeth. Master? You call him master? Lu Jiang seemed to have seen a ghost. It's so noisy. Yi Xian walked over and struck a sword with his backhand. Lu Jiang had no time to resist, and his heart was forcibly pierced, and his eyes gradually became dull. When the bald boxer saw this, he went over and beat the 2 previous boxers to death. He turned around and said, Master, aren't you being too cruel? After a while, Lu Jiang was reduced to mincemeat. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was mincemeat. What if you survive? Yi Xian took out a match and threw it into the pile of mincemeat. At this point, Lu Jiang disappeared into smoke, leaving not even the slightest trace. Master, please do it, the bald boxer said with fury on his back. You just say that you met a master on the road, or that you pissed me off after you found me. You know? Yi Xian made a backhand sword. The bald boxer spat out a mouthful of blood. I know. I know. Seeing as you are quite honest, how are you planning to get us out of the city? Yi Xian put the sword into his backpack. 3 sets of soldier clothes are needed, the bald boxer said. Yi Xian instantly understood what he meant. Wait a moment. He turned to take off the clothes of the 3 soldiers he had killed before. When he came back, the bald boxer had been waiting for a long time. Master, everything is ready. I will contact you when I am ready. But aren't these 2 sets of clothes a bit too big? Yi Xian was unsure. Let's not talk about Xinqi's figure. Natasha is still a child. I'll just leave it to my friend to cut it. Cough, the bald boxer said, coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. You go back first. Yi Xian waved his hand. Soon, the bald boxer left with 3 sets of clothes. Open-air restaurant. Yi Xian returned here, only to find that Natasha and others were not there. His heart skipped a beat, and he called the waiter. Where are the people who were here before? People? What people? Sir? I have never seen anyone. The waiter told lies, and looked around wildly. Yi Xian casually took out a dagger and put it on his throat. What are you doing? Do you want to kill someone in broad daylight? The waiter shouted loudly. Boom! Yi Xian pressed him on the table and stabbed him with his backhand. The waiter's hand was pinned directly to the table. It was Yan Laohu. He was the one who took those 2 girls away. He hurriedly told the truth, fearing that he would die if it was too late. Yan Laohu? Who is that? Yi Xian pulled out the dagger. He is one of the top bullies in the city, and he relies on his authority as the nephew of the city lord. The waiter knelt down quickly. Tell me where his home is. Yi Xian's voice was cold. At this time, the Yin family's residence. Natasha and Xinqi followed Yan Laohu. Is my master really friends with you? She frowned, feeling strange. How many times have I told you that your master asked me to bring you here? Yan Laohu was a little impatient. He turned and said, Someone, take this little girl down to rest. Yes. Yes. Several servants came over. Whatever you are doing, don't come here. Natasha took out her short bow and strung it. I'm taking you, little sister, to eat delicious food. We have everything. Yan Laohu coaxed and persuaded, not wanting to make the matter a big deal just yet. The master said you can't eat food from strangers. Natasha pouted. Yan Laohu heard this. How can I be a stranger? He took out a photo in which he and Yi Xian were drinking and chatting happily. Doesn't look fake. Xinchi pursed her lips. Along the way, including the very beginning, they were deceived by these photos. It's interesting. Firearms are not widespread in this world. And pictures can be faked. A voice suddenly came. Who is talking? Yan Huhu was startled and cursed angrily. Yi Xian came from a distance. The man who is about to fight the tiger. It's you. Yin Laohu simply didn't bother to pretend, and tapped Xinchi's throat with his backhand. Servants and soldiers rushed out one by one, holding weapons, and surrounded Yi Xian. Chapter 78 Leaving the City. The people you killed in the outdoor restaurant were my right-hand men, Yin Laohu said coldly. Yi Xian's expression did not change. No wonder they don't do anything. You? When Yin Laohu heard this, he laughed angrily and turned around to wave. The servants and soldiers rushed towards Yi Xian. I don't know whether to live or die. Yin Laohu sneered and looked at Xinchi. Don't be afraid. Follow me from now on. You might as well look back. Xinchi couldn't breathe smoothly and said with difficulty. Yin Laohu was stunned and turned around. What happened? All those soldiers and servants fell to the ground and became corpses. Next. It's time to kill the tiger. Yi Xian wiped the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand. That sword? You are. Yin Laohu remembered the portrait on the wanted poster. Before he could finish speaking, he screamed, Don't touch her with your dirty hands. Yi Xian was already close and cut off his arm that was holding Xinchi's throat. Blood splattered and flowed all over the floor. Xinchi's face turned slightly pale, and she didn't know whether it was because she was frightened or because she had trouble breathing just now. How dare you break my arm? Do you know who I am? Yin Laohu scolded angrily. I know. Tiger. Yi Xian swung his sword. Yin Laohu was beheaded directly, and his head fell to the ground. The sound of noisy footsteps was faintly heard, and Yi Xian took Xinchi and the others away. Natasha looked puzzled. Master, why did you kill your friend? Are you stupid? That photo is fake. Yi Xian was speechless for a while. So that's it. Natasha looked embarrassed. Back in the room, the three of them found their seats and sat down. It's dragging you down. Xinchi lowered her head. Yi Xian waved his hand. It's just a trivial matter. It's better to say it's to eliminate harm for the people. Master, why are you so close to that guy in the photo? Natasha pulled out a photo. It has been artificially modified. Yi Xian took the photo. These are black and white photos and can easily be altered. Sounds like it's very powerful. Natasha's eyes were filled with little stars. Yi Xian shook his head slightly. I'm just curious about who modified these pictures. City Lord's mansion. City Lord. This is what happened. We met a master on the road. And they were all. The bald boxer knelt in front of the City Lord with a look of helplessness on his face. Take 3,000 elite soldiers and get that man's head back for me. The City Lord's face looked ugly. There are troubles happening one after another on my own territory. It's really a ghost. Yes, City Lord. The bald boxer was overjoyed. He went to mobilize manpower and secretly wondered what was going on with shopkeeper Lu. There was a sudden knock on the door of the room. Yi Xian went over to open the door. Who? Haven't seen you for a long time. Shopkeeper Lu poked his head in. Bang! Yi Xian waved his hand and closed the door. Ah, do you want to blow my head off? Shopkeeper Lu collapsed to the ground, and the door was not closed because of his head. Xinchi saw this. Who is he? In her memory, Yi Xian was not someone who would hurt others casually. The owner of the medical center has been sending people to keep an eye on me since he got Natasha's medicine. Yi Xian answered truthfully. Well, that's just to make sure the patient's condition is cured. Shopkeeper Lu shook his head and stood up. Is this okay? It seems like you have a problem. Yi Xian was thoughtful. Shopkeeper Lu heard this. No. I sell medicine on weekdays and occasionally do some tailoring business. After he finished speaking, he took out 3 sets of soldier clothes from the bag he brought. There are big and small. And in addition, there is a chest strap. These clothes? Xinchi took it, looking puzzled. Since the things have been delivered, please take them back, Yi Xian said. So alert. Shopkeeper Lu muttered and turned around to leave, covering his head with his hands. Natasha closed the door. Master, that guy doesn't look like a bad person? Who knows? Yi Xian said casually and distributed the clothes in the bag to them. How do I use this thing? Can you help me? Xinchi held the chest strap and looked confused. Cough. Yi Xian coughed slightly in embarrassment. closed the windows and doors, and told him how to use the chest strap. Xinchi blushed to her ears, and was too embarrassed to speak. Natasha was changing her clothes without hesitation. Master, come here and help me. Change it yourself. Yi Xian turned his back to them, holding his own set of soldier clothes. Soon, Natasha and the others finished changing clothes. Xinchi used a chest strap and looked like a strong man with relatively large chest muscles. I'll change next. And you guys have your backs to each other. Yi Xian inexplicably noticed the excitement in Natasha's eyes. Good. Natasha agreed, but still stared at him. Yi Xian muttered for a moment. Xinchi, I'm sorry to trouble you. Soon, Natasha was unhappy and Xinchi covered her eyes. She wanted to peek but couldn't do anything. All right. Yi Xian changed his clothes 3 times. I always feel like Natasha is getting more and more deviant. Seeing this, Xinchi asked, What should we do next? Wait. Yi Xian closed his eyes. Time passed, and the sound of chaotic footsteps suddenly came. Yi Xian went over and opened the door, and a stone tied with a note was thrown in. He opened the note, and there were only 6 words on it. He went downstairs and pretended to be a soldier. Let's go! Yi Xian said immediately. Soon, the 3 of them went downstairs and happened to meet a long queue of soldiers passing by. Who are you? How come I've never seen you before? Several soldiers stopped and walked over. We just added it recently, Xinchi responded. The soldiers in this city all wear hats, and her ears are hidden in the hats. The soldier heard this. Aren't all the new recruits training? Why are they here? What happened? The team stopped and the bald boxer came over. They were wearing soldiers' clothes and said they were new recruits. The soldiers backed away one after another. Recruit? I think they can't stand the training and are here to hide. The bald boxer snorted coldly. The soldier heard this. That makes sense. But what's going on with this kid? He pointed at Natasha, which was so inappropriate. I'm young and promising. Why? Can't I do it? The bald boxer has already started making up random things. Okay, let's go back to the team. The soldier wanted to say something else, but was glared at by the bald boxer. Yes! Yes! The soldiers returned to their ranks one after another. The bald boxer then pretended to be disdainful. You new recruits dare to skip training. I won't dare to do it next time. Natasha was very cooperative. Humph. Do you want another time? Go out and fight with me. The bald boxer looked fierce. You deserve it. You dare to skip training. You're asking for trouble. The surrounding soldiers gloated. The bald boxer shouted. Join the team! Yes! Yi Xian and the others responded. They successfully merged into the team and left the city as the troops swaggered. Chapter 79 Abnormal People. When the army arrived at a forest, Yi Xian and others quietly left. Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. It finally came out. You won't be discovered. Right. Xinchi looked worried. Here is a place behind a tree with dense grass growing around it. Don't worry. It won't happen, Yi Xian said casually and made a hissing gesture. Hey, after messing around for so long, I finally got the bloodstone. Not good. 2 people passed by on the other side of the grass, holding many red stones in their arms. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. People from the Awakening Alliance. The stone itself has some in it, which can make people stronger after being used. If used too much, it can turn people into madmen. Who's there? Come out! The 2 men each drew their weapons. Not an enemy. Yi Xian walked over. So it's you. How have you been lately? The 2 of them followed him to the Wailing Forest that day, recalling the past scenes, and seeing him was like a cat meeting a mouse. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. I wonder how the Awakening Alliance is doing. Thriving. We have reached an agreement with the human race. TSK. That deserter is quite capable. Desert? Yi Xian looked curious. Obviously, the human race's dealings with players is inseparable from the Awakening Alliance. You may not know him, but that person's name is Gu Qing, and he's very good at it. Yes, he has become a prominent figure in the human race inexplicably. He seems to be some kind of first-class civil servant. First grade? Yi Xian frowned after listening to their words. It's really strange that Gu Qing, whom I haven't seen for a long time, has become a first-class civil servant. The 2 men left quickly, saying they had some important tasks to do. Owner? Natasha saw Yi Xian standing there, looking puzzled. Xinchi hissed. Be good. Your master is thinking about something. Something's wrong. Yi Xian closed his eyes. He thought for a long time and prepared to go to the palace. Oh! 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 The wail suddenly came. Who? Yixian looked over. Puzzled. Why is it you again? It was the programmer I had met before. Although he was young, he looked like an old man. Old man? I'll give you something to eat. Xinchi went over and gave him some dry food and water. The programmer had enough to eat and drink. I almost died in this barren mountain. Old man? Why are you at a place like this? Xinchi could tell that he was human and couldn't help but be curious. You are an old man. I am just a 23-year-old programmer. The programmer snorted coldly. He then looked at Yixian, thoughtfully, and turned to leave. Master, do you know each other? Natasha scratched her head. Yixian shrugged. We just met once. Let's go to the palace. Uh-huh. Suddenly, there was a low wailing sound. Is that a person? Xinchi looked over and found a person with red eyes, looking crazy on the front. Oh my god! The programmer from before ran back, and at some point, there were abnormal people everywhere. Yixian's eyes narrowed slightly. Shoot! Hearing this, Natasha took out her short bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow hit an abnormal person. The person's lower body was instantly missing, but he was still crawling on the ground. Gradually, the intestines and internal organs flowed all over the floor. Xinchi's face turned pale. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Yixian reassured her and released the healing light. The ground within a radius of 30 meters instantly emits green light, and all friendly forces within it will receive a healing effect. Let me try. After Yixian whispered, all the abnormal people suddenly rushed over with roars. Master, be careful. Natasha shot hundreds of arrows in a row. Whoa! Whoa! Yixian came to an abnormal person and waved the 7-star Long Yuan sword. The man became mincemeat and fell to the ground, finally losing his life. Half an hour passed, and the battle was over. There was mincemeat all over the floor. Xinchi retched from time to time. Are these people crazy? I think it has something to do with this. Yixian took out a piece of bloodstone, and there were 42 pieces in his backpack, all of which he had obtained before. He informed about the effects and side effects of this thing. What kind of side effects? I just can't use it. The programmer suddenly sneered. What's the meaning? Yixian looked over. The programmer crossed his shoulders and said, on the surface, as long as it is used properly, there will be no side effects at all. Yixian, I haven't asked for advice yet. Yixian cupped his hands. Don't ask for advice. Since you have helped me, I'll just tell you. The programmer told me how to use the bloodstone. Grind it into powder and soak it in water to drink. Or do you have the corresponding physique? Natasha repeated. The programmer responded. That's right. Simple. Right. After he finished speaking, Sayatsi ran away without looking back. I feel like he is a strange person. Even stranger than his master. Natasha mused. Am I weird? Yixian was thinking about the problem, and was a little confused when he heard this. Hey! Natasha used her hands to make cat claws to pass the test. Yixian shrugged, took out a glass of water, crushed the bloodstone in his hand into powder, and sprinkled it in. He drank it in one gulp, and golden light flashed around him. Master, how are you? Natasha looked nervous. Promoted 1 level. Yixian answered softly. Combined with all the previous battles, his level as a summoner has reached 89. After hesitating for a while, he said, Let's go! Aren't you going to grab the bloodstone? Natasha looked puzzled. Things are good, but you can't rely too much on them. Yixian shook his head. The 3 of them then walked through the forest and happened upon a camp. Master, there are so many bloodstones, Natasha said in surprise. There are many portable chests here, all filled with bloodstones. Help! Help me, came a weak voice. In that box. Xinchi pointed to the large iron box aside. Yixian walked over and broke the box into pieces. Inside was a man in ragged clothes. Natasha asked, Who are you and why are you hiding in the box? I am a squad leader of the Awakening Alliance, and I am responsible for transporting bloodstones this time. The squad leader looked decadent. Transporting bloodstones to the undead tribe? Yixian unleashed a powerful healing technique on him. Looking surprised. We are spread all over the world. I didn't expect those bastards to rebel. The team leader gritted his teeth, and the injuries all over his body had already recovered. He said, I was injured and locked in a box, and other people took away a lot of bloodstones. It turned out to be a rebellion. Yi Xian thought of the two people he had seen before, when they were holding mini bloodstones. As for the abnormal people I met, I think it was the side effects of eating too much bloodstone. That's what the mechanical fanatics called a madman at that time.
How can I go back and explain this?
The team leader looked at the only 3 boxes of bloodstones left and felt like crying. Chapter 80 Chaos in the Palace.
Thank you for your life-saving grace.
The squad leader sighed, turned around and left. Natasha saw this.
Don't you want these bloodstones?
No.
I can't take it away myself. If you want, just take it.
The squad leader turned and left.
Master, there are 3 boxes.
Natasha went over and put the bloodstones into her backpack. Yi Xian nodded lightly. The 3 of them then left the forest and rushed towards the human race, changing their clothes on the way. A voice came from the front.
The person who killed me still wants to leave?
It was the city lord, with a small paper man standing on his shoulder, gloating about his misfortune.
Humph.
Natasha strung her bow and aimed at the little paper man.
I wonder what the city lord is doing when he comes here.
Yi Xian cupped his hands. The city lord looked gloomy.
Of course, I will execute you on the spot.
After he said this, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and there was a rumble in the air.
Great magician?
Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Archmage, a branch of mages, gives up other attributes in pursuit of ultimate magic.
Submit to magic.
The city lord roared. He reached forward with both hands. The staff slowly appeared, and the clothes around him turned into a pure white magic robe.
Screw you.
Yi Xian appeared in front of him instantly and kicked him out. The city lord was kicked off his back, and he didn't even have time to pick up the staff.
Young man, you don't have martial ethics. Martial virtue? The staff is good. I want it.
Yi Xian put the staff he summoned into his backpack.
You thief.
The city lord was anxious. That was his most powerful staff.
As a great mage, if you dare to appear alone in front of the enemy, aren't you looking for a fight?
Seeing that he was about to release his magic, Yi Xian kicked him away again. The city lord was kicked away, and blood spurted out.
I was careless.
The magic mastered by the great magician is powerful, but it takes time to release.
What a waste.
The little paper man turned into a stream of light and left.
My lord, city lord.
A man came slowly, holding a big knife in his hand.
You're here just in time. Hurry up and get in front.
The city lord said immediately. The visitor turned out to be Rodney, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. At this time, his movements were a little stiff. His eyes were glowing red, and he was carrying a bag. Yi Xian raised his hand.
You guys retreat.
Natasha looked at each other and retreated to a safe distance.
What are you waiting for, bastard? Get in front of me.
As Rodney slowly approached, the lord of the city roared.
Old guy, I've tolerated you for a long time.
Rodney took it out with his backhand and pierced his heart.
You?
Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the city lord's eyes were full of disbelief. Soon, Rodney pulled back. The city lord collapsed to the ground and breathed his last. The body gradually disappeared, leaving behind a damaged robe. Natasha in the distance said,
Master, something seems wrong with him. Of course something is wrong.
Yi Xian nodded and stared at the bag Rodney was carrying. There's probably bloodstone inside.
You are very strong. I couldn't beat you before. But now,
Rodney opened the bag, which was full of bloodstones. He started eating the bloodstone, crunching.
It seems delicious.
Natasha, who had already strung her bow, swallowed the foam at her mouth. Rodney is still eating. Bloodstone is a kind of stone after all, and he gradually eats his mouth full of blood. Yi Xian frowned slightly.
It's coming. When Rodney ate the last bloodstone, his eyes turned red, and he completely lost his humanity. It is really sad that the once respected undead general has become what he is today.
Heal you.
Rodney stared at Yi Xian and rushed over.
Wow!
Yi Xian advanced instead of retreating, waving the 7-star Long Yuan sword in his hand.
Boom!
Rodney swung his sword and the swords met. The ground cracked, spreading tens of meters, and the ancient trees nearby collapsed. Xinchi looked surprised.
That person is so strong!
What kind of existence is it that can be on par with Yi Xian? Whoosh! Natasha didn't stand still and shot the elf arrow.
Roar!
Rodney let out an inhuman roar and raised his hand to block the arrow.
A couple of times.
Yi Xian became happy instead. From beginning to end, there were very few people who could be called rivals. Rodney doesn't deserve it. But now that he has become a madman, he is much stronger.
The two began to fight. After a long time, Rodney was defeated. Yi Xian shook his head regretfully.
It would be great if he was sane.
In the battle just now, Rodney's attacks were unsystematic. Only wild instincts. It feels like a child playing games with a dragon-slaying sword.
Master, there is bloodstone dropped,
Natasha said suddenly. The items dropped after Rodney's death were all bloodstones. Except for some pretty good weapons.
Take it away.
Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. The three of them then left without seeing the little paper man.
That paper man is so hateful. Next time I see it, I will shoot it to death.
Natasha was on alert. Unconsciously arriving at Chu Pingyuan, Yi Xian had a sudden thought.
I don't know if it will work.
He raised his hand and summoned a bus that looked ordinary on the surface.
What's different?
Xinchi looked puzzled.
You'll find out when you get in.
Yi Xian smiled and led them into the car.
Wow, there are so many delicious foods.
When they got into the car, Natasha looked surprised. There are various snacks, drinks, and delicacies in the car. Yi Xian sat in the driver's seat.
Eat whatever you want. You won't get fat.
Those things are summoned objects. Although they can be digested normally, they have been modified by themselves.
Won't you get fat?
Xinchi's ears moved again and again. What girl doesn't like to eat? In order not to become a fat girl, she had to endure it as long as she could.
That's right,
Yi Xian said, stepping on the accelerator. The bus instantly increased to 200 miles, and then took off.
It is finished,
Yi Xian chuckled.
Wow, so beautiful.
Natasha was eating snacks and looking at the scenery outside the window in fascination. It was already evening, and the sunset was beautiful. The bus moved forward at full speed, heading towards the human race. Royal Palace? Something is very wrong with the human emperor recently. First, he reemployed a man named Gu Qing, and then released Chu Nan and betrothed the princess to him. Tomorrow is the wedding day. In Chu Nan's attic, Gu Qing asked,
What? Are you unhappy?
Wearing luxurious clothes, he is now a master among the human race.
You have already thought about using me? From the very beginning?
Chu Nan has regained consciousness and gritted his teeth. The goo worms he ate that day can transfer hosts. Just need to be close enough. When he was interrogating himself, without anyone paying attention, the host had already parasitized the human emperor, which led to today's situation.
I got what I wanted. And you got what you wanted. Right.
Gu Qing took off his guitar and started playing. Chu Nan was silent for a while. The sound of guitars can be heard from time to time in the exquisite attic, and the elegance is filled with madness. Iroh was crying in his room. The maid was knocking on the door outside.
Princess, please open the door. Iroh follows the teachings of his ancestors. He will only love him in this life and will never be tainted by others.
Iroh took out a hanging rope from the drawer.